Shaking his head, Sunny turned away and glanced at the graceful silhouette of the flying ship that rested on the water not too far away. Since Cassie was the one who knew how to control it, he addressed the next question to her. Let's not waste any time. Where to first, Captain? He had already shared the places he wanted to visit with the blind girl, so she was in charge of plotting the course. Cassie smiled. The first stop is right beneath us, actually. It was not on your list, but I wanted to study the runes there. Just a few hours. Sunny shrugged. He had nothing against others adding more locations to the list. They were going to be helping him out with his goals, so it was only fair. Let's go, then. Together, the five of them headed toward the lake and boarded the ship. Cassie entered the runic circle at the stern, saturating it with her soul essence as she gently took the steering oars. The leaves of the sacred tree growing around the mast of the flying vessel rustled gently as it lifted off the lake's surface and soared into the sky. There were no sailor dolls on the deck, and no firekeepers to replace them. The sails were lowered, so their speed was not what it could have been. Still, for a simple descent, that was enough. The ancient ship moved past the edge of the ivory island and tilted down, diving into the sea of clouds. Surrounded by white mist, Sunny suddenly thought about something and turned to Cassie. Have you named it? The ship? She lingered for a few moments. No. I wasn't sure if I had the right. It had to have had a name before, after all. What did Noctis call it? Do you know? Sunny frowned. Actually, I never heard him call it anything except for this beauty. Come to think of it, knowing Noctis, that could have actually been the name. This beauty. Nephis listened to them with a hint of interest, while Cassie chuckled. Sounds like something he would do, indeed. In that case, we should give it a good name. Let's come up with one before this journey is over. They plummeted through the clouds, and as they did, Sunny could feel the ferocious pressure of the crushing assault the flying vessel. At that height, it should have been obliterating, but, to his surprise, he didn't feel too uncomfortable. Lines of ethereal light ignited along the hull of the ship, as if a powerful enchantment had been activated, and the invisible weight grew weak. Soon, the clouds receded, and the patchwork landscape of the Chained Isles was revealed far below. Islands shone on the velvet backdrop of the dark abyss like precious gems, connected to each other by the thin threads of the heavenly chains. And there, right beneath the descending vessel, was an island that Sunny knew all too well. His face darkened a little. This place, huh? I never thought I would return here one day. Below them were the ruins of the Red Colosseum. Chapter 1153, Memory Lane. The Red Colosseum was in ruins. Its ancient walls had collapsed, and were now overgrown with verdant vines. The people who had once crowded the tribunes were all long dead. And yet even the passage of countless years failed to wash away the stain of blood from the surface of the stone that had once been pristine white. Sunny knew from Cassie that the Colosseum was in a sorry state. He also knew that the island had been infested by all kinds of nightmare creatures, probably the remains of Solvain's menagerie of monsters before the Firekeepers wiped them out. The Firekeepers had also cleared the floor of the arena in order to reveal the buried runes, and now, Cassie was slowly walking along the grooves, tracing their shapes with her steps. Sunny himself was in a bleak mood. He studied the ruins, remembering the countless bloody battles that had been fought here. This was where he had killed the stone gargoyles, this was where he had killed the emerald skeleton, and this was where he had almost lost his life to the blade of one of the red zealots. It had been thousands of years since his escape from the Colosseum. No, not quite. In truth, he had never been here at all. The bloody arena he knew was just a mirage conjured up by the spell, while this was the real thing. It didn't change its vile nature, though. Glory. Nephis turned at the sound of his whisper. Her striking grey eyes were somber. Is this the arena where you were imprisoned? Sunny nodded. Yes, the cage they kept me in was right there, below that pile of rubble. Back then, I barely knew how to move the body that the spell had given me. My, oh my. Coming to my senses inside that thing was quite a shock. He looked at her, wondering what body Neff had received in her own nightmare. She must have been startled to find herself thrust into a non-human vessel, too. After all, there had been no divine aspect users before them. And divine aspects, for all their benefits, did not come with an instruction manual. Changing Star nodded slowly. I can imagine. She didn't say anything else, still keeping the details of her nightmare to herself. Sunny sighed. Well, anyway. The first few days were rough and every day that followed was rough, too. I had to fight my way to the center of the arena and face the zealots of the Red Sect there each time. And all the while, crowds of people were cheering me on from the stands, creepy bastards. They were equally happy to see us slaves kill, or see us die. All for the glory of War God. Kai, who was nearby, nodded. I faced those zealots too, on the battlefield. Everyone in the Kingdom of Hope was mad, by that point, but the warmongers were especially wicked. And they were indeed just as Sunny described them, equally happy to kill as they were to die. Their faith had been perverted beyond belief. He glanced at the blood-stained stones and added after a short pause. Now that I think about it, maybe it is not a coincidence that the followers of War God were that way. War God is also the deity of humanity, after all. Sunny chuckled. Yeah, well, anyway. I got better as time went on, enough to survive until the moment I could escape. And I did. Nephis looked around silently. It must have been hard. To survive alone. He shrugged. It would have been. But I wasn't alone. There was this guy with me, a local awakened. A healer. Without him, I would not have lasted nearly as long as I did. He studied the ruins for a few moments, then gestured in a certain direction. That was where Solvain killed him, in the end. At the edge of the island. The fool decided to find courage in the worst moment possible. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed. Still, I guess it's better to die with courage than to die without it. Not that I would know. He looked at Nephis and smiled. I must have slaughtered 1,000 enemies in this arena, both abominations and humans. But, knowing you, I bet even more died by your sword in the nightmare. She glanced north, in the direction of the Hollow Mountains, and shook her head. No, actually, I did not kill that many. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Wait, what, really? With your personality? Nephis smiled. I was only dormant, in my nightmare. I was the weakest creature there, by far. Solving problems with a sword is a privilege for the strong. He looked at her with a strange expression. Well. You must have learned a lot, then. Weakness is a great teacher. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sunny regretted saying them. Nephis had always been a symbol of strength, in his mind. A domineering presence that swept away all obstacles to achieve her goals, but in truth, she had spent most of her life as prey being pursued by terrifying predators. Sunny still remembered the dream he had visited, a fragment of a memory she had about one of the attempts on her life. She knew about weakness just as much as he did. Neff's smile slowly faded away. She remained silent for a while, and then nodded. Yes. I did learn a lot. Great. Maybe think twice before opening your mouth the next time, fool. Sunny hesitated, thinking what to say. The solemn atmosphere was destroyed a moment later, though, by a loud crinkling noise. Sunny, Nephis, and Kai turned around and looked at Effie, who was completely focused on opening a packet of chips. The bright colors of the modern packaging looked extremely out of place in the ancient ruin. Feeling their attention, the huntress looked up, lowered her sunglasses to the tip of her nose, and raised her eyebrows. What? Then, she sent a mouthful of synth chips into her mouth and looked around, chewing. After a while, she said. I must admit, though. I'm a little upset. That wench Solvain was from the same sect as me, right? How come the temple I ended up in was not nearly as grand and majestic? I mean, do you know how small and damp my room was? She shook her head with a sour face. What's even the point of being in a sect of war zealots if you don't have an awesome arena like this? Chapter 1154, Former Glory. Nothing much happened on the island that had once been the heart of Sylvain's lands. The Firekeepers, it seemed, had been very thorough in exterminating every abomination here. Even after several hours, no one had bothered the Five Masters. Not that many things could. While Cassie was exploring the ruins, Sonny simply wandered around the ruins, remembering his days of fighting in the Colosseum. The others had nothing much to do, so they followed him, sometimes starting a conversation, sometimes remaining silent. Eventually, Effie sighed. This sucks. What kind of vacation is that? The mood is so dismal. Sonny looked at her humorlessly. What were you expecting? I did not exactly have a great time in this damned place. Should I be jumping around in joy? She blinked a couple of times. I mean, yeah. Why not? Think about it. This Colosseum is in ruins, but you're still standing. What's not to celebrate? Sonny tilted his head a little, then looked at the overgrown remains of the Red Colosseum once more. LGHVM. The place was desolate and forgotten, with nothing remaining of its former glory. Glory, the bastards who had lusted for it, who had turned Hope's Theatre into a temple of murder, never found any such thing. Sonny, however, had survived. Not only that, but he was also a decorated officer now, complete with the highest military awards one could receive, earned in a war much more meaningful than the senseless one the warmongers had waged. He had never put much meaning into his medals, but now that they turned into something to spite Sylvain and her zealots with. Ha! Damn. It almost feels better than killing her twice. A crooked smile appeared on his face. Well, if you put it like that, I guess you are right, Effie. I am much more impressive than these fools ever were, aren't I? Hell, they are making a movie about me in NQSC, even. She glanced at him with an amused expression. Let's not get a big head, doofus. And what do you mean, a movie? Another one? Noticing her petrified expression, he grinned. Don't worry. It's about Mongrel, technically. While Effie let out a relieved sigh, Nephis suddenly nodded. Oh, yes. I've seen the trailer. Kai and Sonny looked at her with surprise, while Effie made a strange face and walked away. Gods, I think I'm going to be sick. She really looked ill. Sonny laughed as he watched her go. Hey, where are you going? The mood isn't so dismal anymore, is it? The huntress just waved her hand and disappeared behind a pile of rubble. He chuckled, but his smile disappeared when Kai asked with a thoughtful expression. If the trailer came out this quick, they must be putting a lot of resources into filming. I do wonder, though, are they going to cast an actor to play Mongrel? Or an actress? Sonny's eyes widened slightly. What the hell do you mean, an actress? Why would they cast an actress? Take that back. While they were bickering, Cassie finished exploring the runes carved in the blood-stained stone. Soon, the flying ship left the ruins of the Red Colosseum behind and cut through the sky. The night had descended upon the chained isles, erasing the border between the sky above and the sky below. Cold stars shone upon the remains of the shattered kingdom, reflected by the distant flames that burned in the dark abyss. The flying vessel was moving southeast. There were not that many places that Sonny wanted to visit on the chained isles. His main goal was the Shipwreck Island, where the corpse of the Sun Prince swung above the sky below, tangled in heavenly chains, but he was also interested in one other. The Southern Island, where the ruined castle of the Shadow Lord stood, and where he had fought Nightmare. The Black Steed had become his shadow, but that was just the phantom of the spell. Sonny couldn't help but feel curious about what had happened to the real Nightmare. Was he perhaps still here, somewhere, in this region of the dream realm? The Dark Courser was not on the Southern Island anymore, that was sure. After all, Sunny had visited the ruined fortress in the waking world before even knowing what it was. That was where he had welcomed Effie and Kai to the Chained Isles and had not met Nightmare there. Still, maybe there were some clues. Countless years had passed since the time when the shadow creature remained in the castle, stubbornly guarding the citadel of a dead master. Was the real Nightmare still alive? Had he grown stronger? LGHVM. Had he succumbed to the corruption that seemed to have devoured everything and everyone else in the dream realm? Sunny wanted to know, but most of all, he was interested in finding a shadow creature. It could lead to a lot of fragments at worst, and a new shadow at best. Apart from the southern island, though Nephis obviously did not have any places in mind. Effie wished to visit the Temple of the Chalice. Kai would have wanted to return to the Ivory City, perhaps, to reminisce on the past, but that city was no more. It had fallen into the sky below, replaced by the ever-growing tear that would one day swallow all the Chained Isles. Strangely, the place where Cassie would have wanted to visit was gone, too. The Night Temple where she had spent several months caring for her mentor, the one in the north, was destroyed as a result of the battle between Skytide and St. Cormac. The blind girl did add one location to the list, though. And a very strange one, at the island where an eerie creature of the lake had once bestowed them with the ruby knife. Sunny did not know what she wanted to find there, but had no objections to her request. They were going to the southern island first, however, so that creepy place was still far away. Enjoying the view of the starlit sky, Sunny breathed in the cool night air and smiled as he listened to his friends chatting. There would be dangers and dire threats once he returned to Antarctica, but for the next few days, life promised to be tranquil and uncomplicated. There would be a bit of exploration, a bit of treasure hunting, and a bit of fighting, as well, but not the dreadful kind. It was truly like a vacation. His smile grew a little wistful. Damnation. Just when did the dream realm become nicer than the waking world? Chapter 1155, What the Future Holds. The flying vessel continued moving southeast. The members of the cohort remained at the stern, keeping Cassie company. They spent some time idly talking about this and that, then silently enjoyed the beautiful sight of the night sky. Safely hidden within the crushing, they were temporarily safe from all threats. That feeling was strange. The only thing stranger was the fact that Effie seemed to have lost her appetite, somehow. Now that was an anomaly unlike anything Sunny had witnessed before. He wanted to tease the huntress, but changed his mind at the last moment. The quiet night put him in a contemplative mood. The thing Sunny thought about was how hard it had become to keep a conversation going in the company of his friends, these days. Or anyone else, really. He had never been a great conversationalist. In fact, growing up, Sunny had always found it torturously hard to fit in with people. But after becoming an awakened, somewhere along the way, he seemed to have developed that ability. Now, however, it was getting harder once again. Sunny had thought that such problems would miraculously disappear after he chose to trust the people he cared about. But he had been proven wrong. It's strange, but then, was it really? In truth, it was not his ability to hold a conversation that was the problem, but his whole life instead. Most of the things he thought and did were too sensitive to discuss, not because he did not trust his friends, but because he didn't want to involve them in his mess. More than that, Sunny had only done two things after coming to Antarctica: fight the nightmare creatures and try to fulfill his duty as a member of the evacuation army. He did not really have any hobbies or exciting things to share. His friends were more or less the same. Is it all there is to life, bloodshed and war? As he studied the night sky with a wistful expression, Kai looked at him and said, "Penny for your thoughts." A pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about how messed up our lives have become. These days, it seems that there's nothing to talk about except for what we killed, how we killed it, and how to kill it better. So I'm wondering, is that what adulthood is? Work, work, and then more work. I thought that becoming a master would be freeing, but honestly, I was having so much more fun as an awakened." Kai sighed. "It does seem like that, doesn't it? Effie, who was hugging the wooden railing of the flying ship as if battling motion sickness, looked at them with a miserable face. I don't know what you are talking about. I'm having tons of fun every day. Sunny gave her a dubious look. Yeah, maybe check the expiration date the next time you smuggle a bunch of snacks into the dream realm. Those synthetic chips must have been left over from the dark times, considering your current state. She gritted her teeth, then made a rude gesture in his direction. Sunny grinned. At that moment, Cassie suddenly spoke. I get what Sunny is saying. But is there something wrong with being focused on work? I am usually very busy, too, and there's little time for anything else except for my duties. However, it's not bad. I find it very rewarding, actually. Sunny scoffed. I guess there's nothing wrong, as long as you've chosen the right profession. But being an abomination exterminator does not really suit my taste, and I did not even choose it, really. It just happened that way. Nephis gave him a long look, then turned away and said evenly. It is true that none of us chose to become infected by the spell. But we are awakened now, so exterminating abominations comes with the territory. We receive plenty of privileges in exchange. There's no point in thinking about the past with regret. Sunny glanced at her with a bleak expression. Well, it was not like she was wrong. No matter how dejected he felt about the current situation, it was infinitely better than his mundane life in the outskirts. What would have awaited Sunny if he had never become infected by spell? A bitter life and an early grave, most likely. No, actually, a grave would have been an impossible luxury. Kai lingered for a few moments before saying quietly. It's not the past that worries me. It's the future. Effie remained silent, but her face turned somber. Sunny looked at his friend with curiosity. What do you mean? Kai shrugged. The Antarctica campaign seems like a world of its own, but it will be over in a handful of months. What happens next? The influx of refugees and the loss of the southern quadrant will make living conditions across the waking world worse for everyone. There'll be an unprecedented influx of awakened, as well, which is bound to change the situation in the dream realm. The Great Clan seem to be in turmoil, and on top of that there's no guarantee that something like the Chain of Nightum ours won't happen again. I am not talking about the future of the human race, though I am talking about our personal future. What will be our roles in that world? Sunny lingered for a while. I have no idea. Kai sighed, then glanced at Nephis. Lady Nephis and Cassie will most likely become saints with the backing of Clan Vela. But that path is closed for the rest of us unless we swear allegiance to a legacy clan. Alternatively, we can remain with the government. But if Antarctica has proven one thing, it is that the government is not strong enough to protect the waking world with only its own strength. So what is the point? Sunny studied his face for a few moments. Kai, it seemed, was struggling with his naively sincere sense of duty. He asked. So, what? Are you thinking about becoming a legacy? The handsome archer looked at him with a heavy expression. Aren't you? Sunny smiled with a corner of his mouth, then turned away. No. I'd rather die, to be honest. There was no need to add that last part, really, because he was always honest. Even if Sunny was destined to forever remain a master, he would not join the likes of Vela and Song. Sainthood was an alluring goal, but it was not worth selling himself into slavery to a sovereign. One chain, no matter how soft, was already enough. As for the future, he really had no idea what was going to happen after the Antarctica campaign was over. The great clans would clash in earnest, but by that point, their battles would most likely move to the dream realm. Sunny would have liked to avoid becoming swept up in that conflict, but he had a strong suspicion that, for him, it was going to be nearly impossible. There's no point in thinking about the future, either. The four of them glanced at Cassie with surprise. She had remained silent throughout the conversation, but suddenly spoke at that precise moment. Coming from an oracle, that statement sounded a bit ominous. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh, yeah? Why is that? Gently controlling the flying ship, Cassie kept quiet for a few moments. Then, a sad smile appeared on her face. There was no spell a century ago. There were no saints a few decades ago. There was no chain of nightmares a couple of years ago. What will happen in the future? Nobody knows. So, making plans is useless. All we can do is prepare to face the unknown. Chapter 1156, Returning to the Shipwreck Island. Visiting the southern island was not as useful as Sunny had hoped it would be. Too much time had passed since the days when Nightmare guarded the abandoned castle, consumed by madness. The castle had long turned into ruins, and the land itself had been transformed by the crushing. However, Sunny did end up finding a clue. That clue was not on the island, but rather in what was not on the island when he had visited this place as a favor to Noctis. There had been beautiful white flowers blooming in the emerald grass around the castle. But now they were gone. Of course, there was nothing strange about some flowers disappearing after thousands of years of desolation. Nevertheless, Sunny remembered that he had seen these particular flowers elsewhere on the Chained Isles. There was a whole island covered by them. That island was considered extremely dangerous because there were numerous bones hidden beneath the beautiful carpet of white blossoms. Anyone who stepped on it would succumb to an overwhelming desire to sleep, never to wake up. Among the awakened anchored in the sanctuary, that island was synonymous with death. There were too many connections for it to be a pure coincidence, and so, Sunny decided to visit the island of white flowers as well. It was further east, however, so that stop was going to have to wait. First, the flying ship had to travel north and skirt the Tear for a while to reach the Shipwreck Island. They spent 2 days making their way there. The ship had to stop once to give Cassie time to rest and restore soul essence. In the meantime, the rest of them made use of the idle time to enjoy some peace and quiet. The ancient vessel turned into a leisure yacht for a few days. Nephis was in charge of cooking, while the rest of them were in charge of eating. They talked, enjoyed each other's company, and tried really hard to forget the cold dread of Antarctica for a few fleeting moments. They even tried playing several games. Sadly, it was hard to find a suitable one, considering that Kai always knew when someone was telling the truth, Cassie could sense the future, and Sunny was not above using his shadows to cheat. In the end, they settled for competing to see who was the best cheater. Nephis lost pretty much every game after that. Observing her try to hide her frustration was rather entertaining, at least for Sunny, who won the most. I have forgotten how awkward she really is. She's hiding it well these days. It's cute. Huh? Crude, I meant it's crude. Effie was still suffering from motion sickness and eating less than she usually did. Which meant only 2 to 3 times more than what a normal person would eat. Naturally, luckily, the ship was attacked by a few nightmare creatures during their only stop so far, so they had plenty of fresh meat to feed her. Kai was teaching Sunny how to play the flute. It was actually starting to feel like a vacation. Eventually, they reached the Shipwreck Island. It was exactly as it had been before, except for the fact that the feature that had given the island its name, the shipwreck, was now missing. The corpse of the Sun Prince was still there, though. The steel colossus was swinging forlornly below the island, its legs tangled in the remains of a torn heavenly chain. The first time Sunny had seen it, he wondered about what terrible creature could have killed the fearsome giant. Who could have thought that it had actually been Cassie and Effie? Well, technically, it had been someone else, but in the nightmare, the immortal Chain Lord had fallen by their hands. Nephis stared at the steel colossus for a long time. She had never seen it before, so he must have made an expression. After a while, she asked, "This is one of the immortals you killed?" Effie tore her gaze away from the giant corpse and shivered. "Yeah, this was where we fought the defenders of the Ivory City. The city itself is gone now, but that huge bastard is still here. See how his chest is cracked? That's because Cassie rammed him with the flying ship at full speed. Crazy girl. We all thought she died, for a minute or two." Nephis lowered her head, while Effie sighed and added, "It's hard to guess now, but that giant was filled with molten metal. Within that metal was a human-shaped cage, and within that cage was a thing that had once been a human. I pushed the bastard over the edge of the island, then crawled to its chest, and killed the thing inside. It was a hot mess of a situation. I had plenty of burns to prove it. She made a disgusted face, then glanced at Sunny. So, doofus. We just need to bring you to what is left of the Sun Prince. Sunny shook his head. Yes, I mean, no. First, we need to get rid of the creature that lives below the island. He had not forgotten about the terrifying abomination that was hidden on the dark side of the shipwreck island. The memories of watching its long, root-like tentacles stretch from the darkness shrouding the bottom of the isle and snatch fallen demons like flies were still fresh in his mind. That was how the creature fed. It used the corpse of the Sun Prince as bait to devour chain worms. Sunny shook his head. But things had changed. Back then, he had been a mere awakened. A corrupted nightmare creature had been synonymous with death, despair, and hopelessness, but now, he had killed more corrupted abominations than he could be bothered to count. Sunny had grown much more powerful. Even when compared to how he had been as a master before Antarctica, he was incomparably stronger and more experienced. A mere corrupted creature did not scare him anymore. Which did not mean that it was wise to abandon caution. No matter how powerful he had become, one mistake was always all it took to perish in the dream realm. Throwing one last glance at the swinging steel corpse, he turned away and said, "Cassie, let's start lowering the ship." Chapter 1157, Blood-Nourished Root. It would have been hard to fight the creature dwelling on the dark side of the island in usual circumstances. After all, below it was the endless expanse of the dark abyss, and humans were not known for their ability to fly. Fighting a corrupted abomination while hanging from the treacherous stone surface of the underside of the Isle was a suicidal task. Of course, there were ways to gain an advantage even in that situation. Kai, for example, could indeed fly. Sunny could assume the Shadow Fiend form, which was perfectly suited for just these kinds of battles. Effie was strong enough to dig a path to the creature from the surface in no time, and so on. None of it was necessary today, though, because they had Cassie and the flying ship. The graceful vessel dove into the sky below and descended until the shipwreck island, as well as the creature hiding in its shade, was above them. They maintained a safe distance for now, but the main disadvantage was already erased. Sunny peered into the darkness shrouding the bottom of the isle. There were large cavities in the stone and soil, making the whole island seem like a giant beehive. These caves were narrow and deep, and there was something hiding in their depths. Big. He did not have to rely on his eyes, though. Cassie let go of the steering oars and stepped out of the runic circle, getting closer to the wooden railings. She observed the dark ravines for a while, then sighed. It is a corrupted monster. An old and powerful one. The blind girl could perceive aspects, abilities, and attributes of a Wawek, but that power allowed her to learn about nightmare creatures, too. Their strengths, their weaknesses, their nature. Cassie was an invaluable source of knowledge in that regard. And knowledge was the origin of power. She tilted her head a little. It is a plant abomination. Blood-nourished root. I have an idea of how it came to be. The others looked at her with interest. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How would you know that? Cassie pointed at the mast of their ship. The enchantments of this vessel are meant to be powered by a sacred tree from Heart God's Grove. I found a sapling to replace the original tree, which had died when the ship crashed, but I think it had not died immediately. She thought for a few moments. The sacred tree must have survived the destruction of the vessel and rooted itself in the soil of the island. However, the worm vine had been unleashed within the wreck. It grew and suffocated the tree, turning it into a corpse. The roots remained, though, and so did Sylvain. Her blood seeped into the soil and was absorbed by the roots throughout the centuries. Sylvain did not succumb to the corruption, but the roots did. That was how this monster was born. A sigh escaped from Cass's lips. In any case, it's vast and ancient, but weak to fire. We can burn the root to ash without destroying the island. After she said those words, everyone involuntarily turned to Nephis. Changing Star's expression did not change at all. A moment later, she said, "I'll do it." Sunny shook his head. No need. He knew that Neph could slay the blood-nourished root without too much trouble. She could also lend her flames to him or Saint, but that would require her to use her aspect, which would trigger her flaw. For most awakened, using their aspects was as natural as breathing, especially so for Sunny, who always observed the world through his shadows. However, Nephis very rarely used her own. Strangers might not have noticed it, but anyone close to her knew that she only activated her abilities during battles, and even then only the most dire ones. That was how it had been on the Forgotten Shore, and that was how it was now. Usually, Neph relied on only her physical prowess and skill to fight. Because she had to burn alive every time she called upon her powers. So what kind of vacation would it be, if she was forced to go through that suffering in the middle of it? Sunny glanced at her and shrugged. Just summon the Dawn Shard. We'll deal with the creature ourselves. Each flaw was a curse, but theirs were curses of a different kind. By his side, Effie sighed. Ah, hell. A thin layer of polished metal suddenly covered her skin, making the huntress look like a beautiful steel statue. By her side, Kai summoned his ivory armor, as well as the transcendent bow he had received after slaying the corrupted tyrant, Malignant Grave Root. An arrow that seemed to contain a sea of flames appeared on the black string. Sunny himself summoned the cruel sight, which ignited with the incandescent glow of divine flame. Nephis looked at them with a tense expression. I can do it. Effie smiled. Princess, at your age, you should really know the difference between can and should. Nobody is doubting that you can kill that monster. But just relax for once and let someone else have fun too, okay? With that, the huntress grinned and dashed to the edge of the deck. When she jumped, the enchanted lines shone a little brighter, as if straining to prevent the ancient wood from splintering because of the furious force of her push. Effie shot through the darkness toward the underside of the island. As she flew, her steel skin suddenly started to shine, turning white-hot. Not a moment later, a massive root appeared from one of the caves and stretched towards the huntress. She twisted, avoiding being grabbed by it and landing on the long wooden tentacle instead. Every spot her incandescent armor touched instantly started to burn. More roots appeared from within the island. Kai was already in the air, drawing the string of his black bow. Sunny, however, was not moving yet. With a grimace, he called upon the shadows clinging to the underside of the isle. They instantly surged forward, falling upon the roots like guillotine blades. The pressure on Effie and Kai was instantly reduced. Throwing a glance at Nephis, Sunny summoned the dark wing and smiled. Yeah, sorry. You'll have to sit this one out. Then, he brandished the cruel sight and pushed himself off the deck. The battle did not last long. Chapter 1158, Dinner is served. It stinks. Effie once again looked like she was going to be sick, this time from all the smoke that drifted from inside the shipwreck island, where the charred remains of the blood-nourished root was smoldering after being slain by her. Sunny scoffed. Look who's complaining. He was playing with a transcendent soul shard, but the huntress was the one who ended up with the real prize. There was a strange spear in her hand. Its shaft was made of grey wood, but the spearhead glinted with a deep crimson color, as if it had been cast in blood. Effie made a face. Well, yeah. It's a good spear. The creature absorbed Sylvain's blood, right? So it's like an inheritance from the greatest warrior of the sect. But, Sunny, what was the one question I asked you at the start of our trip? He frowned, trying to remember. Whether the creature I needed to kill was edible. She pierced him with a bleak look. Exactly, and is it? No, what, am I supposed to gnaw on burned wood? Sunny laughed. Gods. Don't worry, we'll find something to feed you. She simply waved her hand. Don't bother. The smoke stench made me lose my appetite, anyway. They were currently getting ready to climb down to the remains of the Sun Prince. A familiar golden rope was tied to a large piece of stone that must have been a part of a towering docking mast once, and the four of them, Sunny, Effie, Nephis, and Cassie, were standing near the edge of the island. The flying ship was anchored to one of the masts, and Kai had already flown down to connect the other end of the rope to the remains of the heavenly chain. The island itself was in a descent phase, so they did not have to be wary of the crushing anytime soon, either. "I'm going, then." Sunny grabbed the rope and started climbing down. Soon, they found themselves standing on the sole of one of the steel giant's feet. It was wide like a platform, and almost horizontal, making for a perfect landing spot. Sunny had once seen a nightmare where he was one of Solvain's soldiers, fighting in a harrowing battle against the forces of the Ivory City. In that dream, he and all of his comrades had been mercilessly crushed beneath this sole. It was a bit strange, to be standing on top of it now. Life is weird like that, sometimes. The others looked at him expectantly. "So, Sunny, are you going to tell us why we're here?" Kai's usually composed voice was full of curiosity. Sunny smiled. That. Yes, wait a second." A moment later, a scrawny creature suddenly rose from his shadow. The little fiend opened his eyes wide and stared at the members of the cohort. His mouth hung open, revealing 2 rows of sharp, triangular teeth. Nephis, Effie, Cassie, and Kai, they indeed made for an unforgettable sight. The former 2 were strikingly beautiful, while the latter 2 were simply beyond reason. Sunny wasn't so bad himself, either. His friends focused on the ravenous fiend in turn. "Sunny, what is that?" Nephis looked down and moved her leg slightly, avoiding Imp's finger. The little bastard was so stunned that he tried to poke her, as if wanting to make sure that she was a real being and not a divine vision. Sunny coughed. "This ugly thing is a new shadow of mine. I call him Imp." Effie suddenly exploded in laughter. Oh, this is too good, so the little gremlin has a mini version of himself now." Sunny glared at her. "Funny you should say that, Binpole, because Imp is actually more of a mini version of you. It's always hungry, has no manners, and eats like a gluttonous barbarian." Both of them, Imp and Effie, looked at him with offended expressions. He simply smiled. But, unlike Effie, this little guy actually profits from eating more than humanly possible. "So come one, trashling, chop chop. You see this giant steel colossus? I want you to eat it whole." The members of the cohort looked at Sunny with wide eyes. Imp, meanwhile, looked down, at the surface of the steel sole. For the first time ever, his ugly face actually paled. Sunny frowned. "What are you waiting for? Start eating, but climb down first. If you start from the leg, you'll fall into the sky below. I did that once and survived, but a useless wretch like you will definitely die." The little fiend shivered, then threw a hateful glance at Sunny and obediently started climbing down. He acted with apparent reluctance, but his tiny eyes were secretly glinting with hungry avarice. Sunny shook his head. "This bastard, I bet hell, finished the whole colossus in less than 3 days. That much had to be enough to push the ravenous fiend to the next step of his nascent steel body, and maybe even a little past that." Sunny was also thinking about trying to make the shadow swallow a few pieces of the heavenly chains. He also remembered that there was a giant steel arm on the Iron Hand Island, although the inhabitants of the sanctuary would probably notice if it suddenly went missing. At that moment, he realized that the members of the cohort were staring at him with strange expressions. "What?" Kai hesitated for a few moments, then cleared his throat. "Sunny, don't you think it would be nice to tell us a bit about Imp? And why is it that you want him to eat the Sun Prince?" Effie nodded. "Yeah, and how did you end up with that shadow, anyway? From what you told us before, creating them requires a steep price to be paid. So why this weak, tiny creature?" Sunny glanced at them with a dull expression. "Yeah, all right, I'll tell you. He needs to eat a lot of enchanted metal to get stronger. That tiny menace is a transcendent devil, by the way. In fact, he was the second most dangerous nightmare creature in the Antarctic Center. As for how he ended up becoming my shadow, I killed that bastard, of course had him eaten alive by a bunch of carnivorous beetles. It's actually a long story. Come, let's climb back, make some dinner, and I'll share this epic tale with you in detail. Chapter 1159. Strips of meat were roasting above the fire, and a delicious fragrance permeated the air. The remains of the corrupted monster crackled as they burned. Somewhere far away, ancient chains rattled loudly. Darkness shrouded the world outside the circle of light cast by the dancing flames. And that was the moment when the explosives detonated. Boom! I don't know how the whole city did not just slide into the ocean, but it was really something. The wall fell, the buildings crumbled to dust, the earth itself sank. Oh, but I did not see any of this, of course, because I was right in the middle of the explosion, protected only by a few layers of manifested shadows. The members of the cohort were staring at Sunny with wide eyes, well, except for Cassie, of course. Nephis had been paying more attention to roasting the meat, but as the story went on, she seemed to become more and more distracted. He grinned. And the scavenger was right there with me. I couldn't let the wretch escape into the shadows, so I held on to him with one hand, and pummeled him with the other. At that distance, swords were of no use, so he started biting. And let me tell you, his teeth were really, really sharp. Sunny smiled, revealing his own teeth, then suddenly made a ferocious face. But not as sharp as mine. I bit the bastard, too. At that point, the spear of shadows was already breaking, and the heat inside was like an oven. It had survived the initial detonation, but got tossed around by the shockwave, and then rolled down into the crater before finally shattering. His expression relaxed. Well, anyway. I came to my senses a bit faster than the scavenger, who got pinned to the ground by some debris. Problem was, I still had no way of breaking his armor. Luckily, I still had a chest full of the dark beetles with me. So, before the fiend could free himself, I poured the beetles out, and they ate him alive. A fitting end for a corpse eater, don't you think? And since those beetles were not exactly living things, the spell attributed the kill to me. So, that was how I received a new shadow. There was silence for a few moments. Eventually, Effie shook her head. Wait, so you're telling us that this ravenous fiend stalked you across all of the Antarctic Center, infiltrated a siege capital, and waited for weeks to ambush you at the worst possible moment? Since when are nightmare creatures that smart? Kai glanced at her with surprise. Are we just going to ignore the fact that Sunny killed a titan? Sunny laughed. Yes, that is exactly what happened. The first months of the operation were really wild, what can I say? There was a startled pause. In the silence, Cassie asked in a worried voice. But what happened to your soldiers? Were they all right? You said that the ravenous fiend gravely wounded one of them. Sunny's smile slowly faded away. He stayed quiet for a few moments, then sighed. Yeah. They were fine. Luster lost his legs, but he survived. He's currently back in the northern quadrant, recovering after receiving treatment from the best government healers. Kimmy is right here in East Antarctica, she is with Army Command now. His eyes grew distant. Quentin is still marked as missing in action, officially. As for Belle, Dawn, and Samra, they died a few days later. When we tried to fight the winter beast. Everyone died that day, except me and Jet. In the silence that followed, Cassie sighed lightly. I'm sorry. Sunny glanced at her sharply. It was strangely off-putting, to hear those words coming out of her mouth. He knew very well that she was not one for apologies. Have I unknowingly been waiting for something stupid like that for the last couple of years? He shook his head, then put a smile on his face. Yeah, I'm sorry too. But that is how Antarctica is. It has a way of reminding you that no matter how strong you have become, there is always something stronger out there, waiting to eat you alive. Sunny lingered for a bit, looked at Nephis, and said in a carefree tone. I've tasted a lot of failure there. It's a bitter thing, failure, but after everything is said and done I think it is more of a medicine than poison. You should try it too, sometime, before it's too late. He did not know why he was being combative with Neff, but her confidence was really frustrating to observe recently. Perhaps it was because he felt protective of her. Changing Star had put herself in terrible danger by joining Clan Valor, after all. She was facing death and destruction, but acted as if everything was under her control. She was wrong. The great clans, the sovereigns, these people were not someone who could be controlled. Hearing his remark, Nephis calmly turned the meat and looked in Sunnis' direction. Her voice was even. I think I know more about failure than anyone here. He frowned. You? When have you ever failed? Nephis sighed and continued tending to the meat. I failed to keep you by my side in the Dark City, didn't I? I failed to take control of the Bright Castle, too. I wanted to usurp Gunlorg's throne a few days after killing him. I had everything prepared, but in the end, it took many weeks of bloody struggle to achieve the goal. Each additional day that passed, each sleeper that died fighting fellow humans were my failures. I wasn't easy to come to terms with. She took the fragrant meat off the fire and started placing it on the plates. I failed in the Crimson Spire, too. I failed to achieve the best result, and even messed up in my attempt to salvage the mistake. And I have failed countless times since. She smiled, then handed Sunny his plate. But that's all right. You said it yourself, failure might be bitter, but it is a medicine. Now, let's eat. Hopefully, this meat will taste better. Chapter 1160, Idle Days. They ended up spending 3 idle days on the shipwreck island. It had long been cleansed of the feral sailor dolls by the firekeepers, and no new nightmare creatures made it their home since. The 5 masters remained on the island when it was low, and sought shelter on the flying ship when it rose high enough to become affected by the crushing. Imp was devouring the steel colossus with startling speed while they rested and relaxed. Sunny had not had an opportunity to truly let go of his worries in a long time, so this change of pace was most welcome. Vacationing in the dream realm was not really one's idea of fun, but they made the most of it. Effie seemed to have regained her appetite. Although she was still being picky about her food, it seemed that the military rations had left an unforgettable impression on the gluttonous huntress. As a result, the mountain of snacks she had brought over from the waking world was disappearing at a slower pace than the husk of the Sun Prince. She even shared some with the rest of them, which was both pleasant and a huge shock. The members of the cohort lazed around, avoided doing anything productive, and spent most of their time either sleeping or chatting idly. Sunny shared more stories about his days in the Antarctic Center with them. The first weeks of scrambling to push back the hordes of abominations and establish the siege capitals, LO-49, the first encounter with the devouring cloud, the Heart of Darkness, almost getting killed by Goliath, the escape toward Falcon-Scott and the long weeks of its siege. He had thought that remembering these events would bring nothing but bitterness, but strangely, talking about them and sharing the memories of the people he had met, his soldiers, Beth and Professor Obel, the captains of the Irregulars, the defenders of Falcon-Scott, was almost soothing. Of course, these conversations inevitably veered more in the direction of discussing various nightmare creatures, battle strategies, and ways to kill the abominations better. The other members of the cohort had encountered countless enemies of their own in the time they were apart, so there was a lot of knowledge, insights, and accumulated experience to share. The others talked about their lives, too. Effie was having trouble being in charge of hundreds of people. Although she was a competent battle commander, the idea of being in a position of leadership was alien to her. Luckily, Kai was usually nearby to give her support and advice. His experience serving as a centurion in the Sun Legion during the nightmare was of tremendous help. Sunny had a thing or two to say about being put in a position of power despite not wanting to carry that burden, as well. Cassie, meanwhile, was a wellspring of insight about the administrative and practical sides of managing a powerful force of awakened. Needless to say, Nephis had a unique perspective on that topic, too, although she was as frugal with her words as ever. Nevertheless, both Neff and Cassie did share a few things about how they were doing within Vaylor. As it turned out, they were in a somewhat awkward position. The Great Clan was putting great expectations on Changing Star but, at the same time, did not trust her much yet. She had been treated with respect and favor, but also held at arm's length, prohibited from coming anywhere near the really important issues of the domain. She had only met Anvil once, and even then briefly. Sunny was immensely curious to learn about the King of Swords, but that conversation got sidetracked entirely by Kai, who looked at them with confusion and asked what kind of anvil they were talking about. As it turned out, the handsome archer knew nothing about the sovereigns. Learning that there were already supremes living among humans was a shock to him. Effie, on the other hand, had already known. She had received a few hints about this forbidden knowledge from her first cohort on the Forgotten Shore, and then pieced the rest together herself after coming back. There had been a time when Nephis warned Sunny that simply knowing about the existence of the sovereigns could cost him his life. However, their situation was completely different now. All five were not unknown entities in the Awakened Society anymore. They were renowned masters, universally considered potential pillars of the next generation. In other words, they had earned the right to know some secrets. In fact, they had to know, because it made putting a leash on them easier. So, Nephis shared more knowledge about the domains with Kai and Effie. She did not tell them, though, about her suspicions about how her father had perished, how the great clans had hunted her in the past, and how she was determined to destroy them. The two seemed to understand what was left untold, nevertheless, just like they had understood why Castor died by Sunna's hand without being explained the reasons in detail. Armed with that knowledge, it became easier for them to realize what Neff's position was in the great clan Vaylor. Paradoxically, Cass's situation was a bit better. Vaylor was less wary of her, not considering the blind girl a serious threat. While the rest of the Firekeepers had simply become retainers, she had received the title of a seneschal, a high-ranking advisor, the position that was second only to the Forge Masters among the non-combatant specialists of the Great Clan. The war in Antarctica was the best chance for all of them, Nephis, Cassie, and the Firekeepers, to improve their standing within Vaylor. Only after proving their loyalty on the battlefield would they receive the chance to get closer to the rulers of the Great Clan, including the enigmatic sovereign. What a mess. Sunny was staring at the corpse of the Sun Prince, which was now missing its head, arms, and most of its torso. He could see the little figure of the imp laying lifelessly on top of a link of a heavenly chain, looking miserable and drunk from overeating. His remark was both about the state of the once fearsome Chain Lord and the situation that Nephis and Cassie had found themselves in. Shaking his head, Sunny leaned over the edge of the island and shouted, "What are you doing, lazy waif? Stop fooling around and eat more." Far below, Imp flinched, then looked up with a dull expression. Awkwardly climbing to his feet, the little fiend then sighed, made a face, and lifelessly took a bite out of the steel giant's leg. "That's better." Imp chewed the ancient metal with a miserable expression, and then froze. In the next moment, his scrawny body suddenly shimmered. Chapter 1161, Blessed Steel. Even though there was a considerable chunk of the Colossus left uneaten, Sunny ordered Imp to return. By the time the small creature climbed back to the surface of the island, the members of the cohort had gathered around Sunny. "Huh? Wait, the little rascal looks different." Indeed, Effie was right. The scrawny fiend was different from how he had been before. Firstly, he had grown just a few days ago. Imp was barely as tall as Sunnis' knee, but now his head was on the same level as Sunnis' abdomen. The vital areas on his wiry body were now covered by black plates that resembled a suit of light armor, each glinting with a dark metallic sheen. The same went for his long, sharp claws and triangular teeth. Imp's face twisted in a grotesque grin, and he raised his chin with pride. After that, the little fiend threw a furtive glance at Nephis. Sunny smiled. "Congratulations, Ugly. You have officially graduated from an unseemly gremlin to an unsightly goblin." Imp's grin grew a bit forced. He glared at Sunny and hissed. Nephis looked at them for a few moments. "I don't know. I think he is a little cute." The little fiend froze, then swelled with smugness. Sunny shook his head and sighed. Are you blind? Well, whatever. Let's see what exactly changed. He summoned the runes, waited for the shimmering symbols to reveal themselves, and studied them with a focused expression. Most of the runes seemed the same. Shadow Ravenous Fiend, Shadow Rank Transcendent, Shadow Class Devil. Neither the rank nor the class had changed. So, the evolution must have been tied strictly to Imp's attributes. Sunny had anticipated such a result, so he was not too disappointed. Curious, he continued to read the runes. Shadow description: a pitiful little creature. Shadow attributes: lucky, marvel, ravenous, shadow sworn, greater steel body. Sunny tilted his head a little. Ha! This was good before. Imp possessed an attribute called lesser iron body. Sunny had expected one epithet to change, but not both of them. Not only had lesser changed to great, but iron had also become steel. That was a considerable leap. I wonder. The description of the lesser iron body had implied that Imp's body possessed qualities of metal. What about the greater steel body? He concentrated on the shimmering symbols and read. Greater steel body attribute description: this shadow's body is akin to blessed steel. Jackpot. Not only had mundane iron been replaced by blessed steel thanks to the Sun Prince, no doubt, but Imp's body had gone from merely possessing qualities of metal to being entirely like metal. What did it mean? It meant that the little fiend's whole body was now as resilient as a weapon forged out of transcendent steel would be. In other words, nearly indestructible. More indestructible than the original scavenger's already impregnable bone armor had been, at least. Sunny was very satisfied. He had achieved his initial goal of toughening up the ravenous fiend. However, he still wanted to know just how tough his shadow had become. There was only one way to find out. As Imp was puffing out his chest, Sunny smiled pleasantly and gave him a wholehearted kick. In the next moment, there was a dull metallic ring and a piercing shriek. Ah, goddammit, what the hell? That hurts so bad. Jumping on one foot, Sunny cradled his other one and glowered at the scrawny fiend, who had fallen on his butt with a startled expression. Arg Effie, whack this little bastard as hard as you can. Effie lingered for a moment, then gave him a composed look. I'll do no such thing, you heartless despot. Come here, poor thing, shall we bully your cruel master together? Ah, you're so adorable in a hideous, nightmare-inducing kind of way. Sunny stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. What the hell was happening? Why was everyone treating the wicked little wretch so well? Did tell me. Did Imp's lucky attribute influence how people felt about him, as well? That must be it. The scrawny fiend, meanwhile, glanced at Sunny with a vindictive grin, but there was something wrong with it. Suddenly, Imp's eyes and mouth shone with fiery oranged light, which contrasted sharply against the black metallic sheen of his face. Imp's sharp steel teeth had also been black a few moments ago, but now they were shining with a red-hot glow and radiated scorching heat. It was as though there was an immolating infernal furnace inside the little fiend's maw. What the? Sunny blinked a couple of times, then shifted his gaze quickly to the runes. There was a new string at the end of the ravenous fiend's ability list. Shadow abilities: Scavenger, Devourer, Shadow Step, Internal Heat. He concentrated on the last ability without any delay. Internal Heat ability description: this shadow's teeth and claws can be infused with annihilating heat, enhancing their cutting power. Sunny froze for a moment. So, wait, this blessed steel gifted him not only with an affinity to metal, but also with an affinity to fire. And the little rascal had even received a new ability out of it. Well, it made sense, steel had to be tempered with fire, after all. And the Sun Prince had been drowned in molten metal before becoming the Steel Colossus, to atone for his perceived betrayal of Sun God's will. Sunny glanced at the scrawny fiend and sighed. All right. Stop glowering. I won't hit you anymore. You did well, wretch. With that, he smiled and gave Imp a thumbs up. The small shadow hesitated for a few moments, then jumped to his feet. The scorching red glow radiating from his teeth slowly disappeared. He looked very proud of himself. Sunny nodded. Good. Ah, just look how tough and strong you've become. Imp puffed out his chest again, listening as Sunny added, I just can't wait to send you to fight all kinds of dreadfully powerful nightmare creatures. Slowly, the arrogant expression on the scrawny fiend's face was replaced with one of concern and distress. Sunny smiled wickedly. Yes, with a body like that, you won't be damaged too badly even if a titan chews on you a bit. Chapter 1162, Old Haunts. After Imp developed the greater steel body, there was no reason for them to remain on the shipwreck island. He had already absorbed everything he could from the body of the Sun Prince, so devouring the rest of the Colossus was of no benefit. The need to visit the Ironhand Island had disappeared, as well. Their vacation was slowly coming to an end. They still had a few days left, though, as well as plans to visit a few more isles. The flying ship cut across the starlit sky, moving east. Their first destination was the Temple of the Chalice. The ancient ruin was just like the last time Sunny had visited it, forlorn and empty. Even the wrathful specters that had populated the temple were gone. Of course, he knew more about how the maiden priestesses had perished now. Standing in the central chamber, Sunny looked at the shattered remains of the stone chalice and the bones littering the floor. The walls of the sacred hall had collapsed, the stone plates were cracked by a devastating explosion. After thousands of years, nothing but dust and desolation remained. He wondered about fate and the past. In the nightmare, he had been the one to destroy the chalice and slay the war maidens. However, even without Sunny, their end had been the same. Who had killed the priestesses of the Red Sect in real past? Was it Noctis himself, or someone else? What had happened to the child whose body Effie inhabited in the nightmare? Had the little girl been slain in the massacre, too? As usual, there were no answers. Effie herself wandered the ruins alone, her face uncharacteristically somber. The swords she had thrust into the ground once were all gone. The memories she carried, however, remained. Eventually, the huntress sighed and shook her head in dejection. All that cruelty was pointless, in the end. What a waste. Sunny remained silent, consumed by his own thoughts. This place held special meaning to him, too. This was where he had become a demon. It had only happened a couple of years ago, and yet, those years felt like a lifetime. A few lifetimes, really. Was it because of the nightmare or because of Antarctica that the past seemed so distant? They left the Temple of the Chalice behind and ventured to their next destination. On the island covered by white flowers, Sunny found Nightmare, the real Nightmare. Or rather, what was left of him. After stepping foot into the field of flowers, Sunny swiftly succumbed to slumber. In the dream he was pulled into, a shapeless wraith appeared and instantly attacked him, burning with murderous madness and frenzy. It could have been dangerous for anyone else, but Sunny had too much experience fighting dreams. Nightmare the Shadow was also by his side, protecting him. Together, they battled the frenzied wraith and vanquished it. The wraith was not the real Nightmare, it was just a malignant echo left at the place where he had died. After waking up from the slumber, Sunny explored the island of flowers and found the remains of an enormous horse in its center, beautiful blossoms covering the white bones and growing through the holes in its skull. He did not know how the black steed had ended up on this island and how it had died. Had it succumbed to the corruption, or had it remained steadfast until the end? All he knew was that the white flowers grew where Nightmare's blood had been spilled. His loyal shadow stared at the ancient bones for a while, then blew the air out of his large nostrils loudly and turned away with a solemn look. They had not gained much from this trip, but the dark steed seemed to have subjugated a powerful nightmare, adding it to his collection. The counter of the dream curse had risen significantly after slaying the dream wraith. The last stop they made was on the island where the creature of the lake had once bestowed the ruby knife to Cassie. The island was very close to the sanctuary, and was known as an extremely dangerous one. Even when Awakened dared to cross it, They always stuck to the edge of the isle, never approaching the tranquil lake. Sky-Tide herself had been known to avoid this place. Whether it had been because the abomination living in the lake was too powerful, or because Saint Tyrus had chosen to keep it there to prevent other nightmare creatures from drawing close to the citadel, no one knew. Despite the danger, Cassie calmly landed the flying ship on the tranquil surface of the lake and let go of the steering oars. When Sunny gave her a questioning look and an awkward cough, the blind girl simply shook her head. "Don't worry. We'll be safe until the crushing subsides." Not daring to leave the ship, they gathered on the deck and watched the calm water. At some point, Cassie unsheathed the quiet dance, gently touched its blade, and then let go of the slender rapier. It flew straight up and then plunged into the water, straining under the weight of the crushing. A long time passed in silence. At some point, Cassie lowered her head and let out a heavy sigh. "It's empty. It's gone." Soon, the quiet dancer emerged from under the clear water and flew up with a flourish, sparkling brightly as the sunlight reflected from the drops covering its slender blade. The rapier landed in Cassie's hand and grew still. Sheathing the echo, the blind girl silently went back to the runic circle and sent the ship into the sky. Her face seemed full of sorrow, for some reason. Despite the fact that they were practically next to the sanctuary, none of them wanted to visit it. The idea of the familiar citadel without the White Feather clan seemed strange to Sunny. He didn't know who had been sent by Vela to oversee the Chained Isles instead of Saint Tyrus, and did not care to find out. Even though it was not their fault, the newcomers still felt like usurpers. Instead of venturing into the sanctuary, the flying ship turned around and flew back west, cutting a straight line toward the distant Red Colosseum. It was going to take them a few days to return to the Ivory Tower. Once they did, the small vacation would be officially over, and Sunny would have to dive back into the coldness of Antarctica and the dirty war of the great clans. He felt slightly reluctant to return. On the last night before they reached the tower, Sunny found himself standing on the deck of the ancient vessel, looking at the myriad of stars above them through the branches of the sacred tree. There was the sound of steps, and Nephis approached to keep him company in silence. Together, they watched the night sky and thought about the future. What it would bring, what it would take. What it would cost them. Chapter 1163, Broken Land. After a long time spent in comfortable silence, Sunny glanced at Nephis, thought for a few moments, and asked, "So, what do you make of this place?" The other members of the cohort all had a deep connection to the Chained Isles. Sunny and Cassie had spent the most time here, but Effie and Kai were also deeply tied to the remains of the Kingdom of Hope. Their experiences in the nightmare were not something one could ever forget. It was a place that had changed them. Nephis, on the other hand, was a stranger here. She could look at the Chained Isles as an outsider. So, he was idly curious about her perspective. Neph lingered for a while, then said quietly, "It is as everywhere else. Broken." Sunny smiled. "I guess. The Chained Isles are more honest in that regard, aren't they? They don't hide their broken nature." Indeed, the dream realm was a ruined world, the waking world was a ruin, too. And the young woman standing next to him was the Star of Ruin. A fitting name for someone born of two broken worlds. He sighed. "Still, I thought you would have more of an opinion. Don't you feel a connection to this land?" Nephis glanced at him with a bit of confusion. "Why would I?" Sunny shrugged. "Well, the Kingdom of Hope was destroyed by Sun God. He brought his fire down, and obliterated it. You are the inheritor of that fire, are you not? Sun God's blood is flowing through your veins. So, in a sense, you are the last descendant of the being who brought ruin to this land." Nephis remained silent for a while, then smiled. "I see. Yes, it would make sense for me to feel a connection to Sun God. But, actually in this case, I feel more connected to Hope." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Hope? The wicked demon who spent 1,000 years twisting the minds of everyone living in the ruins, driving them insane, and causing all kinds of unspeakable, abhorrent evil. The vile queen of madness, that Hope. Neff tilted her head a little. She lingered for a few moments, and then said. Hope, who had everything that belonged to her destroyed by an impossible foe. Who remained chained for 1,000 years, but never stopped trying to set herself free. Who escaped her prison and waged war against the eternal gods. And killed them. That Hope. Sonny hid his smile. Huh. Well, if you put it like that, actually, I'm rather fond of Hope, too. I met her once, you know. For the first time in a long time, he saw Neff's usually calm expression crack a little. She looked at him with a startled expression. You met Hope? The demon of desire? Sonny nodded. Yes. Well, a version of her, at least. At the very end of the nightmare, I entered the tower and saw her, for a few fleeting moments. She even spoke to me. He hesitated for a few moments. She told me that the diamonds were the flaw of the gods. I'm not sure what she meant, though. I always assumed that the gods were flawless. Nephis frowned, then turned away and looked at the stars. I heard that the gods were perfect beings once, but then they were no more. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? I also don't know what she meant. She remained silent for a while, then said evenly. It makes me wonder, though. Did Sun God also have to pay a price to use his power? Did he have to burn? Did he have to suffer? Did it hurt him to destroy Hope's kingdom? Nephis looked at the distant stars with a cold expression. The gods could die, so they must have suffered, too. She stared at the black sky. Then, slowly, a pale smile appeared on her lips. I hope he suffered a lot. Eventually, they returned to the Ivory Island. The sun was disappearing beyond the horizon, and the crescent moon became visible in the twilight sky. The five of them gathered on the shore of the clear lake, in front of a bonfire, to enjoy their last meal before their return to the waking world. The short respite was almost over. Sonny enjoyed the last of Neff's cooking he would taste in a while as he studied the faces of his companions Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai. The shadows moved as the fire danced, painting them in shades of orange and grey. They seemed rested and relaxed. He felt at peace, too. After a while, Sonny turned his head to look at the lake, where the flying ships swayed gently on the surface of the water. A small frown appeared on his face. Hey! We still haven't come up with a name for that thing, have we? The others looked at him with confusion. Then, their expressions cleared. Oh. Kai was the first one to speak. He thought for a few moments, and then smiled. How about Sky Swimmer? Sonny gave him a measured look, making the handsome archer hesitate. What? He shook his head. No. Don't pay me any attention. I just think I understand now how your band ended up being called Nightgale. Both Kai and Nephis blinked. What's wrong with Nightgale? Nightgale is an amazing band name. Sonny smiled crookedly. All right, there's nothing wrong with that name. Still, Sky Swimmer doesn't sound too majestic. Kai looked down in embarrassment. Oh, well, on second thought, you're right. At that moment, Effie spoke. I have a great name in mind. Everyone turned to her, while the huntress threw a mischievous glance at Sonny. This is a flying ship, right? It soars high in the sky, bathing in sunlight. So how about we call it the Sunfall? The corner of Sonny's eye twitched. Next suggestion. Cassie hesitated for a few moments. I really don't know. I would like to name it in honor of Noctis, but at the same time this is the vessel of the Firekeepers now. It was created to harvest divine flames, and in the future, it will be the symbol of Changing Star and her people. Do we name it for the past, or for the future? Everyone looked at Nephis, who remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said. Let's honor your friend, Noctis. Sonny knew him the best, so he's the best person to give the ship a name. Sonny raised an eyebrow. How come I ended up being the one to do it? Still, it wasn't the bad kind of responsibility. He thought about Noctis, his self-proclaimed best friend, and about what Noctis had wanted to break the will of gods and set Hope free from her chains. He also thought about Odysseus, and about his own desperate desire to be free. He thought about what Noctis had achieved. Who was Noctis, in the end? What words described him best? That lying, dastardly cheat. After a while, Sunny let out a sigh and nodded. Yeah. I think I know. I have a good name. He looked at the graceful silhouette of the ancient ship and remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, Sunny said. Chainbreaker. Let's call it that. Chapter 1164, Nice Summer Day. It was a hot, lazy summer day. The sun bathed the northern quadrant siege capital in heat and light, making people long for the cool shade of the ventilated buildings. The sky was clear and vast, without a single cloud in sight. Looking at its blue expanse, it was hard to believe that somewhere far away people were suffering in the darkness, assaulted by cold and dread. The chain of nightmares that was raging in the southern quadrant seemed so distant here. On that peaceful day, a young man in expensive clothes was sitting on a bench in a beautiful park. Located in one of the more affluent districts of the city, the park was full of vibrant greenery and pleasant shade. The filtered air was crisp and clean. Everything here looked spotless and new. The young man was enjoying a cup of coffee as he watched children play on a nearby playground. There was an absent-minded smile on his handsome face. He seemed to be in a pleasant mood. How curious. The young man observed the children. They were so strange, so innocent. Fragile. It would take no effort at all to break them, but why would he? Watching the kids play was interesting and nice. And yet, he couldn't help but imagine what the playground would look like painted with their blood. Those images entered his mind on their own. The images were interesting and nice, too. Are all human children like that? The young man had been a child himself, once, but he did not really remember much about that time. He knew that he had been a timid kid who did not start to speak until he was 4. Others made sure that he knew that. At some point, the old man came to claim him. The rest of his childhood had been spent in the dream realm. It was only much later, after the old man had discarded him, that he returned to the waking world. The waking world had felt alien then, and felt a bit alien still. But really, it was the young man who was the alien. Am I the strange one? Ha! It might have been an easy conclusion to draw, but it was not so easy for the young man. He had trouble imagining that others were different from him. It took a conscious effort to remember. At some point, there was a slight disturbance. One of the kids kicked a ball too hard, and it flew toward the young man, almost making him spill his coffee. The young man looked at the ball with displeasure. The culprit of his displeasure ran over and stopped a couple of steps away, looking at him with wide eyes. Oh, sorry, mister. The kid was tiny and cute. He was maybe 5 years old, with blonde hair, smooth skin, and blue eyes. He also had short legs, which made his run look rather comical. His neck seemed very thin and malleable. The young man smiled. No problem. Ah, you speak so well. I couldn't speak that well at your age. The kid beamed with a bright smile. I go to class as mommy takes me. I know alphabet, too. The young man tilted his head. Oh? Is your mom here? The kid nodded enthusiastically. She's over there. Then, a complicated expression appeared on his little face. Are you mom here too, mister? The young man stared at the kid silently. No. I'm here all by myself. The child looked at him with pity. Oh. I'm sorry. Don't be sad. The young man's smile widened. I'm never sad. I can't be sad. The kid stared at him awkwardly, failing to understand the strange words. Can I have my ball back, mister? The young man leaned forward and said. Of course. But first, answer me a question. That game you and your friends are playing, what is it called? The child seemed surprised. Ah, mister, that's football. Have you never played football? The young man lingered for a few moments. No. There were no other kids where I grew up. I think I would have been great at football, though. Or maybe I should become a kid and play some football, what do you think? His voice sounded as if he was genuinely contemplating doing just that. The kid smiled, thinking that it was a joke. The young man smiled, too, then pushed the ball toward the child, glanced at him one last time, and leaned back. The kid picked up the ball and shouted, "Thank you, mister." With that, he turned around and ran back to his friends. The young man did not respond. In fact, he did not move at all. His eyes were closed, as though he was enjoying a nap in the sun. A few hours later, long after the children and their mothers left, a woman taking a walk in the park passed the bench. A frightened scream suddenly disturbed the peaceful day. "God, somebody, help, dead, has dead." Indeed, the young man was as cold as a corpse. He was, and had been, dead. Of course, Mordred was long gone, hiding in the eyes of the talkative kid. Extinguishing a mundane human soul was easier than taking candy from a baby, but he had not taken the body of this child. He was just taking a ride, watching the world through the kid's eyes. Currently, they were walking back home, holding the kid's mother's hand. The woman was in her early 30s, and very attractive. She was wearing expensive, but simple clothes. Of course, anyone who lived in the affluent district had the means to afford the best attire, but few were dignified enough to not flaunt their wealth. Every time the woman glanced at her son, she smiled warmly, which made Mordred feel a slight sense of amusement. He had no memories of his own mother, who had died in childbirth when he was young, so this experience was rather new. Being loved by someone was interesting and nice, too. Enough to make him want to kill the child and take his place. But Mordred didn't. Even a creature like him had principles, after all. Well, not principles. Inclinations, maybe. He was not inclined to kill someone without a decent reason, even if he wanted to. Of course, his definition of what constituted a decent reason was different from the norm. Hiding in the kid's eyes, Mordred entered his home, uninvited. Chapter 1165, Warmth of Affection. Human homes were like a titan. They were full of countless things. From the floor panels to the smallest trivialities, each thing had been designed and created by someone. The materials used in the creation of the things had been produced by someone else. Vehicles that someone had assembled transported them over roads that someone had built. The amount of effort and life hiding in each human home was staggering. The scale of it was so inconceivable that Mordred could only compare it to something he was more familiar with, an abomination so vast that its mere existence was a calamity. But really, the waking world was so much more than that. The only creature it could truly be compared to was a god. A dead god, maybe. Humans were like ants, but he could easily imagine them as carrion worms wriggling as they feasted on a divine corpse. He could imagine it vividly. "Honey, come eat." Mordred was looking at the world through the child's eyes. He put down his toys and ran to the kitchen. He climbed on a chair and grinned at his mother. He made a face at the plate full of expensive, naturally grown vegetables and pouted. He allowed himself to be coaxed into eating some. "I can't taste it." Mordred felt a slight disappointment as he studied the mother's face. She was looking at him with a smile. Her eyes were brimming with affection. Being loved by someone was a novel feeling. But what would it feel like to love someone instead? Curious, Mordred thought about taking the mother's body and caring for the kid. Would it feel rewarding? Would it feel burdensome? Would it feel nice? There was an easy way to find out. However, Mordred stifled his curiosity and remained still. As the kid chewed on the vegetables, the mother idly listened to the news. There was a propaganda report on the screen, with a dignified male voice delivering a report. With the Second Evacuation Army en route to the southern quadrant, the heroic warriors of the First Evacuation Army are continuing to consolidate their forces on the continent. Just a few days ago, the relocation of refugees from the impregnable siege capital of Falcon Scott was successfully concluded. Under the valiant leadership of Nt. Tiras of the White Feather Clan, the casualties among the rank and file of the army were minimal. Mordred smiled at the mention of a familiar name. Skytide was still alive, it seemed. He was satisfied among all the saints he wished to kill, she was the only one who deserved a clean death. She had indirectly helped him get caught. But she had also indirectly helped him escape. So, maybe I won't have to kill her at all. For the next few days, Mordred lived the life of a human child. He experienced the heat of summer, the warmth of being cared for by a loving mother, the delight of playing with friends, and the excitement of learning letters with a tutor. It was all fun, but he quickly grew bored. The other would have loved it, though. Feeling his mood turn dangerous at the thought, he chased it away. Mordred was sincere when he told the kid that he never felt sad. But he was not completely emotionless. There were things he could feel: satisfaction, contentment, pleasure, anger, resentment, contempt. And hatred, of course. And although he hated his traitorous father and Astarion, he hated the other the most. No sense in thinking about it. He focused his attention back on the present. The kid he dwelled within was rather stupid, as expected from a child. The child only saw the mother's smile, but Mordred saw what was hidden behind it. Worry. Fatigue. Loneliness. Fear. After a few days of idle observation, he left the child and hid within the mother's eyes. Life was not all warmth and joy from her perspective. She put on a brave face when she was with her son, but when left alone, the woman allowed herself to be weak and scared. The city was in turmoil. Everything was changing. The distant war was already affecting the daily lives of the citizens, her friends, her neighbors, her family. Everyone was tense, as if waiting for a storm. Many people had left with the First Evacuation Army. Even more enlisted and sailed away with the Second. And now, there was talk of even people from her immediate circle being pulled into the whirlwind of the distant cataclysm. The woman was not a low-ranking citizen. Her status was special, and so, she knew better than to believe the propaganda. Mordred observed, absorbing her point of view. On one sunny morning, the woman received a call. Her face brightened as she brought the communicator to her ear. Yes, I see. That is wonderful news. How long before? Oh. That soon? Yes, I understand. He is doing great. He misses you, of course. Don't worry, I'll explain. We are very proud of you. Can I come see you? Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, I'll be there. After finishing the call, the woman lowered her hands and remained motionless for a few moments. Her lips trembled. Then, she took a deep breath and put a calm expression on her face. The woman got ready, putting much more effort than usual into looking nice. Her already unmistakable beauty bloomed even more. After putting on her favorite dress, she smiled at herself in the mirror and left the apartment. Of course, Mordred, who was looking at the world through her eyes, did the same. How sweet. Instead of using public transportation, they summoned an expensive PTV and traveled to an even more luxurious and well-defended part of the city. There, at the very heart of NQSC, a vast complex that resembled a hybrid between an embassy and a fortress lay, large enough to be considered a district of its own. The woman exited the PTV and approached the security checkpoint. There, an awakened warrior wearing particular colors black and vermilion stopped her with a polite gesture. She smiled. Good morning. I am here to see my husband. Chapter 1166, Homecoming. The woman had no trouble passing the security checkpoint. Just like that, Mordred entered the stronghold of the great and powerful Clan Valar. His birthplace. It felt fascinating to come back here. Mordred did not exactly consider this place his home, but he remembered it well. Not from when he had lived here during early childhood, but from the time he spent here right after coming back from the dream realm. He had been 12, or was it 13? And already an awakened. Reaching Bastion first, and then coming to this beautiful place. Everything in the waking world had felt soft, but his return was not at all like he had imagined. As memories flashed in his mind, Mordred felt a dark, suffocating emotion rise from the depths of his soul. Now is not the time. Infiltrating the stronghold was already a risk. He could not allow himself to act rashly. His family were no fools. They had safeguards in place to detect him, and it had taken a lot of effort to make this moment possible. If there was one thing Mordred was good at, it was remaining cold and calculating. So, no matter how much he wanted to let go, he had to hold himself back. These people were not his enemies, anyway. They were just servants. The masters were safely hidden away behind much more impenetrable defenses. The child and the woman he had been observing for the past couple of weeks were not random people, of course. They were the son and the wife of an awakened retainer of the great clan Valar. Usually, a family like that would have resided within the fortress itself, but with the warrior spending most of his time in the dream realm, the woman wanted to live closer to her family. That was a vulnerability which Mordred had planned to exploit. And now, he was inside the complex, hiding in the woman's eyes as she hurried to meet her husband. She seemed to be familiar with the compound, easily navigating between the multitude of buildings, training grounds, and parks. The stronghold was perfectly maintained, picturesque, and tranquil, at least on the surface. Behind the beautiful facade, however, hid explosive tension. The great clan Valar was preparing for war. The woman did not seem worried about that. All she worried about was her husband. Mordred was touched. Love for her child, love for her partner. She is just full of affection, without a second thought. How peculiar. After spending some time with this family, he couldn't help but feel a little attached. Eventually, the woman made her way to a particular building. There, rows of sleeping pods were stationed in heavily defended rooms. There were some living quarters, as well, and that was where her husband was waiting. Upon seeing him, she beamed with joy. A bright smile appeared on the man's face, too. "You're here." Without wasting any time, they embraced. The husband seemed like a nice enough fellow, if a little too earnest. As an awakened serving the great clan Valar, he had a lot of privileges, but also a lot of duties. Awakened retainers had to spend long months in the dream realm, protecting Bastion or one of the other citadels under Valar's control. Sometimes, they were sent on dangerous missions. Sometimes, they did not return. Even though these were some of the best fighters of the human race, the dream realm was the dream realm. No one was safe there, least of all Mir Awakened. It was not a surprise that the woman's life was full of fear and worry. Poor thing. Their reunion was sweet, but sadly brief. Even though the Awakened had just returned to the waking world, he was not coming home. Instead, he was preparing to embark on a new mission. Mordred listened with a faint smile. It is a great honor. An opportunity, of course. Saint Madoc himself is coming with us. Even Lady Morgan will be there. If I can distinguish myself in front of them, then even receiving the support of the elders to become a knight won't be out of the question. You know that I am well respected among the men. All I need is one last push. Can you imagine how our lives will change if I ascend? I won't be gone that often, too. The woman smiled, but Mordred could feel her apprehension. She hid it well, though, not wanting to burden her husband. Of course. Just be careful, okay? I hear terrible things about Antarctica. The man smiled. Why are you comparing us to those pitiful dogs? The people serving the government can barely be called awakened. But we are the warriors of Valar. Mordred was delighted. He had thought that he would have to jump between dozens of people to find someone assigned to the Southern Quadrant Expedition Force. How lucky was he to stumble on a suitable person so soon? From the son, to the mother, to the father, it was so quick. The awakened and his wife talked, expressing their affection for each other. But then, inevitably, they had to part ways. When the beautiful woman left to return to her child, Mordred remained in the man's eyes. He was going to Antarctica. For the next several weeks, he remained hidden in the awakened warrior's eyes, perceiving the world through them. He trained. He prepared. He thought about his wife and his son. Slowly but surely, the expedition force was gathered and readied itself to go to war. The summer ended, and autumn embraced the world. The man was excited, but also nervous. He steeled himself to what was about to come. Mordred did, too. On the day when they were supposed to embark on the journey across the ocean, he prayed to the dead gods. Then, knowing that there might not be an opportunity to do so later, he sent a sweet message to his wife. Finally, he saluted Saint Gilead, the summer night, and followed the noble transcendent onto a ship. This man has a beautiful wife, and a cute son. He truly is fortunate. Mordred remembered the days he had lived in the awakened warrior's home with fondness. On the first night at sea, he snuffed out the man's soul, and took his place. Chapter 1167, Prince's New Clothes. Taking someone's place was not a new experience for Mordred. However, it was a perilous thing every time, not that he minded. He had been very weak at the start of it all. Unlike most other members of his family, Mordred had not received an aspect that helped one in a direct confrontation. He was not like his father, his uncles and aunts, or his cousins. He was not like Morgan, who had been born on the battlefield and was made stronger, faster, and more resilient after awakening. He was not even on par with that amusing scoundrel, Sunless. His physical strength was, objectively, laughable. It had gotten somewhat better now that Mordred reached a higher class, but that was his limit. That level was not nearly enough to face the caliber of threats he was facing, and there was no other way to bolster his combat prowess without the use of memories. However, he could not use memories within someone's soul. He could only reflect what was already there. As a sleeper, Mordred had been able to see through reflections, as well as travel through them both mentally and physically. He had also been gifted with the ability to create helpers by shattering his soul. Of course, back then, gaining a new soul core to create a reflection had not been easy. Mirror Beast Beastie was his first creation. Human children had imaginary friends, but Mordred had Beastie instead. For a lonely child who had grown up in the dream realm, having a companion even if it was a mindless dormant beast at first was meaningful beyond words. His mirror beast was gone now, though. That was another thing his family had to pay for. In any case, things had changed after he awakened by anchoring himself to a citadel. Mordred had received his second ability, which made people wary of him among other things. That was because he could enter their souls through their eyes, and destroy them. The problem was that he had to defeat the soul first. During a soul battle, Mordred could rely only on his own prowess and on reflecting the power of the soul he was invading. Defeat meant death, even for him, just like he had almost perished when trying to take the body of Sunless. Ah, what a thrilling memory that was. Mordred's aspect was of no help in a battle, while the awakened whose souls he invaded generally possessed a great mastery of their aspects and tools. He, on the other hand, had no experience using them. So, to win and survive, Mordred had to gain a better understanding of the enemy's power than the enemy possessed, usually in a matter of seconds. It was like giving a novice a sharp sword and sending them into a duel to the death against a veteran swordsman who had been honing their skill for many years. The corrupted souls of nightmare creatures were even more deadly, albeit for other reasons. So, how did he win? By being better. By being smarter, by having greater skill, by possessing a deeper understanding of combat. By breaking and manipulating his opponent, dismantling their confidence, and turning their strengths against them. There was no trick to it, just will. It was not easy, and yet, Mordred had not perished yet. Oh, and it was also fun. The best way to win a soul battle, however, was to prepare. If he created an opportunity to study the enemy in advance, to learn the details and intricacies of their aspect, then he did not have to enter a soul battle blindly. It was even better if he had managed to shake the enemy, making their soul weaker. So, taking the body of the awakened warrior after boarding the ship had not been too hard. Mordred had been looking at the world through his eyes for weeks, after all. He even knew the names and faces of his wife and son actually. He might have known those two better than the man himself did. That's better. Looking at the face of the man in the mirror, Mordred smiled. Then, he erased that smile and replaced it with another, much more earnest and bright one. That was how the man had smiled. Mordred effortlessly changed his posture, his facial expression, the glint in his eyes, the subtle tension in his shoulders. His whole presence changed, becoming indistinguishable from how the dead man had held himself. Looking into the mirror with that new smile on his face, Mordred whispered with flawless sincerity, "Glory to the great clan Valar." Mordred enjoyed a journey across the sea in the company of the other awakened warriors of Valar. He trained, ate, and spent the rest of his time with these people. He liked them a lot. The stoic awakened Kras, the good-natured awakened Agath, the carefree awakened Vero, and the other members of his cohort. The sense of camaraderie they shared was curious and delightful. The respect and admiration they felt toward the man whose body Mordred was wearing was refreshing, too. It made him feel a bit of responsibility for these people, which was a novel experience. Even Saint Gilead was not unpleasant to be around. I wonder how things are going in the southern quadrant by now. The emissaries of Song had already arrived there. Seation's blood bag, Bast, must have already begun producing the mirrors. There was no real point to those mirrors, of course. It was just something senseless Mordred had instructed them to do, in order to add fuel to the flame of his family's suspicion. The man was most likely going to be eliminated, at some point, but that was no great loss to the great clan Song. Why would Mordred care? Then, finally, a dark line appeared on the horizon. The convoy had reached Antarctica. Standing on the deck of a massive battleship, Mordred looked at the grey sky and felt the cold wind caressing his face. The call of nightmare assaulted his mind, filling it with a cacophony of maddening whispers. He sighed. What a dreary place. As he contemplated the view in front of him, a familiar voice called out, "Warren, get ready. We are docking in half an hour." Turning around, he looked at his comrades and smiled. "Don't be foolish, Agath. A warrior of Valar is always ready." Chapter 1168, Familiar Faces. There was a furious battle. Saints and Titans clashed, making the ground shake and the sky shatter. A boundless horde of nightmare creatures flowed like a sea of darkness, assaulting the formation of human soldiers. A massive tortoise echo towered above the battlefield, with a stone fort standing on its impregnable shell. Mordred fought in the battle. Limited to the power level of an awakened, he drowned in the tide of abominations, slaying one after another as he protected the lives of his fellow warriors. Thanks to his swift sword, none of the members of his cohort fell. They were victorious. After the battle, awash in the blood of nightmare creatures, his companions looked at him with triumphant glee. "Warren gods, I almost lost my arm. If it wasn't for you. We showed them, didn't we? I thought I would die there, for a moment." Mordred looked at them and shook his head. "Get a grip and act with decorum worthy of the warriors of Valar. Especially you, Vero, Lady Morgan and Saint Madoc are with us. Of course, we won." He returned to the temporary camp with the rest of the Valar awakened, washed the grime of the battle off himself, and attended to his duties. There was a lot to be done. At some point, Mordred found himself ascending the carapace of the Tortoise Echo to deliver an important message to his commanders. A beautiful young woman with black hair and vermilion eyes appeared to guide him through the wards. He stood a little straighter at the sight of her. It was Morgan, of course. His sister. His uncle was also there, as domineering and dangerous as he remembered. "Is there news, Squire Warren?" Mordred pretended to be starstruck by the fact that Morgan knew his name as he imagined slowly dismembering and killing her. That was a nice thought. He bowed, and then said with deep respect in his voice. We received word from Knight Stad, my lady. His cohort had survived the second night and secured a fortified position. Their report indicates that the divination seems to have been correct. His sister sighed and asked. Finally, some good news. What about the rest of the scouts? Mordred pretended to be grief-stricken by the deaths of fellow warriors of Valar as he hoped that their deaths were slow, gruesome, and excruciating. Lost or forced to enter the Seeds, my lady. However, now that we have secured several entry points, the next cohorts we send will survive, honoring their sacrifice. His uncle finally spoke. The most important thing right now is to reinforce Stad. His mission might very well decide the outcome of this phase of the conflict. Warren, tell your men to prepare. Once we return to the siege capital, I will personally transport you to the desert. You must succeed at any cost. If my niece does not object, of course. Mordred held back the urge to smile. His sister smiled. Why did she look so much like him? It was a little unnerving. Why would I? Squire Warren has a sharp blade, and his comrades are the same. They will bring Clan Valar glory. Oh, well said. Holding back a bright smile, Mordred put an expression of zealous devotion on his stolen face and a pinch of exhilaration into his stolen voice. You honor me, Lady Morgan. Sir Maddock, we won't let you down. Beaming with pride, he struggled against the desire to rip them apart and turned around. Ah. Sister, uncle, let's meet again soon. A few days passed. Mordred continued to play the role of Squire Warren faithfully. He had communicated with Seacian through the mirrors, but other than that, his time was spent pretending to be a loyal warrior of Valar both in Antarctica and Bastion. That was another hardship of taking an awakened body. He was not free from being pulled into the dream realm every time he slept. Mordred could sever the tether that connected Warren to the Great Citadel, but doing so would reveal his true identity, of course. While spending time in his family castle was interesting, too. Even if being within his father's domain was dangerous, he was forced to be exceedingly careful. The other disadvantage of wearing an awakened body was that it made him vulnerable. Not only was Mordred's own power as a master restrained, but the meager powers Warren possessed were not nearly enough to protect him. Wearing the body of a master, or even a saint, would have been much safer. However, that was exactly what his family was expecting, so settling for a powerless awakened was a form of camouflage in and of itself. Mordred would have even worn a mundane person, but such a vessel was not in line with his goals. Really, having any kind of body is enough. He reluctantly remembered the long years he had spent as a disembodied reflection while walking to a particular APC. This time, Mordred was playing the role of a messenger. He knocked politely on the hatch of the vehicle and cleared his throat, then said solemnly. Lady Song of the Fallen, ascended Sunless. Lady Morgan is inviting you to join her in the head vehicle at your convenience. A couple of familiar faces emerged from the APC. Sunless had changed a bit. His sullen disposition seemed to have turned more reserved, but at the same time much darker. Mordred had to hold himself back from smiling. That guy, even though Mordred had tried to kill him on several occasions, the devious little waif somehow managed to survive. Sunless had even ruined his painstakingly prepared and arduously realized plans in the nightmare. Nevertheless, Mordred was strangely fond of the prickly shadow. Sunless was such an interesting fellow and a divine aspect holder, no less. Although Mordred really wanted to rip the young man apart because of what had happened in the Ivory City, he also felt reluctant to. Sunless was a bystander in the crimes of the domains, after all. The second person, though. Mordred's eyes grew slightly cold when he saw the beautiful oracle. That one. Song of the Fallen stood on the side of Valar, but more than that, she was problematic. If Mordred had known what a nuisance she would become when first sensing her presence in the Night Temple, He would have made more of an effort to eliminate the Oracle a few months later, when she returned to the Citadel with Sunless. But now, he had to be wary of her potent divination powers. The painful ritual he had performed in Nethys Tower was supposed to shield him from Kasha's gaze, among other things, but one never knew what a wielder of a sacred aspect was capable of. Sunless threw a dark look at Mordred and shook his head. It seemed that he was still not fond of the servants of the great clans despite spending time in the company of a seneschal. Good for you, Sunless, stay that way. Mordred put on a neutral expression and kept a respectful silence while he escorted the two to the head vehicle of the column. After the guards let them inside, his task was over. He did catch a glimpse of Changing Star through the opened hatch, though. The last daughter of the immortal Flame clan was beautiful, cold, and enigmatic. Even after observing her through the mirrors, Mordred did not know what to make of her. He would have believed that she was just what people thought her to be, a picture of a noble awakened warrior, a valiant hero fully committed to defending the waking world from the terrors of the nightmare spell, if not for the fact that the supposed hero was, in fact, a dream spawn. And dream spawns were never what they seemed. Since Changing Star had been adopted by his family, she was going to have to die, as well. However, Mordred did not hate her. He was also certain that the old man had plans for the last descendant of immortal Flame. So that could be of use to him in the future, as well. Chapter 1169, Battlefield of the Gods. Mordred was still getting used to the fact that it never got dark in Antarctica. Because of that, the concept of time here was vague and abstract. The landscape itself was not like anything else he had seen in the waking world, and with countless nightmare creatures flooding the continent, it was easy to imagine that they were actually in the dream realm. A whole continent of people, pulled into hell. No, it's much too early for that. The sky was strange, the land was strange, and the beings populating that land were strange. And yet, wasn't he the strangest one? Isn't it nice, to be with family? His uncle's wide back was right in front of him. Saint Madoc was walking across the desolate plain, not at all concerned by the hordes of nightmare creatures moving in the distance. A small force of awakened followed, with Mordred in the lead. They had left their vehicles behind to traverse the last stretch of wilderness on foot, knowing that remaining unseen was more important than remaining safe. The warriors of Valor were subdued, but full of unshaken resolve. Even surrounded by unspeakable danger, none of them showed the smallest sign of fear. They were ready to face any kind of threat, no matter how dire, and fight any kind of enemy. Be it abominations or humans. Mordred, meanwhile, was simply staring at his uncle's back. How easy would it be to put a sword right through it? He suppressed a sigh. Sadly, not easy at all. Not even because of the priceless enchanted armor Whispering Blade was clad in, but simply because Whispering Blade was Whispering Blade. If any of Mordred's family members were easy to kill, he would not be stuck wearing the cumbersome vessel of Squire Warren for so long. There'll come a day. They walked forward in silence. Eventually, the goal of their journey revealed itself. Hidden in the shadow of an abandoned fortress, a nightmare gate tore reality apart like a dark scar. The whispers of the call grew louder and louder as they approached it, and the bones of slain abominations rustled under their feet. By now, the force brought to Antarctica by his family had explored a lot of nightmare gates. They had started with those situated within the siege capitals under the clan's control, and then slowly expanded their search. This one, however, was rather special. It was the gate that Nightstad had ventured into, and the area of the dream realm connected to it hid within itself a precious treasure. The problem was that this gate was situated in an extremely dangerous part of Antarctica. It had been dangerous before because of its proximity to Song's territory, and it grew only more dire now because the hunting grounds of the corrupted Titan that still wandered the continent were slowly shifting in its direction. That was the reason why the fortified outpost had been abandoned, and why Saint Madoc was personally escorting them to the destination. Squire Warren and his people, 3 cohorts of distinguished awakened warriors, were meant to be the first wave of reinforcements sent to help the knight secure his prize. Due to the importance of that mission, Whispering Blade was going to transport them across the threshold between the two worlds. Of course, Mordred had long taken the place of Squire Warren, so his uncle studied the eerie rift of the gate in silence, seemingly unaffected by the maddening pull of the call, and then turned around. "Are you ready, Squire?" The first one to follow the saint into the dream realm would be in the greatest danger. Mordred pretended to be stalwart and resolute as he nodded. "Always, my lord." The words tasted revolting on his tongue. Maddock nodded with approval and offered him his hand. The world grew bleak. Then, it disappeared. For a moment, Mordred found himself in a vast, lightless space between dream and reality. And then, blinding light flooded his vision. Unbearable heat assaulted his skin. The smell of scorching sand flooded his nose. Slowly, Mordred regained his vision. He felt deeply uncomfortable, because there were very few reflective surfaces in the surrounding area limited to only his own sight. He felt nearly blind. Around him was a vast desert. A blinding disk of an incandescent sun was bathing the tall dunes in a flood of immolating heat. The sands of the desert were flawlessly white, and the azure sky above him was deep and boundless like an ancient ocean, with not a single cloud blemishing its silken expanse. Somewhere in the distance, inky black ruins rose from beneath the sand, scattered across the desert like the bones of a half-buried giant. Hungry horrors hid in the stark shadows of protruding structures. Mordred frowned, then shifted slightly, hearing sand rustle behind him. A grotesque creature that seemed to be made of countless claws was already lunging at him a split second later. However, it was suddenly dismantled, falling apart in the air. It was as if a maelstrom of invisible blades had sliced it apart. Black blood boiled as it touched the white sand. Saint Maddock calmly looked at the remains of the nightmare creature and turned to Mordred. "Stay on guard." Soon, he disappeared. Mordred was left alone. With a sigh, he summoned a special memory to prevent himself from being cooked alive inside the armor and waited with a sword in his hand. By the time Saint Maddock returned, bringing two more awakened with him, there was another dead creature laying on the sand. It took almost an hour to transport all of them to the dream realm. Nevertheless, being guided by a saint was a great boon. They did not have to search for each other in the deadly desert, facing its dangers alone. Who knew how many would have survived if not for Saint Maddock? Finally, the last warrior of Valor appeared under the ruthless sun of the desert. Whispering Blade turned to Warren and sighed. "This is where I leave you, Squire. You will have to rendezvous with Nightstad on your own." Mordred pretended to be hesitant. "Saint Maddock, my lord, wouldn't it be more prudent for you to join us?" His uncle shook his head. "I am too easily tracked in this cursed land. Coming with you would only increase the chances of the Queen of Worms learning about Stad's mission. Don't worry, if you perform your duty well, I'll join you soon." By then, it would be too late for Song to intervene. Mordred bowed, deciding that he was in a great mood. A few minutes later, Saint Maddock was gone. The awakened were left alone in the unholy desert. He looked at his companions and gave them a reassuring smile. "Hold fast, men, we need to proceed to the first marker without delay. If we fail to reach it before nightfall, may gods have mercy on our souls." Of course, the gods were long dead. Some might have died on this exact battlefield, in fact, so there was no mercy to be found in either of the two worlds. Chapter 1170, Day and Night. During the day, the desert was like hell. The small, ruthless sun bathed the pristine white world in suffocating heat, making the awakened feel as if their bodies and minds were slowly being dissolved into the blinding white radiance. Mundane humans would not have lasted even a single day in this scorching inferno, but even the experienced awakened warriors were struggling to persevere. If not for the fact that they had come prepared, the soldiers of Valor shivered despite the unbearable heat when imagining how agonizing such a journey would have been. The government soldiers pulled into this hell by the call never stood a chance. After all, the probability of them possessing memories to mitigate the heat and create unlimited reserves of water was slim, not to mention other dangers. Most importantly, they would not have had a map. The rough map created by the scouts of the Great Clan was, without a doubt, the most vital distinction between Warren's squad and those poor fools. Because, while the desert was like hell during the day, it was infinitely more harrowing during the night. The heat retreated, replaced by murderous cold, and the dead soldiers of the ancient armies that had once clashed in this land rose from the sand to continue their eternal battle. This had been one of the last battlefields in the world-ending war between the demons and the gods, considering who had fought and fallen here. Even the cursed remains of the ancient soldiers were too dreadful for mere mortals to face. If there was one mercy in the White Desert, it was that these accursed remnants were too powerful to enter the waking world through the lesser nightmare gates. Of course, there were countless other nightmare creatures populating the White Dunes, as well. These abominations were not restricted to only moving at night, and even though they preferred to stick to the shadows, Mordred and his companions had to fight more than a few horrors as they traveled across the desert. The heat, the blinding light, the constant danger of being attacked by swarms of frenzied nightmare creatures. Irritating. Mordred pierced the body of a swift abomination with his sword, then bashed it with his shield, throwing the creature back and off his blade. Sweat was rolling down his face, and his helmet felt as hot as an oven. Even the charm he was using to keep himself cool seemed to be struggling, despite the fact that it was hungrily devouring more and more essence. By his side, someone swayed and fell to their knees. Mordred moved, shielding the awakened warrior from a lunging nightmare creature. With its momentum broken, others attacked from the sides, bringing the beast down. He reached down and helped the awakened stand up. "Ard curses. I'm sorry, Warren. The heat got to me." Mordred shook his head. "At ease, Crass. Breathe. Drink some water." This was the last of them. The other warriors had already finished off the remains of the swarm. All of them seemed tired, their eyes grim. "Warren, can we rest?" Vero's usually carefree voice sounded strained and muddled. Mordred smiled behind the visor of his helmet. "There's no time. We'll all be dead if we don't reach the destination before sunfall." "Ah, don't look so discouraged, Agath. Today is the last day. We are almost there." Indeed, they had almost reached the rendezvous point with the forces of Nightstad. They traveled from one shelter to another following the map that the Ascended had created, hiding in them during the night and enduring the merciless desert during the day. But now, they were drawing close to the end of this journey. Mordred shook the blood off his sword and hung his shield on his back using a leather strap. "Come on, men, we have already been held back by these vermin long enough. Quicken your steps." The veteran elites followed him without hesitation. The sun was already falling behind the horizon when they approached one of the ruins that protruded from beneath the sand like a black obelisk. The ancient structure was broken and tilted to one side, its purpose and original shape long erased by the passage of time. It was casting a long shadow, which hid within itself a refreshing coolness. A lone light ignited in the depths of the shadow and blinked a few times, relaying a coded message. Mordred summoned a luminous memory and covered it with his palm, answering. After that, they proceed toward the ruin. A tall figure was standing near the collapsed wall, clad in heavy armor of black steel. Even surrounded by the scorching heat of the hellish desert, the man seemed intrepid and composed. His weathered face was calm and cold. Nightstad was as fearsome as his reputation. There was a heavy halberd resting on his shoulder, and a pile of horribly disfigured abomination corpses strewn across the blood-soaked sand around him. Mordred bowed, pretending to be tired. "Sir Stad. It is good to see you." The Knight of Valor studied them for a few moments, and then nodded. "It is good to see you too, Warren. Come. The night is approaching." He led them deeper into the ruin, where a fissure in the obsidian stones opened a path to the interior of the ancient structure. Soon, Mordred found himself in a subterranean chamber that was half filled with white sand. There, a group of awakened were resting, looking rugged and battered, but also much too relaxed for the dire nature of their surroundings. The scouts. They met Warren's group with grins and welcoming gestures. Finally we were going crazy waiting for reinforcements. Come eat, guys. You must be tired. It's Warren and his people. Good. The creature won't stand a chance. Once everyone settled, food and fresh water were distributed. Everyone was tired and hungry, so they spent some time in silence catching their breaths, recovering from being in the heat, and eating. As they did, a chilling clamor slowly rose above them, soon turning into a dreadful cacophony. The old bones were once again crawling from the sand to resume their eternal battle. At some point, Mordred put away his flask and looked at Knight Stad with a masterful pretense of respect and veneration. Sir Stad, we are at your service. What is your intention? The intrepid knight lingered for a few moments. Then, a calm smile appeared on his face. My intention is simple, Warren. Tomorrow, we will slay the Guardian and take the Citadel. Chapter 1171, His Own Designs. Indeed, the treasure Knight Stad had discovered in the desert was a citadel. Not the tomb of Ariel itself, of course no scout had managed to get anywhere near the Black Pyramid, yet. It just always loomed far in the distance, never getting closer, like an ominous mirage. But he did find a citadel. At this point, both Vela and Song were scouting the outer reaches of the desert in search of a suitable position to establish a base camp. Once they found one, numerous soldiers would be brought there through the corresponding nightmare gates, and the expeditions toward the pyramid would be launched. However, a citadel had the potential to drastically change the balance of power between the two great clans in their pursuit of the demon's tomb. The clan that possessed one would hold an overwhelming advantage. The clan that did not would fall behind before the race even started. A citadel was not only better fortified and safer than a makeshift stronghold. Connected to the waking world by a gateway, it would make it much easier to ferry awakened into the dream realm, transport supplies, and establish logistical chains. Some regions of the dream realm held only one citadel, while some held many. At this point, it was unknown if Knight Stad's discovery was the only citadel in the White Desert, except for the tomb of Ariel itself, but even if Song were to eventually discover a second one, the delay would put them at a great disadvantage. So, needless to say, taking the citadel was of paramount importance. However, it was guarded by a fearsome nightmare creature. More than that, even though Vela put a lot of effort into keeping Stad's prize a secret, there was no guarantee that Song would not try to take it by force eventually. So, Warren and his people were dispatched into the desert as the first wave of reinforcements. Their task was to assist the fearsome knight in conquering the citadel and lay the groundwork for the arrival of further forces. Of course, there was a problem with that plan. The fact that an insidious creature had long taken the place of Squire Warren, and came to the desert in his place. Vela. Mordred let out a fierce battle cry as he led his people into the tide of nightmare creatures. The citadel was right in front of them. It was not a fortress, nor was it a pyramid built of black stone. In fact, it was not a man-made structure at all. Instead, it was a gargantuan black skull that towered above the white dunes, staring at the azure sky with the dark pits of its empty eye sockets. There were 3 of them too, where a human's eyes would be, and the third one above them, right in the middle of the skull's vast forehead. Each of the empty eye sockets was the side of a stadium, and currently, a flood of revolting nightmare creatures was flowing out of them onto the white sand. Hold fast. Roaring such stupid things, Mordred plunged into the mass of abominations. His sword rose and fell, cutting them down, and his shield rang under a barrage of attacks. How tedious. He felt slightly frustrated by the need to hold himself back. Mordred could not unleash his power as a master, but even more disheartening than that, he had to imitate the combat skills of the long-dead Warren. As a retainer of the great clan Vela, Warren had been at the pinnacle of what awakened warriors strive to be. And yet, to Mordred, that level of skill was dull and suffocating. Limiting himself to such a mediocre level of mastery was harder than surviving in the tide of nightmare creatures. He endured the frustrating limitations and fought, struggling to keep his body intact. Sadly, Warren had been a heroic type, as well, so to play his role faithfully, Mordred had to act accordingly. He did not hesitate to put himself in danger's way to protect his soldiers, risking life and limb to make sure that all of his companions survived. "Stay strong, Vero Agath, back lean on me, Cras." His companions seemed empowered with him by their side. It was strange. Mordred was leading soldiers of Valar into battle, all of them connected by a shared sense of duty, belonging, and devotion. They spilled the blood of nightmare creatures and fought with valiant resolve, refusing to give ground. Wasn't that what he was supposed to become, if things had been different? Wasn't leading the brave warriors of Valar the fate that had been stolen from him? Ah! Such irony. After an eternity of blood and agonizing heat, the battle was over. The nightmare creatures were dead. The tyrant that had made the citadel its lair had been slain by Nightstad himself. The awakened, both those brought to the desert by Mordred and those that belonged to Stad's personal elite unit, were mostly alive, and victorious. They had won. Now, all they had to do was reap the spoils of their triumph. The crowd of mighty awakened warriors cleaned their blades and dove into the cool darkness of the ancient skull. They carefully made their way to the heart of the citadel, where, in a vast chamber of black bone, the gateway awaited to be activated. Nightstad was the first to see it. Bright sunlight spilled through a jagged crack in the chamber's roof, and, thrust into the bone floor, a gargantuan arrowhead of lustrous steel shone with reflected radiance. A triumphant smile appeared on the knight's face. Turning around, he placed his heavy hand on Mordred's shoulder. "You did well, Warren. Glory and Valar." Mordred smiled pleasantly. Everything was going according to plan. Now, his task was simple: remain in the good graces of Ser Stad, anchor himself to the gateway, return to the waking world, and inform Clan Song about the location of the citadel. Then, when Valar properly established themselves here and concentrated their forces in one place, he would help Season and the rest stage an unexpected attack and rip the citadel from his clan's hands while decimating its defenders. However, that was Clan Song's plan. Mordred, on the other hand, had his own designs. In his opinion, the emissaries of the Queen of Worms had allowed themselves to commit a grave sin. They had grown arrogant. Drunk on the succession of easy victories and their outward superiority in terms of numbers, they had foolishly come to underestimate his family. Wasn't it the epitome of being misguided? To look down on the descendants of war while waging one. Season and Beastmaster might have been blinded by the feeling of complacency his sister had so masterfully lured them into, but Mordred knew better. It didn't matter who had reaped a few victories at the start, all that mattered was who would be left standing at the finish. Clan Song seemed to be holding an advantage for now, but the walls of the trap were already closing in around them. Mordred did not know what the trap was, but he did know one thing: the more time Morgan was given, the more devastating her retaliation would be. So, to destroy her plans, he had to throw the cadence of this conflict into utter chaos. Looking at Nightstad with a pleasant smile, Mordred nodded. "Glory and Valar." With that, he plunged his sword into the ascended warrior's neck. Stad's eyes widened, and, as blood poured out of his mouth, Mordred moved his blade sideways, almost decapitating the ascended. Just like that, the fearsome Knight of Valar died, killed by the treacherous attack of an ally. All around him, the awakened froze, paralyzed by shock. Cras shivered. "What, Warren, what?" Ripping his sword out of Stad's neck, Mordred delivered a downward cut in one swift, fluid motion. The blade fell on Cras' head, splitting his skull and obliterating his face. The awakened was dead long before the ascended's body fell to the floor. The rest of them were utterly stunned. However, they weren't the elites of a great clan for nothing. Despite the harrowing wrongness of what had happened, his companions, who were the closest ones to the bloody scene, reacted just a split second later. Both Vero and Agath moved, raising their swords to attack their friend and commander, who had seemingly gone mad. Mordred tried to parry both strikes, but failed. Vero's sword pierced his throat. Pushing Warren down, the petrified awakened stared at his dead eyes and screamed. How can Beastmaster, that which she must have forced him? Behind him, Agath remained silent for a moment, looking down. Her body trembled slightly. Vero turned around, staring at his comrade with crazed eyes. Agath raised her head and glanced at him with a pleasant smile. Really, now must you compare me to that terrible woman? Her rapier shot forward. Soon, the gargantuan black skull was filled with screams, terror, and the stench of human blood. The nightmare creatures were dead. The awakened were dead, too. Only Mordred remained. Chapter 1172, Fine Facade. Sunny stared at the silhouette of a departing battleship, deep in thought. October was now behind them, and November was in full bloom. Well, not that many things ever bloomed in Antarctica. It was still summer here, the day never ended, and although the weather was chilly, it could not even be called cold. The evacuation continued at a steady pace. Hundreds of millions of refugees had already been carried across the ocean, and millions more were leaving every week. The situation on the continent was dire, but also strangely manageable. The chain of nightmare was escalating without end. There were more nightmare gates, more abominations, more threats and problems that had to be solved, but, at the same time, the forces of humanity were also growing stronger. Despite the losses they suffered and the increasing strain on logistics and supplies, they were becoming more steadfast and efficient in dealing with the endless tide of nightmare creatures. Well, it was not that surprising, really. The greatest strength of humans was their adaptability. They were masters of absorbing and utilizing information. They learned. At the start of the Antarctica campaign, the evacuation army had been thrust into a new and seemingly impossible situation. Faced with an unprecedented cataclysm, they suffered bitter defeats and yet, they endured. Then, slowly, they learned how to deal with the enemy better. Their tactics and strategy improved. Their well of knowledge about the types of abominations coming through the gates grew deeper. The inexperienced soldiers became grizzled veterans. It helped that there were countless soul shards to be harvested, as well. Although Sunny was somewhat sad that the price of the shards on the global marker was going to plummet, cutting off one of the major revenue streams for the Brilliant Emporium, he was also glad. By now, most awakened soldiers of the evacuation army had ample chances to saturate their soul cores, thus vastly elevating their power. Something like that had probably never happened in history, at least not on that scale. There were plenty of memories and echoes to go around, too. There were also more and more sleepers who had survived their first nightmares. There were so many, in fact, that the approaching winter solstice would most likely become a breaking point in the entire campaign. In a matter of weeks after that fateful day, the number of awakened in the evacuation army was going to tremendously swell, perhaps even double. In the meantime, though, in one of the 3 defensive sections of East Antarctica, government forces were stubbornly holding against the endless assaults of nightmare creatures under the leadership of Wake of Ruin. Effie and Kai were doing great for themselves. The Wolves and the Nightsingers, as well as their commanders, were known as the hammer and anvil of the evacuation army by now. Their fame and reputation were growing with each passing day, even though each victory was made a little bitter by the casualties that the 2 companies suffered. In the second defensive section, Clan Song was quietly creating one miracle after another. Strangely enough, it was Sishan's name that was mentioned most often. The 3 saints might have had overwhelming battle power, but Sishan seemed to be the one actually managing the war effort. Jet periodically updated Sunny on what was happening in Song's territory, so while he did not know all the details, he at least knew that the situation there was mostly under control. And then there was the 3rd defensive section, the one where the great clan Vela and Sunny himself were located. Things were manageable here, too. Morgan and Nephis had become like 2 goddesses for the refugees crammed into the siege capitals. Their fame had outshone even that of the Saints' 2 beautiful sisters, one wisely leading the soldiers from the back, the other never leaving the front lines. It was a compelling image. While forces of Vela were strong enough to resist most attacks, it was Changing Star and her firekeepers that were always sent into the most dire and important battles. For now, they had not failed to secure a victory once. Their numbers had diminished a lot since their arrival to the southern quadrant, but not because of casualties. Instead, several cohorts of the Firekeepers had already ventured into the Seeds, aiming to become ascended. Unknown to most people, there was also a third pillar to the success of the Valar contingent. Cassie. While no one except for a select few knew of the importance of her role, the Quiet Oracle was indispensable in building the strategy of the defending forces. Her ability to gather and swiftly analyze information from a multitude of scattered sources, keen mind, and supernatural intuition were tools that allowed Morgan to drastically increase the efficiency and effectiveness of her command. Meanwhile, the House of Night was doing its part, as well. From rare messages sent by Nynaeve, Sunny knew that the naval convoys traversing the oceans had faced many difficulties. There had been several tragedies, but overall, more and more refugees were reaching safety in the other 3 quadrants. So the situation was dire, but things seemed to be going fine in Antarctica. Of course, Sunny knew that it was only a facade. Behind that facade, the bloody feud between Valar and Song was growing more and more violent, threatening to spill into utter disaster. The forward scouts of both great clans were hunting each other in the dream realm. Out here in the waking world, there were more and more ambushes and attempts at sabotage. Powerful awakened warriors were killed by other humans, instead of nightmare creatures. Most of it happened far away from the siege capitals, for now. And yet, Sunny had been pretty busy in the past few weeks. It was hard to do the things he wanted to do while remaining unnoticed, but he managed with the help of Shadow Step and Shadow Manifestation, somehow. He could traverse great distances swiftly at night while riding Nightmare. As such, his hunting grounds were not limited to a single siege capital. In fact, Sunny had made an effort to limit his activity to a minimum there, as well as in any area where he showed his face by following Morgan. He ambushed the ambushers. He assassinated the assassins. He killed members of both Valar and Song without distinction, leading both forces to believe that it was the enemy who had possessed hidden forces in the region. Sunny had struck several more times after the massacre at the underground factory. He had thought that it would make him feel good, but it didn't. The things he did were not pleasurable. There was a rush and a satisfaction of a clean kill, but at the same time, there was disgust and an overwhelming sense of what a waste this whole mad disaster was. It was just something that had to be done. And even then, as time passed, Sunny was starting to lose sight of why he was even doing these things. Was it all futile? It sure seemed that way. And so, every time he happened to be near a port fortress, Sunny liked to watch the ships depart. This, at least, was something obvious. A palpable result. With each vessel that sailed away, more refugees were taken away from this hell. He climbed the walls of the fortress to watch the ships leave today, too. This time, however, something felt different. It was as though a sudden tension permeated the air. Sunny sighed. He felt as if things were about to change. Chapter 1173, Red Herring. 1173 Red Herring. Sunny was watching the battleship move across the tumultuous surface of the ocean. But, of course, he was watching other things at the same time as well. His shadows were spread throughout the port fortress, absorbing all kinds of information. One was hidden in the barrel of an overheated rail gun, watching nightmare creatures laying siege to the walls of the stronghold. A deathly downpour of projectiles, both mundane and magical, was falling on the surging mass of attacking abominations. Figures of knights could be seen within the horde, moving to eliminate the most dangerous targets. Saint Gilead was also there, clad in a suit of lustrous armor, facing the nightmare creatures like a bastion of immovable courage and steel. It was a familiar scene. Another shadow was with the refugees who were nervously waiting for their turn to board the ships. The sounds of the battle were too oppressive to talk freely, but they couldn't help but whisper, sharing their fears and hopes. Sunny listened carefully, assessing the changes in the mood of the civilians, as well as how they perceived the conflict. From time to time, he managed to learn something interesting from the rumors spreading among the refugees. A third shadow was with Nephis, who had entered the field hospital beneath the fortress wall some time ago. She was kneeling in front of a blooded stretcher, holding her hands above the terrible wounds covering the body of a mundane soldier. A soft radiance emanated from beneath her skin, and the wounds of the young man were swiftly closing. Her face was motionless and pale. There were many people behind her who had been in the throes of suffering not too long ago, but were now healthy and whole. They were looking at her with eyes in which indescribable relief mixed with awe and reverence in equal measure. The fourth shadow was with Sonny himself. And, of course, the fifth shadow was slowly making its way into the sealed chamber where Morgan had gone a dozen or so minutes ago. Usually, Sonny would not risk getting that close to the Princess of War when she really wanted to keep her conversations private. But today was a special day. It was not because the main force of Clan Vela had left their designated siege capitals and assembled in this pot fortress to give battle to a large horde of migrating nightmare creatures. Things like that happened from time to time, when it was more advantageous to deal with the threat sooner rather than later. No, it was because today, Saint Madoc had returned from his clandestine mission in the territory of Clan Song. To this day, Sonny was not sure whether Ascended Bast was truly the current vessel of Mordred, one of his reflections, or simply a diversion meant to sow confusion among his enemies. At times, Sonny had felt certain that the bleak man was none other than the Prince of Nothing, but he still harbored some doubt. Whispering Blade was going to dispel his doubts once and for all. The shadow did not manage to enter the sealed room. Doing so would have alerted Morgan about its presence, but it did manage to slither into a service duct running above it, and peek inside through the small gap in the ceiling insulation. Sonny frowned as he watched the ocean, noticing a disaffectionate expression on Saint Madoc's face. The fearsome transcendent was talking, his voice even waiting for me. It was a trap from the very beginning. Which would not have been too inconvenient if Ascended Bast was, indeed, the abomination. However, he was not. I confirmed it. Morgan leaned back and sighed. Still. It couldn't be helped. We had to eliminate the possibility. She lingered for a few moments, then asked how serious was the trap. A faint smile appeared on Saint Madoc's face. Throwing a quick glance at the young woman, he chuckled. You don't have to worry about this old man, Morgan. Silent Stalker and Dire Fang were there. I could not leave without saying a proper goodbye, though, so they'll have a few new scars to brag about. Many kilometers away, Sonny tilted his head a little. Such arrogance. However, was it really arrogance if Madoc was powerful enough to back up his words, and lethal enough to make each of them count? Regardless of that, one question remained. If Ascended Bast had nothing to do with Mordred, then where the hell was that bastard, really? In the sealed room, Morgan echoed his thoughts. The situation is problematic, then. None of the divinations managed to pinpoint his location. Either Queen Key was generous enough to bestow that person with a truly powerful obscuring memory, or he has some means of avoiding our gaze of his own. It is strange, though. How could a mere master achieve such a thing? Madoc frowned. We weren't able to confirm his ascended ability. Maybe it has something to do with that. You can't forget what rank his aspect is, Morgan. Not paying attention to a dark expression on his niece's face, Whispering Blade added, he might be closer than we think, too. These strange attacks we suffered recently weren't our diviners strangely unable to ascertain anything about them. It can't be a coincidence. Morgan remained silent for a while, then shook her head. There is some correlation, but the pattern doesn't fit. More than that, the countermeasures we have in place to confirm the identities of our ascended showed no anomalies. We can't check every refugee, mundane soldier, and awakened, of course. Madoc thought for a few moments. What about that government brute, Ascended Sunless? A slight smile appeared on Morgan's face. Who do you take me for? He was the first one I checked. We have studied him thoroughly after the Night Temple incident, as well. Ascended Sunless is certainly not ordinary. His SS designation, service record, and age should attest to that, but he is definitely himself, and not that abomination's vessel. Sonny frowned. Vela seemed to possess some kind of tool capable of determining whether one was possessed by Mordred or not, even if its functions seemed to be limited to a small number of people. Nevertheless, he had been one of the people they checked when the hell had that happened. He had not even noticed anything. Back in the sealed room, Morgan frowned. So where is the creature hiding? At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and someone walked inside. Both Morgan and Maddox looked at the newcomer with surprise. Cassia? How bold of you, to come here without invitation. The Princess of War smiled dangerously. At the same time, Maddox raised an eyebrow. You'd better have a good explanation for this interruption, young lady. Cassie lingered for a few moments, appearing somewhat nervous. Then, she said in a tense voice, there is a message for you. I think you should come outside. Chapter 1174, Lacquered Box Gift. Now this is interesting. Sonny was stealthily making his way to the isolated inner courtyard of the port fortress. His shadows were on the move, too. The one who had been observing the battle against the horde of nightmare creatures was flying across the battered surface of the wall, not paying any attention to the flashes of firing armaments. The one who had been hiding among the refugees had left them behind, approaching the courtyard from the other direction. The one that had been spying on Morgan hid itself within Cassie's shadow, and the one that had been following Nephis remained within hers. Currently, all of them were converging on a single point. In the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by a wide ring of empty space, a long figure stood as numerous soldiers and awakened aimed their weapons at it. Intricate armor of black steel, a beautiful face framed by curls of raven black hair and vivid, vibrant vermilion eyes. It was Morgan. Don't tell me. As the real Morgan emerged from the gates of the stronghold in the company of Maddox and Cassie, the soldiers that were aiming at the invader looked at her with wide eyes. They must have realized that the creature standing in front of them was not the real Princess of War, and yet, seeing the two identical young women stare at each other was an eerie experience. The real Morgan gritted her teeth in contempt. The reflection perfectly mirrored her expression. And that was what the lone figure was, a creature created by Mordred from a piece of his soul, similar to how he had created the mirror beast. The real Morgan's hand rested on the hilt of her sword, but the reflection was holding a black lacquered box in its instead. Despite the hundreds of rifles and enchanted weapons aimed at the mirror creature, it seemed perfectly calm. Nephis entered the courtyard and stopped, looking at the bizarre scene with a reserved expression. Sonny had appeared from the shadows, too, keeping out of sight as he observed the situation. What is that crazy bastard doing? His gaze slid across the faces of everyone gathered in the courtyard, the mundane soldiers and awakened retainers of Vela, a few knights, Nephis, Cassie, Maddox. Was Mordred among them right now, somewhere, enjoying their reactions? As the reflection tilted its head a little, the real Morgan snarled. How dare you wear that face, you vile thing? Her face was a mask of revulsion and fury. This time, the mirror creature failed to reflect her expression. Instead, it smiled pleasantly, then bowed, and gently placed the lacquered box on the ground. Then, the reflection opened its mouth and spoke, its voice indistinguishable from that of Morgan. A present for my dear sister. Then, its smile widened a little. Come soon. I missed you a lot. Before Maddox could stop Morgan, she suddenly disappeared from where she had stood. Her speed was too great for the mundane soldiers and the awakened warriors to trace with their naked eyes, but Sonny saw it, a black and red blur that cut across the courtyard, approaching the reflection with the speed of a bullet. He knew better than most how terribly dangerous these creatures were, so Sonny expected to see a tremendously destructive fight. He even prepared to retreat, but, to his surprise, the dire battle never happened. It was not because Morgan revealed one of her hidden trump cards, and neither was it because Maddox intervened. Instead, it was simply because the reflection did not even try to defend itself. It just stood there, smiling pleasantly, as Morgan's sword pierced the breastplate of the black armor and exited from the creature's back. Slowly, a net of thin cracks appeared on the skin of the reflection. Morgan's eyes widened slightly as she watched the perfect copy of her face slowly crumble into a rain of glass shards, which then disappeared without a trace in a flash of silver light. Just like that, one of Mordred's reflections was destroyed. Nevertheless, Sunny's frown only deepened. So, he wanted to deliver a message. What message could it be? Without a doubt, the ability of the reflection to appear in the very heart of one of Vela's strongholds without anyone noticing was a message in and of itself. It was as if Mordred was mocking his family, pointing out that no amount of guards and protections could save them from his wrath. Forcing Morgan to watch herself be destroyed was a message, too. Mordred was hinting that this was her inevitable future. And of course, the actual message was the black lacquered box and the words the reflection had spoken. A present for my dear sister. Come soon, I missed you a lot. All of it was one immaculate provocation. However, just what was inside the box? As Sunny watched, Morgan sheathed her sword with a dark expression and looked down. Maddox slowly approached, looking at the box with wariness. Cassie and Nephis got closer, too. Could there be something dangerous inside? Cassie's voice sounded tense. Morgan glanced at her silently, and then leaned forward to pick up the box. It was as if she was trying to show that there was nothing that Mordred could do that she would be afraid of. Without hesitating, she opened the box and looked inside. Morgan's impression subtly changed. The insides of the box were upholstered in red silk, and on that silk rested a human skull. The skull was covered in soot to appear black, and there was a rough hole made in its forehead, as if to resemble a third eye. There was a long moment of silence, and then, Whispering Blade suddenly thrust his hands into the box and picked up the morbid gift that Mordred had left behind. His face was strangely grim. As Maddox studied the skull, Morgan looked at him with a silent question. What is it? The saint gritted his teeth. Then, he gently placed the skull back on the red silk and said, It's Stad. It's Stad's head. Chapter 1175, Demon of Chaos. Like a demon of chaos, Mordred had appeared out of nowhere and thrown everything into utter disarray. Antarctica, which had been like a powder keg for a while now, finally exploded into a conflagration of violence because of the macabre gift that he had delivered to his sister in an elegant lacquered box. Sunny had not realized the full complications of what had transpired in the courtyard of the port fortress until some time later. He knew that Knight Stad was a highly regarded ascendant of Clan Vela who had been entrusted with an extremely important mission in the Dream Realm. So, he simply assumed that Clan Song managed to pull off another victory in the simmering conflict. This was important, of course, but not groundbreaking in and of itself. However, his misconception was corrected by a short message from Jet. Our colleagues from Ravenheart are mobilizing their forces. They seem pretty angry. He stared at the screen of the communicator for a few moments, frowning. What? Why would Clan Song be preparing to make a big move in a hurry if the death of Knight Stad was a part of their plan? And why would they be angry? Unless, of course, what Mordred had done was not something they expected, or even went directly against their machinations. Sunny's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't tell me. Had Beastmaster, perhaps, received something like that black lacquered box, as well? What the hell is that madman doing? Feeling an ominous premonition, Sunny deactivated the communicator and hastened his steps. He was walking across the inner courtyard where the confrontation between Morgan and the reflection had happened not too long ago, heading toward the main keep. His shadows were already inside. They were trying to get closer to Morgan, Maddox, Nephis, and Sir Gilead, who had all gathered for an emergency meeting after the discovery of Stad's skull. Taking a considerable risk, he eventually managed to gain access to their conversation and learn a few more things about what Mordred's message really meant. Sunny's frown deepened. Black Skull Citadel. So, the scouts sent into the Nightmare Desert by Vela had managed to discover a working gateway somewhere in its depths. The clan in possession of a citadel would gain a staggering advantage in the task of reaching the tomb of Ariel, so Morgan and Maddox had put a lot of effort into keeping that information secret. They had even kept reinforcements to a minimum to not risk revealing Nightstad's location through irregular troop movements. And yet, Mordred had somehow managed to not only learn of the clandestine mission, but also intercept and slaughter the force tasked with capturing the citadel, including the powerful master in charge of it. Which would logically mean that the Black Skull had fallen into Song's hands. However, it had not. That much was apparent from the fact that Song was mobilizing their forces in a great hurry. If Sunny knew of it, then Morgan surely knew as well. So, if neither Vela nor Song controlled the citadel, then who the hell did? The answer was obvious. It was Mordred. Mordred alone. Which might as well have meant that the Black Skull citadel was currently empty. No matter how powerful the Prince of Nothing was, a single master was like an ant when compared to the might of a great clan. Even with a divine aspect and his reflections, Mordred was incapable of keeping what he had stolen. Even though he was holding the key to the Nightmare Desert in his hands, he was not strong enough to defend it. So, by delivering Stad's skull to Morgan, he had painted a target on his back. The true meaning of his message was, "Come and get me." And if Sunny knew anything about Mordred, then the message sent to Song would have been like so. "Come before they get me." Basically, from the moment the Prince of Nothing revealed that he had usurped the Black Skull, the two great clans were in a race to take it from him first. But why had he done it? There was a pace and cadence to the conflict between Vela and Song. It was a complicated dance that followed a subtle, but ruthless logic. Awakened, masters, and even saints were like game pieces. By moving pieces around the board, advancing and retreating, both sides were delivering small wounds to the enemy and trying to maneuver into an advantageous position. Currently, the game was nearing the end of its early stage. Both clans were still acting with caution, laying the groundwork for the true assaults that would happen in the future. They were not even done struggling to secure advantages. Mordred's actions had destroyed that pace, and made a mockery of that cadence. He had single-handedly put both sides in a position where they were forced to throw away their carefully prepared plans, abandon caution, and move the timetable of the conflict forward, switching from careful maneuvering to an all-out war. Clan Song was mobilizing their forces, and because they were, Clan Vela would move, as well. Awakened, masters, and even saints, all of them were going to be sent on the battlefield to secure the Black Skull, which was free for the taking provided that you got to it first. Sunny did not know which Nightmare Gate led to the area where the citadel was located, but it would soon become the most dangerous place in all of East Antarctica. And maybe even the whole world. That crazy bastard. He was honestly a little shaken by the magnitude of the consequences that Mordred's brazen stunt had caused. The whole landscape of the conflict between Vela and Song had suddenly and drastically changed. That dire change was so fundamental that it was hard to conceive of its true scope, let alone calculate what would happen as a result. The sudden nature of it all was quietly overwhelming. Sunny entered the keep of the port fortress and took a few deep breaths. While the shift in the nature of the conflict that Mordred had caused was startling, strictly speaking, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Sure, it could end up being catastrophic, but it could also end up being a blessing in disguise. There were many factors to consider, but as far as Sunny was concerned, one was the most important. Where the damned Nightmare Gate was located. Chapter 1176, Bitter Feeling. The location of the Nightmare Gate that led to the vicinity of the Black Skull was of paramount importance. Currently, no one except for Mordred was anchored to the gateway of the citadel, so that Nightmare Gate was still the only feasible way to reach it. If it was located in the wilderness of East Antarctica, the battle between the two great clans was going to happen far away from the siege capitals and the civilian population. If it was inside a city, though. Think rationally. Sunny walked through the corridors of the fortress as he analyzed the situation. If the Nightmare Gate was located inside a siege capital, then there wasn't much he could do. The lives of countless civilians would be put in mortal danger, or maybe even snuffed out directly. The best Sunny could manage was to try mitigating the damage, somehow. If it was somewhere in the wilderness, however, then he did not have to do anything. His problems would just solve themselves. Vaylor and Song were welcome to slaughter each other as much as they wanted. Wrong. Thinking that way was short-sighted. Sure, the great clans were a bunch of hateful jerks, but they were also responsible for defending a vast portion of East Antarctica, albeit simply to keep up appearances. Their power was especially important when dealing with high-value targets like Titans, since 6 out of the 7 saints present on the continent belonged to the domains. What would happen if all of them just went and killed each other? Nothing good. Countless refugees had already been evacuated, but millions more remained. If only the evacuation army had been given a few more months, enough for the Legion of Sleepers to undergo awakening, things would have been different. But Mordred, the damned lunatic, had made that impossible. So, the power of the great clans was still too important. Sonny felt sick to his stomach. He was deeply unhappy about the fact that, while the great clans were odious, they were also needed. They were like a necessary evil. Thinking that way made him feel dirty. It felt like he was making compromises. Was that how Wake of Ruin and the rest of the government felt? Forget about it. So what the hell do I do? It seemed that, thanks to Mordred, a bloody and destructive all-out battle between the forces of Vaylor and Song was now both close and inevitable. They could entirely obliterate each other, which would be the worst outcome, since there would be no one left to continue defending the refugees from the myriads of nightmare creatures roaming the continent. Therefore, there was only one way for him to achieve the best outcome. If there was no way to prevent the battle, he had to do everything in his power to help one side achieve victory, and not any kind of victory, at that. A Pyrrhic one would be no different from mutual destruction. Only an overwhelming victory would minimize the losses of one of the sides, thus leaving enough fighters alive to make a difference in the evacuation effort. Wait. Sonny suddenly froze, growing even more pale than usual. His eyes widened. His hands trembled. Then, slowly, a smile that seemed more than a little mad appeared on his face. Through the shadow that was hiding in the sealed strategy room, he looked at someone who stood there, silently listening to what Morgan was saying. A young woman with silver hair and cold grey eyes, clad in an intricate armor of black steel. He looked at Nephis. Sonny slowly exhaled. Was that what you meant? Was it not exactly what she had told him a lifetime ago, during the opulent ball of the great clan Vaylor? That he would follow her not because she had ordered him to, but because he wanted to, with a smile on his face. That their fates were intertwined. On that day, Sonny had rejected Nephis and refused to follow her into the embrace of Clan Vaylor. Instead, he enlisted in the first evacuation army and left for Antarctica. So much had happened since then. And yet, here he was, planning to fight side by side with her under the banner of the great clan Vaylor, helping them in their sinful war against the great clan Song. Entirely of his own accord. Sonny reached with one hand and touched his neck, as if checking to see if there was a slave collar on it. What is this bitter feeling? A hollow laugh escaped from his lips. After a few moments, Sonny shook his head and continued on his way. It doesn't matter, anyway. Sure, he felt bitterly reluctant to prove Neph right. But wouldn't it be pathetically childish, to throw a tantrum and change his decision just because his pride was hurt? Since when did he have pride, anyway? Whether he liked it or not, making sure that as many civilians as possible survived the chain of nightmares was indeed what he wished for. So, if Sonny had to help Clan Vaylor battle Clan Song to achieve that goal, that was what he would do. There was the possibility of helping Song defeat Vaylor instead, too. As far as he was concerned, one was just as vile as the other, so it made no difference to Sonny which side he would end up supporting. However, he was already integrated into the Vaylor force to some extent, which was convenient. Nephis, Cassie, and the Firekeepers were also here, so going to the other side meant potentially causing their deaths. Directly or indirectly, that was not something Sonny wanted or was willing to do. Which meant that he was stuck with Vaylor. Of course, it was highly questionable if his involvement would even make a difference. But he had to at least try. He had to try his best. Sonny moved through the port fortress, which was slowly becoming filled with noise. There was a strange smile on his face. Ain't it funny? He was suddenly sad that the Sin of Solace was not there to appreciate the joke. Chapter 1177, Drums of War. The drums of war were booming all across Antarctica. Well, nothing that noticeable was happening, really. The great clans were mobilizing forces with a silent efficiency that was both subtle and frightening. If one did not know what to look for, they would remain blissfully unaware of the fact that the whole continent would be soon shaken by the fallout of a historic battle. Sonny, however, knew. In the port fortress, the thunder of the cannonade had grown silent. The horde of nightmare creatures had been dealt with, and the tired soldiers were descending from the walls. Instead of going to rest, however, they were quietly listening to new orders and starting to prepare for an immediate departure. The mundane soldiers were checking their equipment with calm, businesslike expressions. The awakened, who would usually not dismiss their enchanted armor in the field, strangely wore simple uniforms knowing how dire the near future promised to be. They wanted to give all their memories a chance to be fully repaired. The administrative personnel were frantically working to rearrange logistical chains and prepare the force for a sudden expedition. There were many signs like that. They were especially apparent when one compared the behavior of the Valar soldiers with that of the evacuation army staff. The latter were tiredly celebrating the victory, while the former seemed more focused than when they had been battling the abominations. The Nightmare Gate does not seem to be located inside of a siege capital. Sonny found a calm and dark corner within the keep of the fortress and leaned on the wall. He had managed to determine the nature of the area where the entrance to the Black Skull Citadel was located by spying on the Valar administrative staff. Any large-scale movement of military forces involved a certain amount of logistical work, and one could infer many things from these preparations. From the looks of it, Clan Valar was preparing to venture into the wilderness of East Antarctica. The distance they had to traverse also didn't seem to be small, so that put some of Sonny's worries to rest. Still, there was a lot to consider. Sonny knew what the great clans would do, and what he himself had to do. However, what would the government's response be? As someone with the title of a special government envoy, he should be receiving a call soon. And indeed, not a few minutes later, his communicator lit up because of an incoming transmission. Sonny summoned the Bone Singer, enveloped his surroundings in silence, and answered. The sharp face of Saint Kor appeared on the holographic screen, soon joined by the pleasant visage of Soul Reaper Jet. The gaunt Transcendent spoke first. I'll assume that both of you are already familiar with the situation. What I want to know is what caused this mess. His grating voice sounded calm, but Sonny could feel the angry and tense undertone in it. He briefly glanced at the projection of Jet, then answered. I think I can provide an explanation. Both of them paid rapt attention to his words. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then spoke, choosing his words carefully. It appears that a citadel was discovered in the Nightmare Desert. Clan Valar was the first to find it, but their attempt at capture failed. Now, both clans have an equal chance to come into possession of a crucial advantage. A direct confrontation for access to the Nightmare Gate leading to the citadel seems inevitable. He paused, and then added evenly. They are going all out. As Saint Kor's face darkened, Jer nodded. I can confirm. Sonny did not know what the veteran saint was thinking about, but he felt chills even through the holographic projection. Even though Wake of Ruin's expression did not change much, it felt as though the world itself subtly changed instead, reacting to his wrath. Discontent? Contempt? Dejection, maybe. The old man grimaced. What immaculate timing. At least he could still be sarcastic. Sonny had to imagine that the two great clans suddenly shifting to active warfare was like a disaster for the government. Saint Kor would have to completely rearrange the disposition of the evacuation army and come up with a new strategy. Even then, it might not be enough. Then again, Army Command had to have been prepared for something like this, even if it was the worst-case scenario for them. They were no fools. After a long pause, Wake of Ruin shook his head, then looked at Sunny and Jet again. Vela and Song might be arrogant, but they are not unreasonable. This bloodshed can still be prevented maybe. Similar things have happened before. A large-scale battle can be avoided if they agree to hold a duel between two champions instead. Sunny couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He didn't doubt the wisdom and experience of the seasoned Transcendent, but he also didn't believe that the great clans would step down. Especially not because of something as quaint as an honor duel. They were like sharks that smelled blood in the water. Those from Vela were, at least. They had been holding back their bloodlust for too long, already. Still, was there really a chance that a strange duel between two powerful warriors could replace a wasteful battle? It seemed improbable, but then again, legacies were often weird about such things. Saint Core let out a heavy sigh, and then added, "The problem this time is that both sides seem to be certain that they will win if the battle actually happens. So, they have no reason to seek an alternative. Additionally, they have been acting slightly erratic as of late. It is hard to say what will actually happen." Seemingly coming to a decision, the Gaunt Transcended nodded and threw a piercing gaze at Sunny and Jet. "The two of you will remain with the emissaries and follow them to that Nightmare Gate. Gather as much information as you can, while you're at it. I will arrive personally and try to mediate an acceptable resolution." Jet remained silent for a moment. "Understood, sir." However, Sunny was not as agreeable. "What if you can't?" His irreverent question, or maybe the fact that he even dared to ask a question, seemed to surprise the old saint. Wake of Ruin stared at him darkly. After a brief pause, he said simply, "Then we withdraw and try to salvage the aftermath." With that, he terminated the call. The gaunt face of the government saint disappeared, leaving Sunny and Jet alone. Soul Reaper looked at him and smiled. How can she even smile in this situation? Oh, my. I know that look. You're thinking about doing something crazy, aren't you? Sunny glanced at her darkly and shrugged. I don't even know what is crazy anymore. Jet chuckled. That is not a good sign at all. He studied her face somberly, then said quietly, if Wake of Ruin fails in his negotiation, Vela and Song will really clash. At that point, the best move would be to support one side against the other, in order to preserve as many fighters as possible. Are you ready to make that decision? Soul Reaper's smile grew bleak. The government can't break its neutrality. Even if it's beneficial at the moment, the consequences would be catastrophic in the long run. Sunny simply stared at her. I am not asking about the government. I am asking about you. There were times when people could not escape making tough choices. Sunny had long made his, and Jet would have to follow suit, whether she wanted to or not. Of course, doing nothing was also a choice. However, she had always positioned herself as a cog in the government machine, but maybe it was time for Soul Reaper to think for herself. Sunny hoped that she would, at least. Jet lingered for a while before answering. Eventually, she said. Let's see how it goes. Then, her face disappeared. The screen of the communicator switched off, leaving Sunny in the darkness. He sighed and dismissed the Bone Singer, then left his temporary shelter. An all-out battle or a duel of two champions, I wonder which one will end up happening. He hoped for the best, but had to prepare for the worst. Chapter 1178, Long Drive. Although both clans were assembling their armies with urgent haste, it was not an easy thing to move a military force across East Antarctica. The wilderness was infested with countless abominations, and nightmare gates were everywhere, making every route slow and dangerous. Clan Vela was in a slightly better position because they had coincidentally pulled most of their forces together prior to Mordred's revelation, in order to destroy a migrating horde of nightmare creatures. Still, There were many warriors and assets that had been left behind in the siege capitals, who now had to join the main body of the great clan's contingent. There was Saint Tyrus, for example. The fact that Dire Fang had been able to join Silent Stalker in ambushing Whispering Blade proved that she alone was not enough to contain the enemy Transcendent, so there was no point in keeping her in a distant government siege capital. So, Skytide had been recalled, and was en route to join the war party. There were other squires and even knights that had to be summoned, as well. So, for the first few days, progress had been slow. Most of the mundane personnel had been left behind, and now only the awakened were following Morgan toward the fateful Nightmare Gate. Nevertheless, their number was too great to pass unnoticed, and so, skirmishes with nightmare creatures happened almost every hour. Many of these skirmishes threatened to grow into something more serious if not resolved swiftly. In these cases, either Morgan's echoes or one of the saints joined the melee to prevent the small-scale confrontations from becoming dire battles. Sunny was not required to participate in them, of course. Actually, he found himself in a somewhat awkward situation. No one had really invited him to join the expedition, and his status was more vague than ever. Officially, he was the government's envoy whose duties concerned the cooperation between Clan Vela and the evacuation army. However, the Great Clan had more or less abandoned the pretense of being in the southern quadrant to help, and was acting against the government's interests. So what was an envoy supposed to do in that situation, exactly? Why was he even needed? Sunny did not have a good explanation, but luckily, no one asked. Whether it was because the warriors of Vela couldn't be bothered or simply did not care, he did not know. In any case, they mostly left him alone. In fact, Sunny was basically ignored. Even Morgan seemed to have forgotten about his existence, which was not too surprising. She had much bigger issues to worry about than the whereabouts of a neutral government ascended. So, Sunny simply stayed in one of the APCs assigned to the Firekeepers. The Firekeepers themselves were gone, though most of them had already entered the seeds, so he had the vehicle all to himself. Nephis and Cassie would appear from time to time to catch a few hours of sleep, but other than that, he remained alone. That gave him a lot of time to think. Sitting in the pilot's seat and driving the APC across the hellish remains of Antarctica, which looked much more like a piece of the dream realm now than that of the waking world, he somberly considered the past. It was funny, really. Sunny had come to Antarctica to pursue his personal goals, not caring much about anything else. But now, he somehow ended up caring about the mission of the evacuation army enough to disregard his personal interests. He used to mock selfless people, but now, he was ready to do something selfless at a great cost to himself. Was it like that? No, not really. In the end, everything Sunny did was for himself. He was not trying to protect the refugees because it was the right thing to do or out of some kind of moral obligation. He was doing it simply because he wanted to. That was his desire. He was just trying to fulfill his own desires. Sunny had wanted to survive at all costs once, but then, it was not enough anymore. He had wanted to be strong once, but now, it was not enough anymore, either. He had strength. But what was the point of having strength if he couldn't achieve what he wanted with it? What Sunny really wanted now was to use his strength to shape the world in a way that suited his wishes. Shaping reality with strength. That was power. So, was he lusting for power now? Controlling the APC, Sunny frowned. Then what about freedom? That had been his real goal all along, after all. Coming to Antarctica was a means to achieve that goal, but instead, he found himself bound to more people, more places, more things. He was more restricted now than he had ever been. Before, what had restricted him was circumstances beyond his control. Now, he was bound by his own desires. On second thought, it's not that funny. Sunny now understood better than ever why the demon of desire had been one of the most powerful among the diamonds, second to none except for Weaver. But was it really a bad thing? So what if he was compelled by the things he wanted? So what if he was bound to people, ideas, and values? Maybe it was not a bad thing, after all, simply because he had chosen these bonds himself. Sunny understood that, and yet, a small part of him rebelled against such thoughts. That part still wanted to be unrestrained and not beholden to anything. To be free. That part had to take a backseat for now, though. Because he had to finish what he had started. Even if it was futile, Sunny had to do his best to see the evacuation of the citizens of Antarctica through. After that, well, he would see what else there was to do. His dreams seemed more distant than ever, but strangely enough, Sunny found himself calm and determined. His mind was set. Maybe that was the true conviction. The thought made him uncomfortable. Chapter 1179, Measure of Growth. The war party had stopped and made camp. Sunny's APC was parked within the defensive perimeter, and he was calmly preparing supper. It seemed strange to be doing something so mundane on the verge of an event that had the potential to alter the course of history, but he was hungry. Hunger was much more powerful than the forces that shaped history. I miss the Rhino. The armored vehicle that the firekeepers had used was by no means cheap, but its amenities were rather bare bones. There was not even an integrated kitchen, just a few devices for food storage and preparation. Still, he was good at improvising. As Sunny cooked, he mentally went over what he had gained since coming to Antarctica, and what he could use if the worst happened and the two great clans clashed in a bloody battle. Sunny had been a master for many months before the Chain of Nightmares, but he felt that he only came into his ascended powers here. His mastery of shadow manifestation had improved tremendously, both in terms of impact and versatility. He also developed Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, as well as their combination. Both of these abilities were extremely powerful. His practical knowledge of sorcery had grown as well. He was now able to copy more complex enchantments, and do it faster. He could even modify them to a degree. Even though the realities of the Antarctica campaign had prevented Sunny from spending a lot of time on weaving, his repertoire was much broader than before. There were new powerful memories in his arsenal, including transcendent ones. The Sin of Solace, the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, and others. There was the Mirror of Truth, too. Chances were, he would have to use it soon. In terms of raw power, Sunny was now a tyrant. He had 5 cores and 5 shadows, which increased both his physical prowess and essence capacity. Strangely enough, even his essence control had undergone a noticeable improvement. Unable to rely on the Soul Serpent in the dire conditions of the Southern Quadrant, Sunny had been forced to elevate this aspect of his power to an almost flawless efficiency. Then there were his shadows. He had gained a new one, the Ravenous Fiend. Now that Imp had feasted on the remains of the Sun Prince, the scrawny goblin was strong enough to be sent into battle. Nightmare was close to both ascension and unlocking his terror ability. Saint had risen both in class and rank, becoming a transcendent devil. That alone was an incredible leap for him, but the sublimation of the mantle of the underworld was perhaps no less important. His new attribute, the Marble Shell, improved his resilience and combat performance to a remarkable degree. Honestly, having it was almost like possessing a secondary aspect. Considering all that, it was hard to deny that the present Sunny was incomparably more powerful than his past self from before Antarctica. The comparison was not even funny. That past Sunny was nothing more than a feeble brat. Ironically, Sunny had come to the Southern Quadrant in search of strength, and although he stopped caring about that goal a long time ago, he ended up achieving it nevertheless. Despite it all, though, he felt that there were much more valuable things he had gained here. Things that went far beyond shadows, memories, and attributes. The experience he had gained, the skills he had honed, the lessons he had learned, those were what truly separated him from his past self. Those were what made him truly stronger. From the darkness of the polar night and the desperation of the Antarctic center to the cold expanse of East Antarctica and its many dangers, Sunny had grown and matured. He had gone through countless battles and achieved many improbable victories. There had been harrowing defeats, too. Those had taught him as well. Preparing utensils for 3 people, Sunny looked into the distance and sighed. He would be turning 21 in about a month. There had been a time when he was not even sure that he would make it that far, but now, here he was. I don't really feel young anymore. Maybe someone like Wake of Ruin would laugh at these words, but Sonny truly felt that way. He had never really gotten a chance to be a child, and now, he was not a youth anymore, either. Am I old, then? As Sonny was pondering the vicissitudes of life, the hatch of the APC opened, and Nephis came in, soon followed by Cassie. The two had been spending the last few days in endless strategy meetings, so both looked exhausted. The smell of freshly cooked food made both of them relax. Noticing the distant expression on Sonny's face, Nephis tilted her head a little and asked, "What are you thinking about so seriously?" He flinched, then shook his head and continued setting the table. "Ah, nothing serious. I was just thinking that I'm too old for this crap." She frowned, then pierced him with a cold gaze. "I'm older than you, though." Her meaning was clear. "Are you calling me old?" Sonny grinned. Yes. Forget I said anything. Come, Nuna, let's eat. Who knows when we'll get a chance to enjoy a proper meal again. The two gave him strange looks and sat around the small fold-out table, looking down at the dishes he prepared. Well, really, there was just one dish, the everything potslop that Professor Obel had taught him how to make. Sonny sat down, too, and put a generous serving on his plate. "But honestly, you're not even a full year older than me, while Cassie is not a full year younger than me. So let's speak comfortably." He put a spoonful of the weird slop into his mouth, then smiled at them. Cassie hesitated and cautiously nudged the slop with a spoon. "What even is that?" Sonny grinned. "Ah, I am glad that you asked. This is an ancient dish that has been passed down from person to person since the dark times. As I was told, it was initially inspired by corpse meat." Chapter 1180, Cold Logic. They ate in comfortable silence. Sonny knew that both Nephis and Cassie were tired and only had a little time to rest before Morgan would need them again, so he did not waste that time with idle conversations. It was not like he had a lot to say, anyway. Still, there was one question that he had to ask. Pushing the plate away, Sonny glanced at Nephis and lingered for a moment. "I was told that there might be some kind of duel instead of a battle. Do you think it's possible?" She did not hurry with an answer. Neph cradled a cup of tea in her hands as she stared into the amber liquid. "Eventually," she said. "I don't know. It is a kind of tradition. The legacy clans would not have survived if they resolved every conflict by spilling rivers of blood. There are actually not that many of us, after all. However, neither Vela nor Song are acting the way they used to. So it's hard to tell." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, thinking about who the champions were going to be if the duel really happened. Would the great clan send saints to fight each other? Or masters? Would Morgan and Mordred cross swords and spill each other's blood? Or would Morgan send Nephis to fight in her stead? He just did not know. Shifting slightly, Sonny looked at Neph and asked, "What if the battle actually happens? Do you think that Vela can win?" Up until now, it seemed like Clan Song was confidently pulling ahead. However, he doubted that their enemy would be easily defeated. This time, Nephis did not hesitate at all. "Yes." He studied her motionless face with curiosity. Where did that confidence come from? Why? Sonny expected Neph to say something in her usual style, like "because I am with them" or "because that is my will." However, she simply shook her head and said in a slightly subdued tone, "Because they are of war." He blinked. Indeed, she was right. Clan Vela was the clan that had inherited the lineage of War God, the deity of warfare, life, progress, technology, craft, and intellect, as well as the patron goddess of humanity. It was not a coincidence that they were exalted fighters, masters of forging memories, and the most influential clan among both the awakened and mundane humans. They would also be the paragons of warfare. It did not matter if Clan Song had managed to achieve slight superiority at the earlier stages of the conflict. All that mattered was who would get the last laugh, and Sunny had no doubt that Morgan had many diabolical schemes stored in that pretty head of hers. However, there was a slight wrinkle in that theory. He leaned back. That is true. But you forget one thing: Mordred is also a descendant of war. He shared the same blood. And he is with Song. Nephis frowned. It seemed that she indeed had not put too much weight into Mordred's presence in Antarctica. Really, she couldn't be blamed, although Sunny and Cassie had told her about their experiences in the Night Temple and the Kingdom of Hope. She had not lived through those trials herself. She had not experienced the suffocating horror of being locked in a citadel with that monster, watching as the number of his victims grew while the number of survivors dwindled. Eventually, Nephis shrugged. It doesn't really matter, does it? Sunny stared at her with a dark expression. I think it does. Why wouldn't it? Neph sighed. What do I care if Vela wins or loses? I just need to survive. If they win and I help them, my status within the clan will grow. If they lose and I survive, it will grow even more, simply because there will be fewer powerful warriors for the clan to lean on. In their absence, my importance will grow. Either way, many members of both Vela and Song will die. As she spoke the last words, white sparks ignited in her eyes. Suddenly, the interior of the APC seemed to be filled with incinerating heat. Nephis had been acting strangely placid for a long time, so Sunny almost forgot how frightening her murderous obsession was. He looked at her, surprised by that cold logic. Well, she was right, in a way. But it matters to me, though. Nephis blinked a couple of times, startled, then looked at him in confusion. Why? Sunny frowned. Because these people that are going to die are supposed to be protecting the refugees from the hordes of nightmare creatures. Who is going to do that if the bastards all kill each other? Neph seemed as if she didn't know what to say. She remained silent for a long time, then sighed. I wouldn't put my faith in the great clans. Doing so will only lead to ruin. Sunny chuckled, thinking how funny that sounded coming from her. Shaking his head, he then looked at Cassie, who had been silent until now. What about you? What do you think? Any helpful visions of the future? Cassie smiled weakly. No. No helpful visions. She touched her hair, and then suddenly said. Oh, but I think that you should check on Rain. Sunny flinched. His eyes widened. Why? Have you seen something? Cassie tilted her head, then paled slightly and looked away in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I worded that poorly. I think no, I haven't seen anything. It's just that we are going to venture deep into the wilderness, and who knows what will happen next. Chances are, we're not going to have access to the network for a while, so you mentioned that you're exchanging messages, and she might get worried. Sunny stared at the blind girl for a few moments, flabbergasted. Standing up, he picked up the plates and walked away to clean them. Gods, think before you speak next time, all right? You almost gave me a heart attack, damn it. Go to sleep, you two. Nephis and Cassie climbed into the sleeping niches while he washed the dishes. Once that was done, Sunny threw an irritated look at the niche where the blind girl was sleeping and grimaced. She is right, though I might not be able to send a message to Rain for a while. Settling in the pilot's chair, he took out his communicator and checked his messages. To his relief, Rain was perfectly fine. She was going to school, training, and showing zero symptoms of being infected by the nightmare spell. Soul Serpent was with her, as well, so Sunny allowed himself to calm down. He stared at the screen of the communicator for a while, then sighed and started typing. Yeah, I'm doing well. Naturally. Remember that promotion I wrote about? Well, I am a glorified pencil pusher now. Most of my duties have to do with confirming requisition requests and forwarding letters. Honestly, it's driving me crazy. Scouting the wild expanses of the southern quadrant alone was much more fun anyway. I've been thinking about this and that recently. Like what I want to do with my life, and how I'm not that young anymore. Stupid stuff like that. So this is what I was thinking about. As he typed the long message, the cold sun slowly moved across the sky outside the APC, never falling behind the horizon. The day never seemed to end, but time was flowing by. Soon, the forces of two great clans were going to meet in the wilderness of East Antarctica. The outcome of their ill-fated clash could very well decide the fate of the dying continent. Chapter 1181, Three Armies. Sunny climbed to the roof of the APC and looked at the ravaged plain of East Antarctica, which stretched in all directions as far as the eye could see. He could have sent his shadows instead, but on a day like today, Sunny wanted to see it all with his own eyes. The ground was grey, and the stormy sky was grey, too. The ribbons of shallow brooks and the distant lakes were dark, resembling lead. The world seemed to have grown deathly silent, like a predator preparing to lunge at its prey. The air was brimming with suffocating tension. In front of him, at some distance, an abandoned outpost could be seen, tilted, and with its alloy walls ripped open. There was an ugly black rift of a nightmare gate shimmering with darkness in front of the desolate fortress, and near it, indifferent to the maddening whispers of the call, a small figure could be seen, sitting on the ground. It was hard to tell anything about the figure from that distance, except for the fact that it was a human. Surrounding the outpost from three directions, three armies were preparing to advance. The great clan Valar, the great clan Song, and the hastily assembled government force that was supposed to mediate a compromise through effort and a bit of luck or misfortune. Depending on how one looked at it, all of them had reached the Nightmare Gate on the same day. Then again, maybe it was part of some insane calculation. The gate was situated at the very border between the territories of the two clans, and at that point, Sunny wouldn't be surprised by anything. He was still with the war party of Clan Valar. The awakened warriors had already disembarked from the transports, and were now silently assembling into a battle formation. Those that would be fighting on foot were positioned at the center, and those that rode echo mounts were assembled at the flanks. 5 people stood in front of the loose phalanx: Morgan, Madoc, Nephis, Saint Tyrus, and the Summer Knight. Opposite them was a much larger force. Sunny could not really see, but he knew that Beastmaster, Silent Stalker, Dire Fang, and Season were leading it. Behind them were the awakened warriors of Song, and, surrounding the awakened, was a sea of enthralled nightmare creatures. Countless thralls were standing motionlessly, as if frozen in place. It was eerie and deeply disturbing to see the abominable monsters acting so subdued and obedient. The government force was by far the smallest of the three, numbering just 100 awakened or so. Even though they were too far away to make out details, Sunny felt an overpowering sense of unease radiating from their small formation. Well, they were right to feel scared. Not only could the plain soon become a battlefield, but the abandoned outpost and the Nightmare Gate in front of it were deep within the hunting grounds of a corrupted titan. The creature was nowhere in sight, for now, but there was no guarantee that it would not arrive soon, attracted by the smell of human souls and spilled blood. What a disaster. Sunny was full of hatred toward the great clans. His contempt was justly earned, too. He had personally killed many members of Song and Valar, be it through sabotage or with his own hands. And yet, he was not happy to see them preparing to slaughter each other. He was not sad, either. Just resigned. In any case, there was no place for useless emotions right now. Sunny had to steel himself and prepare to do what was needed. Neither army seemed to be moving. The wind was picking up, and the lonely figure in front of the Nightmare Gate remained motionless, as if inviting them to approach. After a while, several people separated from the formation of the government, awakened and walked forward. As if it were a signal, Morgan took a step forward. The rest of the Valar leaders followed her, and after hesitating for a bit, Sunny jumped down from the APC and hurried to join them. As he left the formation, he glanced at Cassie, who had stayed back and was flanked by 2 Knights of Valar. The blind girl seemed calm, but he could see her hands trembling slightly. Leaving her behind, Sunny caught up with Morgan and the rest. Nephis and Tyrus looked at him with inscrutable expressions, but the princess herself seemed amused by his decision to involve himself in the negotiation. "Master Sunless, how nice of you to join us." He glanced at her darkly and shrugged. "Well, my boss is over there. What else am I supposed to do?" Morgan chuckled, seemingly unbothered by the fact that she and all her people could very well die today. In fact, she looked almost excited. "Indeed. And what does a government agent like yourself think about the situation?" Sunny frowned. "First of all, I am not a government agent. I just volunteered my services to the evacuation army for the duration of the Antarctica campaign. Secondly, I think that all of you have lost your minds." Sunny had a lot of thoughts about what was happening, but it all boiled down to the fact that he still did not clearly understand the motives of the great clans. From his point of view, this whole despicable war was pure lunacy. Which meant a lot, coming from him. Even if Sunny considered the desire of the sovereigns to expand their domains, many things still didn't make any sense. The timing of the conflict, the wasteful strategies, the excessive urgency of their actions, neither Vela nor Song were behaving normally. They were not fools, so there had to be something wrong with their heads, surely. Morgan smiled. "Lost our minds? Ah, I see. I guess it would indeed look like that, from the sidelines." Her smile disappeared, replaced by cold ruthlessness. "However, I can assure you, it is the world that has gone mad, not us." After that strange remark, there was no more time to talk. The nightmare gate drew nearer, and finally, Sunny could see who was waiting calmly in its shadow. It was a slender young man clad in a suit of dark armor, with pale skin and raven black hair. His face was sharp and thin, not exactly handsome, but at the same time charming and strangely beautiful. His most striking feature, though, were his eyes, which didn't seem to possess a color of their own, and instead reflected the world back on itself like two pools of liquid silver. Mordred had been crouching on the ground, his expression calm and reserved. Noticing the approaching emissaries, he slowly rose and looked at them with cold intensity. Sunny expected a familiar grin to appear on the lips of the Prince of Nothing, but instead, Mordred remained strangely impassive. Then, finally, a corner of his mouth bent upward in a dark, joyless smile. "You've finally arrived." Chapter 1182, Good Show. You've finally arrived. Three groups of people stared at Mordred with different expressions. First were the emissaries of Vela. Morgan and Maddock kept their emotions in check, while Skytide and Summer Night seemed grim. Nephis was her usual indifferent self, but there was a hint of curiosity hidden in the depths of her calm grey eyes. The emissaries of Song were less reserved. Beastmaster was looking at Mordred with barely contained anger, as were Dire Fang and Silent Stalker. The first was just as he had been, somber and savage-looking, while the latter was an unassuming and elegant woman in black leather armor. Her beautiful face was inexpressive, but there was deep contempt in her strange feline eyes. Seishan was the calmest of them. She wasn't even looking at Mordred, instead studying the faces of the champions of Vela. Jet was standing behind her quietly. Lastly, there were the representatives of the government. Sunny shifted uncomfortably. What the hell are they doing here? Saint Cor was, of course, leading the small delegation, but there were two familiar figures behind him. Kai and Effie had somehow ended up as the escorts of the government transcendent, and were now looking at the Prince of Nothing darkly. They had never met Mordred, but the echoes of his actions had impacted them, both before the second nightmare and within it. There were a couple more government masters with Wake of Ruins, as well, but Sunny did not know them. Why did he have to bring those two here? Sunny frowned, then silently separated from the Vela emissaries and went to stand behind Saint Cor, shoulder to shoulder with Kai. Jet did the same, taking a place beside Effie. In the silence that followed, Mordred's words hung in the cold air. The Prince of Nothing lingered for a few moments, and then looked at Morgan with those strange, mirror-like eyes. Sister. Sunny had long noticed that Morgan never used the word brother when speaking about Mordred. In fact, when the reflection addressed her as sister, she seemed to have been enraged. He expected a similar reaction this time, too, but instead, Morgan smiled coldly. I have to say, I am impressed. I never imagined that you would dare to face me with your actual body. I've always regretted that I wasn't there to cut it, the last time. Mordred looked down at himself, then raised his head and stared at his younger sister. Oh, this thing? Yes, it is a bit reckless of me to use it, isn't it? But then again, it's not every day that I get to meet my family. I thought that if I was going to kill you, I should do it with my own two hands. Sonny tilted his head a little, suddenly distracted. Come to think of it, how did Mordred's own body end up here? His original one had been destroyed by Clan Vaylor, but the spell had to have created a new one for him after the second nightmare. Nevertheless, it would have been incredibly hard for the Prince of Nothing to arrive in Antarctica unnoticed while wearing his own face. Taking the body of someone like Ascended Bast would have been both easier and smarter. Unless. Assuming that Mordred's body could survive while his soul was wandering someplace else, he could have just stored it somewhere and then retrieved it at the right moment. He could have even carried it with him using a special memory or maybe an unknown facet of his power. Suddenly, Sonny felt a cold chill running down his spine. Did Mordred have a collection of human bodies he carried around in some strange mirror dimension, like a macabre wardrobe of flesh? That sounded exactly like something the madman would do. As he was thinking, Beastmaster suddenly spoke, her voice so friendly that it actually sounded terrifying. I am very sorry to interrupt this touching family reunion, but at the risk of sounding petty, could I maybe receive some explanations? Prince Mordred, if I may, why couldn't you just follow the damned plan? Don't tell me that you've been secretly working for your father this whole time. That would be such a disappointment. Mordred remained silent for a moment, then glanced at the alluring saint with a somber expression. It is nothing like that. Please accept my sincere apologies. During the battle to conquer Black Skull, the warriors of Vaylor became suspicious of my identity. So, I had no choice but to act. Beastmaster studied his face with doubt. It seemed that she was not convinced by that rather logical explanation. However, it was not like anyone could disprove Mordred's words and, in fact, he had no reasonable motive to lie or sabotage their plans. Doing so would have been madness. Mordred sighed. I understand why you might be angry and distrustful, my lady. But please believe me, my intention is and always has been to help your mother achieve victory over Clan Vaylor. My family has to pay for what they've done to me. There's no one who wants to see them fall more than me. I would have followed the plan if there was the smallest chance of success, but now well, all I could do is offer you my blade. He turned to face Morgan and snarled. And use it to cut the down. Mordred's voice sounded flawlessly impassioned and sincere. It was so compelling, actually, that Sonny almost believed him. Of course, he knew better than to trust a single word coming out of the lying bastard's mouth. Morgan scoffed. You blade? What can you even do with a blade? She unsheathed her own sword and leaned on it, smiling. Come on, show me. There was something very strange about that sword. Sonny had never seen it before, and he suddenly felt chills when looking at the austere double-edged blade. Mordred stared at the sword, as well, his expression growing bleak. After a few moments, he said quietly. I guess he is watching, then. Then, his lips suddenly twisted into a dark grin. Well, in that case let's give him a good show. With that, the air around him suddenly rippled, and 6 mirror shards became visible, hovering above the ground. Sonny's eyes narrowed. Reflections transcendent, all of them. Then, the mirror shards suddenly glinted, transforming into human figures. Nephis finally showed a reaction, white flames ignited in her eyes. There, surrounding Mordred, now stood 6 people. As he smiled, the reflections of Whispering Blade, Summer Night, Skytide, Beastmaster, Silent Stalker, and Dire Fang smiled with him. Chapter 1183, one short word. 6 reflections, 6 transcendent beasts. All assuming the shape of the saints of the great clans. Sonny felt cold as he looked at the smiling faces of the simulacrums and Mordred's face. The rest of the emissaries seemed just as shaken as he was, even if some managed to hide their emotions better than others. The representatives of Vaylor were, understandably, grim. Even Morgan's composure cracked for a split second, revealing a hint of weakness. Saint Cor's pale face grew even more ashen. But even the saints of song appeared startled by Mordred's unexpected show of power. It seemed that they did not know the extent of his abilities as well as they had thought they did. For a few long moments, there was nothing but chilling silence. Then, Morgan spat, her voice full of contempt. Am I supposed to be impressed? What a neat trick. Bravo. Mordred's smile only widened. It was at that moment that Wake of Ruin finally took a step forward and spoke. Enough. What madness is this? The emissaries of the two clans looked at him with unfriendly expressions. Mordred did, too, and the 6 reflections turned their heads in perfect synchronicity. The sight of them acting that way was deeply disturbing, especially since the mirror creatures wore familiar, smiling faces. Wake of Ruin scowled, and the subtle scent of slaughter that always followed him intensified. I won't pretend to have authority over your actions, Awakened of Song and Vaylor, but I am your elder. No matter what benefits you hope to receive from this battle, I know that your losses will be much greater. You know it too. This world of ours has withstood 5 decades of the nightmare spell, and your families rose from that chaos. The reason they have endured while countless others were destroyed is not strength. There were others who possessed strength but foresight and restraint. So, lower your swords. His grating voice echoes above the plain, making the mighty saints of the great clans listen. Even Madoc, the oldest and most powerful among them, seemed to have some respect for Saint Cor, who came from the first generation. Still, Whispering Blade was not someone who lowered his head. This conflict won't be decided with words, Wake of Ruin. Too much is at stake. Saint Cor gritted his teeth. Ah, yes. The rulers will it, so blood must be spilled. However, you are not barbarians. You are the legacy clans, so act like it. Don't you have traditions and protocols for just these kinds of situations? The honorable duel, to death if need be. Why waste the lives of your kin and soldiers when the core row can be resolved by 2 champions? He glared darkly at Madoc and Beastmaster, and then said, or are you not certain of your strength? His words seemed to have an effect. Sonny held his breath, not even daring to think whether a peaceful comparatively resolution was really possible. One person dying was infinitely better than numerous awakened warriors slaughtering each other. So many problems would go away if the damned great clans agreed with the proposal of Saint Cor. He was old and wise, after all. He had seen and survived more than any of them. He must have seen a fair share of such duels, as well. If only Morgan and Beastmaster were able to swallow their pride and agree to a compromise. However, Sonny just could not see Morgan backing off after being provoked by her brother. She had been waiting for an opportunity to make Song bleed for too long. Damnation. But if she did then, following the same logic, wouldn't it mean that Beastmaster had no reason to accept the duel? Wake of Ruin let out a small, almost unnoticeable sigh of relief and turned to the emissaries of Song. Morgan of Vaylor has agreed to be the champion in the honorable duel. Who will your champion be, daughters of Song? Curse it all. Beastmaster remained silent for a few long moments, looking at Morgan with a soft smile. She seemed to be contemplating something. Then, she answered simply no. That short word sounded like the horn of the apocalypse to Sonny. Wake of Ruin froze. What? What do you? Beastmaster took a step forward, the same soft smile illuminating her stunningly beautiful face. I said no. There will be no duel. There will be no compromise. There will be no foresight and restraint, no more deals, no more alliances. Only bloodshed. Only war. How does that sound, Morgan? Doesn't it sound nice? She might have considered a duel if her side was not overwhelmingly stronger. But with the 6 transcendent reflections Mordred had somehow nurtured, the scales of power between Vaylor and Song had become tilted too much in favor of Song. In the end, it was those reflections that made the compromise impossible. Sunnis' eyes widened. That bastard. Wake of Ruin hesitated. Don't be unreasonable, however, he was interrupted by Morgan herself. Enough. Her face was pale, but her vermilion eyes burned with sharp, piercing fury. You want war, Worms? Good. I like it, he'll show you war. Chapter 1184, The Final Argument. Just like that and, perhaps, just as expected, the last opportunity to avoid disaster slipped away from their grasp. Saint Cor desperately tried to salvage the situation, but it was hopeless. The armies of both clans were fully prepared to annihilate the enemy, and perhaps be annihilated themselves, on that cold November day. Their bloodlust could not be quenched with words. The fates of countless civilians were about to be decided on a battlefield where humans would be killing other humans, not the nightmare creatures. No, there would be nightmare creatures, too. A sea of abominations would be killing humans on the orders of a saint. Somehow, that fact made the whole situation even sadder. The gods and the daimons had fought side by side against the unknown, too, but, in the end, they slaughtered each other. The battle did not start immediately. Sunny half expected the emissaries to lunge forward without wasting even a single second, but after exchanging murderous gazes, they simply turned around to return to their soldiers. The cold sky was full of heavy clouds, plunging the world into grey twilight. The leaders of the 2 armies were leaving to prepare for battle. Mordred stared at the backs of Morgan and Maddock for a few moments, then threw a quick glance at Sunny and smiled. With that, he left with Seishan, and his reflections followed. Wake of Ruin was motionless, looking at the ground. Somehow, he looked older than usual. A heavy sigh escaped from the saint's lips. Our world is changing too quickly. Or is it me who can't keep up anymore? He lingered for a few moments, then looked at the ascended of the evacuation army with a heavy gaze. Wake of Ruin hesitated, as if wanting to say something, but then simply shook his head. Withdraw. The ascended shifted, preparing to follow his command, but Sunny didn't. Instead, he grimaced and took a step away, in the direction where the emissaries of Vaylor were walking. Noticing his movement, Saint Cor frowned. What do you think you're doing, young man? Sunny stopped and looked at him calmly. What am I doing? I'm doing my best to make sure that as many people as possible are evacuated safely. That's the mission I signed up for when I joined the first evacuation army. What are you doing? The old saint stared at him incredulously. Then, sparks of dark anger ignited in his eyes. Standing under the wrathful gaze of a saint was nothing short of suffocating. Don't question my determination, Major Sunless. The government has never broken its neutrality. That is the only way to sustain this world. That is how we prevent it from being destroyed and how we save lives. Sunny truly respected Wake of Ruin. No matter how unpleasant the government transcendent was, he had nothing but admiration for the old man. However, he was fed up with empty words. Glaring at Saint Cor without looking away, Sunny gritted his teeth. Tell that to the millions of people who died in Falkenscott. Tell that to the families of the soldiers who died under my command. Go tell the people who are going to die because we did nothing today that their lives were sacrificed for the sake of your damned neutrality. Better yet, go to the outskirts and explain to the people there how the government is sustaining them. Or don't. To be honest, I don't care. I'm still going to fight. Wake of Ruin grimaced. You foolish brat, don't be blinded by short-term benefits. We can get involved today, but what will happen tomorrow? What will happen a year from today, 10 years? Stand down. The saint was seriously angry. For a moment, Sunny even felt as if his life was in danger. But then, suddenly, Jet calmly walked away from the government ascended and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Saint Cor scowled. Reaper, what the hell are you? Jet shook her head. Calm down, old man. Sunny is right, we can't compromise and bide our time anymore. You said it yourself, the world is changing. Old tactics won't work. Going forward, there won't be any easy decisions. Before he could answer, she looked at Sunny and added. And you, what's your tone? The old man is right, too. If the government decides to start openly choosing sides, there won't be a government in a few months. Can you imagine what will happen next? Sunny blinked, while Saint Cor pierced her with a cold look. You say these things, but you're standing by his side. Am I missing something? Jet shrugged and grinned. Well, it would be scandalous if the legendary Wake of Ruin fought under the banner of Clan Valor. But a couple of renegade masters. No one will bat an eye. The government must stay neutral, but that doesn't mean that I have to. I am my own person, after all. Or have you forgotten that fact? Her voice was calm and friendly, but the last words sounded cold. It was as if the temperature of the air around them dropped by a couple degrees. Saint Cor shook his head. Don't do anything stupid, Jet. But she simply stared at him silently for a few moments, unmoved. Eventually, Wake of Ruin grimaced and turned away. He didn't say anything more, either. But somehow, it felt as though their silence conveyed too much meaning. As the old saint walked away, Kai and Effie looked at Sunny with tense expressions. He could understand a lot from their eyes, as well. It was as though the three of them were having a silent conversation. But in the end, Sunny just shook his head. He knew what his friends wanted to do. They were willing to join him not for any poignant reason, but simply because he was their friend. Nephis and Cassie were, too. But, considering how things went, many people could die today. Someone had to stay alive to pick up the pieces. So, he silently sent them away. Maybe it was a bit hypocritical of him to refuse their help after proclaiming that he would do anything in his power to save as many people as possible. But Effie and Kai were people, too. He wanted to save them, as well. So, they left with Saint Cor. Sunny and Jet, meanwhile, hurried to catch up with the retreating emissaries of Valor. When they did, he suddenly felt cold and confused. Sunny had decided to help one of the sides achieve as clean of a victory as possible. But, with how things had turned out, was it even possible for Valor to win? From the looks of it, it was Song who held an overwhelming advantage. If anything, he should be helping them. Full of uneasy thoughts, Sunny stole a glance at Morgan. She must have understood how desperate her army's situation was, as well. He had expected to see a grim expression on her face, fear, even. But, to his surprise, Morgan was walking while hiding a satisfied smile. Sunny's eyes narrowed slightly. What the hell is she smiling about? Chapter 1185, Before the battle starts. They returned to the army of the great Clan Valor. The rows of squires were standing under the dull sky, with dozens of knights placed loosely throughout the formation. Most of them wore suits of masterfully crafted plate armor, some holding shields. Surprisingly, very few had already summoned their weapons, as if waiting for something. Looking at the hundreds of awakened who were calmly preparing for battle, Sunny couldn't help but feel a strange incongruity. This was not the largest military force he had seen, by far. During the Antarctica campaign, Sunny had witnessed great masses of human warriors clash with boundless hordes of abominations, tens or thousands of soldiers and scores of hulking MWPs, supported by numerous turrets, artillery vehicles, and thunderous rail guns that rained fire on the enemy. The armies of the two great clans were modest, in comparison. There were maybe 2,000 awakened gathered on the gloomy plain, with a scattering of echoes supporting them. There was the dark river of nightmare creatures enthralled by Beastmaster, as well, but overall, it all seemed strangely insignificant in scope and scale. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that the small number of warriors in front of him were much more dire of a force than any he had seen before. And then there were the Saints. Whispering Blade, Skytide, Summer Night Beastmaster, Silent Stalker, Dire Fang. Mordred's reflections, Morgan's echoes. There were Sunny and Nephis, as well. This is going to be a massacre. Sunny was not a member of Clan Vela, and as such, he was not familiar with the nuances of their training. Not really knowing where to place himself, he simply walked over to where Nephis and Cassie were standing. Jet followed, summoning an unfamiliar glaive. Coincidentally, that placed them near Morgan, as well. The Princess of War gave them a curious look. Master Sunless, Master Jet, what a nice surprise to see you here. Have you decided to keep us company today? She briefly glanced at Nephis and smiled. Sunny lingered for a bit, then shrugged. Yes. We have our reasons. Jet was more direct. Looking at Morgan with a carefree expression, she nodded. Indeed. Someone has to keep you bastards alive, so that you could keep everyone else alive. Morgan stared at her for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. Well said. With that, she seemed to have lost interest in the two of them. A hurricane of white sparks suddenly rose around her, and one after another, echoes started to manifest themselves on the barren soil of East Antarctica. Sunny recognized some of them, but some he saw for the first time. All in all, there were 20 transcendent creatures under Morgan's control, including the familiar tortoise with a stone fort on its carapace. This time, it seemed, the towering creature was not going to be used as a mobile command center. Instead, awakened armed with bows and possessing sorceress aspects climbed into the fort, turning the echo into a walking siege tower. Not too long ago, Sunny had been stunned by the sight of Morgan's transcendent echoes. However, now that he had seen Mordred's reflections, they did not seem so domineering anymore. More than that, the daughters of Kisong had to possess a few powerful echoes of their own, without a doubt. They had an overwhelming advantage in this battle both in terms of low-level competence and dreadful powerhouses. Song was far ahead of Vela. The only disadvantage they had was that Beastmaster, despite her diabolical power, was no match for Whispering Blade in a direct confrontation. Was that what Morgan was betting on? How was she planning to win? He hesitated for a few moments, then went ahead and asked. Not to sound presumptuous, Lady Morgan, but isn't our situation a bit too hopeless? She glanced at him, then smiled darkly. Her vermilion eyes seemed to shine in the gloomy twilight of the cloudy day. Hopeless? On the contrary, Master Sunless. The situation can be said to be in our favor. Morgan looked in the direction where the forces of Song were making their final preparations and shook her head. Were you that impressed by the little trick that person pulled? Don't be. Those reflections of his are not as dangerous as they might seem. You see, human saints can be considered transcendent beasts, but they are so much more than that by virtue of being human. Those mirror creatures, however, are just that, creatures. And as such, they are bound by the same limitations. Her expression grew cold as she continued. In other words, while the reflections can copy the appearance, attributes, and even aspect abilities of a saint, they can't copy that which makes humans unique among beasts. Most importantly of all, they can only possess the same level of intelligence as a beast creature would. Have you noticed how they seem to repeat everything that he did? That is because, while powerful, they are nearly mindless at that stage. Unless controlled directly by their creator, these reflections can pose a serious threat, but not nearly as serious of a threat as actual saints would. Sunny looked at her with a frown. What Morgan said made sense. The reflections could copy the powers of a saint, but they could not become a saint. The mirror beast he had faced on the Reckoning Island was vastly different, and much more dangerous, because it was a devil. Its intelligence had not been inferior to that of a human. Still, 6 reflected saints, no matter how mindless, were incomparably more powerful than 6 transcendent beasts would have been. Because they, too, possessed aspect powers of the humans they reflected. Noticing his doubt, Morgan smiled. Don't be so concerned, Master Sunless. I was surprised by their appearance, as well. Without the reflections, I'd say that our victory was all but assured. With them added to the board, well, I guess that each side has an equal chance to prevail. All that remains is to fight. Either we win, or we lose. The outcome of the battle will be decided by nothing except the personal strength, skill, and resolve of those fighting. Ah, what a brilliant day. Chapter 1186, Final Preparations. Morgan studied the distant army of Song and inhaled deeply. Then, her face grew slightly somber. There are countless nuances to war, Master Sunless, but at its core, war is simple. All there is to it is power, an application of power. The former is important, but the latter is more so. There is no point in being strong if one can't properly exert their strength, after all. The daughters of Ki Song might think that they possess more power, but look at them. I have them exactly where I wanted them, even if the path to this moment was not what I expected it to be. Ah, but that is another thing. One has to be flexible when waging war. Rigid things are always the first to break. With a chill, Sunny realized that Morgan had been acting throughout the entire attempt at negotiations. She had never wanted the duel to happen. She had never wanted to avoid the battle. Instead, all she had wanted was to lure the enemy into committing to it. In the end, it was Beastmaster who insisted on proceeding with the battle, thinking that she had forced Morgan into a corner. He shook his head in amazement. Why is everyone in that family so devious? Well, it was not like he had anything to complain about. Morgan had said a lot of things, but conveniently failed to actually answer his question and explain what exactly gave her the confidence to face the superior force of Clan Song on the battlefield. Still, her confidence was a good sign for him. Sunny let out a sigh. Now, all he had to decide was how far he was willing to go to ensure that Vela achieved a sweeping victory. What was he willing to show, and what was he willing to hide? The unpleasant answer was rather simple. Sunny had no right to hide anything. He had to give it his all unless he wanted to make every decision he had made thus far meaningless. Even if abandoning his pretenses might end up putting him in danger. It was time to go all out. Morgan, meanwhile, turned to her soldiers and smiled. Her voice echoed across the plain, sounding as sharp as a sword leaving its scabbard. Warriors of Vela, today, we sanctify this field with blood. Have no fear, have no mercy, have no doubt. The 1,000 awakened roared, and as they did, Morgan coldly looked at the knights among them and gave a small nod. In the next moment, something strange happened. Sharp steel flashed, and a dozen dead bodies fell to the ground, awash in blood. It happened so fast that no one even had a chance to react. Morgan shook her head slightly and said with contempt, "Did she really think that I wouldn't find her thralls?" Then, she looked at the frozen soldiers with murderous determination, unsheathed her strange sword, and yelled, "The traitors are dead. Be strong, be sharp, be my sword." And as she did, the dim twilight was suddenly illuminated by a myriad of scarlet sparks. A hurricane of them, much larger than the one produced by manifesting echoes, surrounded Morgan like a river of blood. From that river, hundreds of swords slowly appeared, hovering above ground. All of them were memories, and of considerable power at that. No sword was the same as the rest, each possessing a unique form, shape, and presence. And there was something strange about these swords, too, just like there was about the one she was holding in her hand. Sunny stared at the cloud of swords, stunned, until he noticed a common detail that all of them shared. Each had a symbol of an anvil pierced through by a sword either etched on its blade or engraved on its pommel. All of those are forged memories. Sunny watched as countless swords suddenly flew in different directions, each landing in the hand of an awakened warrior. And as he did, he felt that he knew what these swords were, and who had created them. Anvil of Vela, the King of Swords. These swords had to be a conduit of his domain, or at least a manifestation of his aspect ability. Nephis received a silvery longsword, and Cassie received a slender rapier. Sunny and Jet, though, did not receive anything. Which was, honestly, a relief. While the two of them were observing the grandiose bestowal of swords with guarded expressions, Morgan turned to them and smiled. "Master Sunless, Master Jet, if there are any preparations you want to make, I suggest that you make them now." We are about to begin. Jet silently leaned on her glaive, showing that she was already as prepared as she wanted to be. Sunny, on the other hand, did have a few things to do. With a sigh, he called upon several memories. The Sin of Solace, the Dying Wish, the Shadow Lantern and Morgan's warbow. When scarlet sparks swarmed around his hand, Morgan tilted her head slightly, as if surprised. When the black bow manifested itself, however, one of her eyebrows shot up. Princess gave him a strange look. That is a curious bow you have there, Master Sunless. Sunny glanced at it and smiled. Ah, yes, I might have forgotten to mention, but you sort of stole my heart once, Lady Morgan. It was a truly memorable day. Well, at least for me. The expression on her face was hard to describe, but it became even more incredulous when Sunny threw the bow into the air. Wait, you are. A moment later, a hand in a black armored gauntlet suddenly rose from his shadow and grabbed it. Two crimson flames ignited in the darkness, and then, a towering figure in a fearsome suit of onyx armor stepped from the shadow, her silhouette both graceful and frightening. Saint remained motionless, observing the distant army of the great clan Song with utter indifference. Then, a demonic black steed rose from the shadows, wreathed in darkness. Nightmare lowered his head, light reflecting on his adamantine horns. Lastly, a small fiendish creature made entirely of black steel appeared, staring at the horde of enthralled nightmare creatures with unmistakable hunger. Shadows moved, flowing onto Sunny's body. As they did, the light of day suddenly seemed darker and less substantial around them. He placed the Sin of Solace on his shoulder and looked at Morgan. Now, I'm ready. Erdiel's note damn, badass. Chapter 1187 Battle of the Black Skull, 1. There were a lot of startled glances directed at Sunny. Of course, it couldn't be helped even though he was a master, thus receiving a certain amount of respect and veneration from all awakened, the warriors of a great clan still tended to treat government soldiers with a bit of disdain. Watching a mere government envoy, no matter how distinguished, pull out two transcendent devils and a terror out of nowhere must have been a bit of a shock for them. Especially because of how unlike the retainers of Valor Sunny looked. He was neither tall nor physically imposing, and in fact appeared more slender than athletic. In addition, while pretty much everyone around him was clad in a suit of heavy plate armor, he wore only a light tunic and a pair of dainty silk shoes. It was almost as if Sunny was not taking the situation seriously, or was powerful enough to be able to disregard the protection of durable armor despite the dire danger of the situation. There was one intangible quality, though, that convinced the warriors of Valor that it was the latter rather than the former. Presence. Space around her. Presence was often hard to describe, but it was not a secret that saints possessed a certain presence about them, and the most powerful of masters did, too. Like Jet, who emanated an illusory aura of cold, or Nephis, who sometimes seemed to illuminate the space around her. Presence was often hard to describe, but it was unmistakable. And the feeling Sunny gave off when he got serious was of the dark, cold, and deeply frightening variety. Like staring into the eyes of your killer, or maybe even of death itself. So, the warriors of Valor were more than a little surprised. Obviously, Morgan was surprised the most. He stared at Sunny for a few long moments with a somewhat comical expression, then slowly shook her head and turned away. You are a man who is full of surprises, Master Sunless. This is a good thing. We might need to pull off a miracle or two today, in order to survive. No matter how amused and curious she was, now was not the time to engage in these kinds of emotions. The battle was about to start. In fact, it was already starting. The government forces had withdrawn, but remained at a distance to observe the clash. The two armies were moving now. On the side of Song, a tide of nightmare creatures surged forward, and, shielded by it, the awakened followed. Sunny could not see the reflections in the saints, but he knew that they were out there, somewhere. Ready to strike. On the side of Valor, the mounted warriors shook the ground as they moved forward, gaining speed for a devastating charge. The phalanx of awakened marched forward behind them, in perfect synchronicity, their formation like a wall of steel. Whispering blades suddenly seemed to disappear. Saint Tyrus rose into the air, assuming the form of the steel-winged thunderbird. The wind roared as she flew forward, and lightning danced around her body. Summer Knight was at the tip of the wedge formation of the charging cavalry, his lance shining with resplendent light. Saint was galloping atop Nightmare side by side with him, drawing her bow with calm grace. Gods! Sunny was pulled forward, as well, following Nephis and Morgan. Jet and Cassie were near them, both with grim expressions on their faces. Only Imp seemed unaffected by the dreadful scale and meaning of the scene in front of them, scurrying forward with a wicked grin. We are really doing it, aren't we? As soon as he thought it, the world shook. Not too far ahead, a cloud of arrows rose from the ranks of Songs Awakened, followed by a swarm of winged abominations. All of them shot toward Skytide, aiming to intercept her. At the same time, the charging cavalry clashed with the sea of nightmare creatures. Just as it did, a swift black silhouette suddenly emerged from the mass of them and descended on Sir Gilead. In a flash of claws of crimson eyes, Sunny made out the figure of a giant, monstrous panther that had swiped at the Saint's Echo Mount with her claws. Silent Stalker had finally shown her transformation ability. Then, there was only chaos. A battle between Awakened could not be controlled, simply because of the nature of the people participating in it. Each of the soldiers possessed unique abilities and skills derived from them. No general, no matter how talented, could truly calculate and effectively guide such a great number of unpredictable variables. It was as though 2,000 devils were unleashed onto the desolate plain, burning with the murderous desire to destroy each other. All that the leaders of the two armies could do was set certain tactics in motion and hope for the best. And fight. In the War of Awakened, the personal valor of the combatants was much more important than in a battle of mundane soldiers, or even in one against nightmare creatures. Which meant that a single individual's contribution could also exert great influence on the outcome. This was what Sunny hoped for, at least. However, watching Valor cavalry collide with Beastmaster's thralls, he was suddenly not sure if anything he could do would make a difference. Of course, it can. There aren't that many masters here, and among them, only Nephis and Mordric can be compared to me. With my shadows, I am almost as valuable as a saint, so I need to throw these doubts away, and fight. As the havoc of the bloody melee drew nearer, threatening to swallow the battle formation of Valor, Sunny suddenly heard the exhilarated voice of the Sin of Solace laughing in his ear. Fight, 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 all you ever do is fight, but what have you achieved? Nothing. You failed your soldiers, you failed the people you wanted to protect, and on top of that, you even ended up in the exact place that you had wanted to escape. Pitiful fool, do you really think that today will be any different? Sunny could even see a shadowy figure following him, its features more distinct and pronounced than ever. He smiled crookedly. Ah, it's you. You're just in time, come on, bastard. Watch me. Then, there was no more time for idle thoughts. The cavalry had cut through the river of thralls and drowned in the ranks of Songs Awakened. The tide of abominations, meanwhile, was already mere meters away. Gritting his teeth, Sunny brandished the jade sword and called upon the shadows. N01N. Chapter 1188, Battle of the Black Skull, 2. The battle formation of Clan Valor was steadily advancing while keeping its shape, but Sunny was a poor fit for their polished tactics. Someone needed to break the momentum of the horde of the Beastmaster's thralls, anyway. There was a sea of them, ranging from pitiful dormant vermin to frightening corrupted behemoths. The charge of the cavalry had destroyed some, but countless more remained. Looking at the surging mass of abominations, Sunny couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Beastmaster, her power was truly great and terrible. But then, he could be terrible himself. As Sunny unleashed the shadows contained within his divine lantern, a tide of darkness suddenly spread from his feet, reaching into the attacking horde. A moment later, it came alive. Kill. Sunny had come a long way in his mastery of shadow manifestation. From swiping a piece of trash from his kitchen table to binding a titan and beyond, he had never stopped improving. And now, it was time to make use of all those lessons for one single purpose. Maximum devastation. The darkness came alive, and countless inky black hands suddenly rose from it. They grabbed the lunging abominations, tearing their flesh with long obsidian claws. A wide swath of the horde was instantly turned into a harrowing hellscape of moving shadows, spilling blood, and mutilated bodies. There was a cacophony of piercing shrieks and howls, too, all of them full of chilling agony. Sunny paid no attention to the reactions of the warriors of Valor. His mind was in a state of battle clarity and augmented by the shroud of dusk on top of that, but still, it took every bit of his mental ability to control that many manifested shadows. He felt as though his brain was going to explode, but as a result, the destruction he had perpetrated was on such a large scale that it almost seemed like the work of some profane deity. He only maintained it for a few short seconds, not wishing to burn too much essence, but that was more than enough. The center of the horde was utterly broken, its momentum spent. Somewhere to his left, a blinding flash suddenly illuminated the world, and another chunk of the thralls was swallowed by furious white flames. As soon as the darkness dissipated and the white flames dissolved, the vanguard of the Valor force Sunny, Nephis, Morgan, and Jet were already upon the enthralled monsters. Nephis was clad in an intricate black armor, with soft white radiance spilling from its seams. Her longsword, however, shone the brightest, cutting through the nightmare creatures like a ray of incinerating starlight. She moved with the stunning speed and ruthless elegance of a heaven-born killer. Jet was almost as deadly, although her battle style seemed much less refined. It was all about efficiency, practicality, and butchery. Even though her strikes left no marks on the bodies of her victims, the kills somehow looked more savage. Morgan, meanwhile, was like a hurricane of steel. Everything around her was cut and sliced to pieces, as if she was surrounded by a shifting field of some invisible severing force. However, there was no force, there was only Morgan herself, her body, and her sword. She was like a streak of black and vermilion, leaving misty crimson clouds in her wake. And then there was Sunny himself. This early into the battle, he was conserving his essence, so there was nothing flashy about how he fought. It was best described by the word elusive. He danced between the abominations like a shadow, easily evading the deluge of attacks and sometimes delivering swift strikes of his own. Although these strikes did not seem too powerful and only left behind small wounds, they somehow never failed to bring the creatures down. Just a few moments after the four of them dove into the horde of thralls, the battle formation of Clan Valor finally connected with the enemy. Swords rose and fell. Arrows flew. Hundreds of aspect abilities activated in unthinkable harmony. Blood spilled on the ground. Sunny was startled. What the hell is this? There was a limit to training and being familiar with the powers of your comrades. Sunny knew it better than most, since he had been a part of an awakened cohort before, and even led one for a period of time. He had been in command of large military forces, too. So, Sunny understood very well just how important synergy and synchronicity really were. Only when the cooperation between the members of a cohort reached the level where they could move as a single whole without the need for words would the cohort have a chance to survive. However, cohorts were usually small for a good reason. With how different and unpredictable aspect powers were, it was nearly impossible to bring them together in harmony, and the more awakened there were, the more difficult that task was. The difficulty grew exponentially. What the army of Valor showed, however, was a level of unity that went beyond reason. It was not exactly perfect, but close enough to perfection to be startling. Their battle formation seemed less like hundreds of warriors fighting side by side, and more like a single being with 1,000 arms and 1,000 heads. Like a perfectly crafted war machine. It was honestly a bit frightening. Damn. Carving a bloody path through the thralls, Sunny couldn't help but pay attention to the battle formation of Clan Valor. It steadily advanced, withstanding the pressure of the horde of nightmare creatures like a moving fortress of steel. Countless abominations were dying beneath the sharp swords of the awakened warriors, and when an especially powerful creature attacked, one of the knights would step forward to face it. Arrows rained without stop. The giant tortoise was marching behind the formation, serving as a mobile fort, but even its presence could not explain how the archers were so effective in slaying the enemies without ever putting their allies in danger. It's the swords. Sunny did not have any reason to come to that conclusion, but he felt that he was right. This incredible, almost unnatural level of unity between the hundreds of awakened warriors of the great clan Valar had to have something to do with the swords forged and bestowed on them by their sovereign. No wonder Clan Valar is famed for its battle prowess. Just how deadly would perfect cooperation be in a war? Sunny quickly adjusted his understanding of the battle, accounting for the new variable. The boon of the forged swords was, without a doubt, a powerful advantage, much more powerful than one would think. But would that boon alone be enough to turn the tide of the battle? Somehow, it didn't seem like it. No matter how Sunny looked at it, the position of Valar was still incredibly weak. What is Morgan thinking? Chapter 1189, Battle of the Black Skull, 3. It seemed as if the world was ending. Even more than during the battle against the Titanic Horde or in Falkenscott, it seemed like the world was breaking apart. There had been clashes of similar scale in Antarctica, but at least there was some logic and structure to them. The thunderous roars of the railguns, the orderly formations of mundane soldiers, the power of the awakened, the demented fury of the nightmare creatures. No matter how frenzied a battle was, there was a distinction between the clashing sides, at least. Today, it was just chaos. Thousands of aspects tearing the ground and the sky apart. Awakened, masters, echoes, and enthralled nightmare creatures intertwined in murderous violence. Even the saints were fighting each other, making the world shake with each strike. Somewhere not too far away, Silent Stalker was entangled with Sir Gilead. The monstrous Black Panther had long ago ripped Summer Knight's mount apart with her claws, and was now trying to extinguish the valiant saint himself. It was not that easy to do, because he had transformed, as well. Where a handsome knight in resplendent armor had been, there was now an ethereal figure that seemed to be made of pure sunlight. The figure was human-like and of the same height as Sir Gilead, but every time Silent Stalker struck at it, her claws simply passed through the light, not leaving any wounds on Summer Knight's shining body. When he lashed out with his sword, however, deep wounds were left on the panther's sable hide. Silent Stalker did not seem to pay them any attention. As they continued to fight, the radiance of the luminous figure was slowly growing bleaker. On another spot of the battlefield, the ground trembled as a giant thunderbird fell from the skies. Skytide had withstood the rain of arrows and slaughtered the swarm of winged thralls, but then, it was a wall of invisible force crashed into her. Saint Tiras rolled on the ground, unable to sustain her transformation anymore, and knelt while grabbing her head. Her beautiful face was pale, and there was a dazed look in her eyes. She glanced at the distant formation of Clan Song, where Beastmaster was hidden, concentrating her incredible power to deliver a terrible mental attack. Then, still kneeling, Skytide outstretched her hand and summoned her sword. As she slowly rose to her feet, swaying, a rush of nightmare creatures and enemy ascended was already closing in on her. Somewhere else, the reflections were entangled in a strange fight with the wind. The lightning-weft thunderbird, a creature that looked like a towering hybrid between a wolf and a human, and a devilishly beautiful woman were launching one attack after another against an invisible opponent. There was a fourth mirror creature, as well, but it was as unseen as their adversary. Whispering Blade alone was pushing back the reflections of Skytide, Dire Fang, Beastmaster, and himself. It was impossible to say which side was winning, since the mirror creatures did not express any emotions, and Madoc himself could not be seen. However, their clash was far from reaching a conclusion. Some distance away, Saint was fighting against the reflection of Summer Night. She had sent Nightmare away and stood alone against the radiant warrior made of sunlight, her black sword clashing against his shining blade with murderous intent. Two knights, one ominous and wreathed in darkness, the other resplendent and suffused with warm radiance, were like night and day, and their furious clash instilled fear into the hearts of anyone who witnessed it. Nightmare, meanwhile, had attacked the awakened warriors of Song, but was thwarted by the reflection of Silent Stalker. The black steed was almost caught in the maw of the giant panther, but then, a scrawny figure of dark metal suddenly leaped on the mirror creature's back, grabbing onto it with sharp claws and sinking his irresistible teeth into the beast's hide. The three of them turned into a whirlwind of darkness, demolishing anything that got in their way. The battle formation of Clan Vela had cut through the horde of thralls and collided with the awakened of Song. Despite their unnatural unity, it was impossible to maintain the phalanx after that soon. The battle inevitably descended into utter mayhem. Awakened fought against awakened, and masters fought against masters. Here and there, some managed to stay close to their cohort, while others were completely isolated and faced the enemy alone. Humans and echoes were thrown together into a disorderly mess of dreadful violence and chilling cruelty. Despite the fact that the warriors of Vela wielded swords forged by anvil, which made them far more dangerous than they would have ordinarily been, they were still severely outnumbered. There were plenty of enthralled abominations left on the battlefield, after all. Clan Vela was holding well, for now. But Sunny couldn't see how they could win. In fact, the only reason for the strained equilibrium on the battlefield was Skytide. There was no effective counter against her powers among the high-ranking warriors of Clan Song, and so, Beastmaster had to concentrate her fearsome mental attacks on only one person. Now that Saint Tyrus had been brought down, however, the Enchantress would be free to wreak havoc among the rest of Clan Vela's forces soon. Once that happened, the situation would very likely cascade into a disaster with Ter. Rydal speed. Apart from Saint, who was immune to mental attacks and mind manipulation, every other combatant on the battlefield would be at risk. Perhaps even Beastmaster was not powerful enough to break the will of a Transcendent instantly, but she did not need to, either. Considering how dire the clashes between the Transcendents were already, a moment of distraction would be enough to give the enemy a crucial opportunity to deal a fatal strike. She could turn her diabolical powers against the mass of awakened, as well, ensuring that the spine of Velas' army was broken. Which meant that Beastmaster had to be stopped. But who could stop her? Every powerful combatant on the side of Vela was tied down. Only the masters were relatively free, or at least could extricate themselves from the melee with relative ease. However, among them, Sunny alone possessed the ability to bypass the massive Song warriors and attack the alluring Saint. Problem was he was not sure that he would be able to withstand her power. More than that, he simply did not know where she was. Beastmaster was not very strong in a physical clash, so she did not show herself freely. Cutting down an enemy ascended, Sunny jumped back and sucked in a hoarse breath. Damnation. Something had to change. Chapter 1190, Battle of the Black Skull, 4. It was growing near, the moment Sunny feared. He did not really care if Vela won or lost. All he cared about was making sure that there were enough awakened left alive in the aftermath of the battle to continue defending the siege capitals across Antarctica until the winter solstice. But for that, he needed Clan Song to be defeated in a swift and decisive fashion. Which didn't seem to be possible anymore. In fact, from what he saw, the most probable result of the battle was the one he had wanted to avoid at all costs: mutual destruction. The forces of Song were going to win, but the closer they came to victory, the more furiously the warriors of Vela would fight. In the end, it was going to be a massacre. Unless Morgan had something planned. But what could it be? Damn it, damn it. Sunny could think of only one way to quickly break the tide of the battle: eliminate Beastmaster. But the alluring Saint was hidden from his sight, and so, he couldn't even attempt to attack her. In the absence of the real target, there was a secondary goal he wanted to achieve. It was not something that his calculating mind had deemed the most beneficial in the current situation, but simply something he desired. Sunny did not want to see Saint Tyrus die. So, he was intending to help her. Maybe that would force Beastmaster to keep suppressing Skytide without switching to other targets, as well. Currently, Sunny was in the very thick of the furious melee between the two armies. There were swords flashing and blood spilling on all sides. the terrible cacophony of the battle assaulting his ears at the same time as the vile ugliness of it all assaulted his eyes. Numerous aspects were turning the somber Antarctic plain into a feverish nightmare, and the overcast sky was on the verge of unleashing a heavy rain. In front of him, an ascendant of Clan Song easily cut down a valiant awakened of Clan Valor. He had noticed her a long time ago as she moved across the battlefield, leaving a trail of blood and death in her wake. The woman's aspect seemed to do with manipulating blood. A stream of it spiraled around her like a scarlet ribbon, sometimes shooting forward to pierce the heavy armor of her enemies as if it was paper. Their eyes met for a moment, and then, the ascended lunged into an attack. Sunny was faster. He easily dodged the scarlet ribbon, dashed forward, and deflected her sword. A split second later, the blade of the Sin of Solace passed through the woman's neck. You have slain an ascended human. Waste. In the same motion, Sunny battered an abomination's claw to the side, thus saving the life of an awakened soldier, and grabbed the creature by the neck. It shattered in his grip, and before the pale soldier could react, he was already moving past. You have slain a fallen. Not a moment later, the awakened was killed by an enchanted arrow that slid into the visor of his helmet. Waste. There were the remains of a cohort of Song warriors trying to bar his way, 3 of them, all covered in blood and with wild looks on their faces. Shadows rose from the ground, grabbing at their ankles. The Sin of Solace flashed 3 times, and 3 heads rolled down. Such a damned waste. Sunny cut through the battlefield, moving with terrible speed. He killed anyone who could slow him, and evaded everyone else. Nevertheless, the shadow he had sent forward was much faster. It reached St. Tyrus long before he could. Sunny used Shadow Step to appear near Skytide instantly, and not a moment too soon. She was completely surrounded by enemies, cutting them down with her sword. Even though Tyrus had been denied her transcendent form, and even though she was continuously withstanding a ruinous mental assault, she was still a saint. Her physical prowess, skill, and judgment were beyond the realm of ordinary humans. However, even she had a limit. Sunny deflected a sword aimed at her back and used the rebound force to spin and deliver a crushing kick to the abdomen of the attacking master. Usually, it would have been stupid to show his back to the enemy, but right now, they were surrounded from all sides. No matter how Sunny turned, he would be exposed. Additionally, such logic only applied to humans who did not have eyes at the back of their heads. He, however, had shadow sense, and could look upon the world through his shadows as well. Sunny did not have blind spots, and he also did not have common weaknesses. He could even fight with his eyes closed, if he wished to, while his skin was hard enough to resist most attacks below a certain level. Which didn't mean that he was invincible, of course. In fact, as soon as he reached St. Tyrus, he was overwhelmed by a sudden feeling of dread. Sunny did not know the reason for it, but it was as though something inconceivably vast and powerful was looking at him, full of inhuman indifference. No, not indifference, emptiness. Enin. What is this feeling? Sunny was distracted for a split second, which gave the enemies an opportunity to launch an attack on him. From below, the ground suddenly shifted and rose, wrapping around his legs just like the shadows he had used a dozen seconds ago to immobilize the 3 awakened. At the same time, a javelin made of turbulent wind shot at his head. Sunny cursed, then sent essence into his legs to give them some explosive strength, broke through the bindings, and bent backwards to dodge the javelin. As a result, he avoided the attack, but ended up rolling over his shoulder. When he hit the ground, though, it felt wrong. What the hell? Sunny felt something cold and slithering move across his palm. Looking down, he saw a thin, grey worm crawling across it, with pieces of soil sticking to its translucent body. The sight of it was naturally disgusting, but more than that, it suddenly filled Sunny with fear. He gazed at the spot that he had touched to exit the roll and shivered. The soil was moving, countless worms crawling out of it like flesh maggots. It was not just that small patch of ground, either. All around them, the battlefield seemed to be rippling. The ground was seething like a liquid, full of these thin, grey worms. Suddenly, Sunny felt very cold. His mind froze for a brief moment. It could have been a manifestation of a powerful aspect ability, but the scale of it was too great to come from anyone except for a saint. There were no saints with these kinds of powers on the battlefield, though. His eyes widened. The Titan. Chapter 1191, Battle of the Black Skull, 5. The Nightmare Gate leading to the area of the Black Skull Citadel was located within the hunting grounds of a corrupted Titan. Sunny knew that. The Titan itself was a mysterious creature. The evacuation army did not possess a lot of information about it, simply because it was too dangerous of a task to observe the abomination after losing several teams while trying to investigate the creature. Even the elite scouts of the Special Reconnaissance Unit did not dare stalk it. All they knew about the corrupted Titan was that its movement patterns were erratic, that approaching it was suicidal, and that its powers had something to do with reanimating the dead. As long as the creature showed no sign of setting its sights on one of the siege capitals, the army simply monitored its general area of activity and kept away. Army Command had also taken steps to ensure that the corpses of the nightmare creatures slain around the siege capitals were promptly disposed of, to ensure that the Titan wouldn't be able to make use of them. However, the forces of the warring clans had brazenly invaded its territory, and now, they were about to pay the price. Sunny was sure of it. Damnation. Staring at the worm crawling across his palm, he felt time slow down. Instantly, Sunny was overwhelmed by an animalistic, panicked desire to sever his hand before it was too late. He did not know what would happen if he didn't, and was terrified to find out. He was scared. There had been a time when Sunny felt fear often. At some point, however, he had developed a pretty high tolerance to terror, maybe because he had been exposed to it too much. These days, he sometimes felt disturbed, apprehensive, and wary, but very rarely truly afraid. He couldn't help but be afraid now, though. Looking at the grey worm, it was as though Sunny had been transported to a snowy field in the Antarctic center. The feeling of absolute, overwhelming powerlessness he had experienced there, it chilled him to the bone. Curse it! With a snarl, Sunny dissolved into the shadows, allowing the worm to fall to the ground. A split second later, he reappeared a few meters away, holding his sword in a defensive stance. All around, the battlefield was changing. The worms were crawling from the ground and burrowing into the corpses of the fallen, awakened and slain nightmare creatures. Moments later, the corpses started to convulse. Some were even rising, moving like broken marionettes. What is this? N.O.in. Horrified, Sunny watched as the victims of the bloody battle were being brought back to life, or rather, to a perverted semblance of life. All kinds of wild thoughts flashed through his mind, from the instinctual desire to flee to the wild idea that it was Kisong, the Queen of Worms, had personally descending into the waking world. But no, it couldn't be her. It was simply a corrupted terror. It had to be. A creature like that was powerful, but not indestructible. Skytide alone had battled the winter beast for weeks, months, even. If there had been 6 more saints supporting her, the abominable creature would have undoubtedly been slain. There were currently 7 saints present on the battlefield, 6 belonging to the great clans, and Wake of Ruin. There were Sunny, Nephis, Morgan, Mordred, and Seishan as well. There was no reason for him to. Suddenly, the ground trembled and split. Hundreds of meters away, a gargantuan head rose from below it, the head of a revolting, giant worm. It crawled from the soil as if escaping hell, its long body not really a single hole, but instead a shape created by numerous slithering grey worms sticking together. A visage so ghastly that Sunny suddenly wanted to vomit. However, he didn't. Because there were things only Sunny could see. Even though the giant body of the Titan was not an actual creature, but instead an amalgamation of countless smaller worms, he could see its sole cause. A scattering of radiant embers that continued to reveal themselves as the abominations crawled from underground. 3 were already in view, and 4 more would undoubtedly follow. Sunny felt something move in his chest, and allowed himself to be paralyzed by shock. But only for a second. Embers, embers, 7 embers. His eyes widened. Sunny was frozen for a moment, and then whispered. All there is to war is power and application of power. One has to be flexible when waging war. I have them exactly where I wanted them. That was what Morgan had said. He shivered. Of course. A corrupted titan would have had 7 soul cores, 7 corrupted soul cores. Its soul would have been permeated with abhorrent darkness stemming from 7 vile nodes. A transcendent titan, if such a thing existed, would have had 7 radiant spheres of light serving as the nexuses of its vast soul. The creature in front of him, however, had neither nodes of darkness nor radiant cores. Instead, it had 7 bright embers burning within its body. Like a transcendent echo would. And Morgan had summoned 20 of those, already. For some reason, the spell was obsessed with the number 7. And, influenced by the spell, humans had begun to structure various things in 7s, as well. So, wouldn't the Princess of Vela actually possess 21 transcendent echoes? That would be only logical. Finally, several things clicked together in Sunny's mind: the reason for Morgan's unexplainable confidence, her pretense of willingness to participate in a duel that had pushed Beastmaster into committing to a battle, the fact that the corrupted Titan's hunting grounds had shifted to encompass the Black Skull Nightmare Gate right after reinforcements had been sent through it by Whispering Blade. Sunny blinked. What a devious strategy. There wasn't, and had never been, a corrupted Titan. There was only an echo of one, a transcendent echo belonging to Morgan. She had unleashed it in East Antarctica and allowed it to roam free all that time. The echo had even destroyed several human outposts and killed every scout of the evacuation army sent to investigate it, until no more scouts were sent. All to make this moment possible. The Titan Echo had been supposed to protect the Nightmare Gate and seal access to Black Skull until it was captured by Clan Vela, but Mordred bypassed the worm entirely and made those plans useless. So, Morgan was forced to shift her strategy. Instead of betting on the Black Skull Citadel to carry her to the tomb of Ariel ahead of the competition, she used it as a lure to decimate Clan Song's forces on the battlefield. She had applied her power in a way most flexible, indeed. Looking at the giant grey worm rising from the ground, Sunny suppressed a stifled laugh. What the hell am I supposed to be happy to see this revolting thing? Chapter 1192, Battle of the Black Skull, 6. Before the battle, Morgan had said that she would have been certain of Vela's victory if not for Mordred's reflections. Now that her final echo had revealed itself, Sunny finally understood what she meant. The arrival of the Worm Titan instantly changed the situation on the battlefield, but even such a creature was not enough to spell certain defeat for the forces of Clan Song. A mere corrupted Titan would not have been able to doom the monstrous beings gathered on the desolate Antarctic plain today, and an echo of one was tremendously powerful, but not nearly as dreadful as the real thing would have been. So, even though the situation had changed, the outcome of the battle still hung in fragile balance. The dead were rising to assist the outnumbered warriors of Vela. The main body of the echo itself had to be dealt with, as well. Instead of quelling the furious bloodshed, the arrival of the abominable worm only seemed to drive the chaos to a new, inconceivable level. One thing it did manage to achieve instantly, though, was force Beastmaster to finally reveal herself. Sunny felt her presence before he saw her. It was as though an invisible hammer fell from the sky, pressing every soldier of Clan Valet into the ground. The Awakened, who had been fighting with indomitable resolve up until now, suddenly staggered and swayed. Their movements grew sluggish and strained. Arg! Sunny gritted his teeth as he shook off the effects of the mental assault. Even his incredible resistance against mind attacks had been insufficient to fully deflect Beastmaster's diabolical power. The poor warriors of Clan Vela stood no chance against it. Their only saving grace was that the Enchantress was forced to spread herself thin to influence 1,000 powerful Awakened at the same time. Their concentration was broken, and their strength was severely diminished, but at least they survived. If the task in front of the daughter of Ki Song had been less enormous, she would have probably managed to either subjugate them or outright shatter their minds. The most frightening thing about it, though, was that the ordinary warriors were not even her main target. Sunny saw it from the corner of his eye, but once he did, he couldn't look away. Beastmaster appeared on the battlefield, standing calmly in front of the ravaged span of it where Whispering Blade had been fighting against the reflections. Sunny did not know if she had used her transformation ability, but for some reason, the alluring saint looked even more beautiful than she usually did, so much more. Before, Beastmaster's beauty was mesmerizing. But now, it was simply ruinous. She was so breathtaking that looking at her was actually painful. It was as though Sunny's soul was bleeding. Damn it. As the beautiful demoness took a step forward, the four reflections that had been fighting Whispering Blade dashed away to confront the titanic worm. Beastmaster did not wield any weapons, and her enemy could not be seen. The ground around her suddenly exploded, and she was obscured by a cloud of dust. Something moved within that cloud, and a devastating shockwave spread outward, sending awakened warriors and enthralled nightmare creatures flying. A moment later, there was another explosion. Sunny had entertained ideas of eliminating the demonic enchantress, but looking at her bizarre clash with Madoc, one using ethereal mental attacks, the other invisible swords, he was suddenly not sure that he was qualified. How was he supposed to intrude upon a battle that he could not even perceive? Later. For now, he still had an unfinished task. The dead had risen to support the warriors of Valor, but Beastmaster's calamitous assault had restored the lethal equilibrium between the two fighting forces. The titanic echo was clashing with the four reflections. And Saint Tyrus was still in danger. He dashed forward, using the Sin of Solace to cut down one of the masters who had attacked him before, the one capable of creating javelins of compressed air. The spell whispered into his ear, and at the same time, the cursed sword laughed at him from the other side. Ignoring both, Sunny fought his way through the ring of enemies surrounding Skytide and arrived at her side. Saint Tyrus was on one knee in the middle of a pile of corpses, her armor battered and broken. Her sword was covered in a net of cracks, and her golden hair was sticking to her face, painted red by blood. Nevertheless, her amber eyes were as calm and severe as always, full of grave resolve and unbreakable will. But they were full of pain and exhaustion, too. She couldn't have been all right after bearing the brunt of Beastmaster's power for so long. Sunny cursed and threw himself forward, colliding with a corrupted thrall that was bringing down its stinger on Skytide's cracked sword. The two of them fell to the ground, and the Sin of Solace hissed, slicing through the abomination's tail. There was no retaliation from the nightmare creature, because Saint Tyrus had pierced its neck a split second later. While Sunny was recovering, she pulled her sword out of the thrall's corpse and braced it to block an aspect ability attack made by one of Song's Ascended. Skytide's sword let out a low ring, and shattered, instantly turning into a rain of radiant sparks. She was tossed back and grunted, "Spy." Ting out a mouthful of blood. "You bastards." Sunny was already back on his feet, full of dark fury. He quickly assessed the situation and reluctantly suppressed his desire to slaughter everyone in sight. Cutting down the minions of Clan Song would have been enjoyable, but there were too many of them around, and they were too powerful. He could face them, and he could defend St. Tyres. But he wasn't sure that he could do both at the same time. For now, his priority was to ensure her safety. Gritting his teeth, Sunny called upon the shadows. Instantly, a wave of darkness rose from his feet, pushing the enemies away and solidifying into a tall wall. That wall was not going to hold them back for long, but it would at least buy him some time. He dashed toward Skytide and grabbed her by the shoulder, helping the saint balance herself. Her face was pale, and marred by blood. "Lady Tyrus, are you all right?" He knew that it was a stupid question to ask, considering the situation, but he still couldn't help but ask it. "N.O.in." She looked at him with a pained expression, and then, a pale smile appeared on her lips. "I'll live." "You should." Skytide did not finish the sentence. Sunny saw something reflecting in her eyes, and then, she suddenly pushed him away. As Sunny flew back, he felt the wall of shadows he had created explode. A split second later, monstrous claws tore through the spot he had been standing on. The ground shook from the terrible impact, and a vast cloud of dust rose into the air. Those claws belonged to a towering creature that filled Sunny with a sense of dread. The creature looked like an abominable hybrid between a human and a wolf. Even hunched, it was at least 4 meters tall, with terrifying fangs and bestial eyes that were full of wicked fury. The beast radiated a feeling of wildness, savage power, and primal ferocity. Dire Fang had arrived to finish off the fallen saint of the White Feather Clan. Chapter 1193, Battle of the Black Skull, 7. Not good. Sunny landed in a roll and instantly dashed to the side. Almost at the same moment, claws tore through the air, almost brushing against his skin. They were so close that he felt the wind stirring as it threw his hair into disarray. Fast. Sunny landed on his feet and slid backward. Sensing the movement of shadows, he raised the Sin of Solace to block the attack, not because he actually perceived it, but because he knew that it had to come. Then, he screamed. A deafening, inhuman, monstrous roar suddenly split the skies apart, and Sunny's head was instantly pierced by pain so intense that he couldn't help but groan. N1N. What the hell is that? A sonic attack? As his vision blurred, the strike that he had predicted came. The Sin of Solace was in the way, but it was not in a position to form a solid block. Sunny's whole body shook as he was thrown back once again, his bones and tendons creaking under immense pressure. Luckily, they did not burst apart. But it really, really hurt. Falling to the ground, Sunny dove into the shadows and flew out of them a couple dozen meters away. He barely had time to grab Saint Tyrus and carry her forward with his momentum before Dire Fang's claws tore into her battered armor. The two of them came to a stop some distance away and froze for a moment, supporting each other. Sunny's breathing was hoarse, and Skytide's face was ashen. In front of them, the towering monster Saint Dire Fang, who had finally unleashed his transcendent power, slowly turned his wolf-like snout and looked at them with a bestial, blood-red, terrifying eye. Sunny's intuition was screaming. Looking at the monstrous creature, half human, half beast, he felt it, deep in the dark expanse of his lightless soul. Death. Fighting Dire Fang meant death. A saint was a saint, after all. In terms of raw power, a transcendent human was similar to a corrupted nightmare creature. Although humans possessed only one soul core, their intelligence and aspect powers made them equal to devils. At least someone like Beastmaster seemed closer to a terror, even. Sunny had fought, and killed, many corrupted abominations. But despite the similarity, saints were nothing like the creatures he had killed. That had nothing to do with raw power, and everything to do with who they were. Saints had to conquer 5 hells to transcend the first nightmare, the second nightmare, the third nightmare, the dream realm, and the waking world. Countless humans had tried, but only the absolute best of the absolute best could survive all 5 of these impossible trials. The strongest, the bravest, the smartest. The most determined, the most skilled, the most adaptable, the most lucky. By far. Only a person possessing all these qualities could become a saint. Even with the interference of the great clans, nothing less would do. So, facing a saint was not comparable to facing a random corrupted abomination. Facing a saint was like facing one of the strongest corrupted abominations in existence. A fiend among fiends. Dire Fang was not alone, either. There were several ascended of Clan Song and powerful thralls surrounding them, too. Curse it all. Sunny suppressed the desire to take a step back, knowing that they would not be able to run. His eyes grew dim and bleak. He hesitated for a heartbeat, and then glanced at Skytide. If he went all out, using Shadow Shell and every other trick at his disposal, it would probably still not be enough. His last desperate gamble was the Mirror of Truth, but Sunny was not sure that it would be of any help, not before both of them were torn apart by Dire Fang, at least. He trembled. Lady Tyrus, I don't know what to do. She looked at him, her blooded face remaining calm and composed. Her voice was steady, too. Of course, you do. You have to flee. Sunny gritted his teeth. Yes, retreat was always an option. He was a great master of staying alive, after all. He could dissolve into shadows and emerge from them hundreds of meters, or even a few kilometers away from the dreadful saint. He could become one of the shadows, as well, and thus immune to all physical damage. That was how he had survived on that snowy field in the Antarctic center, after all. The problem was that he couldn't take anyone with him. And so, Skytide's meaning was clear. She was telling him to leave her and save himself. But Sunny, he didn't want to. And so, he was not going to. There was no time for conversations, really, so he simply raised his sword and snarled. Like hell I will. In the next moment, the monstrous figure of Dire Fang turned into a grey blur. He was moving too fast for Sunny to trace where the attack would come from. Even Shadow Sense could not keep up with the bestial saint, and so, all Sunny could do was guess. Crap. He summoned the shadows again, trying to build another wall around them. However, it was smashed apart before receiving the chance to solidify. He tried to block the attack of the Transcendent with the Sin of Solace again. However, it was pushed aside with disheartening ease. He put himself between Dire Fang and Saint Tyrus. Ugh. Sunny felt his throat being ripped open by a sharp claw. He reeled back and grabbed his mutilated neck, feeling blood flow through his fingers like a river. That damn it, that hurts. He used the dying wish to heal the lethal wound, exhausting the accumulated charge of the Transcendent charm. It was still not enough to change the situation. The monstrous beast was already lunging to deliver another attack, and this time. Before Sunny could react, a blinding flash suddenly illuminated the world, and the grey blur lunging at them was suddenly swallowed by an explosion of white flames. At the same time, a figure wielding a slender rapier appeared in front of the Ascended of Clan Song. She moved between them like an apparition, deflecting a rain of attacks with measured elegance and strange, seemingly irrational ease. Cassie pulled the attention of the enemy masters and thralls, while Nephis positioned herself between Dire Fang and Sunny. The towering beast emerged from the flames. Wisps of white fire were dancing on his fur, but he did not appear burned. The saint bared his fangs in a murderous grin. Looking up at the towering monstrosity, Nephis calmly brought her radiant longsword into a high guard. Sunny, are you all right? He sighed. Damn, it is indeed a stupid question to ask. Chapter 1194, Battle of the Black Skull, 8. 1194 Battle of the Black Skull 8. Sunny let out a terse breath. Yeah, I'm fine. Just got my throat ripped out, no big deal. He lowered his blooded hand, revealing the wound that had already disappeared thanks to the Death Wish enchantment. There was a lot of blood on his neck and the black silk of the Shroud of Dusk, but under it, his skin and flesh were perfectly fine. A corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. I see. Then, she looked at Dire Fang with a severity that seemed cold enough to freeze a person to death and said calmly. In that case, Lady Skytide, please fall back with Song of the Fallen. Master Sunless and I will remain to cover your retreat. Saint Tyrus was in no condition to face Dire Fang in battle. Even if she wanted to stay, her presence would only slow the two of them down. She seemed to have understood that, as well. Even if she didn't, Sunny was not sure that Skytide was in a position to refuse Neff's orders. She was a vassal of Clan Valor, after all, and Nephis was technically of the same status as Morgan. Cassie, take her. There was nowhere really safe on the battlefield, but getting closer to the main body of Valor's force and away from the most dangerous enemies would increase Skytide's chances of survival by a lot. Cassie was facing two masters of Clan Song. Her rapier did not seem to move very swiftly, but somehow, it was always where it needed to be to deflect their attacks. The blind girl moved with measured cadence, always half a step ahead of her enemies. Although her face remained calm, the two Ascended seemed shaken. Shaken enough to make a mistake. Just at that moment, one of them summoned his aspect ability to turn the ground under Cassie's feet into treacherous mud, while the other committed to a powerful thrust of his sword. However, the blind girl lightly jumped just a split second before her footing would have been lost in wet sludge, avoiding being momentarily immobilized. Her rapier shot forward, piercing the neck of the swordsman who had been counting on his partner's aspect to stall the enemy. At the same time, something flashed through the air, and the quiet dancer came to a halt above her shoulder, its blade marred by blood. Both masters silently fell down. Their bodies crumbled to the ground almost at the same exact moment as Cassie landed from her jump, one rapier in hand and another hovering above her shoulder. She swiftly moved, evading a frenzied attack of a corrupted thrall, and appeared next to Saint Tyrus. Without saying a word, the blind girl grabbed Skytide by the shoulder and pulled her away. Dire Fang, surprisingly, allowed all of that to happen without moving a muscle. He simply stared at Nephis from above as the white flames died down on his fur, motionless, with an indifferent expression on his bestial face. Sunny was curious about what the gloomy saint was thinking, but at the same time, he didn't really care to know. Soon enough, the three of them were left facing each other, the towering monstrosity on one side, Sunny and Nephis standing shoulder to shoulder on the other. It brings back memories. The situation was entirely different, and the enemy was entirely different. The two of them were entirely different, as well. So much had changed, and yet, he couldn't help but feel as if they were back under the branches of the Soul Devourer, looking up at the carapace demon and preparing to bring the enormous abomination down. Dire Fang's snout moved, and suddenly, a deep, reverberating voice escaped from it, making Sunny's bones tremble. "You are Broken Sword's daughter." Nephis tilted her head a little, then answered calmly. "I am." Red sparks swirled around her head, forming into a helmet. The monstrous beast grinned. "Shomen 011N. With that, he roared and lunged forward. Somewhere else on the battlefield, piles of corpses were moving, coming back to life. Constant shockwaves from the distant clash between the Titan Echo and the Four reflections were shaking the ground, making it seem as if the world was on the verge of crumbling to dust. There were awakened echoes, and enthralled abominations tearing each other apart. The soil was soaked with blood, and more bodies fell into the red sludge every moment. A bolt of lightning flashed, and a thunderclap rolled across the desolate plain, soon drowning in the clangor of the battle. The first drops of heavy rain fell down. In the midst of all this chaos, covered in blood, a young man in battered armor coldly pulled his sword from the body of an awakened warrior, threw the corpse aside, and turned around. A slender young woman clad in a suit of black armor, with a red cape draped around her shoulders, reflected in his strange, mirror-like eyes. The two of them looked so much alike that they could be mistaken for twins. Morgan calmly dismissed her cape, allowing it to disintegrate into a rain of scarlet sparks. Raising her sword and pointing it at Mordred, she pierced him with a sharp gaze and smiled. "Let's get it over with, monster. Play whatever dirty tricks you have left, and then we can settle it once and for all with our swords." Mordred stared at her for a moment, then glanced at the distant shape of the gargantuan worm. "Dirty tricks, huh? Ah, but I don't have any of those left." His sister smirked with contempt. "Please forgive me if I don't believe you." Mordred shook his head and took a step forward, his face devoid of the usual lightness. "Don't get me wrong, I could have prepared a few. But that would be so unsatisfying, don't you think? Dear sister, you shouldn't assume that I want to kill you with my own two hands any less than you want to kill me. What's the point of killing you with a trick? Then, you'll just die thinking there he goes, doing something contemptible again. No, 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 I want to kill you, all of you, with what you pride yourself on most. I want to crush you all." Morgan grinned. "So, what? You are really going to fight me with a sword? Have you lost the last bits of your broken mind, creature? You don't stand a chance." Mordred took another step back and gritted his teeth. "Well, see." His usually calm voice was suddenly distorted by a vast, dark, incinerating hatred. A hatred so hot it could melt the abyss. Morgan stopped smiling and walked toward him with a calm expression. "Do you still think that you can escape? I'll have to disappoint you. When this body of yours is destroyed, there will be no escape. You have already spent, what was it, 6, 7 years? Locked in a box. This time, we've built a better one. This time, you'll stay locked forever. Finally, a mad smile appeared on Mordred's face. We'll see about that, too. A split second later, the clangor of two clashing swords drowned out the cacophony of the battle. Somewhere else on the battlefield, a taciturn shadow was fighting a blindingly radiant reflection. And somewhere else, the legendary Whispering Blade was fighting the beautiful Demonis, Beastmaster. A giant black panther was tearing a figure woven out of sunlight into shreds with her claws. Her reflection was furiously trying to shake off a small figure of black steel from its hide, while the small figure stubbornly held on. Soul Reaper Jet had aimed her glaive at a monstrous visage of Song Sishan, her leather armor riddled with holes. The monster facing her wiped the blood off her lips and spat, as if tasting something disgusting. A blind girl was fighting through a mass of enthralled nightmare creatures to guide a battered saint to safety. A revolting creature made out of countless grey worms was being slowly destroyed by 4 cracked reflections. As the grey sky broke with a torrent of rain, the ruinous battle exploded into a nightmare of violence. 1. Chapter 1195, Battle of the Black Skull, 9. The world had grown darker under the veil of tumultuous thunderclouds, and torrents of water fell from the skies, bending like whips. Illuminated by a blinding flash of lightning, 2 humans dashed away from the claws of a towering beast. Nephis, now. There was no real need for words. Sunny and Nephis might have grown distant as of late due to the choices they had made, but the core of their relationship was the same. They were battle partners first, and everything else second. That bond had been forged in fire, tears, and blood on the forgotten shore long before a shadow was cast on it by other matters. By now, their ability to act with seamless coordination was even higher than the unnatural unity granted to the warriors of Valor by the forged swords. From the moment that the 2 of them had killed that first carapace scavenger together, Sunny and Nephis went through countless battles together. She had taught him how to wield the sword, while he taught her how to control her soul essence as a master. Despite everything, that bond would never change. Which was not to say that there was no other bond between them. The moment Dire Fang lunged forward, Sunny dashed to the right, while Nephis dashed to the left. At the same time, some of her radiance mixed with his shadows, while one of his shadows wrapped itself around her body. The sum of their powers was greater than its parts. The shadows and the brilliant light seemed to resonate with each other, making both of them stronger than they had any right to be. Sunny turned into a silhouette shrouded in broiling darkness, while Neph's radiance took on a darker hue. The darkness was permeated with blinding white light, while the light seemed to contain wisps of inexhaustible darkness. The light made the darkness deeper, while the darkness made the light much more stark and radiant. And there was more to it, too. At least for Sunny. Unlike his shadows, which augmented all his physical attributes, Neph's flames ignited the soul, too. Wreathed in her fire, he could feel his essence become much more vibrant and warm. Much more potent. Oh, what a nice feeling. Nephis must have been using her full augmentation, and with the addition of Sunny's shadow, she was just fast enough to evade Dire Fang's claws. He, on the other hand, was just a little bit slower. Luckily, the Saint had chosen Changing Star as the primary target. Since he couldn't attack both of them at the same time effectively, the strike directed at Sunny was not as inescapable as it could have been. Sunny felt a slight sense of dissatisfaction. So, what, we are back to that? Neph is the bait, while I am the blade? He didn't like it one bit. In any case, Dire Fang had made a mistake. A very serious mistake. He shouldn't have paid less attention to Sunny. Because while his soul was aflame with Neph's radiance, a few of his abilities received a transformative boost, as well. Not the least because he could spend his essence more freely. Get ready, bastard. Nephis landed from her dodge and instantly pivoted, barely avoiding the beast's follow-up strike and slashing at his arm with her incandescent sword. At the same time, Sunny allowed himself to be buried under a wave of shadows. What emerged from them, however, was not a human, but a four-armed fiend clad in a suit of fearsome onyx armor. The creature was like a spawn of darkness, but its eyes burned with furious white radiance, and its mouth was like an incinerating furnace of white flame. The two of them had created distance between each other, and so, Dire Fang could only face one at a time. That was why he was a fraction of a moment too late to react to Sun's attack. Faster. 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 The ground split and exploded under his clawed foot as Sunny pushed himself forward. The air, which was usually soft and unnoticeable, was sudden. Why, like a wall, he broke through that wall. The drops of rain seemed to freeze in place as they fell. Sunny wanted to let out a scream, a roar, a battle cry. But he didn't, of course. N1.1N. Why would he announce his strike while attacking the enemy from behind? The sin of Solace fell silently. But Dire Fangs was suddenly not in the place he had been a split second before. The towering beast had twisted, somehow, to avoid the transcendent blade too swift to be seen. Sunny only felt the air being displaced by the saint's massive body a heartbeat later. That was fine, too. He fell down, crouching on his four hands, and felt something tear through the empty space above. In the next moment, there was a blinding flash, and an angry growl. Dire Fang might have been able to avoid Sun's attempt at backstabbing him, but by doing so, he was forced to turn his back on Nephis. And Nephis, without wasting a single moment, used this chance to plunge her incandescent sword into the beast's hide. The towering creature disengaged and stopped for a moment, looking down. There, on its flank, a long wound could be seen through singed fur. Drops of blood were rolling down his side as they boiled. The laceration was shallow, and not at all serious. However, Dire Fang had received a wound, no matter how small, while Sunny and Nephis had not. His bestial face contorted into a vicious snarl. The saint did not say anything before launching into another attack. There was no need for words, and none of them had anything to say. Their swords, claws, and aspects would be doing the talking. A spirit of flame, a spawn of shadows, and a savage beast clashed in the middle of a terrifying battlefield. They were moving so fast that it was hard to see what was happening. Flowers of white fire bloomed in the middle of a pouring rain, and the ground shook from the fury of their murderous clash. Their battle was frenzied and turned everything around them into pure havoc, but it wasn't senseless. In fact, each of the three remained chillingly cold-blooded and calculating in the midst of the furious confrontation. Even while augmenting each other, Sunny and Nephis were much slower and weaker than the Saint of Clan Song, but not to the degree where he could instantly annihilate them. More importantly than that, there were two of them. Even if they were not Dire Fang's equals in terms of raw power, they could use their knowledge and understanding of each other to make up for the gap in strength. And so, the battle raged on. Scores of strikes were exchanged in the span of a dozen seconds. The ground was broken and upturned. The rainwater mixed with the soil, turning it into mud. The mud was incinerated by the flames, turning into ash. For a few short moments, a fragile equilibrium seemed to have been created between the two masters and the saint. Astonishingly, Sunny and Nephis had not been ripped to pieces by Dire Fang, like a couple of Ascended should have been. They even managed to push him back. But Sunny was not very happy about the result. It was because he knew that this equilibrium would not last long. Right now, even while fighting at the absolute limit of their capabilities, both sides were carefully studying their adversary. The side that managed to glean the enemy's strengths and weaknesses first was going to win, while the side that failed was going to be killed. Well, how wonderful. In that regard, Sunny had an overwhelming advantage. As a practitioner of shadow dance, he was unrivaled when it came to learning everything about his enemies, be they humans, nightmare creatures, or saints. Urdiel's note pretty beautiful chapter, showing the synergy between Sunny and Nephis. Would be a shame not to share it today. It's the usual 1 chapter 3 tomorrow shenanigans, so 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1196, Battle of the Black Skull, 10. In the cacophony of the battle, obscured by roaring thunderclaps and the whisper of falling rain, two swords were creating a lethal melody of steel. Mordred knew that he was weaker than his younger sister. He was slower, too, and not nearly as resilient. He was even less skilled, perhaps. His powers were formidable, but they were useless against her. The King of Swords had made sure of that. His soul cores had been spent on creating the reflections, and those reflections were being spent on holding back her army. That army was also more powerful than the one on his side. Morgan had chosen the battlefield and lured the enemy into a trap. As a general, she had already succeeded. But she was not only a cunning strategist. She was a brilliant warrior, too. Morgan was like an unstoppable blade. She had everything that a princess of war was supposed to possess. She had power, talent, resolve, intelligence. She had the authority of their family, and its favor as well. While Mordred had nothing. He had always had nothing. And everything he had tried to make his was either destroyed or taken away. However, despite all that, he was not going to lose. He was going to win. Die, you wretched thing. Their swords clashed, and even though Mordred had managed to read her intentions, he was still thrown back. His block was perfect, but it was not strong enough. He slid in the mud and let out a pained gasp. He was slightly dazed. Rain was falling all around them like a grey wall, and every drop was a mirror. The world was reflected on itself myriads of times, and all those reflected worlds flooded his mind like a kaleidoscope of horror. Every gruesome death, every desperate call for help, every selfless act of courage, every cowardly wail of defeat were reflected, multiplied, and projected into his head. It helped him to orient himself better on the chaotic battlefield, but it was also annoying. This was why he didn't like rain. Morgan was already closing in. Mordred grinned as he rose to face her. There she was. A beautiful young woman in a suit of black armor, who looked so much like him. What did she know? She didn't know anything. She had been a mere child when their family decided to betray him. Not even a sleeper. She had not been there when his original body was destroyed, or when he was locked in a cage like a beast. N.1n. Morgan was not among those he wanted to kill the most. But she was their symbol. For Mordred, the young woman with a face that was eerily similar to his own symbolized the great clan Valar. She embodied everything that he wanted to destroy. And so, he was going to break her into pieces. Her sword flashed, cleanly cutting through the raindrops as it flew toward his body. He tried to deflect it, but it was of no use. The strike turned out to be a feint. A moment later, sharp pain pierced the left side of his face. Mordred stumbled back, feeling blood flow down his cheek. Argyll, I think I lost an eye, this time. Illuminated by the flash of lightning, Morgan's face remained impassive. Pathetic. Did her voice sound disappointed? Mordred smiled and raised his sword without saying anything. Usually, this would be the time to implement a scheme, a cunning trick, a subtle deception, an unexpected reversal, something like that. He was a master of such things, after all. But he was sincere when he said that there would be no tricks today. There was no point in destroying the symbol of Valar with a trick. There would be no satisfaction, either. His hatred would not be quenched. No, he was going to defeat her with nothing except his own body and blade. Because, even after they had discarded him, Mordred was still stronger, strong enough to destroy them all. And they needed to learn that. Come, sister. Give it your all. His laughter drowned in the rain. Morgan obliged. For a few seconds, the two of them clashed, their swords singing a sharp and deadly song. The clangor of two blades striking against each other fused into one continuous, sonorous melody. They were too fast, too skilled. Neither could overpower the other, and those who got in their way could only flee and stare in terror and awe. But eventually, inevitably, Morgan obliterated his defenses. Her sword broke through his armor, impaling him through the chest. If it was anyone else, their heart would have been pierced, but he must have shaken her a fair bit. Enough for her to forget that her brother had been born with a rare condition that caused the position of one's organs to be reversed. So, she missed his heart. Still, having a sword driven through your lung hurt a lot. It hurt terribly. Not that he cared. Instead of recoiling from the strike, Mordred pushed forward and grabbed Morgan by the neck. Her eyes widened, and she hurriedly tried to twist the sword in the wound. Her other arm was already moving to block the potential strike of his own sword. Instead of trying to use it, Mordred simply headbutted her and felt her nose crack under the force of the unexpected blow. Morgan staggered back. Blood was flowing from her broken nose, painting the lower part of her face red. "You vile scum." Her sword, which was still lodged in his chest, scattered into a whirlwind of scarlet sparks. He couldn't help but stagger and let out a pained yelp. She was, without a doubt, going to summon it back, but that would take a few seconds, at least. Not caring, Morgan lunged forward. Her leg whipped into the air, aiming to take his head clean off. Mordred blocked it with his sword, and felt his sword crack. His sword broke. There was more pain. Morgan's shin cut through his sword, his armor, and his forearm. The bone broke, the muscles split, and the tendons tore. His bleeding hand fell to the ground. Not paying it any attention, Mordred stepped forward and drove his broken sword into the narrow crack between her breastplate and the segmented steel skirt protecting her lower waist. The jagged blade plunged into his sister's side. Even though her flesh seemed as durable as steel, he pushed it as deep as he could before the broken memory disintegrated into a rain of sparks. She let out a stifled groan and pushed herself away. "I'll kill you." She tried to hide it, but there was a hint of hesitation in her voice. Morgan was winning. She was definitely winning. She had only received one serious wound, while her enemy already looked half dead. He looked like a walking corpse. So why was he so calm? What was wrong with him? She felt a chill run down her spine. Her sword was already manifesting itself back into reality. Mordred was summoning a new weapon, as well. He glanced down, at his severed hand, and stepped over it indifferently. "No. You won't." There was a hint of finality to his words. Gritting her teeth, Morgan blocked out the pain and attacked once again. Chapter 1197, Battle of the Black Skull, 11. A booming thunderclap shook the world, but the bestial roar that tore through the clangor of the battlefield was much more deafening. It rolled across the ravaged land like a physical force, sapping the strength of the warriors and making them sway. Sunny, who was very close to the source of that roar, cursed under his breath as he pushed the pain aside and twisted his body to avoid being sliced by the monstrous claws of the rampaging saint. Dire Fang's hand flew past him, and while Sunny was trying to bring the sin of solace down on the creature's monstrous limb, Nephis attacked from the other side, her sword turning the whipping streams of rain into boiling vapor. The two of them were like hunters fighting against a powerful beast. They circled around him and used their cooperation to make up for the gap in power, acting with the cunning and foresight that made humans so deadly. Nephis was fighting in a way that would have made all the other Ascended freeze in stunned silence. She was just too fast, too strong, and too destructive. Her incandescent sword was hot and sharp enough to incinerate the world, and her skill and battle sense seemed to transcend the concept of limits. Sunny was no less frightening. Hidden in the tenebrous embrace of the Shadow Shell, he fought with the ferocious power of a true-born fiend and used his inhuman physique to move in a way that no human could repeat, and no opponent could predict. Much more importantly, despite the stark difference between the two of them, one shrouded in burning darkness, the other suffused with beautiful light, they fought and acted as one. That combination was too lethal for a mere beast to survive. However, their enemy was not a beast, no matter how animalistic his form appeared. Dire Fang's transformation ability allowed him to become a strange hybrid between a wolf and a man. His claws, his fangs, his bestial eyes, his thick fur, as well as his inhuman rage, his savage bloodlust, and his primal might, all of it made Sunny feel as though he was fighting a nightmare creature. But the saint was not a nightmare creature. Behind all these monstrous traits hid the cold, calculating mind of a human. And, as a human, he had benefited from the vast legacy of accumulated knowledge and insight that all humans were the inheritors of. In other words, Dia Fang possessed the body of a powerful abomination, but fought with the sublime skill of a gifted human warrior. Because of the nature of his transformation, the saint was using a strange mix of a hand-to-hand martial art and a knife-fighting technique only. In his case, sharp claws were playing the role of the knives, and he had 20 of them. He had a maw full of terrifying fangs, as well. And the level of skill this transcendent possessed, or any transcendent, really was truly stunning. Sunny was not sure if he had ever faced an enemy with such mastery over their weapons of choice. If he did, they could probably be counted on one hand. In any case, despite the best efforts of Sunny and Nephis, they simply couldn't bring the saint down. They couldn't even seriously wound him, really. N0 in. They were barely managing to stay alive. There were several cuts on the massive beast's body, but the two of them had received much more damage than Dia Fang. Both of their armors were battered and dented, and Sunny could taste blood on his tongue. Feeling a hint of despair crawl its way into his heart, he gritted his teeth and dashed forward to capitalize on the small window of opportunity Nephis had created and deliver a vicious blow. The attack missed. He's a monster. A moment later, his body shook as it was batted away by an unexpected, but perfectly executed elbow strike. The breastplate of the mantle dented and almost cracked. Nephis launched into a reckless attack in order to buy him a little time to recover. She was going to pay for it, without a doubt, but at this point, their battle was not about remaining unscathed. It was about being a little bit less broken than the enemy at the end of it. Ugh. Dia Fang was powerful, Dia Fang was skilled, and worst of all, Dia Fang was strange. His battle style was too unique, too bizarre, and too deep to be deciphered in a short amount of time. It had been perfectly tailored for his monstrous transcendent form, with its contradictory physical traits and attributes, which were both human and not. He displayed a level of essence control so intricate, deliberate, and ingeniously applied that it made Sunny question his own talent. No, it was not a question of talent. It was simply the innate superiority of a higher rank multiplied by the amount of effort put into integrating essence into a combat style, both by Dia Fang himself and many battle masters of Clan Song. It was the benefit of being a vassal of a great clan. This was possibly the first dedicated essence technique Sunny had a chance to study. He had not even known that such things were possible, or existed. And if all of that was not enough, Dia Fang's aspect abilities were flawlessly blended into his battle style, as well. It would have been much worse if Sunny had to somehow guess the saint's abilities first. Luckily, he had already learned them from Cassie. Dia Fang's dormant ability enhanced all his senses, especially his hearing and the sense of smell. He could even feel the tiny vibrations spreading through the ground as a result. He had no blind spots. He also seemed to be able to predict the actions of his opponents by observing the tiniest changes in their stances, muscle contractions, eye movements, and other things Sunny had no knowledge of. His awakened ability was a physical augmentation tied to his emotional state. The angrier he got, the more pain he felt, the more powerful he would become. Things like that were usually unreliable and impossible to control, sometimes even detrimental, but Dia Fang seemed to possess absolute control over his emotions. He could summon the most murderous rage at will, while remaining perfectly cool-headed and composed. Dia Fang's ascended ability was the debilitating sonic attack, and his transcendent ability, well, it was self-evident. So, with the knowledge of that, Sunny had to come up with a way to kill him. A master killing a saint that had never happened in history. But it had to happen today. He was going to make it happen. Chapter 1198, Battle of the Black Skull, 12. The three of them were like an obliterating hurricane. The bloody fight between Dia Fang, Sunny, and Nephis was no less furious and destructive than the clashes between the other saints that were happening on the battlefield, or maybe even more so. Any awakened echo, or enthralled abomination that dared to enter the sphere of destruction created by their fight was instantly torn apart, and so, soon, no one dared to anymore. All the soldiers could see were dark shapes moving with dreadful speed within the rain, and billowing clouds of scalding steam that were sometimes illuminated by bright flashes of beautiful white radiance. Maybe only Kai could make out what was happening inside, due to his awakened aspect ability. I hope the fool does not rush here to help us. Sunny was trying to dismantle Dire Fang's battle style to shadow him, but his progress was too slow. Every second they spent fighting against the terrifying saint threatened to be their last, and even if they continued to remain alive, their fates would be sealed due to simple exhaustion both of their bodies and their souls. Sunny and Nephis possessed astonishing endurance, and their pools of essence were many times larger than those of ordinary masters. However, they still could not compete with a saint. Saints were monstrous not only because of their power and aspect abilities, but also because of how potent and vast their reserves of essence were. To masters like them, these reserves appeared nearly inexhaustible. Especially to Sunny, who was burning through his essence fast due to the shadow shell. He was never going to win the war of attrition against Dire Fang. So, he had to dismantle the Saint's battle style much faster, even though he could not concentrate on this task since simply staying alive demanded almost all of his attention. Not good. He grunted as Dire Fang delivered a powerful backward kick with his wolf-like hind leg, almost ripping Sunny's shell to pieces. He managed to deflect the blow, and even tried to scratch the Saint with the Sin of Solace, but the jade blade got tangled in the thick fur, shearing some of it off, but leaving no trace on the enemy's skin. N0 in. Sunny had already delivered a shallow cut to Dire Fang before, so the sinister whisper was supposed to be driving the Saint mad. However, he showed no sign of being affected by the curse. It seemed that breaking the mind of a transcendent, which was the sharpest of weapons in and of itself, would not be easy, or possible at all. Mind the mind of a transcendent. Sunny possessed a powerful mind himself. His cognitive ability and willpower were both abnormal. There was the blessing bestowed upon him by the Shroud of Dusk, as well. And yet, it was not enough. Well, then. Suddenly, he thought of something very simple. If his mind was not enough weight, why the hell was he trying to solve the problem? If only his own efforts, anyway. He had a perfectly fine partner right there. Summoning chains of shadow to try and bind the savage saint, he saw most of them miss the mark, while the rest were easily torn apart and destroyed. At the same time, he sent Nephis a mental message through the Blessing of Dusk. The message contained no words. There was no time for that. Instead, it was a much more crude, but also faster form of communication containing a mix of images, half-formed thoughts, and emotions. For anyone else, it would have appeared as pure chaos, but Nephis knew him too well. They were so familiar with each other that even such an unadulterated stream of concepts was enough to form an understanding. It was a bit like finishing each other's sentences or guessing each other's feelings from body language, but elevated to a completely different level. And yet, it worked. Nephis seemed to understand his intention instantly, and reciprocated. A flood of concepts and images poured into his head. Sunny's intention, of course, was very simple. Since his own mind was not enough to dismantle Dire Fang's battle style fast enough, he wanted to join their minds together to accomplish that task faster. Mostly metaphorically, but also a bit literally. Nephis might not have possessed the unnatural ability to peer into the very essence of a being through shadow dance, but she had been doing the same thing as Sunny this whole time. Without a doubt she had been studying the enemy, trying to discern the patterns of his battle technique to circumvent them. More than that, her insight, while not supernatural, was in no way lacking in value. It was absolutely the opposite. Neph was a genius of combat. After all, she was born and bred for battle, and there were very few people in the world who possessed the same chilling level of affinity to bloodshed and destruction as her. Sunny had his own insights about the way Dire Fang fought, and she had hers. By combining them, they would be able to enhance each other's understanding of the enemy in the same way that their powers were augmenting each other beyond the usual limits of their aspects. Hopefully. Sunny growled and continued to fight. The Shadow Fiend sometimes moved like a human, and sometimes like the creature that he was. He bent in strange ways, used his long arms to dash on all fours like a wild animal, and delivered attacks with the onyx spike at the end of his tail. His sword, his claws, his teeth, and his horns were all weapons, so he used them all in tandem. When that was not enough, he summoned shadows or stepped through them to attack the saint from an unexpected angle. Nephis was pushing her body to the limit, as well. Her flames burned and danced, trying to envelop their enemy or coalescing into incinerating jets that could cut through flesh and bone with frightening ease. She seemed to possess an authority over the battlefield that was almost frightening. And while they did that, they also exchanged a torrent of thoughts and concepts at tremendous speed. Sunny was sharing his knowledge, while Nephis was sharing hers. The pieces of the puzzle were flying into his head, slotting into the grand picture with satisfying clicks. Some of them he had figured out himself, but some were new and unexpected. It seemed that Nephis possessed a perspective that was both similar and different from his own, but no less keen. She paid attention to things that Sunny would have never thought about, and arrived at conclusions that he might have missed. The same was true in reverse. But together, they missed nothing. They saw everything. It was as though they were omniscient. And with that omniscience, everything clicked in place, and the essence of Saint Diaphan was revealed to Sunny. He hesitated for a moment, and then sent actual words to Nephis for the first time. He said, or rather, thought. "Do you trust me?" Chapter 1199, Battle of the Black Skull, 13. Sunny had done it. He had dismantled Diaphan's astonishing battle style, and peered into the very essence of it. The core of the Saint's combat technique was laid bare, with all its components, the body, the mind, and the soul revealed to Sunny with stark clarity. With that knowledge, he could predict what Diaphan would do. He could even perform some of the same things despite the difference in their aspects and physiques. And armed with that understanding, Sunny finally realized that there was no way for them to win. The fearsome Saint was just too powerful, skilled, and intelligent. He held the outcome of the battle in a firm grasp, biding his time until the perfect opportunity inevitably presented itself. And their own strength was not enough to change that outcome. Even if Sunny knew that a strike was coming, he would not necessarily be fast enough to dodge it. Even if he knew the enemy's intent, he would not be strong enough to survive it. And neither would Nephis. At least if their level of strength, already unthinkable for mere masters, remained the same. But it did not have to, did it? "Do you trust me?" What a loaded question. Sunny had his reasons, but it was true that he had gone against Neph's wishes in pretty much every instance where it mattered. He had abandoned her in the Dark City, refused to leave her in the Crimson Spire, and then fled from her again at the Grand Ball of Clan Valor. Just to end up by her side anyway. It was a bit funny, and a bit sad, but most of all Sunny wasn't sure if she did actually trust him. He wasn't even sure if he himself would have trusted him. The same was true the other way around. And yet, as far as he could see, that was their only chance to emerge from this fight alive. If he could only prove to her somehow that. "I do." "What?" The calm answer came almost instantly. N.in. It startled him. "Ha!" Sunny dashed away to avoid being caught in the Saint's maw, dove under lightning-fast claws, and barely managed to get out of the way of a stream of billowing white flame that covered his retreat. Well, that makes things easier. He called upon a certain memory, and sent Nephis a short thought. Then, in about 5 seconds, give it all to me. 5 seconds was the amount of time needed for the memory to manifest itself. It was not a very large amount of time. But in a battle against a saint, it was like an eternity. Sunny had long pushed himself to his limits, and then well past them. Even while empowered by the shadow shell and augmented both by his shadows and Neph's flame, he could feel the terrible strain of the battle slowly breaking his body down. It was already in a bad state, and would only continue to crumble as time went on. However, it had not broken yet. Gritting his teeth, Sunny threw himself into the furious crucible of battle. Dire Fang's massive body moved with dreadful speed, each of his limbs posing a fatal threat. His attacks were vicious, devastating, and explosive, but also perfectly timed and chillingly calculated. Sunny knew when they would come and from where, but despite that, it was not easy to withstand the savage barrage of lethal blows unleashed by the monstrous beast. The ground split and trembled around them, and the clouds of steam created by Nef's flames obscured everything around. And yet, he did withstand it. Exactly 5 seconds later, Sunny pushed himself off the muddy ground with 3 hands and flew forward, the tip of the Sin of Solace aimed at Dire Fang's neck. The saint easily dodged it and retaliated with a powerful blow, which Sunny awkwardly blocked. He let out a pained scream and was thrown backward, in the direction where Nephis was rising from her knees. Sunny landed on his feet and struggled to maintain his balance as he slid through the mud. He might have fallen, but she stepped forward and supported him from behind, placing a hand on his back. Both of them were standing, but they had lost the advantage of surrounding the enemy from 2 sides. Worse than that, they were both in the single line of attack now, Nephis hidden behind the towering figure of the Shadow Fiend. Dire Fang's bestial eyes ignited with satisfied malice. And at the same time, Sunna's 5th shadow, as well as all of Nef's flame, poured from her hand and into his shell, leaving her entirely exposed, but gifting him with twice the amount of physical augmentation. Instantly, his power exploded. His strength, his speed, his endurance, his agility, all of it soared to heights that Sunny had never experienced before. The 2 of them had experimented with augmenting each other in his basement, but he had not invented the shadow shell yet back then. Now, all the parts came together to create a truly terrifying combination. Of course, it was not the smartest of tactics by making one of them exceedingly strong while leaving the other one weak. They were giving Dire Fang a perfect opportunity to get rid of the weaker enemy first, and then deal with the other one without being encumbered by the numerical disadvantage. But that was only true if the Saint survived long enough to figure out what happened. Sunny was not planning on giving him such a chance. He had to finish this fight in one exchange. So I don't just need to kill a Saint, I also need to kill him with one strike. Well, isn't it wonderful? There was no more time to think. Only to kill. Sunny cleared his mind of all unnecessary thoughts, except for one axiom he knew too well. The essence of combat is murder. He was going to murder Saint Dire Fang, the vassal of the great clan Song, right here and now. There was no doubt or hesitation, no room for failure. Only certainty. The terrifying, towering beast in front of him opened his maw, ready to let out a deafening roar. Feeling the polished ivory of the Bone Singer manifest itself into his hand, Sunny flooded his body with smoldering essence, and lunged forward. Chapter 1200, Battle of the Black Skull, 14. Time was moving very slowly. No, it was Sunny who was moving too fast. It almost felt as if the world had frozen. The rain was suspended in the air, the fountains of mud had grown still, the distant figures of dying awakened were like grotesque statues. In this nearly static world, only 2 things seemed unbound by paralysis: the monstrous saint in front of him, who was no slower than Sunny himself, and a bolt of lightning that was crawling across the sky, extending toward the ground as it forked and illuminated the bloody battlefield. Faster. Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded from Dire Fang's mouth, strangely distorted and haunting. It would have hit Sunny like a wall. But he was prepared. N.O.in. The silenced enchantment of the Emerald Bone Flute activated, creating a dome of absolute silence around him. Sunny passed through the sorcerous roar without being struck by its crushing power. However, behind him, Nephis had to endure its full weight without the protection of her flames. Stripped of their augmentation, she couldn't resist it like she had before. Erasing the image of her falling figure from his mind, Sunny concentrated on the task. If anything, the importance of success had only become more stark now that his partner was debilitated. If he failed, both of them were going to die. But he had already rejected the possibility of failure. He was going to win. He was going to do what he promised to do. He was going to kill a damned saint. At that moment, Dire Fang was more than a chance adversary to Sunny. He was the embodiment of everything Sunny wanted: to destroy the rotten authority of the great clans, the vile curse of the chain of nightmares, the torturous brand of powerlessness that he bore on his soul ever since Falcon Scott. The inescapable shackles of fate. He was the enemy. A terrifying enemy, an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, an enemy that was nearly impossible to defeat. But if Sunny somehow did manage to defeat him, then maybe he would be able to overcome the other impossible obstacles that pressed him into the ground, one day. Sunny was tired of losing. He had lost in the Antarctic Center, and now, because of Mordred and his cursed schemes, he was on the verge of losing here in East Antarctica, as well. And so, he was willing to bet everything on this one strike. He had no choice but to finish it all with one strike, not only because Nephis was weakened and vulnerable right now, but also because of the nature of the aspect powers Dire Fang possessed. The Saint's already terrifying physical might was augmented by rage and pain. If Sunny delivered him a serious wound but failed to make it fatal, then that augmentation would only explode further, turning his enemy into a truly unstoppable monster. He only had one chance. Sunny had already accomplished 3 incredible feats to earn that single chance. He had learned the secrets of Dire Fang's aspect, deciphered the battle style of the transcendent monster, and found a way to counteract his debilitating sonic attack. Now, all that remained was to cut him down with a sword. Not that it would be easy. The Saint was not waiting passively to be killed. He was already moving, rushing forward with speed that exceeded all reason. His claws were ready to tear Sunny apart, and his fangs were ready to sink into Sunny's flesh. Even though the gap of power between them had narrowed tremendously, Dire Fang still had an edge in terms of strength, weight, and sheer size. But that was all right. As a survivor of the Forgotten Shore, Sunny was a master of killing things that were larger and more powerful than him. And while he had absorbed the essence of Dire Fang's battle style into Shadow Dance, the Saint had not gotten a firm grasp of his own technique yet. How could he, when Sunny's technique was as formless and shapeless as shadows? All Dire Fang could do was try and predict how his enemy would act based on his formidable experience of participating in countless battles. However, there was a problem with that approach, too. That was because the Saint had never fought a Shadow Spawn before. He was still judging Sunny as if Sunny was a mere human. But while Sunny still considered himself a human, he was also a bit more. As the two of them closed the distance, prepared to strike, Sunny used the inherent flexibility of a Shadow Dance practitioner to bend his body in an extreme and almost unnatural way. At the same time, he used the physical characteristics of his fiendish shell to switch from running on 2 feet to a low, beast-like gait. As a result, the Saint's claws tore through the raindrops above his head, while his momentum remained the same. Sunny gritted his teeth and let out a bestial growl as he used all his prodigious strength to push himself off the ground and leap into the air. Dire Fang was too fast and skilled to allow the unexpected attack to reach its mark, though. A split second before Sunny could bring his sword down on the Saint's neck. A massive clawed hand pushed forward, catching him in the chest. The power of that blow was too terrible. The onyx of the mantle cracked and exploded, as if struck by 5 transcendent swords. The manifested shadows comprising the Shadow Fiend shell were instantly sliced and torn apart. In an instant, the Shadow Spawn was mutilated beyond recognition. The upper portion of his torso was entirely destroyed, exploding into a fountain of darkness. His horned head was severed and flew into the air. 2 of his forearms were ripped off. The entire mangled carcass was thrown back. The Sin of Solace slipped from his fingers. That was the thing, though. The shell of the Shadow Fiend was a towering monstrosity that stood at almost 3 meters of height. Sunny, meanwhile, was a young man of a rather modest stature. So, he could easily change the internal structure of the shell in a way that would allow him to sacrifice the upper portion of it while remaining perfectly unscathed. Almost at the same time as Dire Fang's claws tore through the upper chest and neck of the Shadow Fiend, the whole shell suddenly lost its coherence, starting to dissolve back into the ethereal shadows. And, just below the harrowing cut, the top of Sunnis' head was revealed. The dissipating shell was thrown back by the strike, but his own body, freed from its embrace, continued to fly forward like a bullet. Time stood still. Catching the hilt of the sin of solace with his own human hand, Sunny used the tremendous augmentation of shadow and flame to fill his muscles with dreadful strength. And drove the tip of his sword into the saint's bestial eye. Chapter 12:01, Battle of the Black Skull, 15. Under the relentless onslaught of rain, blood was being washed off the shattered armor of a beautiful young woman with black hair and vermilion eyes. She swayed, trying to lash out with her cracked sword, but slipped in the mud and fell heavily to one knee. Her breathing was hoarse, and her lips were painted crimson with blood. Mordred looked much worse than his sister. One of his eyes was gone, turning his face into a grotesque mask. So was one of his hands. His armor was on the verge of collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks, and terrible wounds covered his body, revealing flesh and bone. And yet, his expression was calm. It hurts. I haven't felt pain like that in a long, long time. He was growing weak because of blood loss, his vision turning blurry. But he was so close to his goal after long, excruciating years, the first true taste of his revenge was so near. So, Mordred took a step forward, and then another. His sword rose. His hand was firm and unshaken. Morgan looked up at him, and the look in her eyes was sweeter than nectar. Confusion, indignation, and hidden behind them, a hint of fear. N-O-1-N. How are you still standing, monster? Mordred smiled. Barely. He was not going to engage in a lengthy conversation with her, not yet. He knew that his sister was just trying to buy time. Using one of the enchantments absorbed by her body, she was trying to heal herself. Her wounds were already closing, and she was not bleeding nearly as heavily as she was supposed to. It was not going to save her, though. Morgan might have been able to heal herself, but she couldn't replenish her essence, her focus, and her stamina. She was tired, and that fatigue was only going to get worse. It was going to seep into her bones and into her mind, dooming her. He just had to last a little bit longer than that. His sister gathered what little remained of her strength and dashed forward with a furious growl. Her sword flashed, sharp and cunning, aiming for his neck. Mordred knew that he wouldn't be able to block or evade it, so he didn't. Instead, he just shifted his torso slightly, allowing the sharp edge to cut into his clavicle instead of his neck, endured the blinding flash of pain, and drove his own sword into a crack in her armor. Morgan groaned. Before she could do anything, he swung the blooded stump of his right hand, hitting her in the temple with the torn edge of the steel vambrace. His sister was thrown back, dazed. Mordred felt a bit lightheaded, too. A long sigh escaped from his lips. Ah. Through the veil of rain covering the battlefield, he could see what was happening around them. Clan Song was losing. The Titanic Worm was battered and mutilated, but 3 out of the 4 of his reflections had already been destroyed. The last one, the one wearing Whispering Blade's face, was not going to last much longer, either. Saint Madoc himself was close to prevailing in his harrowing battle against Beastmaster. Silent Stalker and Summer Night were still fighting, both stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. At this rate, both of them would perish, and even if the taciturn daughter of Kisong prevailed, she wouldn't be able to continue participating in the battle. Even the reflection of Sir Gilead seemed to be failing against one of Nether's children that Sunless had somehow made his. The scoundrel himself, meanwhile. Mordred felt the desire to raise an eyebrow, but he was too weak and tired to do that. Diafang is dead. Sunless and the Dreamspawn killed a saint. This was a terrible, disastrous piece of news, but he couldn't help but feel impressed. Good for them. Morgan tried to stand up, and he pushed her into the mud again with a cruel strike of his sword. There was more pain, and it was suddenly hard for him to keep balance. By now, their clash looked nothing like a noble duel between 2 royal descendants. It was simply a brutal, graceless, vicious brawl, but Mordred liked it more that way. It was much more sincere. Much more honest. Why would murder look pretty when it was so ugly? His sister was still refusing to give up. They clashed several more times, and each time, Mordred was on the losing end of the exchange until he wasn't. At some point, somehow, almost unexplainably, he gained the initiative in this abhorrent dance of theirs. And once he did, his advantage grew like an avalanche. No matter how many wounds he had accumulated, no matter how terribly Morgan hurt him, Mordred was unshaken. His one remaining eye glimmered, reflecting her dwindling confidence. And then, after a while, Morgan fell and failed to stand up again. Growling, she struck the ground with her fist. I don't understand. How are you? What trick? He smiled, dragging his aching body toward her. Now was the time to talk, not only because Morgan had finally exhausted all her monstrous reserves, but also because he was tired, as well. He needed a few moments to catch his breath and prepare for the final strike. You don't understand? Oh, but it is so simple. There is no trick. Yes, you are stronger than me, faster than me, you are maybe even more skilled than me. However, dear sister, I am infinitely superior to you in one aspect. The most important aspect. He struggled against the weight of his sword, which was suddenly unbearable, and gritted his teeth. It's desire. Don't you know that everything has its beginnings in desire? And my desire, it's infinitely more powerful than yours. That is why I am more powerful than you, that is all there is, sister. Oh, and my desire is also much more pure. Can't she see? Well, she's young, after all. Mordred reached the spot where Morgan was trying to get up from the mud and ruthlessly kicked her in the side with his armored boot. She yelped, and fell back down. He looked at her coldly. You see, my only desire is to kill you. But you want so many things. You want to kill and imprison me, but you also want to survive killing and imprisoning me. You want to protect your neck from being cut, your heart from being pierced, your skull from being crushed, your eyes from being gouged out. All these countless desires weigh you down. They are a burden that reduces your strength, dulls your skill, and diminishes your speed. But me? I have no such burden. I only care about one thing. I only want to kill you. That is why you are weak, and I am strong. Mordred used his one remaining eye to glance at the bloody stump of his right hand, at his broken armor, and at his mangled body. His gaze was indifferent. And that is why my wish will come true, but yours will not. Without wasting any more time, he smiled bitterly, and raised his sword. His goal was so close he just had to bring the sword down. However, he never did. Chapter 1202, Battle of the Black Skull, 16. N0 in. Somewhere else on the battlefield, a sword made of pure darkness pierced a figure made of blinding sunshine. The radiant knight staggered, while the tenebrous knight stood calmly, looking at him with two indifferent crimson eyes. Saint twisted her sword, and the darkness contained within it seemed to expand, hungrily devouring the shine of her enemy. The reflection of Summer Night grew dimmer and convulsed, as if trying to scream. However, no scream could be heard. The radiant figure grew bleak and translucent. A moment later, a net of cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the dying light, and then, with a faint sound of breaking mirrors, the reflection exploded into countless shards of silver glass. Saint indifferently retracted her sword and shifted her gaze, searching for a new opponent. Separated from her by a vast distance, a gargantuan worm brought its monstrous weight down and then twisted, catching something invisible in its maw. The countless creatures comprising the echoes slithered, grinding the invisible foe into dust. In the heart of the battlefield, obscured by rain, a beautiful demoness screamed as her face was cut by an unseen blade. She staggered back and fell, crimson tears rolling to the ground. In front of her, a vague silhouette was suddenly outlined by the streams of falling water and the brilliance of flashing lightning. A cold, ruthless voice came from the rain. Stupid girl, you should have stayed sweet and innocent, like you were before. Beastmaster gritted her teeth. Not done yet, old man, you haven't won yet. The rain laughed. Die, now this little scuffle of ours was fun. You have slain a transcendent human, Dire Fang. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received. The towering monstrosity swayed, the spark of life disappearing from his eyes. Sunny, who had driven the sin of Solace into the saint's skull up to the hilt, was perched precariously on the beast's snout, holding onto the grey fur with one hand. He froze for a moment. I won? The body of Dire Fang tilted, and then toppled. Since the saint's transcendent form was quite high, there was considerable distance to the ground. Sunny rode it all the way down, still holding on to the hilt of the sin of Solace. The giant beast crashed, causing the ground to tremble. Still in shock, Sunny retrieved his sword and stood up, glancing at the battlefield from atop the felled giant. I won then. He lost his footing and rolled into the mud. The mud felt cool and pleasant to the touch. Behind him, the massive carcass rippled and shrunk, slowly turning into the corpse of a man. Sunny lingered for a few moments, trying to comprehend the fact that he, lost from light, had really slain a saint. It was so strange. He could still vividly remember the day when the Night Temple had been destroyed. Back then, the appearance of Saint Cormac had filled his heart with indescribable dread. The following battle between Cormac and Skytide was even more terrifying. He felt like an ant that had gotten stuck in the middle of a clash between two gods. The entire island had been destroyed by their ferocious battle. It all had seemed apocalyptic. And now, Sunny had killed a similar being himself. He had killed a saint with his own two hands in combat. Of course, he didn't do it alone. Nephis. Suddenly startled, Sunny jumped to his feet and dashed to the spot where he had seen her last. She was still there, struggling to stand up. Her helmet was gone, and he could see drops of blood falling from her ears, her nose, and even her eyes. Her face was pale, with damp hair sticking to it in thin strands. Neph. He slid on the mud and fell to his knees near her, placing his hands on her shoulders. She let out a raspy breath, and then shakily rose to her feet with his help. Sunny felt the warmth of the white flame flowing from his body into hers. Slowly, her skin ignited with radiance, and wisps of white flame escaped from beneath it. The scratches on her face disappeared, and the streaks of blood evaporated, leaving it pale and pristine. A pained groan escaped from her lips, and Nephis swayed. He supported her. She remained silent for a bit, trying to contain the pain, and then asked, "We won?" Sunny let out a relieved sigh. "Yeah. Hes dead." She winced. "Good." He wanted to laugh. "Good? Good? That's all you have to say?" Nephis looked at him for a few moments. Her face was too close, but Sunny didn't mind. Then, a corner of her mouth slightly curled up. Why make a fuss? It was just a saint. He stared at her, feeling a sense of triumph flood his heart. But then, the smile slowly disappeared from Sunny's face. Separated from them by the wicked havoc of the battle, a blind girl was standing in the middle of a vast circle of corpses, drops of blood falling from her rapier and her armor. Behind her, a woman with golden hair and amber eyes was leaning heavily on a spear. Suddenly, the blind girl shivered and lowered her sword. Her shoulders fell. Turning around, she ignored the rushing enemies and looked up, at the cloud-ridden sky. Her exquisitely beautiful face was solemn. Mordred raised his sword, ready to strike his sister down. But then, he froze. His strange, mirror-like eyes trembled. As if forgetting about Morgan, he slowly turned around and looked at the sky with a grim expression. The smile slowly disappeared from Sunny's lips. The wind was cold. In the flash of lightning, he suddenly looked paler than a ghost. His face fell. Nephis frowned. "Sunny? What's wrong?" He looked frightened. Without answering, Sunny slowly turned away from her and looked up with an expression of utter terror. I don't know, something is wrong." His voice drowned in a deafening thunderclap. Neph hesitated for a moment, then traced his gaze and looked up at the sky. There didn't seem to be anything there. Except for a strange, rippling darkness. For a few moments, the battlefield seemed to grow still. And then, the sky crumbled and split apart, devoured by an abyssal rift that seemed to be leading to the very depths of hell. A gargantuan nightmare gate tore the world into pieces, dwarfing the battlefield as it cut through the sky and manifested itself into existence. Chapter 1203, Battle of the Black Skull, 17. The sky parted, sliced through by a narrow vertical rift. Behind it, the fabric of reality made way for a dark, harrowing abyss of nothingness. Both light and darkness seemed to be twisted and changed near the gate, breaking as they were destroyed. N.1n. The rift dwarfed the entire battlefield, stretching for hundreds and hundreds of meters into the shattered sky. The abandoned outpost, and the black fissure of the nightmare gate that led to the vicinity of the Black Skull, looked tiny and insignificant in front of it. An invisible shockwave rolled outward from the point where the gargantuan rift touched the ground, exerting an almost irresistible force. Sunny braced himself, but still staggered as the wave passed through him, barely managing to stay on his feet. His mind was drowned by the deafening, cacophonous howling of the call. It was many times louder, more unbearable, and maddeningly demanding than it had ever been before. Sunny desperately resisted the overwhelming desire to submit. All around them, the awakened warriors screamed as they grabbed their heads and fell to their knees. Their eyes were wide open, but unseeing. Some were bleeding, and some seemed to be crawling toward the gate. Some were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. The invisible force made no distinction between those serving Valor and those serving Song. They were all the same in the face of the harrowing rift. Mundane humans, if any had come to witness this battle, would have been outright killed by the pressure of the gate. Sunny staggered back and looked up at it in terror. His lips moved. For it's a Category 4 nightmare gate. And, just as he said those words, the world shook again, and another rift tore through the sky. The world convulsed, and one more sliced the fabric of reality apart. Like three dark pillars holding up the heavens, or three vile spears cruelly thrust into the flesh of the world, three colossal nightmare gates surrounded the battlefield, cutting out all paths of retreat. Not that there was a way to escape them. The three armies, the valiant warriors of Clan Valor, the fearless soldiers of Clan Song, and those awakened of the evacuation army that had come as escorts of Saint Kor, were trapped between the abhorrent black rifts. And then, something vast moved in the abyssal darkness of the first gate. Those who had enough presence of mind left to see witnessed something shift within the nightmare gate. A moment later, giant fingers suddenly pushed from it into the waking world, each as large as a tower. There were dozens of them, all dark and strangely human-like, with black, broken fingernails and torn, calloused skin. The fingers felt around blindly, then grabbed the edges of the vertical rift and strained, as if trying to pull it wider. The most horrifying part of it all was that they succeeded. The world trembled, and a net of black cracks seemed to spread through the sky. Then, the gaping wound of the nightmare gate was torn open, and a seething mass of the same dark flesh flowed out of it like an appalling avalanche. The flesh expanded, turning into gargantuan black tentacles, which then shot forward with stunning speed. Sunny took a step back. His eyes widened. Somewhere far away from him, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the towering tortoise Echo was ripped apart with a single swing of a black tentacle. The awakened sheltered in the stone fort on its carapace were thrown into the air, and the transcendent creature instantly exploded into a whirlwind of sparks. Someplace else, the tentacles reached the massive figure of the titanic worm. The titan rose its repulsive body into the air to meet them, but a moment later, it was torn to shreds, destroyed, and consumed, disappearing without a trace. A scrawny figure jumped onto the back of a black steed, who then raced away. A split second later, the reflection of Silent Stalker disappeared under the tide of dark flesh, and a faint sound of breaking glass rang quietly. Most shocking of all. Not too far away from the gate, Beastmaster suddenly staggered back from the vague figure outlined in front of her, blood flowing from her mangled face. A moment later, a black tentacle whipped through the empty air with terrible speed, and a fountain of blood suddenly bloomed where the vague figure had stood a moment ago. There was no time to react, and no chance to escape. Pieces of torn flesh became visible as they splattered all around, unrecognizable as parts of a human being. Just like that, Saint Madoc, the Whispering Blade, brother of the King of Swords and an elder of the great clan Vaylor, was no more. He was dead. Far away, Sunny and Nephis watched the world end in stunned silence. It's a great terror? A great titan. Sunny shivered, hypnotized by the terrible sight of a great nightmare creature forcing its way into the waking world. Everything he had known seemed meaningless in front of it. The mere thought of trying to resist felt futile. That was when the darkness within the other two gates moved, as well. He considered his chances of outrunning the tide of corrupted and great abominations that would enter the waking world in mere moments. Even with Nightmare and Shadow Step the chances were zero. If even the saints were obliterated in seconds, a master like him had no chance at all. Nephis suddenly shuddered, and then grabbed him by the shoulder. Her lips parted. Realm escaping into the dream realm, that is the only way. He stared at her with hollow eyes, trying to understand the meaning of these words. What is she on about? Then, with tremendous effort, Sunny forced himself to calm down and regain his composure. He could barely think again. Escaping into the dream realm. That was indeed a chance. No one knew what they would find there, but it could very well be better than being trapped between 3 Category 4 nightmare gates. At least, that way, there was a possibility of survival. Here, there was only death. Or something much worse. The problem was that the process of traveling between worlds was not instantaneous. It took time to open the door between the waking world and the dream realm, and even more time to step through. Would they be fast enough to escape? There is only one way to find out. Staring at the great horror slowly pushing its vast body through the broken abyssal rift, Sunny took a deep breath, and tried to feel his dream realm anchor. Chapter 1204, Battle of the Black Skull, 18. Sunny and Nephis stood side by side as they watched utter devastation being unleashed by creature crawling out of the colossal nightmare gates. The gargantuan black tentacles were still far away, but they were getting closer with every moment. Numerous awakened had already been killed, and more were going to die soon. It was too sudden, too much. There were a lot of things that Sunny needed to comprehend, accept, and think about the future Cassie, Effie, and Kaijet. But there was no time to think. It was almost impossible, anyway. The call was roaring in his mind, making any kind of thought difficult. All he could do right now was concentrate on his own survival. One thing Sunny did do, however, was dismiss his shadows. They would be of no help arguing the great being, but losing them to this catastrophe was just too easy. Ruined, it's all ruined. Sunny tried to sense his connection to the dream realm. As a master, he could leave the waking world at will. It took some time to activate the connection, and usually, he would be transported to his anchor citadel in a matter of minutes. That was not going to happen today, of course. Being in close proximity to a nightmare gate disturbed the anchor, so entering the dream realm near them meant being pulled by the call and entering the area surrounding the seed instead. Currently, Sunny was in the area of effect of 4 different nightmare gates. He didn't even know which seed he would be pulled to, but anything was better than remaining on the desolate plain that was going to be flooded with indescribably powerful abominations very soon. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In front of him, a scene out of a nightmare was playing out. No one on the battlefield was strong enough to resist the being unleashed by the nightmare gate. All they could do was try to run, fail, and die. Those who succumbed to the call could not even run. Scores of awakened, echoes, and enthralled abominations were all being torn apart and pulverized. The seething mass of dark flesh, meanwhile, continued to squeeze itself through the gate. The black fingers continued to hold the rift apart, but there was also a gargantuan hand that had emerged from the abyssal nothingness entirely, plunging down to grab a fistful of screaming humans. I need to succumb to the call, as well. Sunny had spent the last it was close to 8 months, by now the last 8 months having his mind almost constantly assaulted by the insidious whispers of the call. Sometimes, they were loud, and sometimes they were quiet enough to seem nearly absent. It had been hard to deal with the maddening pressure at first, but slowly, he developed a sort of resistance to the call. He had learned how to fight it. But now, in a bizarre turn of events, he had to surrender to it. It was a frightening and uncomfortable feeling, the feeling of releasing control. There. He sensed it, his connection to the dream realm. Strange and distorted, it was still there. In fact, it was much stronger than before. The whispers of the call grew even more deafening, screaming, demanding for him to make use of it. Feeling a strange ecstasy and an immense sense of relief flood his mind, Sunny submitted to their will. Concentrating, he pulled on the connection, and felt the border between the two worlds becoming weaker and more ethereal. Before, it had been like an impregnable wall, but now, it was more akin to fog. And he was slowly entering that fog. It was as though something was pulling him from the other side. Or maybe expelling him from this one. And that was it. That was all he could do. Now, Sunny just had to hold on to that feeling and hope that he would leave the waking world before the great and terrible being entering it squashed him like one would a bug. The 3 colossal gates stretched into the broken sky like festering wounds. The dark tentacles were rampaging on the battlefield, some whipped around, obliterating the army. Of the great clans, some plunged into the soil and grew out, pulling more and more of the great abomination into the waking world. Sunny and Nephis stood motionless amidst the harrowing destruction. They did not try to run or search for shelter. There was nowhere to run, anyway, and no shelter to be found. The spot where they had fought Dire Fang was as good as any other. It was all up to chance now. Turning away from the black tentacles that were getting closer and closer, they looked at each other. Sunny felt the ground under his feet quake, the tremors growing stronger and stronger. It was as though something was approaching them, shaking the world with each heavy step. He didn't even look to see what was appearing from the other 2 gates. Instead, he just looked at Nephis. She was pale and weakened, but seemed calm. She always seemed calm, even when she wasn't. After a few moments, Sunny opened his mouth, which was suddenly excruciatingly dry, and said, "I'll see you on the other side." Nephis looked back at him, something grotesque and lumbering reflecting in her striking grey eyes. She nodded. Yes. No one N. Then, she hesitated for a second, and took a deep breath. "Sunny, I need to tell you something." He gritted his teeth, suddenly frightened that what she was going to say would sound like a farewell. Nevertheless, he forced himself to ask. "What?" Neph lingered for a bit. Then, as the ground under them trembled violently, she suddenly looked away. What she said next was entirely unexpected. "The projector back in your house, it didn't really explode by itself. I lied. Actually, I broke it. So I'm really sorry." Sunny stared at her in disbelief. His mind short-circuited for a moment. How is her tone so what? He blinked, and then scoffed. Why the hell? However, he did not finish the sentence. Suddenly, the world disappeared, and Sunny saw, or rather, perceived a boundless void. It was the familiar, empty void between dream and reality. A moment later, he was suddenly blinded by bright sunlight, and assaulted by unbearable heat. Falling on something soft and scorching, Sunny rolled and frantically tried to sense the surrounding space through the shadows. The battle was now behind him. He had reached the Nightmare Desert. Chapter 12:05, Into the Fire. Heat. It was hot. Lethally hot. A mundane human would not have lasted in this suffocating heat for long. Even as a master, Sunny was struggling to breathe. His skin was burning. Sitting on the sand, hunched, he covered his eyes and looked up at the merciless white sun. The sun was like a small silver coin that hung high in the cloudless azure sky. White sand. azure sky. This was indeed the desert Nephis had once tried to cross. The one that lay east of the forgotten shore, stretching far and wide along the hollow mountains. He couldn't see the dreadful black peaks, though. Either this part of the Nightmare Desert was much further north than the small fragment Nephis had traversed, or much further east, where the hollow mountains were no more. In either case, Sunny was in big trouble. Nephis had told them that the further one went into the desert, the more dangerous it became. Eventually, she could not advance anymore, and chose to take her chances in the mountains instead. Just how deadly was this desert, for Nephis to decide that venturing into a known death zone was a better choice? There was one more thing, too. If it was the same desert, then he had to find shelter before the night came. Failing to do so meant death. Death. Sunny sighed. He was sitting on the white sand, casting 5 stark shadows. A few dozen seconds had already passed since his arrival in this cursed land, and very soon, something was bound to find and attack him. He had to move, but his mind was plagued by too many thoughts. It's useless, it's all useless. Just a few minutes ago, Sunny had been full of a sense of triumph. He had defeated a saint. He had won. His desperate plan had come so close to fruition. With Dire Fang's death, the balance on the battlefield had been bound to shift. Mordred's reflections would have been destroyed. The remaining 2 enemy saints would have been either killed or forced into retreat. Clan Valor would have achieved a sweeping victory. None of its key figures would have perished, and plenty of Awakened would have remained alive to continue defending East Antarctica until the winter solstice. None of that had happened, of course. Everything had ended in ruin. He had lost. Once again, he had been utterly defeated. It was so tiring, to always have victory slip through his fingers at the last moment. Curse it all. Sunny was being crushed by the weight of failure. 2 great clans had clashed with each other, but the only victor was the Nightmare spell. These 3 Category 4 gates. It wasn't hard to imagine what was going to happen next in the southern quadrant. Both armies were either already annihilated or would be soon, and more than a few government elites, too. All the Awakened of Valor and all the Awakened of Song were as good as dead. The only ones who had a chance to survive were the Masters, the Saints, and a handful of people those Saints could drag with them into the Dream Realm. Even then, it was not a guarantee that they would have had enough time to escape. And those who had would still have to survive the Nightmare Desert. The siege capitals would be left without the most powerful defenders. And much worse still, there would be swarms of corrupted and great abominations roaming the continent now. Everyone was going to die. Don't think about it. Don't think about it yet. Sunny gritted his teeth. There was a lot on his mind, but if he continued thinking about it, he would drown in anger and despair. For now, he couldn't allow himself to lose focus. He had to survive first. Sunny was lost in a region of the Dream Realm that was much more harrowing than the Forgotten Shore, without any way to get back to the waking world. His friends could be lost somewhere between the White Dunes, too. He had to find them if they were still alive and figure out a way to escape this hell. Well, it was not his first time escaping hell, was it? Where there was a will, there was a way. What a bunch of crap. He felt a slight tremor run through the sand beneath him and grimaced. Escape? How could he escape the Nightmare Desert? There were 4 ways. The first one was to cross the desert and find a path through the hollow mountains. Needless to say, surviving a journey through 2 entire death zones was highly improbable. The second way was to find one of the saints who had survived the Nightmare Gates and successfully escaped into the desert. Saints could travel back to the waking world without the help of a gateway, and they could even bring a person or 2 with them. Sunny was not sure that he could convince anyone except for Saint Tyrus to save him instead of all others, and there were still Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet to think about. Any saint that left would not be coming back to this corner of the desert, since that would require returning to the proximity of the gargantuan Nightmare Gates. So that way would most likely not work, either. The third way was to become a saint himself. That was, of course, even more suicidal than trying to traverse both the Nightmare Desert and the Hollow Mountains. Sonny had barely survived the second nightmare. He had been beheaded, had his heart ripped out of his chest, barely survived thanks to stumbling on Noctis by pure luck, almost lost himself in the endless sea of nightmares, fought against an entire army of Awakened, and even faced Mordred at the end. The third nightmare would be much more harrowing, and even if he somehow transcended, there was a high possibility that the Sovereigns would make him disappear as a result. Which left only the fourth way. The only plausible one. Sonny had to find the Black Skull Citadel, and use its gateway to return to the waking world. That, too, was more easily said than done. The Nightmare Desert, after all, was vast. And full of all kinds of horrors. The main problem, though, was that only two people knew the location of the Citadel. One of them was Morgan, and the other one was Mordred. So, he had to find one of them first. Either one will do. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly jumped back. A split second after he did, the sand under him exploded, and countless hands rose from beneath it, clawing at the air. Enin. Here we go. It's starting. Chapter 1206, Nightmare Desert. A tenebrous black steed was flying across the white sands of the Nightmare Desert, pursued by an unseen horror. Sonny was leaning from the saddle, shielding his eyes against the scorching wind as he brandished the Sin of Solace. A hand that shot from beneath the ground was cleanly severed and dissolved into a swirl of ash. Curses, that thing is persistent. Behind him, a vast swath of the desert was changing. It was almost imperceptible unless one knew what to look for: the minute tremors running through the sand, the slight tilt of the dunes, the subtle shifting of the shadows. No one knew. Something enormous was moving beneath the sand, following him. He had already used 4 out of his 5 shadows to augment Nightmare, leaving only one to strengthen the enchantment of the memory of fire through the underworld armament. That allowed him some measure of relief from the unbearable heat of the desert, at least. But even with the help of the 4 shadows, his mount was not fast enough to outrun the creature. Much worse, it was not the only abomination in this part of the desert. In fact, Sonny was surrounded by nightmare creatures. There were too many of them to count, all moving in the same direction. They were responding to the call, pulled to the blooming seed of nightmare by its sweet promise. Luckily, most abominations seemed to be in a strange state. It was as though they were hypnotized, forgetting about everything except for the goal of reaching the seed and entering the waking world through it. As long as Sonny did not get in their way, most paid him no attention. It was deeply disturbing, really. Sonny had only ever seen nightmare creatures in the throes of murderous frenzy. Having them walk past him with detached indifference was somehow more frightening than facing them in a bloody battle. Crap, crap, crap. The desert was wide and flawlessly white, and the towering figures of abominations were moving across it with measured steps, separated from each other by a considerable distance. Their shadows were like long lines of stark blackness. The length of the shadows meant that the sun was already low. The night was not far away. Cursing, Sonny guided Nightmare to the left, aiming at the nearest of the walking figures. From the looks of it, it was a corrupted monster. The thing was massive and ghastly, with 4 mighty paws and a tail like that of a scorpion. Its insect-like eyes were staring at something hidden far beyond the horizon. The creature was dangerous. But Sonny was more dangerous. As Nightmare flashed past the monster at stunning speed, the Sin of Solace swung, cleanly severing the abomination's head. They shot past the beheaded creature and continued forward without ever slowing down. A few moments later, countless hands rose from beneath. Rushing away, Sonny turned his head and watched as the hands grabbed the bleeding carcass and pulled it into the sand. Soon, only a few drops of boiling blood remained on the surface. It was as though the massive monster had never existed. The unknown horror stopped following him after that, at least, its hunger seemingly satiated by the morbid offering. Damnation. After a while, he could finally allow himself to slow down. Stopping Nightmare at the crest of a tall dune, Sonny breathed heavily, then wrapped 2 more shadows around himself, enhancing the effect of the memory of fire. That way, he was almost comfortable. Summoning the endless spring, he drank deeply, allowing the cool water to breathe some life back into his body. Then, he stared at the beautiful glass bottle in his hand. Suddenly, this dormant memory of the 4th tier was the most precious thing in his possession. Who would have thought that it would be so important one day? Water was important. But usually, there were many ways to procure it. During his wilderness survival courses, Sunny had learned many ways of finding or creating drinkable water in a variety of environments. But none of them would work in this terrible desert. With a sigh, he dismissed the endless spring and looked around. From the height of the dune, Sunny could see far and wide. He could send his shadows to explore, too, if need be. However, that would be risky. He wasn't sure that he was ready to part with even a single shadow in this dangerous and unpredictable land. There was no need to, anyway. There were white dunes around him as far as the eye could see. Countless nightmare creatures could be seen, as well, moving in the same direction. There were also black ruins peppering the desert, half buried in sand. Those ruins did not really seem like the remains of buildings. Their shape was too strange, and their dimensions were all wrong. The structures, whatever they had once been, all differed in size. A smaller ruin would not be much of a shelter, but some of the larger ones he saw could save him come the night. Of course, there was also the Black Pyramid. Sunny held his breath as he looked at its ominous silhouette. The tomb of Ariel was always in view, far in the distance. However, no matter how long one moved in the direction of the perfectly symmetrical black edifice, it never grew closer, remaining out of touch like a mirage. That thing might not even be real. But Sunny felt that it was. He also knew that there had to be a way to get closer to it. Nephis had never seen the Black Pyramid before, after all, which meant that it could only be seen from certain parts of the desert. Which also meant that there had to be a path to it. Who cares? Sunny certainly didn't. He had no ambitions of conquering the tomb of Ariel. In fact, he wanted to avoid it at all costs. All he wanted to do was find his friends and escape the cursed desert, as soon as possible. Grimacing, Sunny chose one of the larger ruins that rose from the sand many kilometers away, and sent Nightmare into a gallop. Chapter 1207, First Night. On the way to the ruin, Sunny stumbled on a human. It was the first survivor of the Battle of the Black Skull that he saw in the desert. Sadly, the man was already dead. His body lay on the white sand, staring at the merciless azure sky with glassy eyes. Sunny vaguely recognized him as one of Clan Song's Ascended. They had never spoken to each other before, but he recalled seeing the man during the battle against the Titanic Horde, back in East Antarctica. The Ascended's memory armor had dissipated after its master's death, so the body was only covered by a torn bodysuit. There were several wounds in view, but none of them were serious enough to doom a master. It was unclear what had brought upon the man's death. Maybe there was severe internal damage, or maybe it was simply the heat that had killed him. With a sigh, Sunny jumped off Nightmare, kneeled, and closed the man's eyes. There was not much more he could do, so he just remained motionless for a few moments, then climbed back into the saddle and continued on his way. N1N. His mood was somber. In the end, the sun had almost disappeared beyond the dunes by the time Sunny reached the large ruin. Scared by the prospect of remaining in the open after dark, he hurriedly dismissed his shadow and climbed over the weathered black stones. He quickly found a narrow fissure in the sand-covered floor and squeezed through it, eventually reaching an underground chamber. Near the end of the narrow crawlway, the stones shifted under his weight, and Sunny fell down in an avalanche of sand. He landed awkwardly and was about to let out a relieved sigh when something cold touched his neck. A steel blade. A hoarse voice resounded from above. "What do we have here?" Sunny carefully put his fingers on the blade of an enchanted glaive and slowly pushed it away from his skin. "Can you not? I really don't want to have my head cut off again." There was a moment of silence, and then a soft gasp. "Sunny?" Looking up, he saw a curious scene. The underground chamber was not very large, and there were two beautiful women hiding inside. Both of them were bruised and battered, with grim expressions on their enticing faces. One of them was Jet, and the other one was Song Sishan. Soul Reaper was closer to the hole he had fallen from, so she had lashed out with her glaive on instinct. "Yeah, it's me. Say, why are you two sitting here in complete darkness?" Jet retracted her weapon, took a step back, and tiredly lowered herself onto the cold stones. A stifled scoff escaped from her lips. "We weren't sure if the light would attract danger." She remained silent for a moment, and then said, "I'm really glad that you're alive." Sunny sat up, brushed the sand of the Shroud of Dusk, and summoned a luminous memory. The two women grimaced, shielding their eyes from the bright light. Now that he could see colors better, he judged that they were in a worse state than he had initially thought. Jet's armor was torn rather severely, and Sishan's dress was ripped, as well. Its wine-colored fabric seemed dirtied by blood. He coughed, trying not to stare. "Me too." That sounded too sentimental, so Sunny corrected himself. "I mean, I'm glad to be alive, too. Anyway, the light won't attract the abominations. Most of them are being pulled toward the seeds, and those that are going to rise at night, well, I guess with the Category 4 gates, some of them will leave for the waking world, as well. The rest will be too busy fighting each other. As long as we're out of sight, we should be safe." He fell silent. Indeed, the true horror of the Nightmare Desert, the dead soldiers that endlessly continued their ancient battle in the darkness, night after night, as they had for thousands of years, had not entered the waking world during the chain of nightmares. That was because most of them were too terrible and powerful to step through Category 3 gates. Now, things would be different. Sunny lingered for a few moments, staring at Jet and Sishan. Both were in sorry states, but at least they were alive. He summoned the Endless Spring and said, "I have water, by the way." Their eyes gleamed. "Then give it here." Jet was the first one to snatch the bottle, acting with a terrible lack of decorum. "Well, thirst would do that to a person." Sishan, who had been a second too late, stared at her coldly. Nevertheless, she patiently waited for her turn while Soul Reaper greedily drank from the Endless Spring. Once Jet was finished, she let out a delighted sigh and passed the bottle to the daughter of Kisong. The latter, at least, had enough composure to bow slightly and say thank you before bringing the memory to her parched lips. Sunny watched this scene incredulously. "Weren't the two of you trying to kill each other? I swear I saw you fight. How come you're together?" Jet leaned back and smiled. "Yes, we were trying to kill each other. This wench even tried to bite me. It was really gross, but what does it matter now? Here in the desert, there are no sides. Just us, and the nightmare creatures. So, there was no reason to fight anymore when we stumbled on each other." Sishan gave her a long look. "Who are you calling a wench, you corpse?" She grimaced, as if nauseated. Wait, did Sishan try to drink Jet's blood? It must not have tasted too pleasant, judging by that expression. Of all the people on the battlefield, she just had to go and clash with the only person who countered her aspect. Compared to her, even Sunny's luck seemed wonderful. Sishan lingered for a few moments, then returned the Endless Spring and gave Sunny a long look. "What about you, Sunless? The last I saw of you, Dire Fang was heading to your position. How did you survive?" Sunny received the glass bottle and smiled pleasantly. "Oh, actually, I killed him." The two of them stared at him with wide eyes. "Right. I received a reward for slaying Dire Fang." "I didn't even check." Sishan opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment, they heard a terrifying sound. It came from above, from the sides, from everywhere. The dead were rising to continue their eternal battle. Soon, a distant cacophony of titanic blows and inhuman roars seeped into the chamber through the hole in its roof, and the stones surrounding them vibrated. Streams of sand flowed through the cracks in the black tiles. No one was in the mood to talk after that. They just sat in silence, tense, and waited. Time passed. Then, a different sound reached their ears. Someone or something was crawling through the narrow fissure, descending into the underground chamber. Chapter 1208, Newcomer. Instantly, all three of them, Sunny, Jet, and Seishan, were on guard. Jet readied her glaive, while Sunny gripped the hilt of the Sin of Solace tighter. Seishan, meanwhile, lowered her hands slightly, as if preparing to defend herself with bare fists. The cursed sword whispered into Sunny's ear. Use them as a shield, take a step back, and let whatever comes feast on their flesh first. Sunny struggled to ignore it. Before, he had not dared to send his shadows outside to keep an eye on the desert. With how dreadful the creatures populating it at night were, many of them were bound to possess means of destroying intangible things. Sunny did not want to risk one of his shadows being obliterated. But now, he regretted that decision. As his expression hardened, streams of sand fell from above, and then, someone jumped softly on the stone plates of the chamber's floor. Sunny felt immense relief. It was a human. Jet remained on guard, but Seishan seemed to relax. She straightened slightly and let out a soft sigh, her exquisitely beautiful face illuminated by a pale smile. Ascended Shu, you have survived, as well. They were safe. The newcomer was not a terrifying nightmare creature, it was a survivor like the three of them. One of the masters of Clan Song. The man groaned slightly, then shielded his eyes from the bright light of the luminous memory. His hand trembled slightly. Lady Song. Looking at him, Sunny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of fear like he had never experienced before wrapped its fingers around his heart. He almost staggered back, but forced himself to remain in place, wearing the same expression as before. What the hell? Sunny stared at the newcomer. The man was tall and muscular. His black hair was cut short, revealing a strong, handsome face. His eyes were like two pools of darkness, and there was a strained smile on his cracked lips. Ascended Shu wielded no weapons and wore no armor. He was dressed in a dark red bodysuit, which was torn, revealing ugly lacerations and bruises covering his body. N.O.in. It was, without a doubt, the dead man whose eyes Sunny had closed just a few hours ago. Sunny shivered, and even the blurry figure of the Sin of Solace who stood beside him suddenly seemed wary. Seishan took a deep breath. Master Shu, thank the gods, have you seen any of my sisters? The man looked around, then said hoarsely. No, my lady. I have not seen anyone. Only you. Is it some kind of regenerative aspect? No, wait, is it that bastard, Mordred? Sunny stared at the newcomer, studying his every move. Then, he shifted his perception and looked within the newcomer. The blade of the Sin of Solace trembled slightly. Within the body of Master Shu, where a radiant soul core should have been instead, there was nothing but vile, impenetrable darkness. A darkness so vast and deep that Sunny couldn't even conceive its magnitude. Jet was not in a hurry to lower her glaive. Looking at the creature, she frowned slightly and asked, "How did you survive being outside during the night?" The creature wearing the corpse of Ascended Shu looked at her and shivered. "Barely, my lady. Just barely." Then, the creature smiled. "Are there more people nearby?" The question was directed at Jet, so Sunny could remain silent. He shifted slightly, considering their options. It's a nightmare creature that can control a corpse and speak the human language flawlessly. It even knew Seishan's name. It can even perfectly imitate human behavior. If not for Weaver's lineage, I would not have known at all. It is unlike anything I have seen or heard about before. And the creature was strong enough to walk the nightmare desert at night. The three of them were trapped in a small underground chamber with a creature like that. Sunny felt terror. He activated the Blessing of Dusk and sent Jet a mental message, trying to sound calm. That thing is not human. Jet sighed, then shook her head. There might be, but we haven't met anyone else. The four of us will have to stick together. At the same time, she answered Sunny. I know. Its soul is much more vast than a master's soul should be. Or a saint's soul, even. It is harrowing. Then, Sunny sent a message to Sishan. That is not ascended Shu. Think of an answer, and I will hear it. The beautiful woman did not show any sign of surprise as her answer resounded in his mind. What are you talking about? I know this man. He and I grew up together. Wait. Did the son of Anvil take his body? Gods. I never thought I would say something like that, but I wish it really was Mordred. Sunny summoned the runes, seeking the prize he had received for slaying Dire Fang. No. Something else took his body. His dead body. Something old, vast, and powerful. I saw the corpse on the way to the ruin. The creature, meanwhile, seemed a little disappointed. Its smile grew bleak. Of course. We will stick together and search for more people. Once the morning comes. Yes. Sunny stared at a particular string of runes, and then offered the endless spring to the corpse of Ascended Su. Forcing out a smile, he said. That sounds like a plan. Here's some water. You must be dying of thirst. The creature accepted the glass bottle with an awkward nod. Yes. Yes, I am thirsty. Sunny smiled as he watched it bring the bottle to the corpse's lips. Then, without changing expression, he silently thrust the Sin of Solace into the creature's chest. At the same time, a blade made of darkness appeared from behind, piercing the dead man's back. Saint escaped from the shadows, her eyes burning with crimson flames. A whirlwind of white sparks rose around Sunny, almost filling the entire chamber. Jet and Sishan were already moving, too. The creature looked at the endless spring, which was disappearing from the corpse's hand, and titled its head a little. Yes, I am thirsty. Its smile widened into a grin, and Ascended Zu's face was distorted by that grin, turning into a wicked parody of what a human face was supposed to look like. The corpse's hands shot up with impossible speed, grabbing the blades of Sunnis and Saint's swords. The pristine white jade of the Sin of Solace seemed to warp under immense pressure. Sunny suddenly felt cold. Not good. Chapter 1209, No Way Out. The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory, and one that had an enchantment enhancing the material of the blade, at that. And yet, as soon as the creature grabbed the white jade, Sunny felt that it was moments away from breaking. He had been planning to deliver the follow-up strike while augmenting the cursed sword with all 5 of his shadows, but it felt like if he did, there would be no sword for him to augment. Cursing, Sunny hurriedly dismissed the jade blade and staggered back. At the same time, Master Shu moved, and Saint was suddenly flying back. She hit the wall of the chamber with a deafening boom, shattering the black stones and creating a deep crater. White sand flowed from the cracks, falling on her broken armor. A split second later, Jet brought her glaive down on the harrowing creature. Its ghostly blade passed through the abomination's dead flesh unimpeded, cutting straight into its soul. Then, a net of black cracks spread through the enchanted steel, and it exploded into countless fragments. Startled, Soul Reaper lost her balance. Sishan's delicate hands were like demonic claws, easily slicing through the creature's neck. But the creature was still smiling. The wound on its chest that the Sin of Solace had left behind had already closed. The deep cut delivered by Saint's sword was gone, too. As Sunny, Jet, and Sishan watched in horror, the mangled neck of Master Shu rippled and healed, with not a speck left on his skin. What? Sishan's voice suddenly sounded small. At the same time, she sent Sunny a tense mental message. What do we do? He was the one who had informed her about the nature of the newcomer, so Sishan must have hoped that Sunny knew something about how to deal with the creature. However, he did not. He only knew that fighting it was suicidal. Sunny did not hesitate at all. Dismissing Saint, he dashed back and shouted, "Run!" In the next moment, the whirlwind of sparks filling the chamber finally coalesced into a lumbering, monstrous figure. A bestial hand exploded forward, swatting Master Shu aside and slamming him against the wall. No matter how strong the creature was, its mass remained the same as that of the possessed corpse. So, even if its power was great and terrible, it was not impossible to overcome. At least for a few moments. And that was exactly what the echo of Saint Dia Fang Sunny had summoned was supposed to buy them. The body of the towering beast occupied almost half of the underground chamber, scraping the ceiling with its head. One arm was extended forward, pushing the abomination into the cracked stones, while the other was already flying to deliver a devastating strike. Sunny doubted that the echo would be able to accomplish much, though. What the hell, I actually managed to receive the echo of a mighty saint. A saint, damn it, but it's barely enough to slow the enemy down for a moment. The nightmare desert was veiled in darkness, and darkness meant death. However, being trapped in the small underground chamber with the harrowing creature also meant death. They could either remain and try to fight, or escape and try to survive the ancient battlefield. Both choices were equally fatal, but at least the latter would kill them a few seconds, or maybe even minutes, later. Hurry! Jet was the first one to jump up, grab the edges of the narrow fissure, and climb into the narrow crawlway. Her figure disappeared from sight, and Sishan instantly followed. Without wasting any time, Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared above ground, just in time to grab Jet's hand and help her climb out of the fissure. The roar of the eternal battle, which had been muted by the breath of stone, assaulted them like a storm. Looking out of the ruin, Sunny paled. Under the ghostly starlight, legions of the ancient dead were fighting each other. There was no skin or flesh left on their perfectly black bones. Some of the dead resembled humans, some were like giants, and some were too monstrous and alien to describe with words. However, all of them were terrifyingly powerful. Enin. It was strange to see that the world had not been destroyed by the dreadful fury of their battle. How was a fragile human supposed to survive that cataclysmic clash? We are supposed to go through that. Sishan had just climbed out of the fissure and stopped, staring at the scene of the harrowing battle. Her silken grey skin suddenly seemed darker. Jet looked at the desert beyond the ruin, then at the hole they had just climbed out of. Just at that moment, the whole structure shuddered, as if something was pushing against the black stones from below. And a second later, the spell whispered into Sunnis' ears. Your echo has been destroyed. He staggered and gritted his teeth. Just like that. Sunny knew that the echo of Dia Fang would not be able to defeat the harrowing creature, but still he had not expected it to be destroyed in mere seconds. He had just gotten that echo. And now, it was gone. Just what kind of horror was wearing the body of Master Shu? No matter what it was, the three of them were not capable of fighting it. Even if Dia Fang himself had been here or all the other saints of the great clan, Sunny was not sure that the abomination could have been stopped. Summoning Nightmare, he shouted to Jet and Sishan. Get on. Soul Reaper stared at him for a split second. But I still don't know how to ride a horse. Sunny was already running away. Figure it out, if you want to live. A moment later, both Jet and Sishan climbed onto Nightmare. The black steed instantly rushed away from the narrow fissure in the stone floor. Sunny was just a step or two ahead, turning into a swift shadow. Together, the four of them flew out of the ruin and plunged into the dreadful havoc of the eternal battle. Chapter 12:10, Dead Soldiers. Nightmare flew through the battlefield where the servants of dead deities fought against each other, unable to resolve their ancient grudge even after thousands of years had passed. All around the galloping steed, giants made of black bones clashed with murderous fury. Each strike of a rusted blade, each blow of a vicious claw, each snap of crushing jaws produced powerful shockwaves that stirred the white sand and made it seem as if the world was on the verge of collapsing. Angry sparks flew into the air, and a cacophonous clangor filled the dark sky. Crazy, this is crazy. Sunny was in the form of a shadow, gliding across the sand in front of Nightmare. He was serving as a guide, and the black stallion followed, carrying Jet and Sishan. Sunnis' mind was in overdrive, absorbing every minute detail of what was happening around them. He had to find a way to avoid the ancient wraiths and slip between them, somehow, while not being destroyed by their destructive wrath. It was not easy, no, it was almost impossible. His only saving grace was that the dead did not seem to pay them any attention. Still, just the aftershocks of their dreadful attacks were enough to obliterate a puny ascended like Sunny. Damn it all. As they moved away from the ruin, Sunny saw a black skeleton easily parting the night sky with its obsidian sword. The abominable bone behemoth that had been attacking the dead swordsmen shuddered and collapsed, making the whole desert shake. Its mountain-like skeleton, almost a kilometer long, was cleanly cut in half along the spine. A phalanx of ancient warriors marching forward to meet the charge of monstrous skeletal cavalry. The moment the two tides of black bones met, millions of stars were suddenly extinguished in the sky. Two giants colliding above the dunes. One wielded a sword, while the other had iron shackles fastened around its wrists and ankles. The heavy chains rang as a gargantuan shackled hand shot forward, grabbing the colossal sword and flinging it away. Their bottomless embrace. The steel blade flashed past his intangible form like a wall of steel, barely missing Sunny himself. Right in the direction of Sunny. Curse! The giant sword fell down just a few meters ahead of Sunny. However, it did not hit the sand. Instead, the ancient weapon plunged into the shadows, disappearing into their bottomless embrace. The steel blade flashed past his intangible form like a wall of steel, barely missing Sunny himself. We won't survive here for long. No one really knew what the Nightmare Desert had been before, but it was known that one of the last or at least one of the fiercest battles in the war between the Daimons and the gods had taken place here. Maybe the desert had already existed back then, or maybe this land had been turned into a desert by the battle. No one knew why the fallen soldiers rose from the dead every night to continue the ferocious clash either. Why did they continue to fight? What power had been unleashed here? Who was the architect of this nightmare? All Sunny knew was that this was no place for the living. It was barely a place suited for the dead, even. The weakest of the black skeletons were equal to powerful corrupted creatures. The strongest he did not even want to know. From what Nephis had said, the true horror was hidden in the heart of the desert, where the champions of the two armies had fought and died. Sunny struggled to imagine what could be more horrific than the catastrophic clash happening around them, but he understood very well that they were not going to survive in the open. N0 in. They were lycans here. No one had stepped on them yet, but with how intense and harrowing the fighting between the dead was, it was only a matter of time, minutes, or maybe even seconds before someone or something erased them from existence. Just an echo of a distant strike was enough to annihilate them. He had been planning to reach some other ruin. The location of the nearest structures was burned into his memory, but once they entered the battlefield, Sunny realized that it was of no use. The white dunes had shifted, and he had no marks to orient himself in the desert. From the moment the three of them escaped the ruin, they were utterly lost. The ground shook and split as a skeleton in rusted armor slammed its warhammer into the shield of a six-armed demon, and Nightmare almost stumbled. Baring its fangs, the black steed soared into a high jump, landed on the spine of a lumbering monster, galloped across it and landed on the other side, faster than wind. Jet and Seishan held on for dear life. Sunny was thrown out of the shadows and rolled on the sand, then jumped to the side, barely avoiding a titanic foot that descended from somewhere above like a black cliff. The shockwave of its landing sent him stumbling back, and he tasted blood. Dazed, he dove back into the shadows and flew toward Nightmare. We need to hide, we need to hide. Suddenly, Sunny saw a flash of light somewhere far away. He couldn't really perceive colors while in the form of a shadow, but from the purity of the light, he knew that it had to be white. Some distance away, obscured by countless fighting skeletons, a white halo was rising above the desert. There. Without spending too much time doubting himself, Sunny pivoted and flew toward the distant light. Nightmare followed, foam falling from his mouth. All around them, the armies of the dead continued to annihilate each other, their battle slowly turning into a frenzied, apocalyptic scene of the end of the world. Sunny knew that he was going to die. He was supposed to be dead already, even the power of the clashing creatures was too great for mere mortals to survive. And yet, it seemed that luck was on his side today. Somehow, they were continuing to cling to their lives. Eventually, they reached the source of the white light. Hidden behind rolling white dunes, a stone edifice protruded from the sand. It was surrounded by a ring of white flame and, strangely enough, none of the black skeletons dared to cross it. Sunny did not risk plunging into the fire, either. Instead, he stepped through the shadows and appeared within the ring of flames. Nightmare simply jumped over them, landing nearby. The ruin was in front of them, seemingly empty. There was no movement inside. Feeling his heart start to beat faster, Sunny glanced at the white flame, and then at the broken black stones. His breath grew heavy. Neph. Chapter 12:11, Until Dawn. The harrowing battle was still raging all around them, and Sunny struggled to suppress the feeling of primordial terror that threatened to overwhelm his reason. Thinking back to their mad dash across the dark battlefield, he felt his hands tremble. How the hell did they survive? He winced, and pushed the fear to the side. There was no time to be afraid. Glancing at Jet and Seishan, Sunny nodded silently, and took a step toward the ruin. No matter what awaited them inside, they couldn't remain in the open. The ancient structure was in a sorry state. It had withstood thousands of years of heat and wind, but was nearly destroyed by whatever it was that had transpired here minutes ago. The spherical dome was ruptured, and stone shards lay on the white sand, some covered in dancing flames. It was as though a powerful explosion had wrecked it from within, spreading fire and debris all around. A few chunks of broken stone were large and heavy enough to crush an armored vehicle. Sunny extended his shadow sense as far as he could, but the black walls of the ruined structure were somehow blocking it. Followed by Jet and Seishan, he carefully approached the hole in the dome's wrecked wall, lingered for a moment, and jumped inside. The first thing that met them was the stench of burned flesh. The ruin was much smaller than the one they had sheltered in before, and from the looks of it, there was no path to the underground portion of the structure. There was only this one spherical chamber, with its floor partially buried under the sand. A blackened corpse lay in the middle of the round hall. It seemed human, but it was impossible to tell who that human had been. The corpse was burned too badly, and all its features were destroyed by the flame. There was someone else in the chamber, too. Sunny cursed and dashed forward, appearing near the motionless figure a split second later. Nephis was laying on the black stones, her armor almost destroyed, with her eyes closed. Wisps of white fire were escaping from the terrible wounds covering her body, and in the bleak light, her face looked pale and vulnerable. No, no, no. A moment later, a relieved sigh escaped from his lips. She was alive, just unconscious. The wounds were already healing, too. Just in these few short seconds, their edges had already grown closer. Jet and Seishan slowly approached. Soul Reaper kneeled, studying the charred corpse. After a while, Sunny forced himself to turn away from Neph and asked, "Who is it? Can you tell?" Jet hesitated, then shook her head. "No, the body is too damaged. However, it gives me the creeps." The three of them remained silent for a few moments, wondering what had happened here. Had Nephis fought with another survivor? Or had there been another creature like Ascended Shu? Both possibilities were a little unnerving. Eventually, Sunny shook his head. "It doesn't matter. We need to destroy this corpse. Otherwise, there's a chance that it will rise and start talking to us again." There were no objections. After disposing of the corpse, the three of them gathered around the unconscious Nephis and sat in tense silence, waiting for dawn with terror gripping their hearts. In the morning, the sounds of the battle grew quiet. Sunny, who had not closed his eyes or allowed himself to relax for a single moment, sent one of his shadows to take a look outside. He was utterly exhausted. Usually, an Ascended could go a long time without needing to rest, and Sunny had the benefit of wearing the Shroud of Dusk, as well, but in the past 24 hours, he had participated in a viciously intense battle, fought a saint, traversed countless kilometers of the Nightmare Desert, and even survived the ruinous clash of the dead armies. Not to mention facing the harrowing creature that wore the corpse of Master Shu. Sunny was tired. Outside, the desert was tranquil and pristine. The white dunes stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no sign of the terrible forces that had fought across this hellish place just hours before. The sand had swallowed everything. It had been terribly cold in the desert during the night, but now that the sun had appeared above the horizon, the unbearable heat was coming back. He let out a hoarse sigh. They're gone. The skeletal warriors were gone, but what about Master Shu? Had the creature followed them into the battlefield and got destroyed, or had it waited inside the ruin patiently, waiting for the sun to rise? Was it coming for them now? Sunny did not know. Jet and Sishan were sitting back to back, while he was a couple steps away. Neff's head rested on his knees. Summoning the endless spring, Sunny brought the beautiful glass bottle to her lips and poured out a little bit of water. As it flowed into her mouth, Nephis stirred a little, and then coughed. Her eyes opened, and she stared at him from below, slightly confused. A slight smile appeared on Sunny's face. You're awake. Take it slow. Nephis flinched, then sat up and grabbed the endless spring. She drank from it greedily, and then looked at Sunny. White sparks danced in her eyes, as if agitated. How are you here? He shrugged. I told you that I would see you on the other side. Sunny lingered for a few moments and scoffed. Enin. What? Don't look at me like that. To be honest, we saw the light of your flames from afar, and rushed here, hoping to find shelter. If not for that, we'd be dead for sure. Nephis glanced at Jet and Sishan. A small frown appeared on her face. Then, she suddenly shuddered and turned around, staring at the spot where the charred corpse had been before. Sishan finally spoke. We got rid of it. We have encountered a creature that can possess corpses. So, keeping a dead body with us did not seem safe. Nephis shivered. Yes, I have encountered such a creature, too. Sunny remained silent for a while, wondering how was it that she had managed to kill the damn thing. Did it have something to do with her ascended ability, longing? Or the nature of her aspect in general? The dead of the Nightmare Desert seemed unwilling to approach the white flames, too. More importantly, was there more than one creature like the one they had fought? Or was it a creature capable of inhabiting multiple vessels at the same time? His expression was grim. Do you know what that thing was? Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. I'm not sure, but I think I do. She grimaced, looked at her ruined armor, and raised one trembling hand. There were 3 nightmare gates, but only 2 gate guardians entered the waking world. The third, I think that it stayed behind in the dream realm. Nephis grew quiet for a bit, and then added. To hunt us. Chapter 12:12, Pursuer. There was not much time to talk. If the guardian of a Category 4 gate was really on their trail, then they needed to run. Even if Nephis was wrong, the creature they had met was immeasurably strong. Considering its power and frightening level of intelligence, it had to be a great devil, at least. It was much more likely to be a tyrant, or something even more terrifying. Sunny had killed a great devil once, but that was not a real kill. The spawn of the vile thieving bird had been unborn, and weakened by thousands of years of neglect in the branches of the soul-devouring tree. More than that, Sunny had only survived that encounter because of his unique soul composition. Only after meeting an actual great nightmare creature did he realize how harrowing these beings truly were. The thing pretending to be ascended Shu was not even the real body of the abomination. Most likely, it was simply one of its manifestations. But it had already been strong enough to shrug off all their attacks, severely wound Saint, and destroy a transcendent echo in mere seconds. N1N. As for whether it was the Gate Guardian, logically speaking, that was impossible. Nightmare creatures were compelled by the seeds, unable to refuse their call. All they could do was be drawn by it and invade the waking world. However, Sunny had already seen that the great abominations were not as beholden to the rule of the spell as the lesser creatures. One of them had actually used its power to forcefully widen the Nightmare Gate. If one of the Gate Guardians was capable of that, who was to say that a different one couldn't stay back to slaughter those humans who would flee to the Dream Realm? Hurry, we need to hurry. Mere minutes after Nephis regained consciousness, the four of them abandoned the ruined stone dome and ventured into the desert. For now, their destination was simple. They were fleeing in the direction opposite of where Master Shu had been seen last, as fast as they could. As the four exhausted masters fled across the desert, they learned about what had happened to Neph. She had left the waking world soon after Sunny, and was drawn into the nightmare desert like the rest of them. Nephis fought against several nightmare creatures and eventually found another human, one of the Valar Ascended. Together, they sought and found a shelter to survive the approaching night. There was something strange about that Ascended, though. When she offered to heal his wounds, the man refused. His excuse was that she should save her essence for when they find more people. But Nephis felt that he wanted to avoid touching her flames, which put her on guard. It was only after the dead rose from the sand that the Ascended attacked her. The strangest thing was that I don't think he wanted to kill me. Sunny, Jet, and Seishan looked at her with confusion. Nephis frowned. It was more like he wanted to spread into me. Her mouth twitched in revulsion. But nothing happened as a result. The creature seemed surprised, and that gave me a chance to unleash all my flames. I guess desperation fueled them with enough strength to burn it. Then I woke up with the three of you around me. Sunny was suffering from the terrible heat, but at the same time, he felt cold. Was it trying to corrupt Neph? Humans did not know much about the corruption. They just attributed the vile nature of the nightmare creatures to the spell, but, really, the corruption had existed long before Weaver created the spell. In fact, the ancient people had not used the term nightmare creatures. Instead, they had simply called those creatures consumed by the vile darkness the corrupted. Gods and daimons had fought against the unknown in ancient times, and then, awakened, fought against the corrupted during the Age of Heroes. Creatures were not the only ones who could be corrupted, either. Humans could succumb to the corruption, as well. That is troubling. There was something that troubled Sunny much more, though. Both Master Shu and the Ascended that had attacked Nephis were strangely insistent on one thing: finding more humans. So could it be that the four of them had not really escaped the pursuit of the creature? Could it be that it was letting them live in hopes that they would lead it to more survivors? Suddenly, Sunny felt a shiver run down his spine. He looked around, taking in the immaculately white landscape of the desert, almost expecting to see a dark figure to be following them from afar. But, of course, if the corpse of Master Shu was indeed following them, it would not allow itself to be seen. Sunny did see something else, though. There, in the vast azure sky, why was there a black dot there? He stopped and looked up, gesturing for the others to prepare. There were still abominations traversing the desert on their way to the nightmare seeds, even if there were fewer of them than there had been yesterday. Some of them were of the winged variety, too. However, those creatures flew straight toward the seeds, not paying attention to anything else. The black dot, however, was moving in the wrong direction. It was barreling straight at them. Sunny, Nephis, Jet, and Seishan raised their weapons, ready to face the worst. Less than a minute later, the dark figure fell from the sky and landed just a few meters away from them, raising a cloud of sand into the air. Ivory armor, auburn hair, an infuriatingly handsome face, and magnetic green eyes that were shining with relief and concern. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Kai? His friend let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his brow. Then, he smiled brightly, making Nephis, Seishan, and even Jet blush a little. Thank the gods I found you. Chapter 12-13, Search and Rescue. Kai looked a bit tired and dehydrated, but other than that, he seemed fine. His transcendent armor had originated from a fire-breathing dragon. After all, out of all them, he was probably capable of dealing with the lethal heat of the nightmare desert best. Looking at his friend, Sunny felt profound relief. He knew, of course, that the government force had been caught between the three gates as well. They had not participated in the battle, and were protected by a saint, so their chances of escaping into the dream realm unscathed had been high. However, knowing and seeing were two different things. Now that Sunny saw Kai, a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. It was a bit bizarre, of course, to be happy about a friend becoming trapped in a death zone with very little hope of ever returning to the waking world, but considering the situation, one had to count their blessings. Sunny exhaled slowly. Kai, you really know how to make an entrance, don't you? Where's Effie? The archer smiled. She's fine. We are with a sizable group of survivors. Many people have entered the desert near each other and naturally bonded together. My farsight and flight abilities make me the best person to search for survivors, so I've been scouring the desert. It's really fortunate that I stumbled on you first thing in the morning, Nephis, Seishan, Colonel Jet. It's good to see you all safe and sound. Makes sense. Kai's ability to see things from a ridiculous distance, and even pierce straight through solid matter, made him uniquely suited for search and rescue missions, not to mention that he could traverse great distances swiftly with his extremely fast flight ability. Still, the archer must have fought more than one flying abomination and risked his life on several occasions to make sure that as many humans as possible survived. How very Kai of him. Neph and Jet greeted the handsome young man warmly. Even Seishan, who was usually reserved, spared him a small smile. It was strange for Sunny to see someone interact with representatives of Clan Valor, Clan Song, and the government without making any distinction. But then again, Kai had no part in the conflict between the great clans. More than that, even though Sunny kept forgetting it, the archer was the only member of Neph's cohort who had spent a considerable amount of time living in the Bright Castle under Gunlorg's rule. While it was doubtful that Kai and Seishan had interacted a lot, their stations were too different. It was certain that they knew each other much better than the rest of them knew the daughter of Kisong. Kai was also close to several of her handmaidens, so it was not unusual to see her treat him with friendliness. At that moment, Seishan asked, "The group of survivors, are there saints among you?" Although she tried to keep her voice emotionless, it was obvious that she wanted to know the fate of her sisters. Kai's expression turned a little bleak. He shook his head. "Saint Kor was with us. He is the reason the group exists. Without him, most of us would have perished in the sands. He was also the one who found a reliable shelter for us to survive the nights. However, after ensuring our basic safety, he took as many ascended as he could and left for the waking world. East Antarctica must be in the throes of a terrible crisis, and his presence there is paramount." We all understood. Kai sighed. "Other than that, we have not seen another saint. Sir Madok and Dire Fang perished on the battlefield. As for the other four, they have to be somewhere near, unless they too chose to return." Seishan's beautiful eyes lost some of their glimmer. She nodded silently and grew quiet. Jet, meanwhile, looked away and grimaced. "That's the old man for you. He always has his priorities straight." It was hard to tell whether Wake of Ruin's ruthlessly logical decision to abandon the survivors and return to where he could save the most lives gladdened or disappointed her. The two shared a close relationship, so it was not impossible to imagine that Soul Reaper had hoped to receive Saint Kor's help, or at least consideration. Then again, Jet was not a person who relied on others to solve her problems. Perhaps she was simply happy to know that Wake of Ruin survived. Sunny had more pressing questions to ask, though. "Have you encountered the creature?" N.01N. Kai frowned in confusion. "The creature? We have encountered many creatures. Which one are you talking about?" Sunny and Nephis exchanged a glance. "There's a great abomination hunting the survivors in the desert. It can possess dead bodies, and it is also smart enough to perfectly imitate human behavior. We barely survived encountering it." Kai paled a little. "Gods, in that case, I have to inform the others as soon as possible. Sadly, I have not only found survivors, I've found a few bodies, as well, some of them not too far from our camp. Luckily, none of them seemed to be moving. We have not faced that horror yet. He frowned, then raised an eyebrow. What? Why are you looking at me like that, Sonny? Sonny lingered for a few long moments and let out a heavy sigh. We're facing. You might not have faced it yet, true. Nephis added evenly. Or you might have faced it already. You just didn't know what you were facing. Kai's expression grew ugly. Sonny looked at the boundless expanse of pristine white dunes. It is really hard to tell that thing apart from real humans. So how many survivors are in your group? How many of them had been with you from the very start, and how many joined recently? Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, he hesitated for a few moments, and then asked. How many people did Wake of Ruin take with him back to the waking world? Chapter 12-14, Source of Nightmares. Move, monster. An ascendant of Clan Vela had fear in his eyes as he pushed Mordred in the back with the butt of his spear. Mordred had already been walking as fast as he could, so the forceful push made him stumble and fall. The blistering white sand burned his mangled face. He sighed, then struggled to stand up. One of his eyes was gone, and he had only one hand left. His reflections had all been destroyed. His body was in a sorry state. Even though Mordred had managed to escape the rampage of the Great Being, his luck in the Nightmare Desert was awful. Soon after entering it, he stumbled on the pursuing Gate Guardian, and after barely surviving that unfortunate encounter, a band of surviving masters of Clan Vela ambushed and overpowered him. He had failed to finish off his sister, too. A pity. Now, his arms were bound behind his back with enchanted shackles. Even if he wanted to abandon his original body, he was temporarily trapped within it. The heavy chains were probably not the tool Morgan had planned to imprison him with, but they too were forged by his father. Getting out of the shackles was going to be troublesome. If anything, though, having only one hand left could help with that. Stand up. Mordred sighed in exasperation. I'm trying really now, is this how you treat a Prince of Vela? Instead of the answer, the master angrily hit him in the ribs. Mordred plopped back into the scorching sand. Another voice resounded from somewhere above. Stop it, you're only slowing us down. The Skinwalker has to be drawing close. If we want to survive, we need to reach the citadel as soon as possible. Indeed, that was the only reason that the stragglers of Clan Vela had kept him alive. They wanted Mordred to show them the way to the Black Skull Citadel. The Nightmare Desert was vast, but with the Echo Mounts, the band of survivors had been able to traverse a great deal of distance in the past day. Their luck was also not too bad. The area where the call had pulled them was not that far from the citadel. With Mordred's help, they managed to make it most of the way there. The last stretch, however, had to be traversed on foot. Someone pulled him to his feet. The woman was trying to appear calm, but he could feel her fear the Ascended had encountered. The Skinwalker, too. In fact, the ones with him now were simply those who had survived the encounter. They knew that death or something much worse was relentlessly pursuing them. Lead the way. Your life depends on reaching the Black Skull, too. Where is it? Mordred lingered for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry. We're already close. He walked forward, navigating between white dunes and ancient ruins. After several hours of suffocating heat, they finally saw the giant Black Skull appear in the distance. The masters froze for a moment, excitement burning in their eyes. Mordred, however, silently took a step back. He shook his head. These people asked him where the citadel was, and he led them here. However, they should have asked another question as well. The question was really simple. What had he done with the corpses of the awakened inside the Black Skull Citadel? The answer was that he had done nothing. Nevertheless, human figures suddenly started emerging from inside the giant Black Skull. 1, 2, 3, a dozen, 2 dozens, 3. Time to run. Turning around, Mordred allowed his body to fall and roll down. The Nightstad's headless corpse was also there, walking at the front. The survivors wanted to escape the Skinwalker, but they had actually been marching toward their deaths all along. Time to run. Turning around, Mordred allowed his body to fall and roll down the slope of a tall white dune. In the end, Kai stayed with Sunny and the others. Together, they made their way through the desert, heading for the spot where he had left the other survivors. The path was not easy. There were too many powerful nightmare creatures around, and even though most of them were mesmerized by the call of the seeds, some weren't, or at least not completely. Luckily, none of the abominations they had to fight were of the great rank. Each of the 5 masters was immensely powerful, too. Still, it was a rough journey. All of them were utterly exhausted, suffering from the inhuman conditions of the White Desert, and under terrible mental strain because of the harrowing feeling of being pursued. Nobody knew whether the corpse of Master Shu was on their trail or not, but just the possibility of meeting the creature again was enough to fill them with a suffocating sense of dread. The abominations they fought were all powerful and dreadful, too. Out of the 5 of them, Nephis seemed to be affected the least. However, she was struggling with her own burden. Looking at the flawlessly white expanse of white dunes, she shook her head and sighed quietly. I never thought I would return here one day. Or, at least, so soon. For them, this land was called the Nightmare Desert simply because it was the source of the chain of nightmares. But for Nephis, for her, it was the source of her personal nightmares. She had never spoken about her time here in detail, but Sunny knew that it must have been a gruesome experience. Gruesome enough that the proud and strong Changing Star had agreed to receive psychological counseling, even. This desert, and whatever she had experienced in the second nightmare, were not things one could easily forget. I can imagine. No, actually, I don't think I can. Sunny had only spent a day in the Nightmare Desert, and that was as a master, in the company of other people. Yet the sight of endless white dunes was already making him feel a hint of despair. What would it have been like, to get lost in this cursed land alone, as a powerless sleeper? We're getting close. Kai's voice distracted him from the heavy thoughts. In front of them, the sand receded a little, and 5 strangely shaped metal towers could be seen protruding from it, arranged in a semicircle. The sunlight was reflecting on the polished metal, making it even more blinding. Each tower had a different height, with the shortest of them being at least several dozen meters tall. Sunny stared at them for a few moments before realizing what the towers were. They were the tips of 5 fingers belonging to a colossal steel gauntlet. The gauntlet itself was buried under sand. He did not know what creature could have worn the gauntlet, and where the rest of it was, and, right now, Sunny did not care. All he cared about was that the towers were hollow, and there was shade inside. Enin. There are also people inside. Sunny's expression turned grim as he followed Kai toward the temporary camp of the survivors. It'll be good if there are only people. Chapter 12:15, Steel Tower. There were lookouts hiding in the shadows of the 5 towers. Of course, Sunny had no trouble noticing them. All of them were masters, and in a very rough shape. Just like Sunny, they had gone from participating in a bloody battle to entering the Nightmare Desert and being forced to fight for their lives without a real opportunity to rest. Masters of the Great Clan Valor, Great Clan Song, and the government were working together without a second thought. Even though some of the wounds they bore had been delivered by the other humans in the group, no one thought about continuing the feud. All conflict had been forgotten in the face of the ruthless desert. How sweet. Indeed, the spell had a way of bringing people together. It also had a way of bringing nightmare creatures and people together. As soon as their party of 5 entered one of the steel fingers through a narrow crack, Sunny's expression darkened. There were about 20 humans sheltered in the cool darkness of the hollow tower. Some looked like they had just returned from exploring the dunes, while others were busy with various tasks, preparing food, refining the carcasses of dead abominations into valuable materials, drawing maps of the surrounding area. Even though Wake of Ruin had abandoned the group, the Ascended did not seem willing to give up on their survival. Perhaps it was because of a certain person who had taken charge and driven them forward. So she survived, too. Morgan had lost her intricate plate armor, and wore a black tunic. The scarlet cloak was wrapped around her shoulders, falling to the ground like a waterfall of blood. The Princess of War seemed tired and reserved. There were no wounds on her body, but the usual sharpness of her vermilion eyes was strangely dulled. She was standing in the center of the hollow tower, listening to the reports of the scouts. As the 5 of them entered, Morgan looked up from a crude leather map and glanced in their direction with a distant expression. Then, her eyes shimmered. "My sister is alive." Her voice was hoarse and emotionless. The scouts were confused for a moment, then turned around. Their faces grew excited. "Lady Changing Star. It's..." However, the words were drowned out by a happy shout. "Doofus Princess." A tall and robust figure that seemed to have been cast of lustrous steel walked over to them with ginger steps and subjected Sunny to an earth-shaking shoulder pat. "You guys made it." With that, Effie grinned, and suddenly grabbed startled Nephis into a tight hug. "What, Effie? I can't breathe." The huntress let go of Neph and looked at the two of them with sparks dancing in her eyes. "Thank the gods. You are masters. After all, I was afraid that the two of you pale apparitions would be all red and burned by the time you got here." Usually, Sunny would have reacted in a more friendly manner, but right now, he did not pay Effie a lot of attention. Instead, he was carefully studying the other ascended gathered in the finger of the titanic gauntlet. His expression was neutral. His mind, however. Damnation. Under Sunny's relaxed gaze, the souls of the ascended shone with bright radiance. However, not all of them. Some were hiding a boundless expanse of vile, virulent darkness. They were infected by the cancerous growth of corruption. Out of the 20 masters here, 7 were no masters at all. They were all vessels of the same creature that had worn the skin of ascended Shu as a disguise. "We are all going to die, aren't we?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, then looked at Effie. "We are all right, but what about you? To be honest, I'm a little surprised that you haven't eaten all these people yet. I mean, I know your appetites. And is it just me, or have you gained weight?" Time. He had to stall for time. Effie blinked a couple of times and smiled softly, which would have made Sunny shiver in any other situation. "Keep talking. I'll eat you first." Accompanied by her, they walked toward Morgan. As they did, the atmosphere in the hollow tower suddenly grew a little colder. "Song Seishan." Morgan's voice was even. Seishan met her piercing gaze with the grace of a person who had survived a decade of hell on the forgotten shore. Her reply was similarly composed. "Morgan." The two stared at each other with frightening intensity. Kai coughed and shifted from one leg to another. Sunny hesitated, then sent him a mental message. "Why didn't you tell us that Morgan was here?" The archer looked at him and shrugged helplessly. Groaned. "She must have arrived after I left to search for more survivors. She wasn't here in the morning. There won't be trouble, right? The two of them will see reason surely." A gust of wind crashed into the hollow tower, and the ancient metal groaned. Morgan shook her head. "Well, put our quarrel aside, for the time being. Let's return to the waking world before doing anything rash." Seishan slowly nodded. Agreed. She didn't seem to be flustered at the prospect of facing the Princess of War in combat. Sunny wasn't entirely sure how powerful Seishan was. Currently, after all, she had ascended later than most of them. On the other hand, she was older and had accumulated much more experience in the Dark City. It didn't matter, though. Last night, the cumulative power of Seishan, Sunny, Jet, and Saint had been barely enough to slow down just one vessel of the Gate Guardian for a few moments. And now, they were surrounded by 7 of them. Morgan seemed to have no idea of how doomed they all were, which was not surprising. In fact, it was Sunny and Jet who were freaks capable of peering through the disguise of a great abomination. Both of their aspects were one-of-a-kind and exceedingly rare. It would be quite improbable to assume that anyone else in the Nightmare Desert possessed similar capabilities. Maybe Cassie did, but she was not here. Sunny felt his chest grow tight as he thought about the blind girl. Where was she now? Had she managed to escape the slaughter? Morgan, meanwhile, looked at Nephis. I must congratulate you, sister. Oh, and Master Sunless, of course. Killing Dire Fang, it was a pleasant surprise. I should think about how to reward you. She turned to Sunny, remained silent for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. I do hope you won't ask to fight me again, though, Master Sunless. The environment here is not quite as dreamlike as the last time I had to reward you. As Nephis, Seishan, Effie, and Jet gave Sunny strange looks, he cleared his throat and forced out a smile. No. I wouldn't dare to request something untoward again. At the same time, he used the blessing of dusk to speak with Morgan silently. Smiling pleasantly, he said. Do as I say if you don't want to die. In Chapter 12:16, On the Run. Crap. Sunny did not know what the creature pursuing them was, exactly. He had hoped that the possessed corpses were not the vessels of a single being, but instead separate abominations, akin to minions of a tyrant. But even if they were, there was obviously a way for them to share information. He knew it because his hopes were being crushed right in front of his eyes. If there was no way for the puppets of the Gate Guardian to share knowledge, then he could have pretended to be oblivious to their presence and bought some time. But the 7 Taken Masters were all seemingly aware that Sunny could tell what they were. They slowly started to move. At first, their movements seemed inconspicuous, but it quickly became apparent that they were encircling those ascended who remained human. There were eerily human smiles brightening their faces. On one side, there were 7 possessed corpses with the power of a great abomination. On the other side, there were Sunny, Nephis, Kai, Effie, Jet, Seishan, Morgan, and 11 more unaffected masters. Morgan had 3 transcendent echoes left. Seishan had 1. Sunny had Saint and Nightmare. An imp. In fact, the scrawny goblin was the linchpin of their survival. Get everyone to come closer. Sunny had already explained the situation to Morgan and coordinated with the rest of his allies. Their only chance to survive was to run, but escaping from the ring of possessed corpses seemed impossible. Nevertheless, they had to try. Knowing what to do, Morgan calmly looked at the 11 ascended who had not been taken by the Gate Guardian yet and called. You there, come here. I have questions about our rations and water reserve. You, too. How many tents can we make from that hide? The masters left what they had been doing and walked over. By that time, even they started to notice that something strange was going on. One group of people was standing in the center of the hollow tower. The other group had spread out, surrounding them. The ancient steel was groaning as it was assaulted by the wind. That is all. There are also 3 ascended outside, but only 2 of them are human. Lady Morgan? What is going on? The human masters seemed confused. Meanwhile, the other humans were slowly shifting, assembling into a loose battle formation. Their weapons were already in their hands. Sunny was the only one who remained motionless. What was the point of trying to fight 7 great abominations? Come closer. It's almost time. I just need a few seconds. Morgan looked heavily at her subordinates, then said evenly. Come closer. They glanced at each other, then hesitantly took a few steps forward. At the same time, the smiling corpses took a step forward, too. Kai, now! Sunny's shout was drowned out by the groan of twisting metal. And then, that groan was drowned out by Kai's voice. The handsome archer only spoke one word, but it enveloped the space within the hollow tower entirely, echoing in its dark expanse. Stop. Arghel N.1.N. Sunny had never been on the receiving end of Kai's ascended ability, or rather, he had never been the subject of its negative influence. His friend usually used the power of his voice to inspire soldiers and ignite their desire to fight, win, and survive. But that was not the only thing he could do. Nightingale's true power was to compel living things and bend them to his will. When Kai had commanded everyone to stop, it was as though the world itself froze. Sunny was still able to move thanks to his impressively high mental defense, but it was as though a mountain had fallen on him. It was not physical weight, though. Rather, it was incredibly hard to remember why he wanted to move, in the first place. With some effort, he managed. The others were similarly affected, resisting the command with varying degrees of success. Even the 7 corpses stumbled. However, they shook off the effects of the command almost instantly. Still, it bought Sunny the couple seconds he needed. Because at that moment, the whole tower suddenly shuddered. And collapsed. There was a deep groan of tearing metal, a shrill screeching noise, and then wind and light flooded the interior of the steel finger. That was because Imp had gnawed through the outer layers of the tower, of course, going most of the way around it. Sunny had summoned the gluttonous goblin immediately after noticing the lookouts of the survivor group. While he was greeting Effie, talking to Morgan, informing her of danger, and observing the 7 vessels of the Gate Guardians slowly surrounding them, the ravenous fiend was busy stealthily eating through the exterior of the steel finger. And just then, the tower finally couldn't support its weight and toppled. The cool shade filling its interior was instantly torn apart by blinding sunlight. But plenty of shadows remained. Calling upon them, Sunny instantly manifested dozens of dark tentacles. Some of them wrapped themselves around the bodies of those corpses that had not been buried under countless tons of steel, only to be instantly destroyed. This was just a distraction, though. The rest of the shadow tentacles grabbed the humans, and unceremoniously tossed them out of the way of falling metal, into the merciless heat of the desert. At the same time, a whirlwind of sparks manifested into transcendent echoes, who threw themselves at the abominations. Everyone used their own means to slow the enemy down. There were screams, there was noise. There was an explosion of white flame, and the sharp sound of the air being cut by countless blades. Blood spilled. Falling onto the white sand, Sunny rolled and jumped to his feet. Run. Most of them had made it out of the tower, but 5 out of the 11 ascended that Morgan had called were nowhere to be seen. The white dunes around them trembled, and then exploded, and a vast cloud of sand covered everything in sight. Kai held Effie's hand as he soared into the air. Nightmare appeared out of the darkness, rushing toward Jet. Morgan had her own mount, which looked like a horned destrier made of steel. Sunny found himself near Nephis. Without thinking about what he was doing, he grabbed her tightly and stepped through the shadows. An instant later, the 2 of them appeared a few kilometers away, in the shadow of a tall dune. He had pulled her with him into Shadow Step. Sunny stared at Nephis with a startled expression, and she looked at him with wide eyes. What was that? He opened his mouth, then froze for a moment. I just thought that it might work. What would you know? It did. Sunny couldn't bring other living things with him when he stepped through the shadows, but his aspect had already shown that it treated Nephis as an extension of him in certain instances. Or rather, it was more like it treated Sunny as an extension of Nephis. They were connected by shadow bond, which meant that their souls were bound together. Sunny didn't have to like it. But it would be foolish not to use it. Nephis looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Okay. She looked at him some more and added. You can let go of me now. Sunny smiled crookedly. Oh, but I really can't. Just then, a black steed jumped over the dune and rushed down its slope. Jet shouted from Nightmare's back as they flashed past them. Move, they're following. Burning through his essence, Sunny sighed, and then pulled Nephis back into the shadows. Chapter 12-17, Bone Tired. They were on the run. The Nightmare Desert welcomed them with immaculate purity and lethal heat, the white dunes stretching toward the distant horizon. The merciless sun burned in the azure sky like an incinerating well of molten silver, and a harrowing enemy was following them across the sands like an inescapable omen of torturous death. I'm tired. Sunny was bone-tired. He had long exhausted his reserves of essence, leaving just enough of it untouched to not be helpless in a fight. Not that fighting the Gate Guardian was a real option. Nephis might have destroyed one of its vessels, but it had almost killed her. The rest of them did not possess aspects that countered the creature's powers, either. Fighting the puppets of the Great Abomination meant giving up on life or, much worse, their very humanity. Blindly advancing deeper into the desert was not much better. There was a terrible foe pursuing the battered group of survivors, but there were also countless dangers ahead of them. The dunes hid all kinds of nightmare creatures, and several people had already been killed in the short, but brutal and unavoidable skirmishes with the wandering abominations. None of those abominations had been weaker than corrupted. The people fighting them were all tired, wounded, and in a desperate hurry, as well. There were only 13 of them left. Looking at the exhausted survivors, Su Nny wondered how many of them would live to see nightfall. How many would survive until dawn? The mighty masters were already resembling walking corpses. They were moving forward with grave expressions, suffering silently as the terrible heat pressed them into the ground. Their hair and armor were covered in sand. Those with echo mounts were in the vanguard, those without shakily followed behind. Sunny and Kai were serving as the scouts of the party. Morgan, Nephis, Jet, Effie, and Seishan were the main strike force. The rest were just trying to stay alive. Worst of all, everyone knew that it was pointless. Even more disheartening than the sea of abominations ahead of them and the great horror pursuing them was the fact that the party was aimless. They had no clear goal, just a stubborn hope to survive. Before, these people had the same plan as Sunny: reach the Black Skull and escape into the waking world. Now that they knew what was out there in the pristine white purgatory of the Nightmare Desert, though, the Citadel had become the source of their fears. That was because Mordred had slaughtered every awakened sent there by Clan Valor. And the corpses he had left behind were the perfect vessels for the Gate Guardian. One great abomination was terrifying, while 7 of them were beyond the concept of fear. What about dozens, then? The citadel that the survivors had been putting their hope into had turned out to be the gates of hell. So, there was nowhere for them to go anymore. Then why continue forward at all? For now, they walked out of fear and out of a growing sense of panicked urgency. They continued forward because there was a creature of pure dread following them from behind. Escape the pursuit, find a place to wait out the night. They would come up with a solution later. I'm really tired. Sunny was walking with Nephis as his shadow scouted the path ahead. One of them was gliding across the dunes side by side with the swift shadow of Kai, who flew high above. There was no real need for both Sunny and Kai to keep an eye on the same stretch of the desert, but this way, Sunny was able to reach him with the blessing of dusk. Up ahead, behind the crooked dune. Yeah. I sense it. A tall figure in an intricate suit of onyx armor emerged from the shadow. A few moments later, 2 arrows pierced the flesh of a nightmare creature that was slumbering in the shade of the tall dune. The creature exploded forward in a fury of sharp fangs and claws, its roar spreading far and wide across the desert. N.1.N. By the time it reached Saint, it was shaking under the weight of numerous arrows. One more fell from the sky like lightning. The abomination swayed and toppled, falling heavily into the sand. One more for me. Sunny smiled bleakly. You have a better vantage point, cheater. Then, the smile slowly disappeared from his face. Accompanied by one of Sunny's shadows, Kai was far ahead of the party. 2 more shadows kept to the left and right of the survivors, separated from them by several kilometers of white sand. One more was far behind them. And it was that one who noticed a dark silhouette appear from behind the crest of a towering dune. The figure froze for a moment, then turned and stared directly at the shadow. Sunny shuddered. The Gate Guardian. His dry lips cracked as he shouted. It's coming, move. The exhausted masters paled and gritted their teeth. Then, They gathered all the strength they had left and dashed forward, running as fast as they could. The incandescent sun was drowning the world in blinding light and immolating heat. As the shadow that had noticed the pursuer flew away, another figure crested a dune several hundred meters away from it. And then, another. Damn it. Sunny ran, carefully considering his options. He felt aggrieved. He felt indignant. He was appalled at the fact that he had been reduced to the state of only being able to run away and hide, like a frightened rat. But that was, and had always been, reality. Humans were small and weak in the world of the nightmare spell. Even humans like Sunny, conquerors of nightmares and slayer of titans, were no more than mice. I'm tired of being powerless. I'm tired of being weak. I want to be stronger, much stronger, so much more. Overcome by a deep, painful longing, Sunny gritted his teeth and ran. Chapter 12-18, Hunted. There were 13 humans desperately trying to escape the pursuit of the Great Abomination. Or rather, there had been. Without anyone noticing the reason, one of the masters stumbled and fell. No one had attacked her, and the pursuing corpses were still out of sight. The woman grabbed her neck and screamed. A moment later, she rose with a strange smile on her lips. Where a radiant soul core had been, there was now nothing but spreading darkness. Curse it all. Sunny commanded the soul shadow that had remained with him to wrap itself around his body, and ran. Someone's hoarse shout reached his ears. Split up. No, you fools. The logic of that desperate call was simple and not without reason. There were 7 vessels of the Gate Guardian 8, now, and 12 surviving humans. If they escaped in different directions, some of them would have a chance to survive. But it was pointless to apply logic to great abominations. These beings existed outside any kind of human rationale, outside reason. Only by staying together and helping each other would the survivors have a chance to preserve their lives, no matter how. While Morgan, Seishan, and the members of Neff's cohort chose to stay close to each other, the other 5 ascended turned and ran in small. It was already too late to try and explain that to the frightened masters, though. While Morgan, Seishan, and the members of Neff's cohort chose to stay close to each other, the other 5 ascended turned and ran in different directions. Not a second later, a dark blur intercepted one of them, and a fountain of blood shot into the air. Up ahead, Morgan looked back from the saddle of her steel mount and cursed. Then, she hesitated for a moment and jumped off its tall back. The echo then galloped in the direction of the approaching corpses, lowering its horned head. As a whirlwind of scarlet sparks rose around her, Seishan stopped and turned around. Her exquisitely beautiful face was cold and somber. The two of them looked at each other, and then, Seishan slowly raised her hands. What are they doing? Jet was riding Nightmare, so she was far ahead of the rest of them. Effie was maybe the fastest runner among the group of survivors, so she was ahead of the pursuers, as well. Only Sunny and Nephis were falling behind. As they ran, Neff's eyes shone with white radiance. She briefly touched Sunny's shoulder, and he felt the nurturing warmth of her flames pour into his soul and body. Instantly, their speed increased. It was still not enough, though. Through the shadows, Sunny felt something swift flying towards some of his remaining essence and dodged the attack through 1004. Shadow step. Him from behind. The shadows he had sent to scout were still moments away from reaching him. He knew that he had to use some of his remaining essence and dodge the attack through shadow step. Before he could, however, Seishan outstretched her hands, bringing her thumbs and index fingers together in a perfect triangle. Then, a drop of dark crimson liquid suddenly materialized in the air within the triangle. Looking at it, Sunny suddenly felt a hint of unknown awe brush against his heart. The drop of blood swirled, and then, the whole world was suddenly painted in shades of red. What is this? Sunny did not know what the daughter of the Queen of Worms was doing, but he felt as if something vast and terrifying silently moved past him, and then enveloped the white sands of the desert. There were screams. The creature lunging at him suddenly slowed down and veered off, then grew still. He didn't dare turn around. As Sunny and Nephis reached Season, the hurricane of scarlet sparks raging around Morgan formed into scores of beautifully forged swords. The swords trembled slightly, hovering in the air, and then suddenly shot forward like an avalanche of steel. The shadows arrived, wrapping themselves around Sunny and Nephis. Several dunes collapsed, with a white cloud rising into the air. They ran. Saint was also there, standing on a white dune as she drew her bow. Behind them, a cacophony of noise exploded, and the sand shifted. Several dunes collapsed, with a white cloud rising into the air. They ran. Hurry up. Damn it all, that thing is still behind us. Stop, look there. Sunny cursed as he threw himself to the ground, hitting the sand to slow down. The sun was setting, and they were still running as fast as they could. His exhaustion had long transformed into something much more dire and primal. Sunny had not even known that an ascended body could be that drained of everything. Neither the augmentation of the burning shadows nor the tenacious nature of Bloodweave were enough to overcome that terrible fatigue anymore. Even though he had to stop for a dreadful reason, he still welcomed the short moment of falling onto the sand. A split second later, though, Sunny had to push his battered body into a roll and jump back to his feet. Curses. Miraculously, they had managed to escape all but one of the taken corpses. The last one still pursued them, never letting the group, now reduced to only 7 people, stop and rest for even a minute. At some point, the heat and the scorching sand had transformed into a lethal threat of their own. And yet, they persisted until now. That was because a second corpse suddenly appeared out of nowhere, barring their path. The figure standing in front of them was not one of the original 7 abominations, though instead, it was a familiar face. Sunny let out a tired sigh. So Hes here, as well. Master Shu was staring at them with an eerie smile. Nephis, Effie, Jet, Morgan, Season, Kai, and Sunny, the 7 of them had nowhere else to run. One vessel of the Gate Guardian was behind them, and the other was in front of them. The night was approaching. What do we do? Kai's voice sounded tense and tired. He could still escape, of course, maybe. The great being approaching them had to have ways of dealing with flying prey. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then outstretched his hand and summoned the Sin of Solace. Enoin. What else was there to do? He commanded all but one of his shadows to wrap themselves around the white jade of the cursed blade, turning it perfectly black. Kill the bastards. They had to kill them or die, kill them and die, if need be. Either way worked. It was better than turning into the skin costumes of the Gate Guardian themselves, anyway. But Sunny wanted to live. Chapter 12, 19 Silver Sun. Think. They had a very small chance of coming out of this fight alive. However, there was always hope, no matter how impossible the odds. What was hope? Hope was a desire, perhaps the paramount desire. A yearning so powerful and resilient that it could hardly be vanquished or destroyed. The darkest and most inescapable despair could not conquer hope. Even demons in hell hoped to reach heaven one day. They longed to see their deepest desires come true, and that longing alone could make them continue suffering and struggling instead of searching for solace in the peaceful embrace of death. Life was war, after all. Hope, desire, it was a powerful thing. Longing. Sunny glanced at Nephis, considering. She was the only one among them capable of dealing permanent damage to the vessels of the Gate Guardian. Her soul flame seemed to be like poison to the abominable creature. The wounds Sunny and the others had dealt to the corpse of Master Shu would instantly heal, but the puppet that had attacked Neph was burned to death by it. A hurricane of thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second. She's our best chance. If they could survive today, it would be through the power of longing that the Lightbringer aspect seemed to contain. The soul flame. Pure, cruel, and incorruptible. There was no time to think. Starting to move, Sunny connected the minds of the 7 masters together through the blessing of dusk. We need to destroy the creature in front of us before the one behind catches up. There is no other way. We might not even be able to fight one, so fighting two at the same time is a death sentence. The 6 of us will restrain it. Nephis will kill it. Go. They had maybe a handful of seconds before the pursuer showed up. The 7 of them had to slay a great abomination before that happened. Usually, it would have been impossible to even deal minor damage to a creature 2 whole ranks above their own level. Sunny had failed to pierce the skin of the first fallen abominations he met as a sleeper. After all, nevertheless, that abomination died in the end. The gap between ranks was vast, but it was not absolute. There was nothing indestructible in the world, and even the gods were dead. Everyone and everything was vulnerable to something. None of them were ordinary masters, and each had accumulated much more tools and killing implements than any sleeper could ever possess. Better yet, there was someone among them whose aspect countered the powers of the Gate Guardian. Sunny knew that he had to use the best weapon at his disposal to destroy the enemy. Right now, his best weapon was not the Sin of Solace. It was Nephis. Gritting his teeth, Sunny dashed forward. At the same time, all his shadows left him and embraced her, turning the hue of her white flame colder and more menacing. She had trusted him to kill Dire Fang. Now, Sunny was going to trust Nephis to kill the vessel of the Gate Guardian barring their path. As soon as the shadows slid from the blade of the Sin of Solace, the vague figure standing near him suddenly grew more blurry, and clicked its tongue in disappointment. Ah. And things were just getting fun. Sunny ignored it. There was no need to discuss anything. Everyone knew what they had to do. All 7 of them lunged at Master Shu. It was hard to attack a single target without getting in each other's way. And yet, they managed. A black arrow pierced one of his eyes, followed by a white one that destroyed the other. The corpse's head jerked back. At the same time, an iron rain of shurikens shredded its chest and right shoulder, almost severing the entire arm. Jet knew that her power was not enough to damage the creature's soul. Abandoning her most feared ability, she aimed to reduce the creature's mobility instead. Effie's transcendent spear shot toward one of Master Zu's knees, while Morgan's sword flew at another with lightning-fast speed. Sishan's claws sank into his left shoulder and elbow, tearing both joints apart. The Sin of Solace hissed through the air as it fell on the creature's head. Their task was to slow the Gate Guardian down and allow Nephis to deliver the fatal strike. But as the 2 arrows exploded from the back of Master Zu's head in a fountain of blood and brain matter, his eyes had already restored themselves, burning with malice and glee. The shurikens fell into the sand as the flesh mangled by them rippled and was immaculately restored. The corpse took half a step, and both Effie's spear and Morgan's sword somehow missed. Sishan's eyes widened. Sunny cursed under his breath. Damn. The corpse exploded forward. Effie's shield shattered as she was thrown back. Sishan fell down, sharp shards of bone protruding from her broken arms. Morgan blocked with her sword, but the sword burst into countless steel shards. She was sent flying in a whirlwind of scarlet sparks and blood. Sunny barely avoided having his neck sliced open by falling into the shadows. The creature refused to be slowed down. And Nephis was now alone, face with it. Tyon. Her radiant sword shot forward with unimaginable speed, its vicious blow enhanced by the full force of the soul flame and the 5 shadows. However, Master Shu simply raised his hand, catching the incandescent blade in a fist and easily shattering it. The fingers of his other hand wrapped around Neph's neck. For a moment, everything seemed to stand still. Sunny was emerging from the shadows, but he was slow, too slow. Too slow to change anything. Then, Neph's neck snapped like a twig. Her body grew limp. His mind was empty. For a split second, everyone froze, petrified. In that moment of shock, Neph's hand rose and grabbed the creature's wrist. The sparks dancing in her eyes suddenly ignited, turning into 2 blinding stars. White radiance shining through the gaps of her broken armor became larger, hotter, and infinitely brighter. She was like a mass of blinding silver light, not too different from the merciless white sun that burned in the scorched sky. A moment later, her radiance exploded into a flurry of flames, which swallowed both her slender silhouette and the abominable corpse of Master Shu. Suddenly, the unbearable heat of the desert seemed mild and cold. Chapter 12:20 Indestructible. A towering bonfire of pristine flames enveloped both Nephis and the vessel of the Gate Guardian, rising high into the sky. It bloomed like a beautiful white flower, suffused with both brilliant radiance and incinerating heat. The soul flame burned so hot that, for a moment, Sunny actually felt dreadfully cold, as if he had been transported back to the frigid fields of the Antarctic center. With a curse, he staggered back, fell, and rolled away. Hell! Neph's flames could be warm and nurturing, healing and purifying anything they touched. But they could be ruthless and ferocious, destroying everything in their path. Sunny knew that he would not survive a plunge into the blossoming bonfire. He might have shared a bond with Nephis, but he did not share the lineage of Sun God with her. Even then, Changing Star was not immune to the destructive fury of the fire. She was only capable of being locked in the cyclic agony of having her flesh burned, restored, and then burned again without dying. He thought that he heard a distorted shriek escape from the flames, but it was swallowed by the dull roar of the immolating blaze. Nephis and the abomination were in the center of the dire conflagration, their figures obscured by its radiance. He did not know what exactly was happening there, just that only one of them would emerge from the flames alive. The sand around the white bonfire was already melting, soon to turn into black, brittle glass. Curse it! Sunny could not allow himself to be concerned about Nephis right now. Because while she had dealt with Master Shu at least temporarily, there was still another vessel of the great abomination coming after them. Jumping to his feet, he spun around. Cetian had both her arms wrenched and cruelly broken, while the extent of Morgan's wounds was unknown. Effie had received a blow from the Gate Guardian, as well, but her shield had protected her from harm at the cost of being destroyed. So, only Sunny, Effie, and Kai were left standing. And Saint. He senses the movement of shadows. Here it comes. A dark blur flashed across the desert, lunging at them from behind. As it did, Effie's spear collided with it in midair. The huntress had tossed it with terrible speed and precision, catching the vessel of the Gate Guardian in the chest. The whole upper torso of the taken corpse exploded, instantly pulverized into a ghastly stream of viscous crimson liquid. Propelled by inertia, the mutilated corpse flew several dozens meters forward, the crimson stream stretching behind it as if suspended in the air. Then, however, the liquid was pulled back and reformed into before it could, a flaming arrow hit the half-formed corpse and exploded, obliterating its entire left side. Human silhouette, still a split second away from turning back into flesh. Before it could, a flaming arrow hit the half-formed corpse and exploded, obliterating its entire left side. The Gate Gu Ardian was not disturbed. The mangled corpse calmly walked forward, its flesh already growing back. Its shattered ribs were assembled from bloodied fragments, and its bared heart grew whole before starting to beat once again. One mocking eye had already appeared from the liquid mess of its destroyed face. Sunny felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? The sight in front of him was so terrifying that it almost appeared ridiculous. Greeting his teeth, Sunny dashed forward. He was not in good shape. In fact, his state was terrible. Not only was he utterly exhausted, sapped of all energy by the merciless heat, and low on essence, but he was even devoid of the support of his shadows. It had been a long time since Sunny had to enter a serious fight without being augmented by at least one of them. Without their familiar enhancement, he felt slow, fragile, and weak. Doesn't matter. It's do or die. The Sin of Solace laughed, amused by his defiant resolve to give it his all. No, it's just die. Sunny and Saint arrived near the vessel of the Gate Guardian at the same time. Acting as one, they attacked the creature from different sides. A sword made of darkness and a sword made of immaculate white jade struck in unison, aiming to prevent the corpse from taking another step. Somewhere behind them, Morgan rose from the sand with a groan. Her sword was destroyed, but she didn't seem to care. Her vermilion eyes blazed with murderous fury, and the Princess of War shot forward like a piercing arrow. Seishan's eyes rolled back, revealing a different pair of pupils, these ones inhuman and monstrous, surrounded by a sea of red. Her graceful figure suddenly grew much taller than Effie, even when hunched. Her limbs elongated, and long claws extended from her fingers. Her smooth grey skin suddenly turned rough like that of a shark. Finally, the monster's jaw unhinged, revealing several rows of terrifying triangular teeth. Kai was pale and somber, drawing the string of his bow. Not good. Sunny tore the Sing of Solace out of the body of the great abomination and desperately dodged. Perhaps because the corpse did not fully recover from the previous barrage of attacks, its movements were much slower, barely faster than those of Dire Fang had been. Still, there was no hope for him to escape the retaliation. Instead of trying to simply evade the strike, he simultaneously delivered a backward cut with his sword, slicing through the elbow joint of the corpse. That allowed Sunny to avoid the crushing blow by a hair's breadth. Saint received a bloody fist on her shield and was thrown back, crashing into the slope of a dune. At that moment, Jet was already there. Instead of relying on enchanted weapons, she struck the abomination with her fist. It passed through the chest of the vessel unopposed, directly attacking its soul. Morgan was there, as well. Her palm fell like an executioner's axe, severing the creature's spine. And finally, the monstrous figure of Seishan appeared by the Gate Guardian's side. Her arms were still broken, hanging limply. Instead of relying on her claws, she sank her frightening teeth into the taken corpse, ripping away a huge chunk of its neck, shoulder, and upper chest. There has to be a limit to how much punishment that thing can take. There has to be. A desperate hope burned in Sunny's chest. But if there really was a limit, it seemed that the creature had not reached yet. Chapter 12:21 Unstoppable. I am going to die. The thought that flashed through Sunny's mind had nothing to do with the fact that each strike of the possessed corpse was devastating enough to obliterate his body, but more so with the strain that fighting the abominations was putting on it. Yes, it was true Sunny was facing a great nightmare creature, but he felt as if exhaustion was going to kill him even if the creature did not. Time moves slowly in a battle like the one they were fighting. He wasn't sure how many seconds had passed since the second vessel of the Gate Guardian had shown up. 12? 2? Maybe it was just 5 or 6 instead. The 6 masters and 1 shadow were somehow holding up against the harrowing abomination, for now. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that the constant barrage of attacks did restrain the corpse a little. If there was one vulnerability they could exploit, after all, it was that the vessels of the Guardian were not as resilient as the body of a true great creature would have been. Perhaps it was because each of them was at the pinnacle of what a human ascended could be, and knew that there would be no retreat. They fought without holding anything back, knowing that death was looming, almost inevitable. Sunny was relatively unharmed, for now, and so was Saint. Kai had been circling above the abomination, sending one enchanted arrow flying after another. The rest of them were in dire straits. Jet was, perhaps, mangled the most, but her unique constitution allowed her to persist in her attempts to shatter the creature's soul despite that. By now, Soul Reaper looked no less of a corpse than their opponent, and maybe even more so. Both Morgan and her were fighting with their bare fists, although, in the case of Morgan, her entire body was the weapon, not just her hands. She had also suffered much more damage than any of them, often taking the initiative to shield the others with her body. That was because the Princess of War was physically the sturdiest, except maybe Effie. The difference between the two was that Morgan seemed to have absorbed a powerful healing enchantment into her aspect ability, which allowed her to recover from the wounds that would have permanently taken the huntress out of the fight. Seishan had gone even further than Jet and Morgan. With her arms broken, she had to resort to using her monstrous teeth to damage the abomination. Her jaws did not seem any less lethal than a powerful memory would have been, but the need to be in close, almost intimate proximity to the enemy put her in grave danger. The hideous, ferocious creature she had transformed into was covered in blood, both her own and that of the Guardian. Effie was in a much better position due to the long reach of her transcendent spear. Together, they fought the Great Abomination, desperately trying to destroy it, slow it down or at least prevent it from approaching the beautiful bonfire of white flames that still burned behind them. Die, die, why won't you die? The Sin of Solace tore through the rippling air, but the vessel of the Gate Guardian was moving too fast. The jade blade barely scratched its skin, but this time, Sunny was not fast enough to retreat. A sharp pain pierced his right side, and he fell back with a scream. For the first time since he had acquired the Shroud of Dusk, the black silk was torn apart. Sunny's flesh beneath it was shredded and turned into an appalling mess. The wound was large enough for most Ascended to be at the risk of bleeding out, but he was different. Still, it would have been a fatal one if not for Boneweave. The Abomination's glancing strike cracked his ribs, but did not manage to shatter them. Otherwise, Sunny would have lost his entire lung. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Shaking like a drunk, he rose to his feet. Sweat was rolling down his skin, adding to the pain and suffering. Things were not going well for them. Morgan seemed on the verge of running out of essence before. All her wounds would swiftly heal, but now, she was forced to concentrate on only a few of the most dire ones, leaving the rest open. Jet was starting to slow down, because this fight was a true nightmare for her. Facing one overwhelming opponent was the least favorable situation for her aspect, since it prevented her from absorbing the essence of slain enemies to replenish her own. Just at that moment, Seishan suffered a terrible blow, falling into the sand like a broken doll. Sunny and Saint were still recovering from their last attacks, so Effie was momentarily left alone against the harrowing creature. The corpse moved with tremendous speed, grabbing the shaft of her spear and pulling the huntress off her feet. A split second before its other hand delivered a lethal blow, Kai suddenly fell from the sky, ramming into the taken corpse and throwing it back. The corpse brought its elbow down on Kai's spine, and he fell into the sand with a pained scream. Curse it all. Sunny lunged forward, and at the same time, Saint did too. His mangled side was pulsing with terrible pain. He was tired. But he had to do something. Because there was still hope. Even though the vessel of the Gate Guardian seemed indestructible and unstoppable, it was weakening. It was not very noticeable, yet but it was true. The corpse had become a tiny bit slower, its strikes were a tiny bit less forceful. The speed at which its flesh mended itself had diminished a little, as well. The creature had a limit, indeed. They just had to push it over that limit. Sunny had not summoned Nightmare or Imp, knowing that they were too weak for this battle. He wasn't sure that he could summon them. His shadows, which served as the gates of his soul, were with Nephis, inside the incinerating mass of white flames. Even if he could, all the two would be able to do was buy him a second or two with their deaths. So, he had to buy those seconds himself. He attacked, putting everything he had, all his strength, all his cunning, all his will into the attack. At the same time, Saint thrust her sword forward, covering her cracked breastplate with the broken remains of her shield. But it was not enough. The Great Abomination easily avoided Saint's sword, and stepped forward. Its fist struck Sunny like a mountain, and the next thing he knew, he was staring at the vibrant azure sky. Oh, I was too slow. Sunny tried to stand up and gasped, overcome with unbearable pain. His arm seemed to be broken. No, it was only dislocated and bloody foam was forming on his lips. Looking up, he saw Morgan stepping in front of Jet, who was on her knees, shielding her from a lethal blow. Both of them were sent flying back and landed on the sand in a heap of blooded flesh. Effie grunted as she received a downward strike on her crossed hands. Her steel body trembled, and a whirlwind of sand rose into the air around her, thrown up by the shockwave of the terrible impact. In the next moment, she staggered back and fell. The Gate Guardian was left standing alone, unopposed. It lingered for a split second, then took a step toward Seishan and raised a fist to finish her off. The corpse's face was terribly mangled, and its teeth were in full view, as if the creature was grinning. Sunny groaned and sat up. I won't get there in time. The abomination struck. Before it could kill Seishan, however. A bloody fist suddenly emerged from its chest. The creature froze, then slowly turned its head. A slender hand flashed, separating the head from the neck. Standing behind the gate guardian was a bewitching woman in a torn carmine dress, her long black hair covered in sand. She was almost inhumanly beautiful, however. Her breathtaking face was covered in blood, an ugly torn wound stretching from her forehead to the tip of her chin. It was as if someone had vandalized an immortal masterpiece by slicing through it with a sharp knife. One of Beastmaster's eyes was glued close by dried blood, but the other burned with cold, murderous wrath. Her scarlet lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth. "I don't think you'll submit. So just die." Chapter 12:22 Against all hope. Beastmaster's fist was still protruding from the abomination's chest, but in the next moment, she tore it out, almost ripping the entire corpse apart. She seemed angry, really angry. "How dare you raise a hand to my sister?" Before the abomination could assemble itself back together, the beautiful saint kicked it, sending the mangled corpse flying back. It landed on the sand a dozen meters away, twitched slightly, and then rose, already knitting itself into a single whole again. The two of them stood opposite each other, looking intently at the enemy. The creature was blooded and beaten, but eerily calm. There was a smile on its lips. Beastmaster looked just as battered, her face torn and painted with blood. Her expression was dark and full of cold fury. She gritted her teeth and spat. "I won't show you mercy." The corpse stared at her with a smile. Then, it suddenly spoke. Tilting its head, the corpse asked, "What is mercy?" The saint's expression slightly changed. "What the hell, why are they talking?" Sunny tried to stand up and only succeeded by using the sin of solace as a crutch. He was struggling to breathe, but it was all right. As the great connoisseur of physical trauma that he was, Sunny judged his condition as not really life-threatening. For now. He couldn't really understand why Beastmaster was wasting her time issuing threats to a great abomination instead of attacking it, but that had given him time to assess the situation, at least. The remaining members of the survivor group were alive. No one had died yet, from what he could see. That said, all of them were severely injured. Only Morgan and Saint looked like they could still fight, and Effie, too, although there was a pained expression on her face. With how exhausted and beaten they were, though, he doubted that they would be of any use. Sunny himself would not be able to do much. Neff's condition was unknown. Can Beastmaster finish off the creature alone? In the next moment, however, that question was rendered meaningless. Sunny had also received an answer to why the beautiful demoness was wasting time conversing with the creature. She had not been wasting time. She had been stalling for time. As the sunlight pouring from the incandescent sky grew a little brighter, a figure made of pure radiance attacked the vessel of the Great Guardian from behind. At the same moment, Beastmaster dashed forward. Summer night. There was not one saint, but two. The two transcendents of Clan Song and Clan Valor seemed to have made a temporary alliance. A hoarse sigh escaped from Sunna's lips. He summoned the runes and glanced at them to make sure that Nephis was still alive. After doing that, he took a step back and fell onto the scorching sand. Closing his eyes, Sunny allowed the pain to wash over him. He only kept up with the ensuing fight through shadow sense, tense and wary. The vessel of the Gate Guardian was a harrowing foe, even for the Saints. However, despite all its power and uncanny tenacity, it didn't seem to be a match for them. Perhaps the situation would have been different if it were any other two Transcendents, but Beastmaster and Sir Gilead were both outstanding. Especially Beastmaster. He noticed that wounds delivered by her took a lot longer to close. Some even remained open, as if something was preventing them from healing. There was something else, too. Sunny felt a fourth shadow standing at a distance. It was slender, delicate and familiar. Cassie? So it was Cassie who had led the Saints to their aid. N0 in. Sunny felt some tension drain from his mangled body. As time went on, the corpse seemed to become a little muddled. Its attacks lost some of their edge, and there were drops of blood falling from its nose. Beastmaster was not only fighting it, but also battering the creature with powerful mental attacks. I think they can actually manage it. Before they did, however, the bonfire of incinerating white flames suddenly grew weak, and then disappeared. Two shadows were revealed amidst molten sand and obsidian glass, one crumpled and motionless, the other standing above it. Then, the source of the second shadow swayed and fell. The remaining vessel was taking longer and longer to heal its wounds. The saints attacked it without pause, methodical in their relentless assault. Sunny could not see them, but felt the shape and position of the shadows change at a frantic pace. Slowly, tortuously, that pace slowed down. And then, at some point, one of the shadows grew shallow and empty. The vessel of the Gate Guardian had been reduced to a pile of unrecognizable flesh. The battle had not been easy for Beastmaster and Summer Knight, but both of them were left standing. Sunny gritted his teeth, then opened his eyes and slowly sat up. As soon as the creature died, Beastmaster turned around and walked over to Seishan. Kneeling in front of the hideous monster, the beautiful demoness gently placed her hand on her shoulder and smiled. "I'm here, Seishan. I was on time." In front of her, the monstrous creature slowly grew smaller, turning back into an exquisitely beautiful young woman with silken grey skin. Her body was beaten and broken, but she was alive, and even conscious, albeit barely. Beastmaster whispered a few more words to her sister, then rose to her feet. Her gaze slowly shifted to Morgan, who was kneeling on the sand a few dozen meters away. The smile disappeared from her lips. The look in the beautiful saint's one open eye did not promise anything good. Sunny shivered, suddenly remembering how all of them had ended up in this cursed desert, to begin with. 3 Category 4 gates might have opened in Antarctica, but the great clans were still at war. Sunny was not going to get between Beastmaster and Morgan, not that he could have done anything if he did. But Nephis was also here, laying unconscious within a ring of black glass. And she was a daughter of the King of Swords, too, even if only technically. Damn it all. There was no need to do anything, though, because as Beastmaster was looking coldly at Morgan, a tall figure in battered armor suddenly appeared in front of the Princess of War, blocking her from the beautiful saint's suffocating gaze. Summer Knight stared at Beastmaster and shook his head silently. "Don't even think about it." A dangerous smile appeared on her lips. The beautiful demoness raised an exquisite eyebrow and spoke with a hint of challenge. "What if I do?" Sir Gilead's face remained calm. "I'll kill you." Beastmaster kept her gaze on him for a few seconds, then turned away and laughed. "Maybe next time, then." Glancing at the setting sun, she raised her voice and called out. "Come on, everyone who is still alive, stand up. We need to find shelter before night comes." Chapter 12:23, Diverging Goals. The sun was drowning in the white sands of the desert, and the murderous heat that had been tormenting them before was slowly dissipating, soon to be replaced by a terrible cold. And the chilling terror of the coming night. The battered group of humans was making its way to a towering ruin. The 2 saints were holding up well, but the ascended were in a dire state. All of them bore vicious wounds, and each step was torture. The only healer among them was unconscious, and the memories with restorative enchantments that some of them possessed were not powerful enough to deal with the multitude of severe injuries, at least not immediately. Jet looked slightly better than she had during the battle with the vessels of the Guardian. She managed to kill a nightmare creature that ambushed them as they traversed the desert, and absorbed some soul essence. Still, just glancing at her mangled body was a bit chilling. Seishan's arms were wrapped in fabric, and even though her wounds had been treated, she could only walk by leaning on Beastmaster. Kai was hovering above the sand with a pale face. The great abomination's blow had damaged his spine, and although he wasn't paralyzed, the archer was in a sea of pain. Effie was visibly limping, while Morgan seemed utterly spent and weak. As for Sunny, people sometimes said that he looked like a doll, but if that was true, currently he looked like a rag doll that had been neglected for decades and then thoroughly chewed by an animal or two. It hurts." He was hurting, but the pain was tolerable. At least the 5 shadows were once again augmenting him with their help. He could manage the strenuous journey without much trouble. Saint was carrying Nephis, who was still unconscious, in her arms. Neph's damaged armor and clothes had been destroyed by the incinerating flames, so she was wrapped in Cass's sea wave cloak. The blind girl herself was walking behind the taciturn knight, side by side with Sunny. She was the only one in the group who looked exhausted and drained by the heat, but not battered. Then again, Cassie had been in the middle of the battle between the great clans, too. Many awakened, enthralled abominations, and masters of Clan Song had attempted to kill her, only to die by her hand. Her armor was riddled with dents and covered in dried blood, so there was nothing fresh or glamorous about how she looked. Sunny glanced at her, then said quietly, "By the way, you were just in time." "Thank you." Cassie remained silent for a while, then shook her head. "There is no need to thank me. It was just a fortunate coincidence." He smiled. "Yeah, no. Zero chance of that." Sunny studied her delicate face, then asked, "You knew, didn't you?" His expression darkened. Cassie raised an eyebrow. "Knew what?" His expression darkened. "About the gates. That was why you told me to write a message to Rain. You knew that we were going to get stuck in this damned desert for a long, long time. You knew that Antarctica was going to be destroyed, too." The blind girl turned her head, and he saw her beautiful blue eyes. Her expression was calm. "I know nothing." Sunny scoffed. "Right, sure. So, you don't know what is going to happen next, either?" Cassie turned away and shrugged. "Oh, no. That, I do now." She lingered for a few moments, then nodded in the direction of Beastmaster and Sir Gilead. "They are going to abandon us." Sunny stared at her for a bit, then chuckled and looked away. "You don't say." One didn't need to be an oracle to know that the 2 saints that Cassie had brought were going to leave the members of the cohort behind. They had already helped Sunny and the rest by allowing them to survive. But both Beastmaster and Summer Knight had their own priorities. For Beastmaster, it was Seishan. For Sir Gilead, it were Morgan and, perhaps, Nephis. That was the reason they had not left the desert immediately after escaping the battlefield. Both saints could return to the waking world at any moment. They just needed a safe place and some time to activate their tethers. Once they did that, however, they were not going to be able to return to this particular corner of the Nightmare Desert without approaching the 3 gargantuan gates first. The problem was that they could not bring too many people with them. Sunny knew that Beastmaster's limit was 2. She had delivered both Seishan and Ascended Bast to East Antarctica, after all. But most saints could only transport people between worlds one at a time. In any case, most of them were going to be left behind. What to do, what to do? Sunny desperately needed to think of a solution, but he was too tired to form complicated thoughts. After remaining silent for a while, he asked, "What about Saint Tyrus? Do you know where she is?" Cassie slowly shook her head. "We saw no sign of her after entering the dream realm. Same for Silent Stalker. The desert is vast. Chances are, they were sent someplace far away from us. Skytide would have been able to escape from the Gate Guardian, but she was already spent at the end of the battle. She might have had to flee into the waking world." Sunny felt slightly disappointed that there was little hope of receiving help from Saint Tyrus. But, at the same time, he was happy to know that she might have already retreated from the Nightmare Desert. That, at least, meant that she was still alive. Her entire clan was there in Antarctica, too. Considering that great abominations were now wandering the southern quadrant, Skytide was the only one who could ensure their safety. She bore a heavy responsibility, considering that it was her actions that had exiled the White Feather clan to the frigid continent. And she had done those things to save Sunny and Cassie. He sighed. "I hope Saint Tyrus and Master Roan make it out of Antarctica alive. And Kim and millions of civilians that had not been evacuated yet, as well as the soldiers of the evacuation army." Sunny and the rest, however, could not do anything to help them, not anymore. Now, their goal was to escape the Nightmare Desert. He didn't know which task was more dangerous. Chapter 12:24, Second Night. They managed to reach the ruin before the ancient dead rose from beneath the sand. The structure they used as shelter was palatial and vast, isolated from the desert by a wide field of black glass. It didn't seem like a building that people were supposed to live in, though. After observing many ruins across the desert, Sunny was starting to feel as though there was a reason why all of them were so strange, broken, and deformed. It was almost as if these structures had not been built here but had instead fallen from the sky and shattered after hitting the white sands. Then again, the Nightmare Desert might not have been a desert in ancient times. Rolling dunes like these were usually left behind by dying seas. If the vast expanse of white sand had once been the bottom of an ocean, then maybe the structures had not fallen, but instead drowned. Why would Ariel build his pyramid at the bottom of a sea? Sunny shook his head. No, the description of the Mirror of Truth did not mention any seas or oceans. There was a lot of talk about rivers in the description of other memories he had received during the chain of nightmares. But what river could have been so vast? The spacious hall the survivors had sought shelter in was illuminated by the light of a small fire. Beastmaster was roasting monster meat above it. She seemed relaxed and amiable, but everyone else was terribly tense. That was because the bewitching saint was perhaps no less dangerous than the apocalyptic battle going on outside. Now that they had escaped the Gate Guardian, at least for a few hours, everyone became painfully aware that being in her presence was an insidiously terrifying experience. Beastmaster could subtly take hold of anyone's mind, after all, to enthrall or drive them mad. Perhaps she already had. Sunny was uneasy, but Summer Night was more tense than the others. If there was one reason for the beautiful Demoness to warp the minds of the survivors, it was to kill him and get rid of Daughters of Valor. As if reading his thoughts, Beastmaster smiled. Gods! Can you stop drilling a hole in my forehead, Gilead? I know I am pretty, but still, a knight like you should have some manners. Stop staring. N1N. Summer Night continued looking in her direction, unperturbed. We're pretty. Have you looked in the mirror recently? Beastmaster looked up at him, blinked a couple of times, then traced the bleeding wound running across her face with a delicate finger. Oh, that thing. Ah, it refuses to heal. Whispering Blade left me with that present before he died. Miserably. It's too bad that you couldn't protect your liege, isn't it, Gilead? Summer Night's expression darkened. Morgan, who was sitting beside him, looked at the beautiful saint coldly. Her vermilion eyes were burning with fury. You vile witch. Beastmaster laughed. Come on, don't be so serious. Look, the food is ready. Let's eat. She smiled brightly, and although her face was disfigured by the ugly torn wound, that smile made something stir in Sunna's heart. That woman is lethally dangerous. And completely crazy. I really don't want to have anything to do with her. His mind was telling him one thing, but his emotions refused to listen. He had to remind himself of the corrupted tyrant the beautiful Demoness had arranged to be unleashed in the middle of a siege capital, and only came to his senses then. Contempt. That was all Sunny was supposed to feel toward Beastmaster. Still, he wasn't going to refuse food. Coming closer, Sunny took his portion of the meat, then sat down and hungrily bit into it. The tantalizing saint gave him a curious look. Little brother, how are you still alive? Sunny frowned, then looked at himself. The black silk of the Shroud of Dusk was ripped open, and his entire side resembled minced meat. He had set the arm that had been dislocated, but his face was still covered in dried blood. At least the internal damage he had received seemed to have healed to some extent. He could breathe, and there was no bloody foam on his lips anymore. Sunny shrugged. I don't bleed easily. Beastmaster's smile widened a little. How interesting. With that, she handed the others some food and moved over to feed Seishan, who still couldn't move her hands. The sight of the two of them being so tender and sisterly with each other felt weird, for some reason. Everyone was too exhausted to have an appetite, but they still forced themselves to eat. Right now, food was fuel, and all of them were running low on it. As they consumed the fragrant meat, Nephis suddenly moved and opened her eyes. There was an empty void in them, but slowly, arduously, a spark of humanity returned, and she turned her head, looking at the silhouettes of the humans sitting in front of the fire. Sunny glanced in her direction, then turned his attention back to the food and sent a mental message. It's night. We're in a large ruin. The vessels of the Gate Guardian are gone. You killed one, Beastmaster and Summer Knight killed the other. Cassie led them to us just in time. He thought for a moment, and added. Oh. Also, you should probably summon an armor memory. Nephis stared at him for a bit, then moved slightly beneath the sea wave cloak and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, a flurry of sparks surrounded her body, and she rose. Her slender figure was wrapped in a fitting black material, which Sunny recognized as the inner layer of the Starlight Legion armor with a bit of surprise. Nephis swayed a little, then slowly walked over to the fire and sat down. He handed her the endless spring, while Cassie offered her a portion of roasted meat. Neph drank deeply from the beautiful glass bottle, then took the meat and looked silently at Morgan and Sir Gilead. Summer Knight offered her a tired smile. Lady Changing Star, you are awake. Thank the gods. There was a strange strain in her voice. Morgan looked between the two, then shook her head. Well, now the two of you are making me feel bad. Nephis silently sank her teeth into the juicy meat, her expression neutral. Sunnis, however, was not. So that's how it is. He had learned everything he needed to know from that short exchange. Sir Gilead can only take one person back with him. Chapter 12:25, Short Respite. After the food was finished, a tense silence settled inside the ancient ruin. Everyone was tired beyond words, but no one dared to fall asleep, not only out of fear of the Gate Guardian finding them, but also because of the two saints. Beastmaster and Summer Knight sat on opposite sides of the fire, staring at each other tensely. Neither could lower their guard, knowing that the opponent would, perhaps, use that moment to launch an attack. I guess their alliance was doomed to be a short-lived one. Sunny tiredly closed his eyes, then yawned. No offense, but why don't you just leave? Then those of us who have to stay will get some rest, at least. Both saints looked at him with a hint of surprise. After a few short moments, Sir Gilead shook his head slightly. I must admit, I admire your composure, Master Sunless. Summer Knight must have been under the impression that the people he couldn't save would be terrified, perhaps even begging him to take them back to the waking world instead of Morgan. Well, Sunny did not consider begging to be beneath him if there was a point to it. But he knew that the Saint of Clan Vela was never going to abandon the daughter of his sovereign. Sunny shrugged. I'm too tired to be worried. Beastmaster chuckled, then said in a raspy voice. The reason why we haven't left is very simple. You are not a saint, so you wouldn't know, but there are conditions that have to be met in order to return to the waking world. Namely, our anchors in the waking world are affected by the call the same way your anchors in the dream realm are affected by it. Every seed exerts a pulling force, and since there are so many of them in the Nightmare Desert, that force is quite ubiquitous. We need to find a spot where it is relatively weak first, and this ruin is not one of these spots. She paused for a moment, and then added. They are not too hard to find, though. I am willing to bet that we'll encounter at least one tomorrow. Sunny tilted his head a little. So that's how it is. It was only logical that saints were influenced by the call even in the dream realm. In fact, the influence they had to endure would be much greater than what the rest of them suffered through. Sunny knew it because of his own experiences as an awakened and as a master. After the ascension, he felt the pull of the call much clearer. It's interesting that she said anchor instead of tether, though. The point was neither Beastmaster nor Summer Knight could leave the ruin and the Nightmare Desert before the night ended. Sunny nodded. Okay. You stand guard, then. With that, he carefully lowered himself to the ground, making sure to lay on the uninjured side, and closed his eyes. Beastmaster was visibly amused by his nonchalant attitude, but Sunny didn't care. He just wanted to sleep. Falling asleep was risky, but so was staying awake and refusing his body and mind the much-needed rest. There was a bit of silence in the dark ruin. Then, the others slowly followed his example. Soon, only Summer Night and the beautiful Demoness were left awake. Sunny was a bit surprised to come back to his senses alive. Of course, his shadows would have warned him if anything truly dangerous happened while he slept still. Being in the company of saints and great abominations was a bit above their pay grade. Well, technically, the shadows weren't paid anything, so everything was above their pay grade. In any case, Sunny did not feel particularly rested. His body was still in a terrible state and covered in wounds. However, his condition was much better than it had been before. Due to the blessings of the graceless dusk and the tenacity of his unique physique, he felt somewhat restored. N0 in. Sitting up, he saw rays of pale sunlight pouring through the cracks in the roof of the ruin. The air still felt chilly, so it must have been early in the morning. The chill was going to be replaced with appalling heat soon enough. Shaking his head, Sunny stood up with a grimace and stretched his neck. He was the first to wake up, and everyone else was still asleep except for Summer Night and Beastmaster, who were still where they had been before. Have these two been staring at each other the entire night? Summoning the endless spring, he nodded at them and forced out a smile. Good morning. Sir Gilead greeted him calmly, while the beautiful Demoness smiled. You look less like a corpse, little brother. Sunny stared her for a few moments, then said stiffly. Thanks for the compliment, I guess. Why the hell is she calling me little brother, all of a sudden? First of all, I'm not her brother. Second of all, I'm not little. The torn wound on Beastmaster's face was still shedding drops of blood, but that did not stop her from laughing. He struggled to not be enchanted by that laugh. The beautiful saint lingered for a bit, then asked in a languid tone. By the way, I was meaning to ask. Her eyes glimmered with friendly amusement. How did you and Changing Star kill Dire Fang? Sunny looked at her and remained silent for a while. Beastmaster's tone sounded relaxed, but he could not help but wonder if there was a hidden threat beneath that calmness. Being threatened by the tantalizing enchantress would be a frightening experience. When the pain of his flaw grew unbearable, Sunny shrugged. The same way you and Sir Gilead killed a great abomination. By combining our strength and exploiting his weaknesses. Beastmaster studied him for a few moments, then turned away with a scoff. Kids these days are truly terrifying. Sunny frowned. Why? Should I expect to become the target of Clan Song's vendetta after I return to the waking world? Because, let me tell you, I just barely managed to stop being targeted by Clan Valor before coming to Antarctica and experiencing the wonders of the Chain of Nightmares. It is very, very rough year for me, so I would really appreciate some leniency. The beautiful Demoness chuckled. You seem really confident that you'll be able to return, though? How optimistic. Sunny blinked a couple of times and stared at her with a bleak expression. After a bit of bitter silence, he sighed. Well, if you put it like that, I take it back. It's not a good morning at all. Chapter 12:26, Alluring Offer. Soon, the group left the ruin and ventured into the desert once again. Their speed was much greater than the day before, not only because the weaker member of the group had received an opportunity to rest, but also because their wounds were healed by Nephis. Nephis did not look well. Physically, she was perfectly healthy, and anyone who did not know her as deeply as Sunny did would have assumed that everything was fine. But he could feel how drained and hurt she really was. Neph had not recovered from using her aspect to destroy the vessels of the Gate Guardian yet. He was worried that, perhaps, she never would. Nevertheless, Nephis had insisted on treating everyone's injuries. Even Seishan's only Beastmaster, whose wound had been delivered by Whispering Blade Sword, had turned out to be beyond her ability to mend flesh. The ugly cut on the diabolically beautiful face of the enchantress still continued to weep blood. There was some logic to providing aid to the enemies of Clan Valor. As long as they were in the desert, they were on the same side. No one knew when the Gate Guardian would attack again, or what kind of monstrous abominations awaited them in the scorching expanse of the Nightmare Desert. So, the higher the strength of the group was, the higher Neff's chances to survive would be. That was also the reason why Sunny did not stop her from treating his wounds. Usually, he was deeply reluctant to let Nephis torture herself on his behalf, but now, both of them were in dire danger. He had to be in the best state possible to ensure that they made it out of the dream realm alive. The group walked across the white sands of the cursed desert like lost souls wandering the vast expanse of a scorching hell. The Nightmare Desert was full of dangers that even two saints would find difficult, or outright impossible, to survive. More than that, their chances of finding a spot where the pull of the seeds was weak enough to escape were slim, at least in a short amount of time. Or it would have been, if not for the unique advantage the group possessed. That advantage, of course, was Cassie. The blind oracle had long proved how irreplaceable she was in the dream realm. Now that she was a master, her supernatural intuition had only grown stronger. Guided by Cassie, they managed to avoid the most dreadful dangers and go deeper and deeper into the desert without losing a single member of the group to its horrors. Of course, the cursed Sea of Dunes was too dire of a land to make their journey easy. There were still hazards, pitfalls, and abominable creatures of all kinds that they had to avoid, overcome, and fight. But with Summer Knight and Beastmaster protecting the Ascended, none of it managed to harvest their lives. And, by the time the sun started to roll toward the horizon, they finally stumbled on what they had been hoping to find. Some of them had been, at least. The ruin in front of them was not very large, and looked like a spent candle. It was low and misshapen, as if furious flames had once melted the black stones into a searing liquid, which then cooled down and solidified in a chaotic pattern. A vast expanse of sand around the ruin had been turned into a sea of uneven black glass. That was not important, though. What was important was that the misshapen structure was distant enough from the surrounding seeds to allow the saints to leave the dream realm from inside it. The group made its way into the ruin, stepping across obsidian glass. Inside, the floor was just the same. Everything told the story of furious flames that had raged within the structure once, turning it into a scorched husk. Stepping on the cracked black glass, Beastmaster breathed in deeply, and then looked at the rest of them. Well, there's no point in dragging this out, Seishan, and I will be leaving. It was nice knowing you all. Granted, I can take one more person with me. Those of you who have fought against the Great Clan Song, I hope you won't be offended if I don't extend the invitation. Oh, except for you, little brother. You, raised by wolves, and Nightingale. I can help one of you escape this bothersome predicament. She smiled brightly, giving them a measured look. The underlying message of her offer was clear: you would owe me. Or maybe even I would own you. A tense silence settled in the chamber of black glass. Eventually, it was Effie who broke it. I'm sorry. My mom told me not to follow strange women. The words were just like what one would expect from the rambunctious huntress, but her tone was uncharacteristically somber. Effie seemed to be struggling with the decision, and yet, there was no room for compromise left after what she had said. Kai and Sunny silently shook their heads, expressing their solidarity. Beastmaster laughed. Suit yourselves. Seishan, come closer. She took her hand, and soon, without much fanfare, they disappeared without a trace. The two beautiful monsters were gone. Just like that. Sunny looked at the spot where they had been standing a few seconds ago with a complicated expression. That had been his chance to save himself, and he let it slip from his fingers. He felt some regret, but at the same time, Sunny knew that he could not have made a different decision. There was no way in hell that he would leave Kai, Effie, Jet, Cassie, and Nephis to die to save himself. He had been forced to do something similar twice, and those were some of the most vile moments of his life. This time, at least, no one insisted that he did. At that moment, a heavy sigh escaped from Summer Knight's lips. He threw a long look at Nephis, then walked over to her and gently took her hand. Lady Changing Star, please accept these memories. There is not much I can do to help you today, but these are some of the best weapons and tools I've been able to earn, receive, and collect. You must survive. I know you can, because you have already done it once. A pale smile appeared on Neff's face. It was so bitterly ironic, for her to be thrown back into the nightmare desert after suffering so much to escape it. She retracted her hand and looked away. Even though Sir Gilead seemed to have expected an answer, Nephis remained silent. He lowered his hand, then took a step away and looked at Morgan. Lady Morgan, if you will. I am ready to take us back to the siege capital. Morgan smiled. Here they go. Now, we will have to. And shook her head. Sunny blinked. No, not yet. Noticing confusion in Sir Gilead's eyes, Morgan shrugged. You can take me away later, but for now, we still have a chance to reach the pyramid. We can still complete our mission. Yes, our situation is far from perfect, but on the bright side, Clan Song is entirely out of the picture. The competition is gone. It would be foolish not to make an attempt. She looked at the rest of them. Plus, if we do conquer the Tomb of Ariel, everyone would be able to escape through its gateway. Why, wouldn't that be wonderful? Summer Knight's face hardened. Lady Morgan, I'm afraid I will have to insist. If we do not leave immediately, there might not be a siege capital to return to when we try again next time. The whole continent might be lost. She shrugged dismissively. Don't worry about that. We have 4 more days, at least. Their conversation was extremely interesting. Morgan's confidence that East Antarctica would hold for 4 more days at the minimum was also fascinating. N.I.N. However, Sunny found himself distracted. That was because he suddenly felt a gaze. Someone was watching him, and from a direction where no one was supposed to be. He did not turn his head, but instead looked around through his shadows. In a distant corner of the glass chamber, a figure was reflecting on the fractured wall. However, there was no one there to cast the reflection. That bastard. Noticing Sunny's attention, the reflection smiled and waved a hand. Or rather, a bloody stump. One of its hands seemed to be missing. Chapter 12:27, A Friendly Invitation. The Black Skull was a death trap, so no one would be able to escape the nightmare desert through its gateway. However, there was at least one other citadel in this infernal region of the dream realm, the Tomb of Ariel. The Black Pyramid that always loomed just beyond the horizon like an ominous mirage, but never grew closer no matter how far one went into the sea of white dunes. One of the main reasons why the great clans had come to Antarctica, in the first place. Now that the expeditionary forces of both clans had been wiped out and the daughters of Kisong fully withdrew from the race, Morgan decided to make one last, desperate attempt to reach the Diamond's tomb. Which was a piece of good news for Sunny and other members of the cohort. Sunny knew that reaching the pyramid was their best and, perhaps, only chance of getting out of the desert alive. The others understood, as well. Having a powerful saint and a princess of Valor with them was a great boon. Summer Night and Morgan could make the lethal task of traversing the nightmare desert slightly less impossible to accomplish. There was just one problem. Without showing any emotion, Sunny stared at the reflection of Mordred through the shadows. The Prince of Nothing looked rather chilling. He was terribly wounded, his armor battered and covered in blood. Where one of his hands was supposed to be, there was now only a bloody stump. Even one of his eyes was gone, replaced by a gaping hole. He looked like a corpse. Nevertheless, there was a familiar smile on Mordred's face. Sunless. Ah, I am so glad to see you in good health. Maintaining a calm facade, Sunny furtively glanced at his companions. None of them seemed to have heard Mordred's voice. It appeared that it was being transmitted directly into his head. Maybe what Mordred was actually talking to was not Sunny, but instead Sunny's reflection. In any case, it was a little disconcerting. Great. Now I hear even more voices. Mordred lowered his bloody arm and coughed awkwardly. Oh, right. I guess you can't answer without announcing my presence to everyone. How about you nod once or twice to indicate? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then silently reached out to the reflection with the blessing of dusk. To his surprise, it actually worked. Continuing to act as if nothing had happened, he sent a mental message to the mangled reflection. How about you get out of my head and go die someplace else? No matter what you're scheming, I'm not interested. Mordred blinked. Well, what a pleasant surprise. We can actually have a conversation. How nice. Sunny sighed. He was really quite exasperated. Why would I want to talk to you, bastard? This is all your fault. If not for your machinations, there would have been no battle. Then, I wouldn't be stuck in this damn desert. The Prince of Nothing looked at him with a smile. This is really uncalled for, Sunless. I'm a bit hurt. Sure, I might have pulled a few strings to make the battle happen, but how was I supposed to know that you would decide to participate in it on my family's side? After all, it was you who told me over and over again that you didn't want to have anything to do with the great clans. So blaming me for everything is a little unfair. In fact, I'm the one who is supposed to be disappointed and angry. All those lies. Mordred's smile widened. But, being the forgiving and broad-minded person that I am, I'm willing to put my grievances aside. Here, I've decided. I forgive you, Sunless. No need to even mention it. Sunny felt tempted to turn his head and stare at the reflection. This lunatic, has he completely lost his mind? He slowly exhaled. What do you want? Mordred's reflection shifted slightly, avoiding a random glance from Sir Gilead. Then, he looked at Sunny and lingered for a few moments. I see that my sister has decided to try reaching the tomb of Ariel. I suppose you are tempted to join her. Sunny frowned slightly. Yes, I am. Why wouldn't I be tempted? The Black Skull is now in the hands of a great abomination thanks to a certain someone. So, the pyramid is our best bet to escape the Nightmare Desert. Mordred stared at him with a smile. Oh, but it's not. Don't listen to my sister, Sunless. She is young and inexperienced. In fact, none of you can reach the pyramid. It's impossible. That finally forced Sunny to react. Turning away to hide his face from the members of the cohort, Morgan, and Sir Gilead, he looked at the reflection with a deep scowl. Oh, yeah? How would you know? The Prince of Nothing shrugged. Simple, really. It's because I've already seen Astaion try it once, and fail. So, let me ask you a question. If a sovereign failed to reach the tomb of Ariel, what makes you think that your ragtag team of Ascended can succeed? Sunny was startled. Mordred had just confessed a piece of truly shocking information. Astaion had already been to the Nightmare Desert. And it had happened while Mordred was still with him, so more than a decade ago, at least. 1,000 questions instantly appeared in his head. I don't know enough to guess who can reach the pyramid and who can't. Does it matter, though? It's not like there is a better solution. But why did Astaion want to enter the tomb of Ariel? No, wait, if even he had failed, then why did your father and Kisong still send their people into the desert? Mordred chuckled. Because Astaion doesn't have to report to them what he does. I know, but they don't, and even I don't know what his motives were. As for the pyramid being the best solution, are you sure about that? Sunny remained silent for a while, then said reluctantly. No. If what you said is true. The Prince of Nothing grinned. It is so pleasant to talk to a smart person. Let's put aside the question of my honesty. For now, yes, the tomb of Ariel seems like a solution, but it really isn't. My sister can't help you save yourself and your companions, Sunless. Sunny looked down with a wary expression. And I suppose that you can? Mordred stared at him for a while. His grin slowly faded. Yes, I can. I'm not doing it out of kindness. Either you need my help, but I also need yours. The strength of your companions, too. I need it. The more, the merrier. If we are to escape this hell, we'll need all the strength we can get. It is fortunate that we are able to talk. Really, this ruin you're in is at the very edge of where my reflection can reach. Ah, it seems that fate is on our side. He sighed, then smiled again. So, Sunless, why don't you forget about trying to reach the tomb of Ariel with my sister, and come challenge the third nightmare with me instead, N1N. Chapter 12:28, Unattainable Mirage. Sunny had gone through many chilling trials in his tumultuous life, but the Nightmare Desert was, perhaps, the most harrowing ordeal of them all. Lost in a true death zone, pursued by a great nightmare creature, and running out of time, he saw little hope of making it out of this tribulation alive. Nevertheless, there were two paths he could take. The first one was to follow Morgan to the tomb of Ariel, and the second one was to follow Mordred into the third nightmare. Both paths were equally lethal and veiled in uncertainty, making it hard for him to choose. In the end, Sunny made the most prudent decision. He postponed making a choice by a few days. After all, there was a time limit set by Morgan in her daring attempt to reach the Black Pyramid. 4 days. If they did not arrive at the Diamond's tomb in 4 days, Summer Night was going to take her back to the waking world, leaving the rest of them behind. So, Sunny was going to put his hopes in the Princess of War, and if she failed to accomplish her goal, he would answer Mordred's invitation and follow the only remaining path into a seed of nightmare. The Prince of Nothing was not very happy with the delay, but he had no other choice except to agree with Sunny and wait patiently. He really needed the strength of Changing Stars cohort if he was to challenge a third nightmare, especially one that he knew nothing about, and would be entering without any preparations. Masters were the best of the best among the warriors of humanity, unlike Awakened, who had no choice but to face the trials of the spell and survive them. Each master had chosen to venture into their second nightmares voluntarily. Only the strongest and most resourceful survived and ascended. And out of those strongest, hundreds and hundreds had attempted the third nightmare in the last few decades. Yet only a few dozen humans returned, thus becoming saints. That alone spoke about how deadly the third nightmare was. Needless to say, Sunny was not very enthusiastic about venturing into the third nightmare at the ripe age of 20. Maybe if he was a Titan with 7 fully saturated cores and another decade of experience behind his shoulders, he would consider it. But now, he desperately hoped that Mordred was either lying or wrong, and that Morgan would be able to lead them to the Black Pyramid. Having to make a deal with the Prince of Nothing was the worst-case scenario. Gods! How did I end up being forced to put all my hopes in these two? The Vaylor siblings were the last people in 2 worlds he wanted to associate with. And yet, here he was. Worse still, with each hour and every day that passed, it was starting to look more and more as if Mordred had been telling the truth. Led by Morgan and Sir Gilead, the small group of survivors was moving deeper and deeper into the desert. They were constantly assaulted by torturous heat, which sapped them of all energy, will, and desire to live. The suffocating nature of the pristine sea of dunes had only affected them physically at first, but as time went on, its cruelty started to gnaw on their minds, as well. It did not help that none of them could really sleep, gripped by the fear of the cataclysmic battle that raged across the ancient desert at night. The further into the dunes they went, the more terrifying creatures would rise from the sands to wage war on each other. The ruins they sheltered in shook and groaned, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. There were more broken structures buried in the sand in the inner regions of the desert, but at the same time, less and less of them looked durable enough to withstand the fury of the eternal battle. At the same time, the nightmare creatures they were forced to fight during the day were becoming more and more powerful. At first, Sir Gilead alone was enough to deal with them. Later, the valiant saint would struggle to fend off the most dire abominations without the help of the Ascended. Finally, there came a time when even Summer Night became wary of their opponents. The group was forced to tread with utmost caution, lest they encounter something that neither the saint nor the masters would be able to kill. That slowed them down considerably. And slowing down allowed the Gate Guardian Skinwalker to find their trail again. They were still being pursued, and as time went on, the constant need to escape that pursuit was only growing more urgent. There were two reasons why the Great Abomination was getting harder and harder to avoid. The first one was that Sunny and the rest could not allow themselves to move forward as swiftly as they had before. The second was that the creature was learning. The Skinwalker had access to the memories of the corpses it possessed, and through those memories, it was quickly learning about the waking world, the awakened, about the powers they possessed, and about the way they thought. At first, it had only been able to study the memories of several dozen vessels that it had hunted down and taken in the desert, so the process was relatively slow. But the creature had most likely escaped into the waking world, as well. How many vessels of the Great Abomination were there in Antarctica by now? Hundreds? Thousands? Millions? Sunny did not know, but he felt that every time they had to escape from the Skinwalker's pursuit, it was rapidly becoming harder and harder to shake the abomination off. Everyone was tired. Everyone was spent, battered, frightened, and slowly starting to fall into despair. The gauntlet of the Nightmare Desert was just too cruel, too harrowing, and too hopeless. And worst of all, despite it all, the ominous silhouette of the Black Pyramid seemed just as distant as it had been at the start of their arduous journey. Even Morgan, who had never allowed herself to show doubt or weakness before, was looking less and less indomitable with each passing day. The perfectly maintained facade of a fearless princess of the great clan was coming undone, revealing the face of a brave and ambitious, but ultimately fallible and human young woman. She was spent, battered, frightened, and desperate too. The difference was, Morgan still had a way out, while the rest of them didn't. Just like that, the fourth day arrived. Once it passed, they would have been in the desert for a full week. Emerging from an underground ruin, the members of the group shielded their eyes from the blinding sun and looked at the distant, unattainable mirage of the tomb of Ariel. Sunny's face was grim. Mordred said that it is impossible to reach the pyramid, but he is wrong. Astion was unable to get to it, but someone else did. The Sybils, they reached it. They even went inside. So there's still a chance. Morgan's face was motionless. Her eyes were sunken and tired, but still burning with sharpness. There was no hint of being dulled in their vermilion abyss. Grimacing, she took a step forward and said hoarsely, "Come. We have not failed yet." Chapter 12:29, Seventh Night. A tenebrous stallion was galloping across the vast expanse of white sand. On his back, leaning tiredly in the saddle, sat a beautiful young woman in black garments. The steed and the rider were like a wave of darkness that absorbed the incandescent sunlight, and only the young woman's striking silver hair reflected the light back as it danced in the air. Nephis was following a swift shadow that glided across the dunes in front of them, guiding the two back to the group. Cresting a tall dune, she saw a scene out of a nightmare. The immaculate whiteness of the sand had been painted red by blood, and grotesque corpses were strewn about, torn asunder and gaping with terrible wounds. The dead nightmare creatures were both numerous and enormous in size. The desert itself had been upturned by the furious battle that had wreaked their lives, and several tiny human figures could be seen among the gigantic corpses. Her expression turned grim. At the same time, down below, Sunny turned his head slightly and glanced at the black silhouette of the rider, which was outlined against the azure sky at the top of the dune. Wiping the sweat off his brow, he sighed tiredly and leaned his back against the scaly limb of a dead abomination, hidden in its shadow. She's back. Nephis had survived her mission. The rest of them had survived, as well, albeit barely. This swarm of nightmare creatures had been too tough even for Sir Gilead to handle. The saint had dealt with the leader of the pack, A.G. Reekbeast, and the rest of them had faced off against the pack of corrupted abominations. Now, Summer Night was severely wounded, and they were similarly battered and drained of strength. In any other situation, a transcendent vanquishing a great nightmare creature would have been a legendary feat worthy of a triumphant celebration, but now, they were just tired and afraid. This was the first great abomination aside from the Skinwalker they had stumbled on in the Nightmare Desert, but would it be the last? Certainly not. They had not even reached the inner regions of this cursed land yet, and the situation was already so hopeless. Nightmare descended from the dune, and the members of the group crawled out from the shaded spots beneath the gigantic corpses to meet Nephis. She jumped from the saddle and looked at Morgan with a composed expression. The Princess of Vela raised an eyebrow. How did it go? Nephis lingered for a moment. I lured that titan toward the Skinwalker's vessel. They fought, but more vessels showed up. The titan should be dead by now. There is still the sea of quicksand between us and the pursuers, with the thing that dwells below, but it won't delay them for long. We have several hours, at most. Morgan let out a heavy sigh. Damn it. It was a desperate gambit, but I really hoped to achieve more. She grimaced, then turned west and stared at the distant silhouette of the Black Pyramid with a grim expression. By now, everyone knew that her desperate desire to reach the tomb of Ariel, or at least get closer to it, was futile. Perhaps even Morgan knew, even if she refused to admit it. Sunny was sure that she was not trying to conquer the Black Pyramid for their benefit, but still, he was almost touched. The rest of them had pretty much already surrendered. Only Morgan continued to stubbornly cling to the impossible goal. Sir Gilead shook his head. Lady Morgan, this is the 4th day. I promised to give you time, but we've made no progress. You need to accept reality. The princess remained silent for a while, then winced. Sunset. Well, push forward until the sun sets. If nothing changes until then, I'll follow you back to Antarctica. Summer Night looked away, then nodded. They could probably survive until the sunset in any case. There was still the issue of finding a suitable spot for traveling between worlds. The handsome saint glanced at Cassie. Lady Cassia, I will have to trouble you. She simply nodded, expressing her consent to help Sir Gilead and Morgan escape the Nightmare Desert. Sunny was also looking at the Black Pyramid that loomed just beyond the horizon. He was strangely calm. The tomb of Ariel, how can one reach it? In fact, he had an idea. They had been moving into the depths of the Sea of Dunes for 7 days now, encountering more and more dire dangers. But maybe that was the reason that they had made no progress traveling during the day. Sunny had a gnawing suspicion that one could only get closer to the Diamond's tomb during the night. But if that was true, then it was really impossible for them to approach it. Because the Nightmare Desert during the night was a place not suited for mortals. It was the land of the dead. With a sigh, he took a sip from the endless spring, dismissed it, and started walking. It's so damn hot. They survived another day, even if some of them were on the verge of wishing that they hadn't. There had been more fights, more blood spilled. The Skinwalker was looming close, growing more and more inescapable. The sun was falling behind the dark silhouette of the Black Pyramid, as if being pierced by its sharp tip. The tomb of Ariel was just as it had been from the very start, seemingly within grasp but also utterly unreachable, as if mocking them. Limping, Sunny stepped over the corpse of a slain nightmare creature and walked between 2 black obelisks that served as a gateway to a buried ruin. This place was going to be their shelter for the night, the 7th night they would spend in the desert. It was also where Summer Night and Morgan were going to leave them. Inside a vast underground chamber hidden beneath the ruin, the members of the cohort were listlessly sitting on the ancient stone floor. Morgan was apart from everyone, nursing a broken arm. Her resilient body was littered with wounds, and she was too low on soul essence to heal them. There was a dark and resentful expression on her face. Everyone seemed to have tacitly agreed to give her some space. Well, Sunny was not someone who had a lot of tact. Walking over to the princess of the great clan Vela, he lowered himself to the cool floor in front of her. Morgan looked up, momentarily confused. A master sunless. You must be terribly disappointed in me. Sorry, it seems that I am not as capable of a leader as I thought. He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Actually, I don't care about that. She smiled bleakly. Oh? If you have not come to chastise me, then what do you want? Sunny looked at her somberly. After you and Sir Gilead are gone, the rest of us are going to try challenging the third nightmare. That is the only way left for us, so I just wanted to ask if Clan Vela was going to start harassing me again, in case I survive. No one was allowed to become a saint without the permission of the sovereigns. It might have had something to do with what Professor Obel theorized once, that the appearance of gates was innately tied to the advancements of humans on the path of ascension. It might have been just because the sovereigns were unwilling to let anyone grow too powerful without becoming a part of their domains. In any case, Sunny wanted to get some assurances that he was not going to be hunted down by the great clans, on the small chance that he actually managed to return from the third nightmare alive. Looking at him, Morgan suddenly let out a low laugh. Third nightmare? You don't have to worry about that. He frowned. The proud princess seemed to have lowered her perfectly maintained facade. If that was the case, he suddenly felt a compulsion to push his luck a little. Actually, I have another question. Morgan looked at him silently. Sunny met her gaze and asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice. It's a question that has been gnawing at me for a while. The great clans have been suppressing the transcendence of independent awakened for decades. An old man once told me that you might have been pursuing noble goals like limiting the number of powerful nightmare gates that open across the world. Someone else told me that all you think about is whose domain controls the most citadels, though. So what is the real reason? And why does it seem that you suddenly don't care about it at all? He paused, and then added evenly. The great clans have also been at odds with each other for a long time, but you only decided to start a real war now that a whole damn continent is on the verge of being destroyed. Why is that? Huh? Sunny felt a little surreal. A few years ago, as a sleeper, Nephis had warned him that merely knowing about the existence of sovereigns and domains could get him killed. And now, as a master, he was directly asking such questions to the daughter of a sovereign. Well, it was not like Morgan could do anything to him right now. What punishment could be worse than leaving him behind in the middle of the nightmare desert? Sunny was already as good as dead, so there was no reason to hold back. N1N. She looked at him for a while, keeping silent. To Sunny's surprise, there was no anger or disdain in Morgan's eyes. Only a strange, grim amusement. You really don't know? He shook his head. Morgan frowned and let out a hoarse chuckle. Well, both of your questions have the same answer. The probability of powerful nightmare gates opening across the world, we wanted to keep it as low as possible, yes. Wishing to control more citadels, we wanted it too. But now, we indeed don't care about suppressing the number of saints that much. Sunny looked at her with a burning intensity. Why? Morgan smiled darkly. Why else? It's because there's no point in doing so anymore. The critical mass has already been reached. My father and Kisong, they postponed it for as long as they could. But now, there's no way to slow down the pebble anymore. It has already become an avalanche. She leaned forward until her face was mere centimeters from Sunnis and whispered into his ear. What, did you think that the chain of nightmares was going to stop with the southern quadrant? No, Master Sunless, it is just the start. Soon enough, all of Earth will be the same as Antarctica. Every continent, every city, every home. All of it, all of the waking world will be swallowed by the dream realm. She leaned back, leaving Sunny staring at her in shock. His mind seemed to be frozen. Morgan studied his motionless face with a smile, and then sighed. 2 weak domains can't withstand the future. Only one powerful domain can. So, you see, one way or the other, either Vela or Song must fall. There can be only one king, and one throne. She lingered for a few moments, and then stood up. I wish you luck, Master Sunless. Go, conquer the third nightmare, and become a saint. Did you think that the great clans would try to stop you? No, now that the end has begun, we'll need all the saints we can get. Morgan turned away and walked in the direction of Sir Gilead, her vermilion eyes drowning in darkness. As she did, she stopped for a moment and looked at Nephis. Sister, I will wait for you in Bastion. Don't take too long." With that, the Princess of War took Summer Night's hand. Soon, they were gone, leaving the six of them, Sunny, Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet, alone in the underground chamber. The echo of her words was roaring in Sunny's mind, leaving him paralyzed. After a while, he shifted slightly. Oh, of course. Outside, the armies of the ancient dead were locked in an eternal battle, and a cold moon shone above the Stygian edifice of the dreadful old tomb. Chapter 12:30, Hell is Empty. A suffocating cloud of pristine sand had bloated out the sky, and hurricane winds were raging across the vast sea of white dunes. The world was perfectly white and suffused with incinerating heat. The grains of sand cut the skin like knives, but six fragile humans stubbornly marched forward through the radiant inferno, covering their eyes with tired hands and struggling against the wind. Sunny was at the head of the small column, shielded from the hurricane, somewhat, by Saint's indomitable back. There was a piece of black glass in his hand, and in it dwelled a reflection of a young man with one shining mirror-like eye. "Hurry, Sunless, you are almost there, but you must hurry. The creature is drawing close." "Shut up, bastard, I know it all." Gritting his teeth, Sunny pushed through the wind and walked forward. He felt as if he had been thrust into a scorching oven. The Skinwalker was on their heels, as relentless and inevitable as ever, but at this rate, the desert itself was going to kill them before the great abomination could. What a joke 6 of the most powerful ascended in the world will be done in by the environment. Wasn't it funny? His journey as an awakened had started with almost freezing to death in the cold mountains, and now, he was on the verge of succumbing to the unbearable heat of the cursed desert. The dream realm was merciless to the weak, but it was also ruthless toward the strong. Not that Sunny was particularly strong, yet. Randomly, he remembered a part of the speech Nephis had given to the sleepers in the Bright Castle, right before leading them to siege the Crimson Spire. The weak will die. The strong will die, too. And those who remain won't be the same. Follow me and you will never be slaves. He wanted to laugh. The world was entirely white, and incandescent. They were not going to last much longer in the annihilating sandstorm. Sunny already felt ready to collapse. He could only imagine how the others felt, without the same elemental resistance as his. Everyone had their own tools to deal with the heat, of course, but still they were all balancing at the very edge of oblivion. But, luckily, their destination was already close. Slowly, a massive dark shape revealed itself in the hurricane of pristine sand. Sunny froze for a moment, looking up. In front of them, some distance away, a giant block of black stone lay between the. In front of them, some distance away, a giant block of black stone lay between the white dunes, tilted to the side, its lines perfectly even and immaculately smooth. It seemed impervious to the destructive force of the sandstorm, the cataclysmic fury of the eternal battle between the ancient dead, and even the cruel ravages of time, and yet, one of its ends was cracked, broken, and utterly shattered. Sunny did not know what unholy blow could have damaged the indestructible black stone, and did not want to know. The sight of it stunned him. Not only because he recognized the block of stone for where it had come from, but also for what it was. The entirety of it emanated a familiar ghostly darkness. The giant block of black stone was a seed of nightmare. All of it. Beneath the seed, shielded from the wind by its vast expanse, a monstrous winged abomination lay on the sand. Its powerful limbs and long tail were dwarfed by the size of the black stone block, but none of them were deceived. The creature was massive and dangerous. It raised its long neck and looked in the direction of the 6 masters, making their tired bodies tense up. At the same time, Mordred's reflection smiled. "Oh, don't mind me, Sunless. That body is really unsightly, huh? Let me change really quick." The abomination opened its maw, and a small human body fell out of it into the sand. A moment later, the creature suddenly dropped its head, lifeless. The human body stirred. The Prince of Nothing slowly rose to his feet, and then waved at them with a bloody stump. The wind carried his voice. "Run, the Skinwalker is almost here." Sunny hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Nephis. Without wasting any more time, he gathered the last of his strength and dashed toward the giant block of black stone. The rest of them followed. They had already discussed everything that needed to be discussed. Everyone already knew everything there was to know about the nature of the third nightmares, how they were different from the previous two, and how they were similar. They would be entering the trial with their physical bodies this time, for one. After all, there was no distinction between the body that dwelled in the waking world and the body that wandered the dream realm once one became an ascended. That was something Nephis and Cassie had learned from Clan Vela, and shared with them. It was good to know. Apart from this fact, though, the nightmare they were going to enter was completely unknown. The Skinwalker was breathing down their necks, so there was no time to hesitate. Sunny reached Mordred and looked at him with a scowl. "You better not pull anything once we're inside." The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then grinned. "Ah, you took the words out of my mouth. Sunless, let's survive." Sunny nodded, then turned to his companions. What was there to say? He forced out a smile and shouted, "Everyone stay alive, we will return as saints." With that, he spared each of them one last glance. There were sparks of white flame dancing in Neff's eyes. Cassie was pale, but full of unbreakable resolve. Kai was looking at the black stone with a sense of resigned trepidation. Effie seemed grim and determined. Jet was smiling. She shook her head lightly and grinned. Life is sure unpredictable. Who would have thought that I'd end up challenging the third nightmare, after all? Soul Reaper laughed as she looked at Sunny. "Sunny, thank you." He stared at her for a moment, then shook his head. What a lunatic. With that, he turned around and took a step toward the black stone. 1 step, 2, 3. Slowly, the white inferno of the raging sandstorm disappeared, and all that remained was boundless darkness. In that darkness, Sunny heard the voice of the spell. "Ascended, prepare for your third trial." Its words echoed in the void. 13,700,077 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare. Sunny's eyes widened. What? End of Volume 6. All the devils are here. Chapter 1231, once more, with feeling. Sunny dreamt of a black pyramid. Somber and wreathed in darkness, it rose from a sea of flawlessly white sand like a towering mountain. Its slopes were like vast plains, and its sharp peak was like a spear that pierced the heavens. Outlined against the backdrop of the starlit sky, the pyramid was like a black rift in the fabric of the world. Its edifice was built from millions of colossal stone blocks. Each block was darker than the darkness itself and perfectly aligned, leaving no gaps between them. And each of them Sunny felt a cold terror grip his heart. Each of the stone blocks was a seed of nightmare. There were millions of them, some already in bloom, some still waiting for their turn to blossom. At the base of the pyramid, the nightmares were shallow and weak. Higher, they were harrowing and unfathomable. And higher still. The slope of the colossal pyramid was broken and covered in cracks, with many blocks either shattered into dismal dust or missing. For vast scars were tainting its immaculate surface, as if some unholy beast had torn through the eternal stone with titanic claws. Above the scars was a narrow capstone. But Sunny, he was not someone who could gaze upon it. The moment he did, his soul convulsed in agony, and his consciousness shattered. The time reversed its flow, but then stuttered and froze. The time warped and screamed. The silhouette of the black pyramid exploded into a myriad of lightless shards. And then, Sunny was no more. There was the sound of wind whistling in his ears. He was falling. Coming to his senses, still disoriented, he sighed. Here we go again. Before doing anything else, Sunny summoned the Essence Pearl. The next moment, he hit the water. I just knew this would to happen. Instead of thrashing wildly, he let his body sink and waited for the breathing memory to manifest itself. At the same time, Sunny extended his shadow sense outward and tried to understand the nature of his surroundings. Water. Nothing but water. Well, that's strange. Wasn't I in the desert just a few moments ago? They entered the nightmare through a giant block of black stone that lay between the dunes, half buried in the sand. Since the seed was in the desert, the nightmare was also supposed to take place in the desert unless the spell had sent them in a past so distant that the desert itself did not exist yet, hidden at the bottom of a sea. The thing, though, was that. That's very strange. The cool water around him was not seawater. It was fresh water. If Sonny was so inclined, he could open his mouth and drink as much as he wanted. Not that he would, of course. One thing was certain. Sonny had already guessed it before, but after witnessing the tomb of Ariel in the vision at the start of the nightmare, he was now sure the giant block of black stone was, in fact, one of the building blocks of the Great Pyramid. The unimaginable blow that had left for scars on the surface of the diamond's tomb must have sent quite a few of them flying far away into the desert. And Mordred had just happened to stumble upon one. Just as expected, the Prince of Nothing had ulterior motives. Or maybe they had just gotten terribly unlucky. Or maybe it was fate. In any case. Finally. The essence pearl finished weaving itself from sparks of ethereal light, and Sonny could breathe again. He could also see again, not that it was of any use in any direction he looked, there was nothing but clear water. There was a current, too, a strong and turbulent one. Sonny felt himself being pulled by it, unable to resist. Back to the surface. Breathing out a little, he watched the direction in which the bubbles rose, and followed. This time, Sonny did not have to panic and worry about drowning, since he had come prepared. The essence pearl was held safely in his mouth. Some time later, his head broke the surface of the water. Sonny looked around and frowned. Everything was covered in thick fog and suffused with somber twilight. He couldn't see far, and even his shadow sense seemed to be dulled by the mist. If there was one consolation, it was that the mist seemed to be of a harmless, albeit somewhat mystical, kind. It was not the harrowing fog of the Hollow Mountains or its like. I should be thankful, I guess. But he did not. Instead, Sonny felt numb. He had been in a constant state of tension since the start of the Battle of the Black Skull. The third nightmare was in no way less of an ordeal than the Nightmare Desert, but for now, at least, Sonny was safe. There were no nightmare creatures in the water, and no terrible danger waiting to swallow him alive. And so, able to relax for the first time since forever, Sonny suddenly felt utterly exhausted, deeply tired, drained of all feelings, and numb. With a sigh, he slowly spun in the water, and eventually noticed an unclear shape swaying on the waves some distance away, hidden by the mist. With nothing better to do, Sonny started to swim in that direction. Less than a minute later, he reached a large piece of wood resting on the water. The piece of floating wood was flat and irregularly shaped, with jagged edges, like a broken fragment of a ship's hull. Most importantly, it was big enough for Sonny to climb on, with plenty of room to spare. Pulling his tired body out of the water, Sonny climbed onto the slightly curved wooden raft and sprawled on it, looking up. There was no sky, only swirling mist. His thoughts were slow and heavy. Well, at least it's not so terribly hot anymore. That desert was a real nightmare. The Nightmare Desert. What a fitting name. He was now inside the third nightmare. And an exceedingly bizarre one, at that. The source of the nightmare was the tomb of Ariel. Funnily enough, the cohort had failed to reach the real pyramid in the dream realm, but still ended up brushing against the illusory copy of it. The very beginning of the nightmare was highly unusual, as well. Sonny had not seen the time flowing in reverse, as it was supposed to happen, so he had no idea where exactly he found himself, and had no hint of what he needed to do to resolve the conflict of the seed. And lastly, 13 million challengers. What the hell was that? Had the spell malfunctioned? There were not even 1 million awakened in the whole world, let alone anywhere near the Nightmare Desert. That was the strangest part. But Sonny He was too tired to think about all that right now. I'm going to have to explore the area first. Then, I'll start searching for the others. We'll figure something out together. With that, he slowly inhaled and closed his eyes. A few moments later, Sunny was lulled to sleep by the gentle swaying of the water. No, not again please. Sunny woke up with a yell and cursed, feeling his wooden shelter lurch and almost capsize because of his sudden movement. The remnants of a dire nightmare were already disappearing from his memory, leaving behind only the bitter taste of madness and despair. He shivered slightly, then grimaced and rubbed his face. What the hell now, I'm having nightmares within a nightmare. What a great damn start to the day. Suddenly consumed by anger, he stood up, clenching his fists, and shouted. Curse it all. His hoarse voice drowned in the mist. The mist did not look as thick as it had before, but it still veiled the entire world. There was nothing within the reach of his shadow sense except for the endless expanse of flowing water. Curse it all. Sunny shut his eyes for a moment, then winced and sat back down. He was in a terrible mood. What was even the point of it all? He was being pulled by the current just like he had always been before. For most of his life, Sunny had just gone with the flow, struggling to survive and only reacting to things that threatened him. Going to Antarctica was perhaps the first real decision he had made for himself. Sure, it might have been a reaction as well, but later, Sunny developed an understanding of what he wanted to achieve. He had wanted to protect the civilians of the Southern Quadrant and the soldiers of the evacuation army. He had wanted to prevent the Great Clans from messing everything up. The things he had done in East Antarctica were not a reaction, instead, they were the result of an active desire to change the world in the way he saw fit. That was the first time Sunny had tentatively attempted to bend the world to his will, instead of letting the world press him into the ground. And for what? What was the result? The siege capitals of East Antarctica were, most likely, already destroyed. The evacuation army had been wiped out, and the civilians had been slaughtered. There was a desperate hope in his heart that some miracle had happened, saving them all, but Sunny knew that it was a futile dream. When had there ever been a miracle like that? No. He failed. The world was not so easily bent. Damn it. Sunny stared into the mist with resentment. And then, he heard a voice. Done feeling sorry for yourself yet? What the? With a start, Sunny flinched away from the source of the voice. Falling on the wet surface of the wooden raft, he crawled back and looked up. N1N. There was a slender figure standing above him, with a mocking smile on his face. It was a young man with black hair, alabaster skin, and a lithe build. He was wearing a simple tunic of beautiful black silk and a pair of dainty silk shoes, looking like a porcelain doll. His eyes were like two pools of cold darkness. The young man was Sunny. Or rather, it was the Sin of Solace. However, the spirit of the cursed sword did not look vague and blurry anymore. It looked utterly complete and real. In fact, it looked slightly more real than Sunny himself. Guilty 3. Sui Nghca Njaitu. Chapter 1232, Lost in the Mist. What the hell? Sunny reached the edge of his makeshift raft and froze there, his fingers submerged in water. A perfect copy of him was standing motionlessly a few meters away, looking down with a mocking smile on his lips. The pale face, the onyx eyes, the raven black hair, it was all the same. But the apparition was much more composed and full of malice than Sunny. There was a boundless ocean of madness hiding behind the cold darkness of its amused gaze. For a moment, Sunny was convinced that one of Mordred's reflections had somehow found him within the mist. But the tone with which the apparition spoke was simply too familiar. With a shudder, he realized that this copy of him was the manifestation of the Sin of Solace. However, gods. You look so pathetic. Yeah, that's definitely that damn sword. But how could it be? At first, Sunny had only heard indistinct whispers when holding the Sin of Solace. Later, he could clearly hear its voice. And later still, after Falcon Scott, a vague illusory figure would follow him around now. However, that figure seemed perfectly real. That was not the most frightening fact, though. The most frightening thing was that Sunny did not have the Sin of Solace summoned. How could the spirit of the cursed sword be here, if the sword itself still rested within the still darkness of his soul? Suddenly, a chill ran down Sunny's spine. As if reading his mind, the Sin of Solace laughed. Ah, how fun. I'll give you some credit, lost from light you never failed to amuse, at least. What, are you afraid of me now? Sunny hated to admit it, but he was. He did not know what to expect from the cursed djinn it was tied to Ariel, after all, who was both the demon of dread and the architect of the harrowing pyramid of nightmares. Even if the transcendent memory only contained a facsimile of a distant whisper left behind by the ancient demon, it was still an artifact of terrifying power. He knew that power all too well. Sunny had slain many corrupted nightmare creatures with its help, after all some of whom he had no business being able to kill and, as a result, was exposed to its destructive influence in turn. He had thought that he was handling the insidious influence of the Sin of Solace well. But if he had, then why did the apparition feel more real than ever? How was it able to appear before him without him even holding the cursed sword? Sunny remained silent for a while, then forced out a smile. Afraid of you? Nonsense, of course not. The Sin of Solace tilted his head a little, studying Sunny with some interest. Oh, but I think you should. His voice sounded relaxed, but that only made the words more chilling to hear. However, Sunny exhaled with relief. Well, why would I? You're not real. Am I supposed to be frightened of every imaginary bastard? Life's too short for that. The doll-like young man in front of him raised an eyebrow. Are you sure that I am not real? Sunny scoffed. I wasn't before, but I am now. I suspected for a long time, of course, but since you were not annoying enough to waste my time on getting to the bottom of this, I chose to concentrate on other things. But hey, since it's just the two of us now, let me clear a few things. He moved away from the edge of the makeshift raft and looked up at the Sin of Solace while still remaining in a sitting position. There's no point in pretending to be something that you are not. And what you are not is a real being. No, you're just a tiny, insignificant part of my mind that the enchantments of the Sin of Solace turned against me. How do I know? Well, you are a part of me, so you should already be aware. The apparition remained silent, looking at him with curiosity. Sunny shook his head. I know because I can lie when I talk to you, and I also don't have to answer all of your questions. That is only possible when I am talking to myself. You asked me if I was done feeling sorry for myself. I was not compelled to answer. You asked if I was afraid of you. For a moment or two, I was, and yet I was able to say that I wasn't. So. He grimaced. Really, I should have realized it the first time you kept distracting me with annoying questions, and I told you to shut up instead of giving you a real answer. Oh, I feel ashamed that it took me so long. The Sin of Solace chuckled. Oh, but your flaw is a subjective thing, isn't it? Maybe you can lie to me not because I am a part of you, but simply because you believe that I am a part of you. Sunny smiled. Wouldn't it be great, if my flaw was so easy to deceive? No, that is not the case. Plus, I had no reason to believe that you weren't an actual entity before. If anything, it would have been the other way around. The apparition remained motionless, staring at him with a bleak expression. Then, the spirit of the cursed sawed the small broken piece of Sunny's own mind side. All right, you caught me. I am not real. Indeed, I am just a figment of your imagination. The Sin of Solace was quiet for a few moments, and then grinned. But, have you not considered that, maybe, quarreling and conversing with a splintered piece of your own mind is a bit more frightening than being haunted by a cursed sword? He laughed. I mean, wouldn't that mean that you have completely lost your mind? Lost from like damn lunatic. Oh, this is simply wonderful. Sunny stared at the laughing copy of himself with a somber expression. For once, he had nothing to say. After a few long moments, he turned away and uttered through gritted teeth. "Shut up, N1N." The water was murmuring softly as the strong current pulled the makeshift raft forward. The mist was slowly growing less thick, but Sunny still couldn't see or feel anything in it. When he grew thirsty, he summoned the endless spring and drank from it, looking at the clear water around him with suspicion. When he got hungry, he summoned the covetous coffer and took out some rations from inside it. "I should have stocked up before leaving the siege capital." To Sunny's disappointment, his supplies were already running low. He had kept the coffer well stocked while serving as an army scout, but after becoming an envoy to Clan Valor, there was no need to anymore. So, there had not been a lot of useful things left inside the bottomless chest at the start of the nightmare. It was hard to tell how much time had passed since Sunny entered the nightmare, too. The dim twilight permeating the mist never grew brighter or darker. However, he felt as if it had not been more than a couple of days. He had spent most of his time numbly staring at the wood grain of his makeshift raft. For some reason, it looked strangely familiar. The strange sense of familiarity was driving Sunny crazy. But then again, perhaps it was the fact that he had gone crazy that caused the irrational sense of familiarity with a random piece of flotsam. After all, there had to be a reason why the spirit of the Sin of Solace was suddenly much more clear, frighteningly real, and even able to appear without Sunny summoning the cursed sword. The less stable his mental state was, the more substantial the presence of the apparition was supposed to be. Sunny did not feel particularly insane, just numb, heartbroken, and emotionally drained. However, which lunatic knew of their madness? The Sin of Solace, meanwhile, was behaving rather strangely. Sunny was painfully aware of his many failures, so he had expected the apparition to barrage him with mockery and contempt. Did you want to protect the people of Antarctica? Did you think that your pathetic self was capable of protecting anything? Stuff like that. Hell, after that last conversation with Morgan, Sunny knew that the waking world was more or less doomed. He didn't even know if Rain would be okay. The Sin of Solace could have used that fact to drive a nail into his heart, too. But the cursed sword mostly remained silent. At some point, Sunny glanced at the apparition, which was still standing in the spot where it first appeared, and raised an eyebrow. "Hey, aren't you going to mock me? Don't you want to remind me how pitiful and pathetic I am?" Sunny's perfect copy stared at him for a few moments, then looked away with indifference. "That grew old ages ago. I can't be bothered." Sunny frowned. "Come to think of it, why is it that you haven't moved a single centimeter in all this time?" The Sin of Solace scoffed. "Where am I supposed to go? This raft is not that large, well, I might as well stand on water, true. But why should I?" Sunny studied him for a bit, then shook his head. "No, I think you're hiding something." His hallucination laughed. "Oh, yeah? So, now you are paranoid, too?" Instead of answering, Sunny rose from where he was sitting and took a step toward the Sin of Solace. His copy frowned. "What do you think you're? Get lost." Sunny pushed the apparition aside, forcing it to take a step back and sway dangerously at the very edge of the makeshift raft, almost falling into the water. The Sin of Solace cursed, but Sunny paid him no attention. Instead, he stared at the spot where the hallucination had been standing all this time. Interesting. There, a single rune was roughly carved into the wood. Chapter 1233, Coming to Terms with the End of the World. Not paying the Sin of Solace any attention, Sunny bent down and studied the rune. It was carved into the wood, but not with any kind of instrument. The grooves were deep, but crude and uneven, with rough and shaky edges. It was as if someone used their nails to scratch the rune into the wooden surface in a fit of madness. The rune was a familiar one, too. Wish. It had other meanings, to desire, yearning, longing, aspiration, even hope, sometimes, depending on the context. Sunny knew that rune all too well. How could he not, after spending so much time on the Chained Isles? But its most fundamental meaning was just that, a wish. He stared at the rune for some time, thinking. Who had carved it into the ancient wood? And why? Had it been carved before the piece of wood he was using as a raft ended up as flotsam, or after? What did it mean? Sonny hesitated for a bit, then tentatively scratched at the wood with his nail. It was really tough, much tougher than mundane would have been. This raft of his turned out to be really sturdy. He wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on it without losing a nail or two. What are you doing? Sonny gleamed at the Sin of Solace, who was looking at him with a bewildered expression. Playing dumb, huh? He pointed to the rune. Were you trying to hide it from me? The apparition tilted its head in confusion. Hide what? An angry expression appeared on Sonny's face, and he gritted his teeth. Stop messing with me, you pale bastard, you have been standing here this whole time, as if trying to prevent me from noticing the rune. However, deep inside, he felt a hint of doubt. Was he now seeing things? Was the rune not really there? The Sin of Solace suddenly laughed. God's you expression, it's priceless. What about the rune? So there is a rune. Why would I care? In fact, why do you care? You seem completely beside yourself. Sonny frowned, remained silent for a while, then let out a sigh. Indeed, why would he care about some rune? Yeah, it might have possessed some meaning, like hinting at something about hope. But a single rune was not enough to learn anything. Maybe he was just so bored that he made a big deal out of nothing. Maybe he was just trying really hard not to think about other things. Like the fate of East Antarctica. Or rain. Or himself. With a sigh, Sonny sprawled on the ancient wood and stared into the mist. East Antarctica was most likely finished. This was an appalling tragedy and a personal wound for Sonny. For the first time in his life, he had tried to act upon his nascent principles and failed. In the end, his intervention didn't amount to anything. Sure, he had prevented the great clans from causing the deaths of many civilians and government soldiers. But with the great abominations now rampaging across the southern quadrant, how many of those people he had saved would survive? Ah, this feeling, how bitter. The taste of failure was painful enough to make him want to never have such desires again. To never have the nerve to try and force his will upon the world again. To never try. So childish. He was like a novice who had swung his training sword once, failed to perform the cut perfectly, and instantly gave up on wanting to learn swordsmanship. How many thousands of swings had it taken him to gain a basic level of control over his blade on the Forgotten Shore? One failure, no matter how painful, was not a reason to stop trying. Nevertheless, even if he somehow overcame his disillusionment and numbness, the cruel truth remained the same. The chain of nightmares was only the start of a global catastrophe. Sonny did not know how many years the destruction of the waking world would take, a couple, a dozen, or 100, but he believed Morgan when she told him that it was inevitable. The scope of this truth was so vast that he could not even really comprehend it. It was the end of the world. Or was it? I'm stuck here in the third nightmare, and may very well die. But Rain is out there in the waking world, which might be consumed by a global cataclysm at any moment. Sonny could not help but feel restless, disheartened, and afraid for his sister. At least Serpent is with her. It will protect her. Regardless of that, the revelation of the dire future forced him to look beyond his own experiences and motivations. Sonny had been struggling against many things ever since becoming an awakened. His personal indignation at becoming bonded with Nephis, his desire to be stronger than her and escape the chains of fate, his animosity toward the great clans, and his ambition to see as many people as possible survive the chain of nightmares. All these matters were important and valid. But, blinded by them, he never seriously considered the most fundamental and important conflict, mostly because it had always seemed too large and distant to have anything to do with a small and insignificant person like him. The nightmare spell, which was slowly consuming humanity. Now that he knew that the waking world had reached the point of no return, Sunny couldn't ignore the looming terror of it anymore. This is just infuriating. I can't believe that I ended up being the bigger fool, out of the two of us. Back when Nephis had told him that her goal was to destroy the spell, Sunny called her a lunatic. And he still believed that her desire was nothing but pure madness. However, as it turned out, the world they lived in was a world of madness. So it was Sunny, who just wanted to operate a memory store and live a peaceful life, who was misguided. In retrospect, maybe Neph's desire to conquer all the nightmares and destroy the spell was a bit insane, but Sunny's desire to just be free of it all and live carefree was pure lunacy. The only sane ones were probably the people who fell somewhere in between these two extremes. Like Effie. Chapter 1234, Two Futures. Laying on a makeshift raft that was being pulled through boundless mist by a powerful current, Sunny suddenly burst out in laughter. Ah, I see now. Sin of Solace glanced at him with curiosity. What is it that you see, if you don't mind me asking? Sunny remained silent for a while. No, it's just that I suddenly remembered an old conversation. Years ago, in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, Effie, who was mostly a stranger back then, had told Sunny a strange thing. She had told him that the dream realm was not hell, like everyone believed, but instead a paradise, a dark and cruel one, but a paradise nevertheless. The kind of paradise they all deserved. He knew now that Effie felt that way because she had been trapped in a broken body and constrained to a wheelchair in the waking world, but received a chance to be healthy and vibrant in the dream realm. However, that was not the only reason. Effie also believed that the waking world was dying not because of the spell, but because of what humans themselves had done to the ecosystem they needed to exist. It might have even died already if it wasn't for the awakened and the gifts they had received from the spell. The last thing she had said to him back then was that one day, in the future, more people would consider the dream realm a paradise, just like she did. This is what it comes down to, isn't it? If Sunny tried to think realistically about the future, then the destruction of the waking world did not necessarily have to mean the destruction of humanity. Humanity was going to persevere, the small part of humanity that had access to the dream realm, to be more precise. There were hundreds of thousands of awakened in the world, a few hundred masters, and a few dozen saints. But these numbers were going to swell soon. If the chain of nightmares was any indication, the nightmare spell was starting to run rampant once again. There was going to be an incredible amount of infected in the coming years, numerous new sleepers, numerous new awakened. There would be much more masters, too, and even much more saints. Even if the waking world was consumed, these people would be able to live on in the small part of the dream realm that had already been conquered by humanity. Many things would be lost, but the citadels were not that far from being self-sufficient. Especially the great citadels like Bastion and Ravenheart, those were already like cities. So this is it. This is the future. Out of 3 billions, just a few millions would survive. Sunny remained motionless, staring into the mist. The Sin of Solace was silent. It is the future the sovereigns believe in, at least. Sunny heard once that the sovereigns had long given up on the waking world. Now, he understood better why, and what for. The great clans had been concentrating on creating a landing zone for humanity all this time, carving out a piece of habitable land in the dream realm. Their reasoning was grim and cruel, but realistic. Sunny stared. But it is not the only possible future. There was also the future Nephis believed in. Nephis, who saw the sovereigns as traitors and sinners not because they had destroyed her family, but because they had given up on trying to resist the spell. If a new supreme appeared, if that supreme conquered the fifth nightmare and became sacred or even divine, maybe then who was to say how the future would turn out? Maybe if a god was born from humanity, a divine miracle would save everyone. Wasn't it a sweet dream? Sure, the probability of something like that happening was 0. It was not realistic at all. It was impossible, just a bit of wishful thinking. However, Sunny couldn't help but allow himself to bask in that unrealistic dream for a few moments. He turned his head, staring at the lone rune that was carved into the ancient wood of his makeshift raft. Wish. Even though he knew that a miracle would not happen, he still wished that it did. But then, what was Sunny's own wish? He wanted to be free. Despite everything, he still wanted to be free. He wanted to have a choice, to be the master of his own fate, not a slave to it. He wanted to be strong, too. Strong enough to break his chains, and protect those he loved. He wanted to live a good life. It's time to stop thinking about the big picture and concentrate on what exactly I have to do right now. Most of the people he cared about were now inside this nightmare. There were a few of them in the waking world, as well, including Rain. So, his goal was rather simple. First of all, he had to survive. He also had to find his friends, and make sure that they survived, too. Then, they had to conquer the third nightmare and return to the waking world. A god might descend from the machine to save humanity, or not, most likely not. In any case, it would not happen anytime soon, so the next few years, at least, would go according to the future that the sovereigns envisioned. In that future, the value of a saint would be tremendous. A saint would not be easily dismissed or bullied. In fact, the opposite would be true. So, Sunny had to become a saint. This was very convenient, considering that he was already inside a third nightmare, and the only alternative to transcendence was death. Additionally, as a saint, he would be able to bring people, even mundane people, into the dream realm. So, should the waking world really perish, he would be able to save Rain and a few others from that destruction. Or give them a chance to be saved, at least. Survive. Transcend. These were his goals, for now. And should he succeed, maybe other things would become possible, too. Become strong. Live a good life. Protect those I love. Defeat fate. Be free. What a beautiful wish. Lulled by the sweet promise of a dreamlike future and the gentle swaying of the waves, Sunny slowly fell asleep. Chapter 12:35, Wondrous Sight. Sunny had a nightmare again. Waking up in cold sweat, he couldn't remember what he had dreamt about, but was momentarily paralyzed by an overwhelming feeling of a dark, dreadful, devouring obsession. His mental state must have suffered a greater blow than he had thought, for him to keep suffering from repeated nightmares. Well, that was not an unreasonable result, considering what had happened during the Battle of the Black Skull and after. I should summon Nightmare and let him guard my sleep. He can subjugate a few of these dreams, too. As soon as Sunny thought that, he felt that something was wrong. WH. In the next moment, the raft beneath him lurched, and then, the calming murmur of the flowing water suddenly turned into a deafening roar. Sunny was thrown off the cool wooden surface and tossed into the depths. Feeling water surge into his mouth and nose, he cursed, swiftly sensed the surrounding space, and tried to find the familiar piece of flotsam. It was his only refuge in the mist, after all. The raft was a few meters above him. Struggling against the current, Sunny swam upward. There was something strange, though the previously dark expanse of water around him was now suffused with light, and the higher he reached, the brighter it became. Finally, Sunny breached the surface and shut his eyes tightly, blinded by sunlight. The ever-present mist was gone. Pushing his body against the current, Sunny swam toward his reliable raft, climbed onto the slick wood, and coughed out a mouthful of water. Then, he brushed his wet hair back and tentatively opened his eyes. In. After days spent in the twilight of the ghostly mist, it took them a few seconds to adjust to the brightness of the day. Slowly, a breathtaking vista revealed itself from white radiance. Sunny gasped slightly. In front of him, as far as the eye could see, was a vast expanse of clear, sparkling water. Gentle sunlight reflected from its surface, making the whole world seem as if it was littered with gemstones. High above, in the great firmament of the blue sky, 7 suns were shining with beautiful light. One sun was rising from the waters far away to his right, painting the sky and the flowing water with 1,000 shades of soft lilac. The colors of dawn slowly brightened as they gradually turned into a vast expanse of vibrant blue right above Sunny. Far to his left, another sun was drowning in the blood-red water, turning the world into a conflagration of fiery crimson light. The eastern horizon was at dawn, and the western horizon was at dusk. However, it was the middle of the day where Sunny was. He stared at the incredible sight for a while, awed, then shifted slightly and looked back. Behind the raft, the world was exactly the same. There was nothing but water. No sign of the mist remained, as if it had never existed at all. Sunny sighed, then turned north again, or at least in the direction he chose to call north, considering that the only rising of the 7 suns was to his right. It was also the direction of the current that continued to carry his raft forward. He spent some time taking in the strange, wondrous landscape of the nightmare world. It reminds me of something. Sunny lingered for a few moments, wondering. Then, he took a deep breath. The 7 radiant suns, the vast expanse of clear water, it reminded him of a soul sea. His own would have been similar, if he had radiant soul cores instead of the lightless shadow cores. Of course, he only had 5 of those, and the dark waters of his soul were still and unmoving. His soul sea was also infinitely smaller. There were other differences, too. Still, the world in front of him seemed too eerily beautiful to be a mundane place. Which posed a question. Where the hell am I? There was no desert in sight. There was no black pyramid, either. All Sunny could see was the bright water and the 7 strange suns. It was a known fact that the sky, including the celestial bodies populating it, was not uniform across the different regions of the dream realm. Still, he was pretty sure that he had never been anywhere near a place like that. And there was definitely nothing like that within the nightmare desert. Sunny could reluctantly imagine that the spell had sent him into a past so distant that the desert was still the bottom of a sea. However, even that would not explain the strangeness of the vibrant sky above him. Just what kind of sea did we enter? There was the sound of splashing, and the Sin of Solace calmly walked across the surface of the water to stand atop the wooden raft again. He was perfectly dry and unbothered by the sudden change of scenery. There was a slight smile on his porcelain face. Quite a sight, isn't it? Sunny nodded silently, then suddenly looked intently at the spot where the apparition was standing. The pale wood was dark and wet with water. When the mist had mysteriously disappeared, the raft must have overturned, revealing its bottom side. And that underside was riddled with chaotic, manic lines. They were runes, thousands of them, all blending into one demented tapestry. But not only runes. Sunny recognized some of the crudely carved symbols, but others were entirely unfamiliar to him. With a shudder, he noticed that there were even the familiar letters of the human language. Translated by the spell, all the symbols were repeating the same words. Wish wish wish, be careful of wish wish, be careful of what you wish for, wish for wish for wish for wish wish wish, be careful of what you wish for, be careful of what you wish wish for. Sunny froze. The words continued, spilling over the ancient wood as they broke and crisscrossed each other. Just like the single rune on the other side of the raft, it looked like they had been scratched into the incredibly durable wood by someone's nails. The lines were rough and frantic, but deep and forceful. Sunny scowled, feeling an uncontrollable desire to move away from the deranged weave of runes. He felt a sense of dire madness radiating from them, and was irrationally wary of being infected by it. However, there was nowhere to move. The whole raft was covered by the mad litany of twisted symbols. The part of it that he could see, the part where the Sin of Solace was standing calmly, and even the part where he was kneeling were all riddled with them. Suddenly tense, Sunny looked away and glanced at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water once again. Somehow, it didn't seem as dreamy anymore. Chapter 1236, Great River. Be careful of what you wish for. Sunny considered these words despite feeling that thinking about them too hard was, perhaps, not too wise. The aura of madness radiating from the carvings was just too intense to ignore. The sight of the thousands of runes carved into the underside of his makeshift raft was more than a little bit ominous. However, he was not very concerned about how urgent and demented they looked. What really made him wary were the symbols themselves. There were familiar runes, and unfamiliar symbols, too. Although Sunny had extensively studied the various known languages of the dream realm, he could easily admit that there might have been writing systems that he had never seen. Even if it was a little strange that they were not only completely unknown to him, but also bore no passing resemblance to any of the ones he had brushed against before. However, how could there be the letters of human language here? That was what really disturbed him. Have someone from the evacuation army entered this nightmare already? But no, that made no sense. The chances of an awakened from his world entering the same nightmare, finding the exact same piece of flotsam, and carving words from a dozen different languages, some of which even a researcher like Sunny had never stumbled upon, let alone mastered into the wood before disappearing without a trace, were infinitely small. Not to mention that the markings did not seem fresh. They seemed like they had been made a long, long time ago. So what the hell was the meaning of this? In fact, what the hell was the meaning of this entire nightmare? There had been no vision of reverse time when Sunny entered it. There were apparently millions of challengers who had entered it before him. There was no desert, no pyramid. Instead, there were the 7 suns and a seemingly boundless expanse of water that sparkled under their light. None of it made any sense at all. Even his shadows looked perplexed. With a quiet groan, Sunny rubbed his temples and glanced at the Sin of Solace. What do you think about all this? The pale apparition looked at him with a smile. I am a part of you, so you should already be aware. No? Recognizing his own words, Sunny sighed and turned away. Bastard. The Sin of Solace laughed. Sunny remained motionless for a while, trying not to look at the runes. Then, he studied the 7 suns for some time. There's a lot of weirdness going on, and there's a lot of things that I don't know. So, let's think about what I do know. He was floating on a piece of wood in the middle of a vast body of water. However, that body itself was strange. It was seemingly as large as an ocean, with no land in sight, but composed of clear fresh water. All that water also seemed to be moving, flowing in a certain direction. Fresh water and a uniform current. If Sunny disregarded the unimaginable scope, then wouldn't that make this place a river? A river that was greater than the vastest of seas, but still a river. So did he know of any rivers like that? Sunny shifted slightly. In fact, I do know about a river that was described as great. A river that existed outside of time and flowed endlessly from the future into the past, the Great River. It was mentioned in the description of the stifled scream. There was also a hint of a dreadful secret being hidden in its estuary. Coincidentally, or maybe not, an estuary of some sort was also mentioned in the description of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk. According to it, the Sibyls had reached the tomb of Ariel and embraced the estuary after the voices of the gods grew silent. That was how they had fallen. If the estuary that the Sibyls had embraced was the estuary of the Great River, where a dreadful secret was hidden, then the Great River and the tomb of Ariel were obviously connected. But how? Why would the spell send Sunny into the waters of the Great River after touching one of the building blocks of the Black Pyramid? And if this was indeed the Great River, then was he actually floating into the past right now? Sunny remained motionless for a while, staring at the sparkling water and the 7 radiant suns. Ah! My head hurts. He was pretty certain that he was right, and this was indeed the Great River that existed outside of time. That would explain why the vision of Ariel's tomb had been interrupted and why he had not seen the usual reversal of time at the start of the nightmare. Probably. However, he still had no idea what being on the Great River meant, and what the nightmare had to do with it. An uncomfortable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. I won't leave the nightmare in the past if I take too long to conquer it, right? It would be really awkward if the current of the Great River took him so far into the past that he appeared in the prehistoric time of the waking world, where there were no nightmare creatures, but plenty of dinosaurs instead. Then again, this river was supposed to exist outside of time. So it was just as likely that, should he survive the nightmare, he would return to the waking world at the exact same moment that he had left it. Come to think of it, if this nightmare had a strange relationship with the flow of time, then it could possibly explain how 13 million challengers, way more than there were awakened in the waking world, had ended up inside of it. Maybe they had entered, and would enter the nightmare at various points in time before Sunny was alive, during his life, and long after he was dead. That was a very confusing and incredibly troublesome thought, though. Because it meant that in all that time, none of them had managed to conquer the nightmare. Sunny shivered. I'm just guessing, though. I might be completely wrong about the whole thing. In fact, it's most likely that I am. He still needed more information. Although Sunny had a very good memory and could easily remember the descriptions mentioning the Great River, he still decided to summon the rune and take another look at them. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Name Sunless. True name Lost from Light. Rank Ascended. Class Tyrant. N.IN. Shadow Cause 57. Shadow Fragments 123650000. Memories Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard. He searched for the runes of the stifled scream, but then froze. A strange expression appeared on Sun Y's face. What? At the end of the long list of his memories, there was a string of runes that had not been there before. Chapter 1237, the answer is. In the past, receiving a new memory had always been an important and memorable event for Sunny. After all, with his advantage in deciphering the secrets of their enchantments, memories were one of his most powerful tools. Sunny relied on his soul arsenal a lot. However, as time had gone by, the importance of the memories lessened to a large extent. Of course, he was still reliant on them, but these days, most of the rewards he received from the spell were either too weak for his level of power or inferior to something he already possessed. With rare exceptions, their worth lay mainly in expanding his repertoire of weaving and serving as fuel for the evolution of his shadows. So, getting a new memory was not as memorable an event as it had been before. Still, it was not to the extent that Sunny could forget receiving one. N0 What the hell? He seemed to be saying this phrase a lot recently. Sunny was befuddled, but he couldn't deny what he saw. There was indeed a new string of runes at the end of the list of his memories, one that he neither recognized nor had ever seen before. He scowled, then threw a suspicious glance at the Sin of Solace. After hesitating for a while, Sunny chose not to say anything and turned his attention back to the runes. Not only had the new memory appeared out of nowhere, but its name also made him feel a deep sense of unease. The runes read: Memory Key of the Estuary. Sunny stared at it for a minute or two, disturbed. He had just been thinking about the tomb of Ariel, the Great River, and its estuary, and now, this. What did the name of the memory mean? Where did it come from? And, more importantly, when did it appear? He had not killed anything, or anyone, after entering the nightmare. His shadows were within his soul. See, they couldn't have slain a nightmare creature, either. Except for Soul Serpent. But if Rain had been attacked by an abomination and Serpent killed it while defending her, the spell should have still announced the kill and the acquisition of a memory to Sunny. Yet he had not heard its voice since entering the nightmare. Had it happened while he was asleep? With a grim expression, Sunny pulled his attention from the mysterious memory and glanced at the list of his shadows. Soul Serpent's runes were still bleak and lifeless, but they were there, which meant that Serpent had not been destroyed, at least. It wouldn't have let anything happen to Rain without sacrificing itself first. So, Rain was most definitely all right. She had to be. Suddenly, Sunny felt his heart turn cold and heavy. He looked at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water with a somber expression, his eyes full of concern and darkness. Then, he slightly shook his head and looked down. Doesn't make any sense. What were the chances of a random abomination in the distant NQSC gifting Sunny with a memory that was connected to the Great River? Why would it? Pursing his lips, he let out a heavy sigh and turned his attention back to the runes, concentrating on the estuary key made more shimmering symbols appear in the air. As soon as Sunny started reading them, his expression changed. Memory key of the estuary. Memory rank supreme. Supreme? His heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Sunny's unease deepened. He should have been excited to find himself in possession of such a powerful memory. However, instead, all Sunny felt was a cold sense of dread. It was because he firmly believed that nothing in this world, two worlds, rather was ever free. So, getting a supreme memory out of nowhere only made him feel apprehension. Could Serpent even kill a great nightmare creature? Soul Serpent was an ascended tyrant, just like Sunny. Sunny himself was not powerful enough to dare face a great abomination. His chances of surviving such a fight were not zero, but very close to it. The vessels of the Skinwalker were proof. Frowning, Sunny swallowed his questions and continued to read. Memory Tier 6. 6th Tier. He didn't even bother to consider the implications and turned to the description, which was strangely short. There were only several shimmering runes. Memory description: the answer is oblivion. Sunny stared grimly at the short string of runes, perplexed. The answer? He was confused. To what question? Was oblivion the key to the estuary? What did it mean? Or was it not oblivion, but oblivion, the demon of oblivion? But what did that easily forgotten demon had to do with anything? Sunny rubbed his face, then glanced at the enchantments of the mysterious memory. However, to his disappointment, there were no more hints hidden in the runes. All he saw was memory enchantments. Enchantment description. And that was it. There seemed to be only one enchantment, but it had no name and no description. It was just like the Where Is My Eye? Enchantment of Weaver's Mask, which had not been named until Sunny used it. There was one difference, though. Where Is My Eye was an active enchantment, while the enchantment of the estuary key seemed to be a passive one. Sunny took a deep breath. So what is the probability that Soul Serpent had killed a great terror while I slept, and that the memory received by me as a result has to do with the Great River? That was the only logical explanation, and yet, the logic of that explanation was highly questionable. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and summoned the key of the estuary. Of course, it would have been more prudent to first study the mysterious memory in the soul sea, yet, somehow, Sunny felt reluctant to touch it within his soul. Soon, countless sparks of darkness swarmed around his palm, and then slowly formed into a jagged piece of black stone. The jagged stone was utterly black and cool to the touch, reminding Sunny of the building blocks of the tomb of Ariel. There were no features to it, no runes or images carved into its surface. It was just a rough, palm-sized chunk of stone that seemed like something one would randomly pick up from the ground. Since the mysterious enchantment of the estuary key was a passive one, it was supposed to come into effect as soon as the memory was summoned. However, if it was doing something, Sunny couldn't tell. He did not feel any changes, neither in himself nor in the world. Oh, I feel like I'm going mad. He had been bombarded by more and more bizarre questions since the start of the nightmare, and none of them had any answers. There was also an answer that didn't seem to have a question. Even the Sin of Solace had become a bit weird. Uttering a quiet curse, Sunny concentrated and peered beneath the surface of the jagged black stone. Even if the enchantment had no name and no description, he could still study its weave himself. After all, by now, he had some knowledge of weaving, as well as the ability to intuitively feel the purpose of various weaves. Within the estuary key, there was a vast tapestry of ethereal strings. It was not the most complicated spell weave Sunny had ever seen that would be the weave of Weaver's Mask, but it was still incredibly complex, and unimaginably intricate. An enchantment like that was hopelessly outside the scope of what he himself could create, at least. Sunny was stunned. However, he was not stunned by the intricacy or complexity. Instead, what paralyzed him were the strings themselves. Because, unlike the strings of soul essence that comprised the weaves of all memories created by the spell, these ones were not ethereally luminous and silvery white. Instead, they were lightless and dark. Like something Sunny himself would create. Chapter 1238, So Bizarre. The strings of the memories created by the spell were made out of soul essence, at least Sunny was convinced that they were. They were strings of ethereal, silver light. The strings that Sunny himself weaved, however, were made out of shadow essence. Although they were a perfect substitute for the strings of light, they appeared entirely black. This was the reason why the weaves of the memories he modified were like a patchwork of light and darkness. The weave of the estuary key, however, had no light at all. Every string of its vast and intricate tapestry was black, as if created out of shadow essence. It was just like the siege souvenir that Sunny had made and used to kill Goliath. Sunny stared at the jagged piece of black stone, dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? How could there be a memory such as this if he had not created it? Suddenly, there was cold sweat on his face. N0 Have I lost a part of my memories? Oblivion, the answer was oblivion. Sunny shifted, and his hand instinctively shot to the side, ready to grasp a weapon. The Sin of Solace observed his panic with an amused smile. A few seconds passed, then a few more. The great river was peaceful and desolate, with not a threat in sight. Slowly, Sunny allowed himself to relax. Even if I somehow lost some memories, that wouldn't explain this damned memory. Sunny was certain that he was not capable of creating a spell weave of such magnitude and complexity. He was nowhere near that level, as far as weaving was concerned. Much more importantly, he knew for a fact that he was not capable of killing a great terror to collect 6 supreme soul shards. Although, this memory was an artificial one, the soul shards could have come from 6 great beasts instead. Or 6 sovereigns. The Sin of Solace offered a suggestion with a mocking grin. Sunny flinched, then glared at the apparition. His face was even paler than usual. Ha! Ha, very funny. He was incapable of killing 6 great beasts either. Or even one, most likely. Now, he really felt as if he was losing his mind. A supreme memory of the 6th tier appeared in his soul out of nowhere, and on top of that, it seemed to have been made. So what does it mean? Now, he really felt as if he was losing his mind. A supreme memory of the 6th tier appeared in his soul out of nowhere, and on top of that, it seemed to have been made from shadow essence. It was just too bizarre. Sunny groaned, grabbed his head and froze for a few minutes, thinking. After a while, his agitation lessened a little. It can still be explained. Even if the explanations are more than a little bit out there. First of all, the fact that the strings of the estuary keys were seemingly made out of shadow essence did not mean that it was Sunny who had created them. There could have been another shadow creature capable of weaving somewhere here. In fact, Sunny had never received a memory for killing a shadow creature. Who knew, maybe all memories awarded for slaying shadows were like that. So it was still possible that somewhere in the waking world, Serpent had slain a great terror that had been a shadow creature once, and Sunny received the reward which just happened to be tied to the great river while asleep. Of course, it was extremely hard to believe that something like that had happened. But Sunny had been living with the fated attribute for many years now. If there was one thing he had learned, it was that he should never say never. All kinds of improbable coincidences were prone to happening to him. There were 2 other explanations, as well. One of them was that Sunny had somehow vastly improved his mastery of weaving, procured 6 supreme soul shards, created the key of the estuary, and then forgotten all about it. In the process, none of his other runes had changed, either his class, number of shadow fragments, collection of memories, and the state of his shadows were all the same as they had been before entering the nightmare. Well, that was not exactly true. One thing about him had indeed changed, and to a frightening degree. It was the Sin of Solace. The spirit of the cursed sword was entirely different from how it had been before. But that was the only discrepancy. Nevertheless, the second explanation was even less believable than the first one. Too many things about it did not make any sense. The third explanation had to do with the Great River, and the nature of time. Since time worked strangely in this nightmare, it was maybe possible that Sunny would create the key of the estuary in the future, but was somehow capable of already possessing it in the present. He really didn't know that much about time, or rather, he knew just as much about it as any person would. Sunny was not ignorant, but time itself was like a perversion of itself here. In any case, he had no idea how it worked on the Great River. So, who was to say that something like that couldn't happen? The third explanation was the most bizarre, and yet, it somehow sounded more plausible than the other two. Sunny dismissed the estuary key and silently stared at the vast expanse of flowing water in front of him. The 7 suns were slowly traveling across the blue sky. So, in conclusion, I have no idea how I ended up on this river instead of in the Nightmare Desert, no knowledge about what the Great River actually is, no hints about what to do to conquer the nightmare, and no clue where the others are. And on top of that, there is a mysterious memory in my soul, and the Sin of Solace seems to have gone through a strange transformation. Sunny sighed as he enjoyed the beautiful view. Wonderful. The Sin of Solace glanced at him with a smile. I'm glad you're in a good mood. Then, the apparition took a tentative step back and grinned. But, Sunny, shouldn't you be paying more attention to the surroundings in a situation like this? Sunny frowned for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had been distracted by the barrage of weird revelations and lulled into a false sense of security by the beautiful tranquility of the Great River. Which was why he was a second too late to sense a vast shadow rising swiftly from the depths below him. Summoning a memory, he cursed and jumped high into the air. In the next moment, giant jaws tore the surface of the water on both sides of his makeshift raft and closed, turning it into thousands of sharp splinters. Chapter 1239, Sea Monster. The piece of flotsam had survived untold years of drifting on the currents of the Great River, and was so sturdy enough that Sunny couldn't easily leave a scratch on it despite being an ascended tyrant. Nevertheless, in just an instant, it was utterly obliterated. The thousands of manic runes carved into its surface were destroyed. All that remained were tiny splinters, and even those disappeared a split second later, when the giant jaws snapped shut. A massive serpentine head appeared from beneath the water, 2 monstrous eyes staring at Sunny with hunger and malevolent fury. Azure scales glistened in the sunlight, each one larger and thicker than the armor plates of a heavy military APC. The creature was utterly enormous, ancient, and seemingly mad. But Sunny was already in the air. The height of his vertical jump was nothing to scoff at, so there was a lot of distance between him and the sharp narrow snout of the abomination. However, it did not matter, because the giant sea serpent continued to rise from the water, revealing its tower-like neck. Its maw opened again like the gates of a dark abyss. Another second later, it had already shot 24 meters into the sky, threatening to swallow Sunny whole. Curse it, why does such a huge monster even want to eat a tiny morsel like me? But then again, nightmare creatures were not really interested in human flesh. What they wanted were human souls, and as far as souls went, Sunnis was powerful and vast despite his modest size. Damn it, N0 in. Sunny twisted in the air and kicked down. He was not trying to strike the sea serpent. Instead, he used one of its fangs as a trampoline to catapult himself even further up. The timing of this desperate maneuver had to be incredibly precise, and the tiniest mistake meant death, but he was nothing if not quick. Especially when augmented by all 5 of his shadows. And if the bastard lost a tooth as a result, well, that would be even better. However, the sea serpent's fang did not break from Sunnis' powerful kick. In fact, it was almost the opposite. If not for Boneweave, Sunnis' leg might have snapped. The giant fang seemed utterly indestructible, like a monolith made of pristine crystal jade. Wincing in pain, Sunny shot higher into the sky and the creature followed. The serpent's long body continued to rise from the water, revealing its terrifying size and length. Just from the small part that could be seen, he judged that the abomination was at least a couple 100 meters in length. It was a true Leviathan. Gods! Sunny was not sure that he could escape high enough to save himself from the sea monster, or rather, the river monster. Even worse, he had nowhere to land. All around them, there was nothing but water. He looked at the approaching Maw in despair. And then, the memory he had summoned finally manifested itself into reality. It was not the sin of Solace, nor was it any other weapon. Instead, it was a long and narrow needle forged out of black metal, with golden wire wrapped around one of its ends. The heavenly burden. Without hesitating even for a moment, Sunny drove the needle into his forearm, grimaced, and swiftly sent all his shadows to wrap themselves around it. Instantly, the speed of his ascent increased tremendously. The heavenly burden did not give a person the ability to fly, but it did make the things it pierced float upward. Usually, the speed with which one drifted into the sky was not too great, but with the augmentation of 5 shadows, things changed. The maw of the Azure Leviathan, which had been drawing closer to Sunny at a frightening pace, slowly started to fall behind. He was ascending into the air faster than the serpent was rising from the water. The surface of the great river already seemed rather distant. Damnation, why do I feel like a hot air balloon? After a few more minutes, the giant jaws snapped shut once again, and the Leviathan stopped, staring upward with dark, hungry madness burning in its huge inhuman eyes. About 50 meters of its long body had already risen from the waters of the great rivers, looming above them like a tower of glistening azure scales. Streams of water flowed from the long ridge of its dorsal fin, with curved spikes protruding from it like giant blades. The monstrous sea serpent was rather magnificent. Or it would have been, if not for the clear signs of decay and corruption marring its massive body. Its eyes, which had been golden once, were now dim and cloudy, with lines of crimson pus spreading from them toward the long snout. The azure scales were covered by countless scars, some of them missing entirely to reveal pale, desiccated flesh. Pieces of rotten meat were stuck between its dark fangs. The ancient serpent stared at Sunny, and Sunny stared back. This is not good. The Leviathan was large enough to be a titan. Granted, dwellers of the depths were often larger than their land counterparts, but if it was indeed a titan, then Sunny was in big trouble. Because titans had all kinds of ways to kill someone like him from afar. Shuddering, he concentrated and peered through the azure scales. He needed to understand what the creature's rank and class were. What Sunny saw left him shaken and revolted. Darkness, nothing but vile darkness, with only one pronounced node that was the source of it. His mouth was suddenly dry. A great beast. Still being carried into the sky by the heavenly burden, Sunny let out a stifled laugh. Well, that's unexpected. He had never thought that he would be glad to see a great beast one day. But he was. A great beast was a harrowing creature of indescribable destructive power, but it was still fundamentally a beast. And beasts did not usually possess any unnatural powers. So, while the azure serpent was without a doubt an absolutely disaster, useful for Sunny, meeting it was still better than encountering a titan, a terror, a tyrant, or even a devil of a lesser rank. Because the creature couldn't do anything to him while Sunny remained in the sky. But there is a problem. Forcing himself to look away from the towering monstrosity, Sunny studied the vast expanse of the great river. There was nothing but water, no matter in which direction he looked. He had nowhere to land. Chapter 1240, Sunny Zeppelin. The giant great beast was growing smaller and smaller as Sunny rose higher into the sky. The winds were howling, and he was slowly starting to feel apprehensive about how long it would take him to fall back down. The view was simply breathtaking, but even from such a high vantage point, Sunny could not see a single piece of land. There were no islands, no continents, and no ships. There was not even another piece of flotsam. He sighed. What a predicament. Enjoying the view? Sunny flinched and craned his neck, looking at the Sin of Solace. His identical copy was calmly standing on thin air, looking down at him. The wind was playing with the apparition's long black hair. Sunny frowned. I really need to get a haircut. You're ignoring me now? Ungrateful. He glared at the apparition silently, then asked. How are you doing that? Why aren't you falling? A wicked smile appeared on the face of the cursed spirit. It's because, unlike you, I'm not weighed down by sin. Sunny scoffed. Bastard, it's literally in your name. The two were silent for a few moments, giving him ample time to enjoy the fact of just how insane he had become. After a while, the Sin of Solace pointed down. Why bother resisting? Here's an idea, just go jump into this beast's maw. Haven't you heard the stories about people traveling inside a sea creature's belly? With your luck, it will definitely bring you to somewhere pleasant. Sunny stared at the porcelain face of the apparition. Enin. If I die, you die too, you know. The Sin of Solace grinned. Maybe I would rather die than spend more time in your company. Have you ever thought about that? Sunny gritted his teeth, then looked away. Has not real, has just a part of me. Since when am I this irritating? Sighing, he summoned the Dark Wing. Soon, a translucent cloak appeared on his back and turned into a blur. The shadows moved, flowing from the heavenly burden to cover it in darkness. Illuminated by the light of 7 suns, Sunny followed the current of the great river as he glided forward. To his right, the world was painted in hues of lilac by the light of dawn. To his left, the water was like a sea of burning blood because of the crimson dusk. All around him, the blue sky was suffused with the bright radiance of the day. The Sin of Solace calmly walked across that sky, following him. His hands were clasped behind his back. There has to be something, anything in this nightmare. It can't just all be water. Sunny was pretty sure that there would be some place where he could land. Otherwise, the trial was too unreasonable. Anyone without memories like the Essence Pearl and the Nimble Catch would be doomed. The spell was not an executioner. Of course, with his luck, he might have been sent thousands of kilometers away from the nearest piece of land. That would not be the first time Sunny found himself on the receiving end of truly terrible fortune. There was only one way to find out. Well, actually, there were a couple. He could try surviving the Where Is My Eye enchantment for the 3rd time. And he would, if there was no other way. The giant sea monster below followed Sunny with its cloudy eyes, and then dove back into the water. However, its vast shadow remained, moving slowly just below the surface. It was keeping pace with the flying human. Sunny's expression grew bleak. Not willing to let go, huh? Did he offend the serpent's ancestors in his past life? Time went by. The sea serpent continued to follow Sunny, raising its head above the water from time to time to throw a chilling look in his direction. At some point, Sunny removed the black needle from his forearm and allowed himself to glide down for a while. There was a great beast waiting for him in the river, and if there was one below, there could easily be one above. Being attacked by a flying abomination was the last thing Sunny wanted to happen, but if it did happen, he wanted to at least have the opportunity to dive back into the water and try his luck in the depths. Maybe the two abominations would fight with each other instead. This was why he dared neither rise too high above the water nor get too low. Sunny felt tense, somber, and a bit exasperated. No, really. What kind of messed up situation is this? He had turned into a blimp. After gliding down for a while, he winced and pushed the black needle back into his forearm. And so it continued. The great beast stubbornly followed, always staying precisely below Sunny. The hours slowly went by. Sometimes, he would rise, and sometimes, he would descend. The heavenly burden continued to poke small holes in his skin, which then immediately healed thanks to the living stone trait of the shell. Sunny grew angry. Then, he grew depressed. Then, he grew bored. Eventually, he started to enjoy the feeling of flying through this beautiful world of radiant sunlight and shining water. A small smile appeared on his face. There was a great abomination waiting to gobble Sunny up, and yet, he felt strangely peaceful. How many people out there dreamed of being able to fly? Maybe I did lose my mind. He was happy that the sin of solace, at least, was keeping his mouth shut. The 7 suns slowly moved across the sky. Eventually, the dawn to his right dissipated, giving way to night. The 7th sun rose above the water and crawled west across the firmament, followed by a spreading darkness. The sun to his left drowned in the crimson water and disappeared, soon followed by another. One by one, all 7 suns disappeared beyond the western horizon, and the sky became completely black. There was no moon, and no stars. However, soon after absolute darkness consumed the world, the waters of the great river themselves began to emanate a soft, shimmering radiance. Sunny held his breath, stunned by the sublime beauty of this dark, luminous world. The whole boundless expanse of the great river was now suffused with faint, but beautiful light. It was as though the 7 suns were now somewhere far below, the soft echo of their light barely reaching the world through the unfathomable mass of water. How pretty! Sunny stared at the softly shining expanse of water for a while. Then, his expression turned dull. If there was one flaw to this ethereally beautiful scene, it was the dark shape beneath the surface of the flowing water, and the 2 giant eyes staring at him with hunger and madness. The day was over, and the night had come. But the damned great beast was still patiently waiting for him below. Looking at the head of the ancient sea serpent, Sunny sighed. I wonder how many days I can survive. Chapter 1241, Dark Island. Sunny glided through the dark sky above the luminous expanse of softly shining water. The wind was caressing his skin, and tranquil silence ruled the world. If not for the need to pierce himself with the sharp needle over and over again, he would have found the situation relaxing. Of course, there was also the monstrous sea serpent that patiently pursued him, staring at the perfectly black canvas of the night sky with cloudy eyes. He also had to constantly remain on high alert. There was no telling what else could attack him from above. After a while, Sunny let out a sigh. How tiresome. He was starting to miss the days of plummeting into the sky below. At least he had the dead mimic to sit on back then. Now, there was nowhere for him to rest. Sunny continued to fly forward, surrounded by nothing except empty air. He had the sin of solace with him instead of Mordred, too. It was really hard to tell which one of them was worse company. What? Have you lost? I strongly protest against this comparison. The apparition glanced at him with contempt, then looked away. Sunny sighed again. Yeah, you are way more handsome than that guy. Sorry. I went too far. The sin of solace scoffed, and they continued forward in silence. After a long while, the faint radiance of the flowing water grew a little dimmer. The eastern horizon brightened, and then, the first of the suns appeared from below in a crown of lilac hues. A new day was starting. The soft light suffusing the great river slowly dissipated, and the 7 suns appeared from below the water one after another. Soon, the western horizon was once again wreathed in the crimson flames of dusk. Everywhere else, it was bright day. Sunny stared at the great beast below him with resentment. He was tempted to summon Morgan's warbow and start turning the ancient serpent into a pincushion. Even if the might of his arrows was not enough to pierce the azure scales of the creature, he was sure that they would at least irritate it. Why should Sunny be the only one feeling endless frustration? However, doing so was only going to consume his essence. He wasn't willing to waste it needlessly in a situation where it was impossible to tell what would happen next. Gritting his teeth, Sunny steeled his will and continued flying above the water. An hour went by. Then, one more. Actually, Sunny had no idea if those were really hours. The 7 suns shining above the great river were too bizarre and unreliable to use them for measuring the time. He just guessed how much of it had passed based on intuition, but he could have easily been wrong. In any case, more time flowed past him. Or was it Sunny who was flowing through time? Questions like this were driving him mad. I am really starting to Sunny suddenly froze and looked at a certain spot on the great river. There, a great distance away, a black dot had finally appeared atop the sparkling water. His heart skipped a beat. Land? He lingered for a moment, then glanced at the long shadow hiding beneath the surface of the water right below him. Then, he changed the direction of his flight slightly and sped up, hoping to reach the black dot as soon as possible. There was no guarantee that finding a place to land would save him from the great abomination. But maybe he would be able to rest, at least. The wind whistled in Sunny's ears as he glided along the current of the great river, moving perhaps further into the past. Slowly, the dot grew larger, and he was able to see a few details of what it was. In front of him, still some distance away, was a dark island. The island was not very large, no more than a kilometer across, and consisted entirely of black, weathered rock. It had steep slopes, with deep grooves and twisting fissures running through them. There were vast patches of green moss scattered across the surface of the island, as well as towering outcroppings of something that resembled tarnished silver. The glistening edges were sharp and jagged. Sunny felt a bit of hope. The island was not large, but it was large enough to pose an obstacle for the sea monster. If the abomination wanted to follow Sunny to the surface, it would have to leave the water entirely, and fighting on land would be very advantageous to Sunny. Maybe the ancient serpent would not climb out of the river at all. But even if it did, it would be out of its element. With Sunny, Saint, Nightmare, Imp, and the 5 shadows, maybe they stood a chance of driving the creature away, or even killing it. The sin of Solace must have grown much stronger, as well. After all, the hideous truth enchantment of the Jade Blade promised immense power to those who succumbed to its madness, and, judging by how real the sword wraith seemed, Sunny had met quite a lot of the requirements. Plus Sunny could find clues about the nature of the nightmare on the island. Right now, he was suffering the most from the lack of information. Knowledge was the origin of power, so he couldn't miss a chance to acquire some. Let's hope that the old snake is not going to follow me to land. Sunny removed the heavenly burden from his arm and started slowly descending in the direction of the dark island. The closer he got to it, the more details he could make out. The steep slopes of the island were craggy, with their lower parts encased in silver. There were numerous barnacles growing on the tarnished metal, with waves of water foaming as they splashed against them from time to time. There were also massive chains rising from the water and disappearing in the fissures higher up the slopes. Sunny frowned. N1.IN. The island was very strange, that was a given. However, there was something about that strangeness that made him feel uneasy. The monstrous serpent, too, seemed to have grown wary as they drew closer to the weathered hill of dark rock. Sunny's eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be? He hesitated for a few moments, and then tried to peer through the surface of the island. A split second later, Sunny cursed and hurriedly drove the heavenly needle back into his skin. In the next moment, the island quaked and moved as a titanic head slowly rose from beneath the waves to stare at the ancient sea serpent with a giant, unmoving eye. What Sunny saw beneath the weathered black rock was an ocean of vile darkness, and 2 nodes from where the corruption had spread throughout the whole enormous creature. The entire island was simply the carapace of a colossal great monster. Chapter 1242, Cataclysmic Battle. Sunny stared at the colossal reptilian head that had risen from below the waves. There were streams of water flowing down from it like roaring waterfalls, and brands of tarnished silver encasing it like armor. The monster's eyes were like murky lakes, and its massive beak was like the ram of an oceanic battleship. Of course, there was no vessel in the waking world that could compare with the destructive power of that beak. The thing that Sunny had assumed to be an island was, in fact, the shell of a giant, monstrous black turtle. He froze, stunned by the sheer size of the great monster. And I thought that sea snake was enormous. The sea serpent that had been following Sunny was, indeed, quite large. It was easily larger than the fallen titan Goliath, whom Sunny had killed during the siege of Falconscott. However, the creature's body was still only a couple 100 meters long. The monstrous turtle, meanwhile, spanned more than a kilometer. In front of it, the serpent looked like a little snake. And yet, it seems undeterred. The azure serpent had risen its head out of the water, too, and was staring at the great monster in front of it with its mad, cloudy eyes. N.1n. The two nightmare creatures observed each other. Sunny, meanwhile, was cursing his fate. Damn it, I was hoping to step on something solid again. Instead of a safe harbor, he found an abomination that was even more harrowing than the one waiting to swallow him whole. You can still step on that turtle, you know. The Sin of Solace grinned. Sunny spared him a dark glance, then turned to look at the two abominations. At that moment, the giant turtle lowered its head a little and let out a low, threatening huff which sounded like rolling thunder. Water was still flowing off its black scales, and its murky eyes were slowly igniting with dark silver light. It was clearly not happy that another nightmare creature had invaded its territory and disturbed its sleep. The azure serpent stared at it for a few moments more, then turned its snout and threw a deranged gaze at Sunny. What is that old snake thinking? Turn your tail and run, lunatic. Sunny still clearly remembered the ease with which the carapace centurions had slaughtered the carapace scavengers. A monster was much more powerful and deadly than a mere beast, no matter the rank. If the sea serpent had any sense left, it would retreat to avoid angering the black turtle. Which was good news for Sunny. Even though he had not managed to find shelter from the abomination on the shell of the great monster could still rid him of the dreadful pursuer. The turtle did not seem to have noticed Sunny either. If things turned out well. But, of course, they did not. Despite being much smaller than the great monster in front of it, and presumably much weaker, the azure serpent let out a mad roar and dove into the water, swimming toward the colossal turtle with stunning speed. The giant blades protruding from its back cut the surface of the river and left a trail of white foam in their wake. Sunny was a little startled. Does it want to eat me that bad? The monstrous armored turtle, however, was unfazed. Its giant flippers moved, and it propelled itself forward with surprising speed. Its beak opened, and an indescribable sound exploded from its maw, making the world shake. The calm surface of the great river suddenly turned chaotic and tumultuous, as if in the middle of a raging hurricane. Giant whirlpools formed, powerful enough to swallow alloy vessels whole. Sunny was almost thrown from the sky by the violent force of the abomination's battle cry. Arg! The azure serpent and the black turtle clashed below him, and a tremendous fountain of water suddenly shot into the air. The turtle was much more powerful and deadly, but the serpent was faster. It nimbly evaded the harrowing beak and opened its maw, trying to sink its fangs into the gargantuan scales of the enemy's neck. However, the dreadful fangs simply slid off the tarnished silver encasing it. Sunny lingered for a few moments, awed by the cataclysmic fury of the clash between two great abominations. The forces being siege capital from the face of the world. Shuddering, he imagined what would happen if two such creatures appeared in NQSC. Would the largest city of humanity survive such a catastrophe? It probably would, if barely. The sovereigns might have abandoned Antarctica, but they were bound to do something if the seat of their power came under threat. Bastion and Ravenheart were important, yes, but the northern quadrant was still the heartland of humanity. At least that was what Sunny wanted to believe. What am I thinking about? The waters of the great river were already painted red by blood around the two clashing abominations. Sunny would have loved to watch the azure serpent die, but he couldn't miss the chance to slip away. If he failed to escape from the two great abominations now, he might never get it again. Turning away, he flew forward as fast as he could. Behind him, the world was shuddering, and the water was roaring as it rose in giant waves. Gods! Sunny gritted his teeth and refused to look back. Gradually, the sounds of the titanic battle grew quieter and quieter. And then, he couldn't hear anything at all. He let out a shaky breath. That I knew that third nightmares were absolutely lethal. But isn't it a bit too much? Was he supposed to battle great nightmare creatures as a mere ascended? What kind of perverted logic was that? Suddenly in a somber mood, Sunny sighed and looked at the Sin of Solace. Unleashed below him were probably enough to erase an entire what do you think? The sword wraith smiled. I think you are going to die of hunger before finding land. Oh, or you can go fishing in the river and be eaten by the fish instead. There's always a choice. Sunny grimaced. Why did I even ask? He continued to follow the current of the great river, flying north into the past. Eventually, the 7 suns drowned again, suffusing the water with their light. The sky was black and devoid of stars. The world was silent. Sunny tiredly closed his eyes. Can't sleep. Falling asleep might kill me. He stared at the expanse of softly shining water beneath him, then blinked a couple of times. What the hell, how is this possible? A familiar shadow was hiding beneath the waves below him. The azure serpent was back. Here were hints of blood in the water around it, but the damned creature was indeed there, still waiting to devour Sunny. Did it escape from that giant turtle? Struggling to believe in it, Sunny turned around and looked back. Of course, the place where the 2 abominations had battled was too far away for him to see anything. But he did notice something else. Somewhere out there, upstream, almost too distant to be noticed, a tiny spark of pure white light was glistening above the blush-green, luminous waters. It was hard to notice because of the soft glow of the great river at night, but it was certainly there. Sunny held his breath for a moment. I shouldn't get my hopes up. Right? He slowed down, and then came to a halt. The Sin of Solace stopped, too, looking at him with a detached expression. Still, I must make sure. Sunny rubbed his face, glanced at the azure serpent once again, and then sent himself flying back. Let's see if you want to meet that turtle again, old snake. Chapter 1243, Searching for Light. By the time Sunny flew close enough to distinguish the source of the white spark, it had already disappeared. However, finding the source was not too hard. There were not a lot of things that could be distinguished from the empty expanse of flowing water on the great river, after all. By then, it was already morning. The suns were slowly rising from below, and the world was enveloped in the dim glow of twilight. The soft radiance of the shimmering water had dissipated, making it easier for Sunny to see colors. Hovering high above the current, he froze. There was a stunned expression on his face. How is this possible? Far below him, a vast span of the great river was painted red. Blood was clouding the clear water, and the polluted patch of it was at least 6 kilometers across. From high up, it looked as if a bloody flower was slowly blooming in the middle of the river. At the center of the red patch, a familiar great monster was floating lifelessly, the silver bands encasing its neck broken and bent. The black turtle was dead. There was a vicious wound at the spot where its neck met its body. The wound was large enough to be a tunnel, with rivers of blood still flowing out of it into the water. The equally gruesome exit wound was all the way across the monster's massive body, just below one of its armored flippers. Shaken, Sunny lingered for a while, and then looked down, at the spot where his pursuer was hiding beneath the water. At that moment, the azure serpent rose its head above the surface and stared at Sunny with mad fury burning in its cloudy eyes. The great beast looked battered and maimed, with several huge chunks of flesh missing from its long neck, but it was undeniably alive. He had thought once that the azure serpent was like a little snake in front of the colossal turtle. But from the looks of it, that little snake had managed to burrow into the body of the larger monster, tear it from the inside, and escape back into the river to catch up to Sunny. The old snake must be a queen king of beasts. It actually took down a monster. He was slightly impressed. But mostly, he was disturbed. Being pursued by a great beast was already bad enough, but now that he knew that the azure serpent was a fearsome existence among the creatures of its class, the situation seemed even worse. Damnation. Sunny and the ancient Leviathan stared at each other some more, and then he turned back to the island-sized corpse of the black turtle. In any case, now that he saw the result of the battle between the 2 great abominations, he had to admit that the source of the white spark had to be hidden somewhere on the dead turtle's shell. There was simply no other place anywhere around that could have produced it. Sunny observed the carcass of the great monster for a while, not daring to descend yet. After thinking for a while, he summoned Morgan's warbow and made a black arrow appear on its string. Then, he ordered one of his shadows to wrap itself around the arrow, drew the string, and released it.